Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 182, Two-Tomo Sharingan Awakens. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed hand signs and shouted. In a flash, 30 shadow clones appeared around him. Your multiple shadow clone jutsu is no longer of any use against me. Sasuke shook his head as he watched Naruto and his shadow clones charge at him. Fire release, great fireball technique. He stood his ground, formed hand signs, and chakra spewed from his mouth. With rolling heat waves, a giant fireball appeared out of thin air. The surrounding shadow clones immediately broke out in a sweat and dodged to either side of the fireball. Manipulating shuriken technique. Sasuke glanced left and right, calmly throwing 3 kunai to each side. The kunai tore through the air at an extremely fast speed, accurately hitting the hearts of 6 shadow clones. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the smoke, 6 shadow clones disappeared. Sasuke waved his hands as if playing a piano. Under his control, 6 kunai formed a net of blades in midair. The shadow clones caught within it immediately sustained various injuries. Konoha Whirlwind. Naruto seized the opening, his chakra erupting in his feet, and quickly appeared before Sasuke. Body flicker technique. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly, and he retreated, dodging the attack. Naruto's kick missed, causing him to stumble forward onto one knee. Genjutsu, unknown fire. Sasuke had been staring at Naruto since he first entered the arena. If nothing unexpected happened, he was the original. Sasuke used genjutsu without hesitation. He wanted to defeat Naruto as quickly as possible. The huge flame had just risen when it was extinguished by a massive tail. When Naruto recovered, he found 3 Sasukes in front of him. He suddenly realized that this was a reenactment of the previous practical test. As expected, he couldn't win in close combat. Thinking this, Naruto quickly retreated. Sasuke couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? According to Naruto's personality, he should have continued to attack at this point. Why did he retreat? In that moment of delay, Naruto's other shadow clones surged forward. Sasuke lost the opportunity to use genjutsu again. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Sasuke reacted quickly, and he and his 2 shadow clones used fire release. They cleared the area in an instant, eliminating all of Naruto's remaining shadow clones. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto once again created a large number of shadow clones. I almost lost to your genjutsu again. Naruto patted his chest and said with a hint of luck. You can escape for a while, but not forever, Sasuke said calmly. Although Naruto's escape just now was strange, he didn't take it to heart. Just then, he suddenly paused slightly. The 30 shadow clones, originally gathered together, separated in an orderly fashion, forming 3 teams spaced 2 or 3 meters apart. An encirclement. Sasuke said coldly, it's useless. Not an encirclement. Naruto paused, then said excitedly, it's ninja tools. The sound of wind breaking echoed. 30 shadow clones simultaneously pulled out 2 kunai each. The first team of shadow clones threw first. 20 kunai flew densely towards the 3 Sasukes. What? Sasuke's pupils constricted. He's actually using kunai instead of taijutsu. The 3 Sasukes quickly dodged outwards. But just then, the remaining 2 teams threw their kunai together. Adding the first team, 60 kunai formed 3 giant nets, enveloping the 3 Sasukes. Damn it. The kunai were too dense, and Sasuke temporarily had no good way to counterattack, so he could only flee again. For a time, he and his 2 shadow clones appeared quite disheveled. The sudden change in the situation caused the onlookers to show surprise. How could this happen? Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected the tide of this battle to turn so sharply. Sasuke had clearly held a great advantage at the beginning. He is Minato's son after all. Uchiha Mikoto was also a jonin and naturally understood that Naruto had adopted the most correct fighting style. Fortunately, it's just kunai. Uchiha Itachi analyzed, Naruto's kunai throwing technique is a bit lacking, and Sasuke has the Sharingan, so he'll be able to counterattack soon. The greatest function of the one-tomo Sharingan was insight. Although the kunai came in waves, Sasuke could see through their trajectories and dodge them. Not bad. Uchiha Fugaku's attitude softened, and he said, as a Uchiha, it's impossible to be defeated by kunai. Not far away. Naruto actually changed his fighting style. Hiruzen looked surprised. Hokage-sama, Shikaku asked in confusion, isn't multiple shadow clone jutsu combined with kunai throwing quite normal? You don't understand Naruto. Hiruzen shook his head and said, his previous fighting style was extremely singular, nothing but taijutsu. Shikaku paused slightly, carefully recalling Naruto's battle with Rock Lee, and indeed, it was true. And with his intelligence, he could naturally discern Naruto's personality, brash and very reckless. This sudden change in fighting style indeed didn't seem like his character. It's Kitazawa, Tsunade said casually. She had fought Kitazawa and watched several of his battles. Because Kitazawa learned a variety of things, his fighting style was somewhat similar to Hiruzen Sarutobi's, preferring to alternate between various ninjutsu. Furthermore, the only one who could make Naruto change his fighting style, besides Hiruzen Sarutobi, was Kitazawa. If it's taught by Kitazawa, then it's normal. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused, then said with great relief, Kitazawa taught him well. He had previously been worried that Naruto's fighting style was too reliant on brute force and lacked adaptability. Now it seemed he wasn't incapable of adapting. As long as he was willing to learn, he could change, which was undoubtedly a good thing. But this small change won't threaten Sasuke. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and said. Indeed. Hiruzen's gaze fell on Sasuke. After adapting to the rhythm of the kunai throws, Sasuke finally seized an opportunity. Body flicker technique. The three Sasukes accelerated simultaneously, appearing before Naruto and his shadow clones at incredible speed. Manipulating shuriken technique. The three Sasukes each threw 6 kunai in perfect unison. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto's shadow clones disappeared one after another. Sasuke, you're really amazing. You truly are my lifelong rival. Naruto said excitedly, watching Sasuke use a fighting style reminiscent of Kitazawa. Your kunai throwing technique is very poor, Sasuke replied, suppressing the fatigue surging through his body. He was far inferior to Naruto in terms of physical stamina. Since the start of the battle, he had been rapidly dodging, using fire release and manipulating shuriken technique, without any chance to catch his breath. His body was naturally very strained now. But with so many spectators, especially Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi present, he had to maintain his composure for the pride of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, he wasn't wrong. If Naruto's kunai throwing technique had been skilled enough, Sasuke might have already lost. This battle should end, Naruto, Sasuke declared. You will fail once again. Sasuke. Naruto said with a flash of his teeth. Soon you'll see the surprise I've prepared for you. Sasuke's breathing hitched. Multiple shadow clone jutsu plus kunai throwing isn't your surprise. What exactly do you mean by surprise? But Sasuke had no time to think. Naruto charged forward once more. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto formed hand signs while running. Amidst the smoke, another 30 shadow clones appeared. As soon as the shadow clones materialized, they blocked Naruto's path before swarming towards Sasuke. I've already said, it's useless, Sasuke snorted coldly and immediately formed hand signs. Although he didn't understand why Naruto repeated his initial strategy, it was undoubtedly advantageous for him. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Sasuke tilted his head back and spewed out a series of small fireballs. The other two Sasukes used the manipulating shuriken technique, launching another barrage. Under the triple assault, Naruto's shadow clones quickly dissipated, leaving only 3. The 3 Narutos stood in a triangle formation, 2 in front, 1 behind. Body flicker technique. Sasuke charged forward without hesitation. As the air whistled, his 2 shadow clones threw 4 kunai, striking the 2 Narutos in front before he arrived. Bang. Bang. The 2 Narutos vanished instantly. It really is a shadow clone. What is this? Sasuke, who was about to cast a genjutsu, suddenly froze. He saw a blue chakra sphere form in Naruto's right hand. The air let out a tearing shriek. The spinning chakra, compressed to its limit, revealed its most terrifying nature. Rasengan. Without hesitation, Naruto slammed it forward toward Sasuke. Sasuke had to face Naruto directly to cast a genjutsu, and Naruto had used this fact against him, using 2 shadow clones as cover to prepare the Rasengan. As for whether the Rasengan would injure Sasuke, Naruto wasn't worried. Kitazawa had assured him before the match, just use it without worry, because I will intervene. Sasuke felt an unprecedented crisis. It was too late to dodge. But just then, Kitazawa appeared, pulling Sasuke back, narrowly saving him from the Rasengan's impact. With a deafening bang, the Rasengan missed its target and slammed into the ground. In an instant, the ground cracked, debris flew, and a deep crater formed. Sasuke subconsciously retreated, slumping to the ground, staring blankly as if trapped in a dream. Was this the surprise Naruto spoke of? Winner, Uzumaki Naruto, Kitazawa announced after glancing at Sasuke. I lost. Sasuke muttered subconsciously. According to the rules, I intervened to help you. That means the battle is over, Kitazawa explained. Sasuke opened his mouth, but no words came out. He had indeed lost. Without Kitazawa's help, he would have taken the Rasengan head-on. Judging by the crater in the ground, such a blow might have killed him. In other words, Naruto already possessed the power to defeat him, no, to kill him. How is this possible? Sasuke stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. The victor should have been him. Just then, exclamations erupted from the audience, louder than ever before. Is that the Rasengan? Shikaku suddenly stood up, eyes wide in astonishment. Many others reacted similarly, some even feeling tears welling up. Because this was the ninjutsu created by the perfect ninja, 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Some had even fought alongside him. And a small number of people knew Naruto was Minato Namikaze's son. This made Naruto's use of the Rasengan carry a significance far greater. Naruto actually learned the Rasengan. Although Tsunade was a little calmer than Nara Shikaku, she still felt shocked. How about it? Hiruzen asked with a smile. His future achievements won't be any worse than Minato's. Tsunade paused for 2 seconds before speaking. I think so too. Hiruzen said reassuringly, Konoha village has successors. Tsunade silently fixed her gaze on Kitazawa. Undoubtedly, Naruto's Rasengan was taught by him. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi also knew it, as Hokage, he didn't have that much time. Kitazawa was originally a Ninja Academy teacher, so it was most suitable for him to teach it. It was just that Tsunade couldn't imagine a 7-year-old Naruto learning the Rasengan. This was a miracle, and she wondered how Kitazawa had taught him. The Rasengan, huh? Uchiha Fugaku was silent for a moment, then said, Sasuke's loss is not unjust. He didn't blame Sasuke. Because even if it were him at the same age, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Naruto. After all, that was the Rasengan, known as the ultimate in chakra-shaped transformation, an A-ranked ninjutsu. It shouldn't have appeared in the hands of a 7-year-old student. This really is, Uchiha Mikoto didn't know how to comment. A first-year student using an A-ranked Rasengan, was that reasonable? Uchiha Itachi hesitated to speak. He also didn't know what to say. It was no exaggeration to say that Sasuke had done very well, at his age, he was practically perfect. Such strength and talent would definitely be a dimensionality reduction attack in the Ninja Academy. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to maintain first place until graduation. But unfortunately, an accident occurred. There was also a Naruto who was even more abnormal than abnormal. Not only did he possess enormous chakra, but he had also learned the Rasengan. How could it be the Rasengan? Kakashi subconsciously stood up. He was too familiar with the Rasengan. Kitazawa taught him. Kurenai's lips curved into a smile, and she spoke with a hint of pride. Kakashi fell silent. Before, he still thought he could teach better than Kitazawa. But when Naruto used the Rasengan, he became uncertain. In terms of teaching, he probably couldn't compare to Kitazawa. Aside from the audience, the participating students were also dumbfounded. Although they didn't know the Rasengan, the large pit in the ground told them how terrifying this ninjutsu truly was. Rasengan. Kiba felt his vision go black. He had originally thought he could fight Naruto for a few rounds with his Hellhound, but the appearance of the Rasengan shattered his dream. Although the Hellhound was tough and thick-skinned, it wasn't as sturdy as the ground. If the ground had a large pit, he would be no exception. Could it be that this ninjutsu was also created by teacher Kitazawa? Kiba thought of his Hellhound and couldn't help but ask. No. Shikamaru explained, this is the Rasengan, created by 4th Hokage-sama. Teacher Kitazawa actually taught it to Naruto. Kiba said enviously, damn it, I want to learn it too. How could it be that easy to learn? Shikamaru shook his head and said, this is an A-ranked ninjutsu. He also had something else he hadn't said. Because he remembered his father saying that Minato Namikaze also had blonde hair. Thinking further, Nara Shikamaru believed things would become very troublesome, so he gave up thinking. Besides, blonde hair wasn't particularly rare, Tsunade and Ino both had blonde hair. So, Naruto learned an A-ranked ninjutsu. Ino asked in disbelief. As expected of Naruto. Rock Lee said with high spirits. I feel my youth burning. After the exam, I'll go run 50 more laps. Hyuga Neji subconsciously clenched his fists. The power of the Rasengan was too great, he absolutely couldn't take it head-on. The only way was to seal Naruto's chakra points before he used the Rasengan. However, his many shadow clones were also a problem. It was truly tricky. Neji sighed in his heart. Before, he always thought he was a genius among his peers, undefeated in the Ninja Academy. But now, the appearance of first-year Class A brought him back to reality. Sasuke-kun must be feeling terrible. Sakura's face showed worry. That's how real combat is, there are wins and losses. Ino patted her shoulder, comforting her. Various voices mixed together, reaching the arena, making it impossible to hear the specific content clearly. But Sasuke seemed to hear their praise for Naruto and their mockery of him. The more arrogant he had been during the previous battle, the more pathetic he was now. Especially since he had said so many confident threats to Naruto. These words might have already been heard by Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. The thought of facing them as a loser filled Sasuke with mixed emotions. Uchiha Fugaku would definitely be very disappointed, saying that he was unworthy of being a Uchiha. Shame, indignation, humiliation, and unwillingness surged into Sasuke's heart. The chakra within him quietly boiled, and the one-tomo Sharingan in his eyes trembled violently. When it reached its limit, the one-tomo split into a two-tomo. Sasuke, your eyes. Naruto noticed Sasuke's change. It's the two-tomo Sharingan, Kitazawa said with a slight smile. Two-tomo. Sasuke couldn't help but be stunned. He came back to his senses, finally realizing the power surging within him. Ha ha ha. Sasuke instinctively burst into maniacal laughter. In less than a minute, his strength had surged, and he couldn't contain the joy in his heart. This was like climbing from hell to heaven. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 183, Sasuke's Lightspeed Defeat. That's a two-tomo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. Although there was a certain distance between the audience and the arena, as one of the top powerhouses in the ninja world, his 5 senses far surpassed those of ordinary ninja. He saw the two-tomo in Sasuke's eyes at a glance. It is indeed a two-tomo Sharingan. Tsunade asked with some surprise, how did he awaken it at this moment? Could it be due to the emotions of defeat? Sarutobi Hiruzen said thoughtfully. As a student of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, he naturally understood the Uchiha clan very well. Whether it was the Sharingan or the Mangekyo Sharingan, both required extremely strong emotional stimulation. Therefore, the awakening of a Sharingan among Uchiha clan ninja often occurred after witnessing the death of close friends or family. In comparison, Sasuke's awakening seemed quite unusual. Awakening it from a single defeat seemed too small a price to pay. It seems he cares a lot about Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly understood. The defeat wasn't important, what mattered was who brought about that defeat. This is the bond of the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Naruto had learned the Rasengan. Sasuke had awakened his two-tomo Sharingan. The appearance of these two peerless geniuses undoubtedly foreshadowed Konoha village's resurgence to strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought back to the time after the nine-tailed incident when he was entrusted with the critical task of resuming his position as Hokage. At that time, Konoha village was riddled with scars, lacking fresh talent, and caught between internal strife and external threats. Now, with Tsunade's return and a continuous stream of young geniuses, Konoha village had new hope. Tsunade twitched her lips. Don't link everything to the will of fire. But she didn't say much, lest Sarutobi Hiruzen chatter on about it for half the day again. Two-tomo Sharingan. If there was anyone in the audience more excited than Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was undoubtedly Fugaku Uchiha. Awakening the two-tomo Sharingan at the age of 7, in his memory, there was no one else besides Sasuke. With such talent, the Uchiha clan was bound to produce a Hokage. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, Fugaku would have burst into laughter. He awakened it again. Itachi looked at the wildly laughing Sasuke, surprised, and a thought similar to Sarutobi Hiruzen's emerged. Indeed, his younger brother was different. Whether it was the one-tomo last time or the two-tomo this time, the method of awakening was truly unique. In Itachi Uchiha's view, the members of the Uchiha clan were all quite similar. Addicted to the power of the Sharingan, they became arrogant and complacent, unable to see Konoha village and the will of fire. Now, Sasuke showed him a completely different future for the Uchiha clan. What he and Shisui Uchiha had started, Sasuke could certainly continue. Sasuke can be considered to have gained a blessing in disguise. Mikoto breathed a sigh of relief and said. As a mother, she hadn't thought too much, only worried that Sasuke wouldn't be able to accept this defeat. Fortunately, the unexpected appearance of the two-tomo Sharingan brought a turning point. Sasuke was now showing such a healthy smile, he must not have felt sad or upset about this defeat for a single moment. Because of Sasuke's wild laughter, many people noticed his two-tomo Sharingan. What the hell? Kiba couldn't help but ask. Why is Sasuke's strength also rapidly improving along with Naruto's? Naruto learning the Rasengan had shocked them greatly. But Sasuke's awakening of the two-tomo Sharingan at 7 years old was equally shocking. Sasuke-kun truly never disappoints. Sakura said excitedly. Of course, she was even happier that Sasuke had emerged from his gloom. Two freaks. Shikamaru twitched his lips and said, they're not giving us any chance to live. Neji really wanted to complain but didn't know what to complain about. The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan were both ninja clans of Konoha village. Why didn't the Byakugan have such a mechanism for inexplicably rapid power boosts? Now that Sasuke had awakened his two-tomo Sharingan, Neji's confidence in beating him had diminished further. However, who would win or lose would only be known after they fought. Shino Aburame adjusted his glasses. He was incredibly grateful to Kitazawa at this moment. If it weren't for the Kakashi he brought, he would have only one outcome against Sasuke and Naruto, defeat. Of course, since they were all classmates, there was no need to use Kakashi. Shino was just making a hypothetical assumption. With the Kakashi, he also had a chance to glimpse the world of top geniuses. As expected of the Uchiha. Yakumo, however, found it natural. After all, a long time ago, the Kurama clan and the Uchiha clan had similar reputations in genjutsu bloodline limits. If she could possess such strong power at such a young age, Sasuke naturally could too. Kitazawa was unaware of Yakumo's thoughts. If he knew, he would definitely complain bitterly. But his attention was now on the new text that had appeared before him. Current mission, help Sasuke awaken the two-tomo Sharingan. Mission reward, two-tomo Sharingan. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. Kitazawa immediately felt the surging power within him. No wonder Sasuke had let out that Uchiha-style wild laughter. His strength had indeed increased significantly after awakening his eyes. The most direct change was his chakra, which had increased by roughly the amount of an elite Chunin. For Sasuke, that was naturally a lot. However, Kitazawa already possessed 2 cards of chakra, so it was merely icing on the cake. But that wasn't the main point was that the two-tomo Sharingan possessed more powerful abilities. For example, the enhancement of dynamic vision allows for better copying of the target's ninjutsu and taijutsu. Just this alone would save Kitazawa a lot of time learning ninjutsu. In addition, the genjutsu cast with the Sharingan would be even more potent. However, Kitazawa couldn't go test the two-tomo Sharingan right now. After all, the student council selection practical exam was not yet over. Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke suddenly thought of something, immediately stopped his wild laughter, and asked, "Can I continue fighting Naruto? I've already announced the results." Fighting again would go against the rules. Kitazawa shook his head. Sasuke's intentions were easy to read. After awakening his two-tomo Sharingan, confidence surged within him. He wanted nothing more than to defeat Naruto right away and reclaim the pride he had just lost. "You don't need to rush." Kitazawa patted his shoulder. "It's only the second round. You'll still have a chance to face him later." In truth, Kitazawa was already planning something different for Sasuke. Arrogance like his was not conducive to learning lightning release, nor did it trigger new missions. He had no intention of letting Sasuke fight Naruto again so soon. The boy needed to understand that more than one person in first-year Class A was capable of defeating him. "Alright, you two, get off the stage." Kitazawa glanced at Naruto as he spoke. Most students would shrink away after witnessing Sasuke awaken the two-tomo Sharingan. But Naruto was different. He looked exhilarated, practically itching to continue the fight. When Kitazawa refused, regret flashed openly across his face. "Yes, Kitazawa-sensei." Sasuke took a deep breath and stepped down. But when he saw Sakura and the others coming to greet him, the corners of his mouth curved upward again. To an outsider, it might have looked as if Sasuke had been the one to defeat Naruto. Naruto, however, also received warm attention. The power of the Rasengan was overwhelming, and its reputation spread quickly. The 10th match of the second round, Shino Aburame vs Choji Akimichi. Kitazawa deliberately raised his voice, drowning out the excited chatter of the audience and dragging their focus back to the exam. There was no helping it, the previous fight had been too shocking. One student had revealed the Rasengan, another had awakened the two-tomo Sharingan. Even a veteran ninja would have been stunned by such a display. Are these really just 7-year-olds? Shino Aburame and Choji Akimichi entered the arena. Neither was weak, but against the spectacle of Naruto and Sasuke's battle, their clash felt almost subdued. "The winner is Shino Aburame," Kitazawa announced after the fight. Without his secret techniques, Choji was no match for Shino. And even if he had mastered them, victory would have still been difficult. Time slipped by, and soon the second round came to a close. I will now announce the list of students advancing to the third round. Kitazawa stood in the center of the arena, opening the roll book. Though the student council selection battle was open to the entire academy, most of those advancing came from first-year Class A. The list closely resembled the results of Class A's last monthly exam: Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Shino Aburame, Yakumo Kurama, Hinata Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Kiba Inuzuka. Only Karin, Choji Akimichi, and Sakura Haruno failed to advance. From outside their class, the only names left were Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, Ten, and Hana Inuzuka. Kitazawa had played no favorites. This was simply the reality of the academy's student level. After all, mastering the three-body technique alone was enough to qualify as a genin. Yet Sasuke and Naruto already possessed skills far beyond that, rivaling even Chunin. Not just in quantity, but in quality, they stood above the average Chunin. Most Chunin had only a handful of B-rank techniques at best, relying heavily on C-rank jutsu. To have already grasped A-rank jutsu at this age was nothing short of abnormal. There are 12 students who made it to the third round, and 8 of them are from first-year Class A, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked after hearing the list. In terms of teaching ability, Kitazawa is truly outstanding. Though Sasuke and Naruto's talents were undeniable, without Kitazawa's guidance, they could not have progressed this quickly. Hiruzen recalled his own generation. Whether it was himself, Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, or Yudetane Koharu, all were gifted. Their current status testified to it. Yet none of them had burned as brightly at this age as Sasuke and Naruto did now. The difference lay in Kitazawa. Still, the third Hokage could not ignore a glaring issue in the academy. Aside from Kitazawa, were the other teachers truly unwilling to teach? That wasn't the case, their skills simply had limits. And another problem remained, the vast gap in student aptitude. For talents like Naruto and Kiba, even the shadow clone technique was within reach. But for many others, teaching beyond the clone technique was meaningless, they could hardly grasp the basics. Hiruzen stroked his chin thoughtfully. He would need to speak with Kitazawa soon to see if the academy's shortcomings could be addressed. Third round, first match, Hinata Hyuga vs Rock Lee. With the break over, Kitazawa returned to the lottery box. Hinata. Ino Yamanaka clenched her fists. You can do it. MHM. Hinata nodded, stepping into the arena. Her gaze drifted to Kitazawa, and with that, her heart grew calm. Don't worry, Shikamaru yawned lazily. Gentle fist works pretty well against strong fist. Hinata's got a decent chance of winning. What is strong fist? Naruto asked curiously. What you practice is strong fist, Kiba patted his shoulder and explained. More precisely, aside from the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, all other taijutsu styles fall under strong fist. Your Gai-sensei is the prime example of the strong fist style, Shikamaru added. Gai-sensei is indeed amazing. Naruto raised his thumb with admiration. Whether it's taijutsu or youth, he's my role model. Shikamaru was speechless. Learning taijutsu was fine, but learning youth too. This kid was truly hopeless, walking further and further down the path of reckless passion. Although you're stronger than Neji, my youth will never give up. Rock Lee's voice suddenly rang out. Shikamaru sighed deeply. Both of them were hopeless, just bury them together. Please guide me, Hinata said earnestly, bowing with sincerity. Konoha whirlwind. Without hesitation, Rock Lee launched a spinning kick. Hinata swiftly sidestepped, her body light as air. She raised her right hand and tapped his leg with precision. Rock Lee immediately felt the chakra in his right leg stagnate. He wasn't surprised at all, this was exactly what happened every time he sparred with Neji. Konoha violent rock ascent. Lee pressed forward, refusing to back down. He drove his right elbow toward Hinata's head with raw force. Taijutsu was all he had. Even knowing that fighting gentle fist in close combat was unwise, he had no other option. His only chance of victory lay in overwhelming Hinata before his chakra was completely sealed. But while the idea sounded good, reality was merciless. Hinata raised her left arm, deflecting his elbow strike. Her right hand lashed out twice in rapid succession, sealing 2 more of Lee's chakra points. Lee staggered, his movements losing stability. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. A divine brilliance flashed in Hinata's Byakugan. She seized the opening and struck with perfect rhythm, 8 palms, fast and precise. Lee collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Winner, Hinata Hyuga. Kitazawa nodded approvingly. Without the 8 gates formation, it was simply impossible for Rock Lee to overcome either Hinata or Neji. Are you all right? Hinata quickly knelt beside him, releasing the seals on his chakra points with delicate taps. I'm fine. Lee rose to his feet, smiling brightly. What a battle full of youth. Hinata blinked. Youth? Where was the youth in this? It was still something too difficult for her to fully understand. Third round, second match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Yakumo Kurama. Kitazawa announced with a faint smile. As a referee, it was easy for him to manipulate the pairings. He didn't even need wind release chakra to cheat, he was the one who placed the slips of paper into the lottery box. All he had to do was ensure Sasuke's and Yakumo's names stayed together. How did he end up drawing Yakumo? Sakura frowned, worry evident. A perfect draw. Sasuke suppressed his excitement, his voice brimming with confidence. In past monthly exams and sparring matches, whenever he faced Yakumo Kurama, he suffered crushing defeat. The reason was simple, he couldn't break her genjutsu. A genjutsu battle was ultimately a clash of in release power, and his was inferior. But now things were different. With his newly awakened two-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke could feel the surge of in release within him. His strength had leapt from Genin level to high Chunin level, nearly doubling. He was certain, this time, he could win. Sakura, Sasuke just awakened his two-tomo Sharingan, Shikamaru reminded calmly. Oh, right. Sakura's eyes lit up with renewed hope. Then Sasuke-kun definitely won't lose again. Sasuke nodded faintly. No matter how much Sakura scolded him, this time he wouldn't fall. Hands in his pockets, he walked into the arena slowly, his steps exuding the calm confidence of a master. Yakumo, Sasuke said evenly, locking eyes with his opponent. Today, let's settle this with genjutsu. He wanted to rise from the place where he had fallen. He wanted to crush Yakumo in genjutsu, to erase the sting of his past humiliations. All right. Yakumo's expression turned serious. She could feel the surge of in release pouring from Sasuke's body. It was far stronger than before. This is my first time seeing a two-tomo Sharingan, Kiba remarked with curiosity. Sasuke had activated it the moment he entered the arena, clearly determined not to fall prey to genjutsu again. The two-tomo Sharingan not only amplified Sharingan-based illusions but also provided resistance against ordinary ones. I wonder what Chunin's strength is really like, Naruto muttered curiously. Neji had said that awakening the two-tomo Sharingan meant stepping into Chunin-level power. Naruto's impression of Chunin was that they were incredibly strong, but he had no clear measure of it. Wait a second. Ino suddenly frowned. Why isn't Sasuke moving? What's going on? Sakura asked, confused. Kitazawa-sensei clearly said the match has already started. Perhaps Sasuke has already fallen into genjutsu again, Shikamaru said after 2 seconds of silence. No way. Sakura immediately denied it. He's awakened the two-tomo Sharingan, there's no way that happened. Chapter 184, Naruto vs Neji. Sasuke, after awakening his two-tomo Sharingan, undoubtedly became a stat and mechanic monster. But he encountered Yakumo, whose stats and mechanics surpassed his. At the beginning of the battle, Sasuke immediately released genjutsu, unknown fire through his Sharingan. Yakumo, on the other hand, bypassed genjutsu creation and directly used terrifying illusion. The intangible illusion unfolded. Yakumo's face showed surprise because Sasuke, just like before, was pulled into the illusion. Although he had indeed become much stronger, he still hadn't surpassed her in genjutsu. Time slowly passed. The illusion was dispelled by Yakumo. Sasuke, pale-faced, slumped to the ground. After being drawn into the illusion, he was trapped in endless combat, eventually being released utterly exhausted. Sasuke stared blankly at Yakumo. Hadn't he already awakened his two-tomo Sharingan? Why couldn't he still defeat her? What exactly went wrong? The joy of awakening his two-tomo Sharingan vanished without a trace at this moment. His confident words before the battle turned into sharp swords piercing him. He was now ashamed, embarrassed, and wanted to flee. He wondered how his father and brother would view him. As a proud Uchiha, he had actually lost 2 matches in the practical exam. Sasuke fell into a state of self-isolation. He stood up and silently left the arena. Winner, Kurama Yakumo, Kitazawa announced. From the first row of the audience stands. Yakumo's bloodline limit is truly terrifying, Hiruzen exclaimed. At such a young age, her genjutsu skill is already on par with a jonin specializing in genjutsu. She still has potential, Tsunade said casually. She understood Yakumo better than Hiruzen. After all, she was Yakumo's primary medical ninja. When she grows up, perhaps, Hiruzen paused, not explicitly mentioning the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, there were many ninja around them. With Hiruzen's strength, he wasn't afraid of the Uchiha clan, but the Mangekyo Sharingan was full of uncertainties. When he learned of Uchiha Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular jutsu, even he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Koto Amatsukami could silently alter a target's subconscious. Would Uchiha Shirsue use it on them? Tsunade, it's a good thing you returned to the village, otherwise, Konoha village would have lost a powerful genjutsu user, Hiruzen Sarutobi said with relief. The future Yakumo could undoubtedly become a genjutsu master of Mangekyo Sharingan level. Most importantly, her emotions were more stable and controllable than those of the Uchiha clan's ninja. And with the relationship between Kitazawa and Tsunade, Yakumo was not only obedient to Konoha village but also extremely loyal. It has nothing to do with me, Tsunade shook her head and said. She returned to the village for the psychological medical ninja program and the funds allocated by Konoha village. It's fine, Kitazawa's credit is your credit, Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a chuckle. Besides, you truly were the one who cured Yakumo's body. The ninja world highly values the teacher-student relationship. It can be said that the honor and disgrace of teachers and students are intertwined. Just speak plainly, why are you beating around the bush? Tsunade snorted, asking with dissatisfaction. She had heard the hidden meaning in Hiruzen's words. It was nothing more than him urging her to quickly decide to take Kitazawa as a student. Everything I said is true, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't mind her attitude and said with a smile. Not far away. No wonder the Kurama clan used to be as famous as our Uchiha. Although Fugaku had heard Sasuke mention Yakumo before, he hadn't paid attention at the time. Now that he saw her, she far exceeded his expectations. But there are pros and cons, Uchiha Itachi nodded and said. The Kurama clan's bloodline limit is too strong in the early stages, making it difficult to awaken. That's why our Uchiha clan is now the largest ninja clan in Konoha village. Fugaku smiled faintly, with a hint of pride in his tone. Unlike the Kurama clan's bloodline limit, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan can slowly upgrade, all the way to Mangekyo Sharingan. During this process, the body and mind are matched. Situations like Yakumo's, where strong mental power leads to a weak body, are rare. Why are there so many geniuses in first-year Class A? Uchiha Mikoto felt heartache watching the self-isolating Sasuke. His strength should have easily placed him first in the Ninja Academy. It's because teacher Kitazawa teaches well, Itachi thought for a moment and said. Even Sasuke's strength has been rapidly improving since he met teacher Kitazawa. That's good too, Uchiha Fugaku said calmly. Pressure creates motivation. He wasn't disappointed by Sasuke's 2 consecutive losses. After all, the losses were understandable. Moreover, Sasuke awakened his 2-tomo Sharingan at the age of 7, and his future was limitless. What more could he be dissatisfied with? The third match of the third round, Shino Aburame vs Kiba Inuzuka, Kitazawa announced. He waited for Sasuke and Yakumo to leave the arena, then drew 2 more small slips of paper from the lottery box. Since the student council selection practical exam wasn't over yet, he wasn't in a hurry to find Sasuke. Kiba, huh? Shino Aburame adjusted his glasses, deep in thought. His first reaction was whether he could use Kakachu against Kiba Inuzuka's shadow clone. If so, without the shadow clone, he wouldn't be able to merge into a hellhound. Even if he could merge, it would be a merger with Kakachu. But on second thought, it wasn't necessary. After all, a shadow clone's explosion, upon returning to the main body, would also cause mental trauma. Watch out, Shino. Kiba said confidently. Let's begin, Shino Aburame said calmly. Merge. Kiba shouted, colliding with his shadow clone. Chakra merged into one, and from the smoke, a fierce 2-headed dog appeared. Secret Jutsu, Kakachu. Shino Aburame raised his hands. Countless Kakachu flew out, gathering in an instant like a dark cloud. The 2-headed dog unhesitatingly raised its giant paw and swatted it out. Bang. More than half of the Kakachu were crushed or stunned. But the remaining insects clung to its paw and climbed up its arm. Kiba felt his scalp tingle. The 2-headed dog suddenly shook its arm, flinging a large number of Kakachu away. Secret Jutsu, Insect Gathering. Shino Aburame formed hand signs. All the nearby insects were summoned, mixing with the Kakachu and swarming toward the 2-headed dog. So troublesome. Kiba gritted his teeth, not bothering to deal with the small and agile insects. The 2-headed dog leaped, instantly closing the distance to Shino Aburame. Once in front, it swiped. Its sharp claws pierced toward Shino Aburame like kunai. Secret Jutsu, Insect Wall. Shino Aburame had anticipated this. Kakachu flew and swirled in front of him, forming a black shield. Boom. The insect wall trembled violently twice. The immense force caused the shield to break in the middle. But it wasn't a real wall. The moment a gap appeared, Shino filled it with Kakachu. Secret Jutsu, Insect Cocoon. More Kakachu poured out from Shino's body. Under his control, they rapidly climbed up the 2-headed dog's arm. By the time Kiba reacted, his right arm, or rather, the 2-headed dog's foreleg, was already completely covered. His heart tightened. Just as he tried to shake them off, a biting pain spread across his foreleg. Kiba's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but cry out. The 2-headed dog instantly reverted to a normal form, shaking its entire body. Many Kakachu were flung away, stunned. Secret Jutsu, Insect Cocoon. Shino Aburame stood in place, continuing to produce Kakachu with his chakra. Kiba had lost the initiative. No matter how much the dog struggled, the insects on its body only increased. I give up. Kiba shouted urgently. Quickly get your insects off me. Shino Aburame, hearing this, waved his hands and recalled the Kakachu. Shino, your insects are truly troublesome. Kiba dispelled his merged state, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He originally wanted to say disgusting, but since they were classmates, there was no need to be so blunt. Your hellhound is very good. It just lacks some offensive techniques, Shino Abirame said with a slight nod. You're right. So I plan to ask teacher Kitazawa for help during the winter break. Kiba clenched his fists. By next semester, it won't be so easy for you to defeat me. Although not as laid back as Shikamaru, Kiba was still playful. But Naruto's recent growth had stimulated him. If he didn't catch up quickly, he'd have to treat Naruto to Ichiraku ramen after every monthly exam. That would be too embarrassing. Shino paused. Reminded by Kiba, he thought of his Kakashi mutation plan. Perhaps he could start it during the winter break. Winner, Shino Abirame, Kitazawa announced promptly. Let's go. Kiba casually put his arm around Shino's shoulder. The two walked off the stage together. Kiba was satisfied with his performance. Although he didn't win, he had made a name for himself with his hellhound. The fourth match of the third round, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji, Kitazawa said with a smile. Neji hadn't triggered a new mission in a long time. Although Kitazawa didn't know if Naruto could help him trigger one, there was no great loss in trying. Me against Naruto. Neji was surprised. The opponent he wanted most was Sasuke. He had been bothered by his careless loss to Sasuke's genjutsu before. But no matter how many practical tests there were, he never faced him. Even in the third round of the student council selection exam, he still hadn't met Sasuke. However, Naruto was close enough. After all, he had just defeated Sasuke. Neji walked onto the stage with a solemn expression. He wasn't confident he could defeat Naruto. Both the multiple shadow clone jutsu and the Rasengan were very tricky. But, there was still a chance. As long as he got close, Byakugan plus Gentle Fist would be invincible. Who do you think will win? Ino asked curiously. I think it's Naruto, Kiba exclaimed. Rasengan is the ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage-sama. Not necessarily. The power of Gentle Fist lies in sealing the chakra. Even if Naruto learns more ninjutsu, he won't be able to use them, Shikamaru said, shaking his head. That's true. Kiba scratched his head, unable to figure it out, and decided not to think too hard. Instead, he said with interest, this match definitely won't be worse than Sasuke's, MMM. Before he could finish, Shikamaru covered his mouth. Kiba instinctively glared at him, but quickly understood. His gaze shifted to Sasuke, who was emanating a chilling aura not far away. He had been like that ever since he left the stage, standing silently in place. No matter how much Sakura tried to talk to him, Sasuke ignored her. Neji, Shino Abirame was interrupted mid-sentence. Neji won't lose. Tenten said decisively. Rock Lee scratched his head. He didn't know who to support. In the first row of the audience seats. Gentle Fist, huh? That's a bit troublesome. Hiruzen frowned slightly. He hoped Naruto would win, and his thoughts leaned toward Naruto's perspective. Maybe Kitazawa taught Naruto how to deal with it. Tsunade watched Naruto with interest. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, saying nothing more as he focused on the match. Here I come, Neji. Naruto formed hand signs loudly and shouted, multiple shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, 30 shadow clones appeared. Neji immediately took a Gentle Fist stance. But just then, the 30 shadow clones scattered, dividing into 3 teams. Neji's pupils suddenly contracted, sensing trouble. He hadn't expected Naruto to use multiple shadow clone jutsu and kunai throwing right from the start. Swish, swish. The first team of shadow clones threw 20 kunai. Neji dodged to the left without hesitation. But as soon as he landed, he was met with kunai thrown by the second team. Neji quickly clapped his hands, swiftly batting them away. The moment it took effect, he immediately retreated. The kunai from the third team missed. Neji took a deep breath, then suddenly accelerated, rushing straight toward Naruto. Although he didn't have the shadow clone technique and couldn't break through 3 points like Sasuke, he had Byakugan and Gentle Fist. Byakugan gave him an all-around view, and Gentle Fist could deflect kunai. Amidst the storm of kunai, Neji closed the distance. So powerful. Naruto exclaimed, then charged forward, Konoha Whirlwind. Neji narrowed his eyes. He liked Naruto's reckless fighting style, it was something he could counter. But he still didn't let his guard down. After all, Naruto had shown flashes of battle intelligence in his fight against Sasuke. Neji extended both palms, striking Naruto's right foot. His body swayed slightly, Naruto's strength exceeded expectations. But it didn't matter. In that instant, Neji sealed 2 chakra points in Naruto's right leg. Naruto felt numbness spread through his leg. He instinctively pulled back, stumbling from the disrupted flow of chakra. Neji was about to press his advantage when Whoosh. Dynamic entry. A shadow clone leapt in, kicking at him. Konoha double whirlwind. 2 more shadow clones followed from the sides. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji cursed inwardly at the nuisance, then unleashed 6 consecutive strikes. The 3 shadow clones were blown away. But before he could catch his breath, more shadow clones surged forward. Neji was forced to dodge and counterattack non-stop. Bare-handed or not, gentle fist's precise strikes allowed him to maintain an aura of invincibility. Naruto's clones collapsed with just 2 or 3 palm strikes. Still, fighting Naruto in chakra endurance was unwise. Neji's Byakugan swept the field, searching for the real Naruto. Though it couldn't directly distinguish shadow clones, he quickly found his target. Naruto's sealed chakra points made his movements stand out. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Without hesitation, Neji rushed to Naruto. 12 palms landed in quick succession. Naruto staggered, then fell. But the endless shadow clones swarmed again, ruining the opening Neji had carved out. Even so, he wasn't worried. Naruto had already been struck with point ceiling. All Neji needed was to close in one more time. And most importantly, Naruto could no longer make more shadow clones. Victory was within reach. Neji couldn't help but feel a flicker of triumph. Rasengan. Naruto's voice suddenly came from behind him. Not good. Neji instinctively turned. Naruto charged forward, a swirling Rasengan in hand. What's going on? Was I tricked? Wasn't that the main body? A flood of thoughts raced through Neji's mind. But it was too late to use 8 trigrams 64 palms. He could only dodge left. But 2 shadow clones blocked his path. The delay sealed his fate. The Rasengan roared forward, momentum undiminished. Neji froze. But Kitazawa appeared instantly, a casual push redirecting him away. The Rasengan smashed into the ground, blasting out a deep crater. Neji clenched his fists, shaken. Was this still that Naruto? But a loss was a loss. There was no room for excuses. He felt unwilling. Once, his talent and hard work had earned him the title of genius. But now, he was repeatedly defeated by other geniuses. The disparity weighed heavily on him. Winner, Naruto. Kitazawa glanced at Neji. Judging from his expression, this battle had achieved its purpose. He had only told Naruto one thing: Byakugan can't see through shadow clones. With that hint, Naruto had created countless strategies. In the audience seats, Naruto did well. Hiruzen's old face beamed with joy. The current Naruto finally carried a trace of Minato Namike's aura. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 185, I can retire with peace of mind. What a pity. Hayashi Hyuga felt a trace of regret, though Neji had already performed quite well. After all, his opponent was Naruto, someone who possessed both multiple shadow clone jutsu and Rasengan. Hayashi couldn't help but feel a subtle sensation when he thought about it. Who would have expected Rasengan to appear in something as ordinary as a student council selection practical exam? He remembered his own academy days. Back then, it was extremely rare to even see a classmate use fire release, great fireball technique. His gaze shifted to Hinata again. Sasuke Uchiha's performance had been dazzling, while Hinata and Neji had also shown solid strength. Overall, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan seemed evenly matched in this practical selection. Even so, Hayashi was genuinely worried that Sasuke might defeat Naruto. If that happened, the Uchiha clan would certainly gain a surge of prestige. This current outcome, however, was far more favorable. Naruto. Might Guy gave a bright thumbs up. You haven't let youth down. Guy-sensei. Naruto stopped and shouted excitedly, I feel the burning passion of youth. Naruto, keep going. Guy encouraged loudly. Never stopping is what youth is all about. Ahem. Kunai quickly stepped in, her tone firm. The next match is about to start. It's better if you let Naruto leave the field first. The implication was clear, stop talking about youth. Indeed. Kakashi agreed, though rarely. The main reason was simple, Naruto was the center of attention in the entire arena right now. Any prolonged interaction would only attract more focus, and inevitably, him. Kakashi had once fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but this kind of spotlight was still something he hadn't grown accustomed to. Kakashi. Might Guy turned to him and asked, what's your assessment of Naruto now? Kakashi fell silent. He had once said that Naruto only relied on having a massive amount of chakra, but now, that statement had been clearly disproven. Looking back at these 2 matches, Naruto's use of Rasengan was clever and precise. Although it was nothing compared to his own level, for a 7-year-old Naruto, this achievement was remarkable. Kakashi thought of Minato Namikaze. If he were still alive, he would certainly be very satisfied with his son. Very good. Kakashi finally said. Haha. Guy laughed triumphantly at those words. Anyone watching might have thought he had just scored a victory against Kakashi himself. Third round, fifth match, Nara Shikamaru vs Hana Inuzuka. Kitazawa drew lots again. A total of 12 students had advanced to the third round. 4 matches had already taken place, leaving only 2 more. Which meant 4 students were yet to compete. With Shikamaru vs Hana Inuzuka confirmed, the remaining match naturally fell into place, Ino vs Tenten. Why can't I just forfeit the student council selection practical exam? Shikamaru's mouth twitched as he stared at the 3 large ninja dogs opposite him. If nothing went wrong, he was definitely going to be chased all over the field. If forfeiting were allowed, he would have done so instantly. After all, reaching the third round had already exceeded his personal expectations. But unfortunately for him, Kitazawa had anticipated his exact mindset. Not only was forfeit forbidden, but deliberately playing passively was also unacceptable. Kitazawa had warned of serious consequences. He never said what they were, but Shikamaru had no desire to find out. Please. Hana Inuzuka called out, going all out from the very start. After all, Shikamaru's previous performance had been impressive, defeating Tenten through a sharp mix of strength and strategy. Fang over Fang. Hana and Haimaru leapt high, spinning into a whirlwind, and charged directly at Shikamaru. The 2 other ninja dogs followed close behind. Shikamaru dodged to the left without hesitation. Although he avoided Fang over Fang, he ended up facing the 2 remaining ninja dogs head-on. Meanwhile, Hana and Haimaru abruptly stopped mid-spin, turned sharply, and launched Fang over Fang again. Shikamaru jumped upward, clearing the 2 dogs in front of him. Shadow sewing technique. As his shadow overlapped with the 2 dogs below, it transformed into 2 tendrils, instantly wrapping around their necks and halting their attack. What? Hana and Haimaru shifted targets from Shikamaru to their own restrained companions, quickly stopping their technique. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru landed and immediately extended his shadow, capturing one of the ninja dogs and sending it charging toward Hana and Haimaru. Haimaru. Hana called without hesitation. Haimaru reverted to its normal form and tackled the controlled dog. 4 legs technique. Hana channeled chakra into her limbs, launching herself at Shikamaru like a fierce tiger. I surrender. Shikamaru promptly raised his hand. My chakra is depleted. I can no longer fight. Hana froze mid-strike, pulling back her claw. What's going on? In her view, she was clearly at a disadvantage. Winner, Hana Inuzuka. Kitazawa declared, shaking his head. If Shikamaru had truly wanted to win, he had the chance. With shadow imitation and shadow sewing, he could have turned the battle. But as always, Shikamaru had no intention of trying. He simply went through the motions before surrendering outright. From the stands, Shikaku frowned, suddenly recalling Ino's earlier words. Indeed, he would need to ask Kitazawa to properly deal with Shikamaru. Third round, 6th match, Ino vs Tenten, Kitazawa announced as Shikamaru and Hana left the field. Shikamaru, did you go easy on my sister? Kiba asked curiously. No. Shikamaru spread his hands. You know how it is, secret techniques consume a lot of chakra. Your sister had 3 ninja dogs with her. Controlling 4 targets at once is basically impossible for Shikamaru. Ino interjected. Both the Nara clan and the Yamanaka clan specialized in control techniques, and their arts shared many similarities. If it were her in Shikamaru's place, she would have lost even faster. Her mind transfer clone technique could only control 2 targets at most. Ino is right. Shikamaru agreed readily. It's your turn, Ino. Sakura reminded her. Her ninja tools are troublesome. Shikamaru offered some advice. If you find a chance to control her, do it. If not, don't force it, just surrender. If the Nara clan's secret techniques could still be effective for a single person, then the Yamanaka clans were far less suited for solo battles. Casting them required time, landing a hit was difficult, and once the technique connected, the user was left immobile. Ino nodded, a bright smile on her face. I'll do my best. If I lose, I'll just go ask teacher Kitazawa for guidance. At the mention of Kitazawa, Sasuke subconsciously glanced at him. Even with his 2 Tomo Sharingan, he still couldn't defeat Naruto and Yakumo. Should he also ask Kitazawa for help? The battle began. Tenten, having learned from her defeat against Shikamaru, launched her ninja tools immediately, determined not to let Ino get close. Ino was chased across the stage, completely unable to set up her secret technique, and eventually surrendered. The third round of matches concludes here. Next is the challenge round. Kitazawa announced after a brief pause. All students who entered the third round are eligible to be challenged. The audience, having already received flyers in advance, understood the rules of the practical exam. No one was surprised. I hope someone challenges me, Naruto said eagerly, his face glowing with excitement. Today's battles had truly made his blood boil. Who would challenge you? Kiba scoffed. Only someone blind would pick you. You never know. Shikamaru yawned. Arrogant people are everywhere. Indeed. Shino adjusted his glasses. Those who think they're strong but were placed into the general competition will certainly be unwilling to accept it. Then Sasuke has a higher chance of being challenged, right? Ino reasoned. Because Sasuke's reputation is bigger. Don't I have a reputation? Naruto's eyes widened. I just defeated Sasuke. Sasuke's mouth twitched. Why bring that up now? The students in the general matches didn't see our fight. Ino explained, then added, but after today, your reputation will definitely skyrocket. Maybe it'll even surpass Sasuke's. Sasuke's expression stiffened instantly. Damn it. Would he be inferior to Naruto even in terms of reputation? Not this, anything but this. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. Sasuke had never been weaker than anyone in his life. He was going to reclaim everything that belonged to him. For some reason, although Yakumo had also defeated him, losing to Naruto weighed far heavily in his heart. Time passed slowly. Before long, Hisao Sarutobi led 5 students into the training ground. At a glance, these 5 appeared older than both Sasuke and Naruto, and indeed, they were. Most of them were 5th and 6th graders. Vice Principal Hisao-sama. Kitazawa greeted Hisao respectfully, then turned to the 5 students behind him. You will enter the training ground in order. After speaking, he handed over the roster. It listed the names of the 12 students who had advanced to the third round, along with their classes. I challenge Uchiha Sasuke. A boy in white stepped forward and declared loudly. Sasuke subconsciously clenched his fists. Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I lost 2 matches? With a cold expression, Sasuke strode forward. Genjutsu, unknown fire. His 2-tomo Sharingan spun to life. A moment later, the boy was engulfed in flames within the illusion, screaming in terror. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and announced. The advantage of the 2-tomo Sharingan against students who weren't even genin was overwhelming. But finishing the match so quickly was unusual. It revealed the depth of Sasuke's resentment. The remaining 4 students exchanged glances. Each could see shock and confusion in the other's eyes. Are first-year students really this terrifying? A 6th grader defeated so easily. Even for a Uchiha, this was absurd. After a brief hesitation, the second challenger stepped forward. I challenge Yakumo Kurama. This choice was based on ignorance. Names like Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Aburame, Yamanaka, these were all famous clans. But Kurama? He had never even heard of it. Yakumo Kurama calmly walked forward. And then, there was no then. The challenger was instantly pulled into an illusion. From the outside, it looked as if he simply froze in place, then collapsed backward seconds later. Yakumo hadn't even lifted a finger. The challengers were left dumbfounded. Is this really the Ninja Academy? Did I walk into the wrong place? Not only could they not defeat the first years, but they didn't even understand how they had lost. It seems Kitazawa's decision to separate the competition into general and elite brackets was correct. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. The gap between them was simply too vast. Sometimes, not knowing was a kind of mercy. Now, it only left the challengers with deep despair. There's nothing more to see, Tsunade was interrupted before she could finish. Since you're already here, stay until the end. There should always be a proper beginning and end, Hiruzen said with a chuckle. What are you planning now? Tsunade asked suspiciously. What can I plan? Hiruzen retorted with a calm expression. If you leave now, aren't you considering Kitazawa's feelings? Then let's wait. Tsunade sat back down. The challenge matches came and went quickly, with all 5 students losing at light speed without exception. Please wait a moment, students. The rankings for this practical exam will be announced shortly, Kitazawa said with a slight smile. Considering the list is long, only the top 30 will be announced here. The remaining names will be posted. Senior Kitazawa. Irika quickly stepped forward, handed over a roster, and said, this is the practical exam ranking for the elite competition. Thank you. Kitazawa took the roster and found Hisao Sarutobi. The two immediately began discussing the specific rankings. A moment later, Kitazawa, holding the rankings, walked in front of the students. Although some had already guessed their placements, they were still very much looking forward to it. Except for Sasuke. First place, Naruto, Kitazawa announced directly, without any preamble. That's great. Naruto jumped up and down. He had first beaten Sasuke, then Hyuga Neji. No one would object to him getting first place. Due to the limited rounds, he hadn't fought Yakumo Kurama, but they had already clashed before. With the help of the Nine Tails, Naruto was not afraid of her genjutsu. And Yakumo, as a pure genjutsu ninja, if her illusions failed, she could only be at the mercy of others. Second place, Yakumo Kurama, Kitazawa continued. Yakumo Kurama was very calm when she heard this, standing up and bowing slightly. Third place, Uchiha Sasuke, Kitazawa said after glancing at the roster. Although Sasuke had lost 2 matches, he had activated his 2-tomo Sharingan, so ranking third was not a problem. Sasuke's face was full of unhappiness. His goal was first place, third was simply an insult to him. Fourth place, Hyuga Hinata. Fifth place, Hyuga Neji. Sixth place, Shino Aburame. Seventh place, Kiba Inuzuka. Kitazawa rattled off the names. Ha ha ha. Kiba immediately burst into laughter. I'm 7th. This result was a breakthrough for him. And this was a school-wide ranking, not just a class 1. Excluding Hyuga Neji, he was 6th. But you're still lower than Naruto, Shikamaru said calmly. Kiba's laughter abruptly stopped. Not surpassing Naruto meant he still had to treat him to Ichiraku ramen. The top 30 have been announced, Kitazawa concluded. Then, shifting topics, he said, now, I will announce the student council executive list. Sasuke's heart couldn't help but tremble. He had forgotten that the ranking of this practical exam was tied to the student council selection. Now that he was 3rd, he had already lost the chance at the presidency. Since it's already the end of the semester, the student council handover will be moved to next semester, Kitazawa said unhurriedly. He was worried that his task wouldn't be completed, so he had requested a small adjustment. However, the change was reasonable and fair, so no one objected. In other words, he would temporarily serve as student council president until next semester. The official student council president will be Naruto, Kitazawa announced. Thank you all for your support. Naruto clasped his hands together. I will definitely make the student council full of youthful vigor. Sasuke and the others collectively fell silent. Vice Presidents, Yakumo Kurama and Uchiha Sasuke, Kitazawa continued. Yakumo, stopping Naruto's youthfulness, I'm counting on you. Ino said with a serious expression. Huh. Yakumo was a little confused. Indeed, Shikamaru agreed. We absolutely cannot let youthfulness spread in the student council. That evil green spandex whack must be defeated. Kiba clenched his fists. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Study committee member, Hyuga Hinata. Disciplinary committee member, Hyuga Neji. Kitazawa continued reading. In a flash, all the student council executives had been announced. Everyone has worked hard these past 2 days. I hereby announce the successful conclusion of the student council selection practical exam and the final exams. Kitazawa declared loudly. Now, please enjoy your holidays. The students immediately burst into cheers upon hearing this. Let's go, let's meet Kitazawa, Hiruzen Sarutobi said as he stood up. Uchiha Fugaku, Hayashi Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, and others who had originally intended to leave all followed. After all, if the Hokage didn't leave, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to do so either. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. He had to admit, this lineup was indeed grand. Aside from Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, and Udatane Koharu, almost all of Konoha's high-ranking officials were present. Hokage-sama, Kitazawa greeted respectfully. Kitazawa, you've done very well. Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction and said with emotion, Konoha's younger generation is impeccable. I can retire with peace of mind. At these words, the training ground instantly fell silent. Those present were all clan heads of major ninja families, veritable old foxes. They all caught the implications hidden in his statement. Undoubtedly, Hiruzen Sarutobi intended to step down. Everyone looked at Tsunade for the next Hokage. Only Tsunade clenched her fists. She had been set up again. Chapter 186, New Missions, New Rewards, and Kurenai's Gift. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give a long speech. He simply said 2 sentences, then turned to leave. Hayashi Hyuga, Fugaku Uchiha, and the others accompanied him to the school gate. Kitazawa didn't follow, he still had school matters to attend to. Although Hiruzen had told him to visit the Hokage's office when he had time, Kitazawa's thoughts were similar to Tsunade's. Sarutobi Hiruzen had specifically come just to say those 2 sentences, clearly to set up and pave the way for Tsunade. Kitazawa guessed the main reason he did this was that Tsunade had finally accepted treatment for her hemophobia. Hiruzen understood her personality well. When she compromised, it meant she had already made her decision. His job was to give her a head start. How should he put it? Kitazawa was naturally happy to see Hiruzen do this. After all, the sooner Tsunade became Hokage, the better it would be for him. From another perspective, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voluntary abdication would also allow him to avoid the fate of dying in battle as in the original story. Kitazawa retracted his gaze and looked back at the students. Since tomorrow was the start of winter break, as soon as the student council selection exam ended, most scattered like prisoners released from jail, disappearing without a trace. But a few students remained: Sasuke, Naruto, Kiba Inuzuka, Ino, Neji Hyuga, and Hinata Hyuga. One reason was that they wanted to talk to Kitazawa. The other was that they were waiting for their parents to return after seeing Hiruzen off. Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke walked up first. Sasuke, congratulations on awakening your two-tomo Sharingan. Kitazawa patted his shoulder with a faint smile. Sasuke fell silent. Awakening the two-tomo Sharingan was something he had always longed for. But why did he not feel happy now that he had achieved it? Kitazawa-sensei, I want to defeat Naruto. Sasuke took a deep breath and spoke directly. Have you thought about why you lost to Naruto this time? Kitazawa asked in return. It was the Rasengan, Sasuke answered without hesitation. Kitazawa thought, as expected. In truth, Naruto's most troublesome ability wasn't the Rasengan, it was the multiple shadow clone jutsu. The Rasengan was indeed powerful, but it couldn't be thrown. To hit the target, Naruto had to close in. He used shadow clones as diversions to create that opening. Without the multiple shadow clone jutsu, dodging the Rasengan with the body flicker technique wouldn't have been difficult. Moreover, the shadow clones combined with shuriken jutsu were already troublesome. If one day Naruto replaced shuriken jutsu with long-range ninjutsu attacks, the threat would be even greater. I can teach you a ninjutsu no less powerful than the Rasengan, Kitazawa said with a small smile. Really? Sasuke's eyes widened slightly, disbelief in his tone. After all, the Rasengan was an A-rank ninjutsu created by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Of course it's real. As Kitazawa finished speaking, 3 lines of text appeared before him. Current mission, help Sasuke learn Lightning Release, Chidori. Mission reward, Lightning Release, False Darkness. Do you accept? It was not surprising. The reward was also decent. Lightning Release, False Darkness could unleash multiple bolts of lightning, forming large lightning spears to pierce the target. It wasn't a Konoha jutsu but originated from Kakuzu, the rogue ninja from Takigakure and a member of the Akatsuki. Though it was a B-rank jutsu, its power was not inferior to Lightning Release, Chidori. Go home and rest for 2 days. I'll notify you then, Kitazawa said, regaining his composure. At present, he didn't know Chidori himself. Besides, it was a technique created by Kakashi Hatake. If Kitazawa taught it privately to Sasuke and Kakashi found out, it would be troublesome. It needed to be laundered and legitimized. Fortunately, the system mission had not directly instructed him to teach Chidori, which left room for maneuver. Although Sasuke was anxious, since Kitazawa had said so, he didn't press further. Your father and brother are here, go home with them, Kitazawa reminded, glancing toward Fugaku and Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke hesitated, a worried look flashing across his face. His performance in this exam had been poor, first losing to Naruto, then to Yakumo Kurama. It could be said he had shamed the Uchiha. Now, facing his father and brother, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. They won't blame you, Kitazawa said with a chuckle. Sasuke subconsciously looked up at him. After receiving Kitazawa's confirming gaze, he hesitated for 2 seconds before walking forward. Sasuke, you did great today. Mikoto Uchiha pulled him into her arms, stroking his head gently. But, Sasuke hesitated. Awakening the two-tomo Sharingan at 7 years old, Itachi interrupted with a faint smile. In that regard, you've already surpassed me. Let's go home first, Fugaku said after a pause. You really did well this time. Let's invite Yashiro and the others to celebrate tonight. Huh. Sasuke was taken aback. Clan-wide celebrations usually only happened on the New Year or during major occasions. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Fugaku said calmly. I am the clan head. The true reason was simple. Awakened at just 7, Sasuke's two-tomo Sharingan was astonishing. More importantly, Fugaku wanted to warn the restless clansmen. Now that new hope had appeared, there was no need to resort to extreme measures like rebellion. No. Sasuke was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said. After he finished speaking, he remembered what Kitazawa had just said. It was actually true. Not only was he not blamed, but he received many compliments, and a celebration was even being held for him. Sasuke couldn't help but smile as he thought about it. An unimaginable joy and happiness filled his heart. The earlier frustration of losing to Naruto and Yakumo Kurama also vanished. Just then, Fugaku Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha subconsciously glanced at him. The two of them exchanged looks, both feeling astonished. Because they discovered that just now, Sasuke's in release power had increased a little bit. Although it was very little, it was enough to open their eyes. Kitazawa-sensei. As soon as Sasuke left, Kiba Inuzuka and the others gathered around. Kitazawa-sensei is still the best. Ino said with great admiration, just a few words and Sasuke returned to normal. The reason they hadn't approached earlier was that Sasuke had a dark look on his face, appearing quite intimidating. It's nothing. Kitazawa smiled and said, I just told him that if he participates in the winter break special training, he'll become stronger. I want to participate too. Ino quickly said. Me too. Kiba Inuzuka immediately declared. Me. Naruto said, jumping up and down. Subsequently, Shino Abirame, Hinata Hyuga, and Neji Hyuga all raised their hands. It's undoubtedly a good thing that you all want to participate in the winter break special training. Kitazawa changed the topic and said, but not everyone needs to train with me. Ah. What do you mean? Naruto scratched his head and asked in confusion. Kiba, why do you want to participate in the winter break special training? Kitazawa didn't directly answer Naruto's question, looking at Kiba Inuzuka and asking. I want to make my hellhound more aggressive. Kiba Inuzuka immediately said. I guessed you'd think that. Kitazawa waited for a moment, and seeing no new mission triggered, he asked in return, don't your Inuzuka clan have a ready-made secret technique? What secret technique? Kiba Inuzuka was stunned for a moment and asked. Fong over Fong. Kitazawa replied. A look of realization immediately appeared on Kiba Inuzuka's face. Fong over Fong was a secret technique that transformed the ninja dog into the appearance of a ninja, with both ninja transforming into a tornado to attack. Kiba Inuzuka didn't have a ninja dog, but he had shadow clones, so he could directly skip the prerequisite. Your winter break special training is to go home and learn Fong over Fong, Kitazawa concluded. I understand. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Kiba paused and said, then I'll be going. See you all next semester. He turned around, found Sum Inuzuka and Hana Inuzuka, and went home with them. As for the rest of you, come find me at school in 2 days. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said. During the winter break, they would all undergo new special training to varying degrees, which couldn't be explained in a short time. And their parents had returned after seeing off Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he couldn't delay them any longer. As for the triggering of new missions, there was no rush, what was meant to happen would happen eventually. Sister. Hanabi's voice rang out. Kitazawa unconsciously glanced at her. She stood beside Hayashi Hyuga, looking like a finely carved jade doll. I'll be leaving now, Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata greeted him, then walked over to Hayashi Hyuga and Hanabi Hyuga. Teacher Kitazawa, goodbye. Naruto and Ino also left, each heading home. The once lively Ninja Academy suddenly became quiet. What are you standing there stupidly for? A familiar voice came from behind Kitazawa. Aren't I waiting for you? Kitazawa turned around, looked at Kunai, and asked with a smile. You noticed me a long time ago? Kunai asked with a beaming smile. No. Kitazawa blinked and said, but you would definitely wait for me. In reality, he had noticed Kunai a long time ago. Then let's go home. Kunai was momentarily stunned, then stepped forward and took his hand. The two left the Ninja Academy. Kakashi and Might Guy are still the same, nothing has changed. Kunai's lips curved into a smile as she said, Kakashi initially said he could teach Naruto better, but then. Kitazawa listened to her telling interesting stories, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. Current mission, a bolt from the blue, select the most outstanding students to form the student council, and become the student council president. Mission reward, obtain lightning release affinity and master level lightning release chakra nature transformation. Host has completed the mission. Rewards are being distributed. Kitazawa's mission, which he had worked hard on for a semester, finally came to an end at this moment. And its reward was worth the long wait. After obtaining lightning release affinity, Kitazawa became one of the rare all-element ninja. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was the mastery level lightning release chakra nature transformation. Kitazawa currently has 2 masteries, one in chakra control and one in chakra shape transformation. Now, he finally had a 3rd mastery. In terms of effect, it was no less impressive than the first 2 masteries. With mastery level lightning release chakra nature transformation, Kitazawa immediately became an elite lightning release jonin, although he didn't know a single lightning release ninjutsu at the moment. Kitazawa rubbed his chin. He found that he was a bit like a copy of Kakashi Hatake. With the Sharingan and 7 affinities, becoming Konoha Village's 2nd technician wouldn't be a problem for him. What are you thinking about? Kunai noticed Kitazawa's distraction. Seeing no one around, she swayed her hips and bumped him with her backside. I'm thinking about how to get Kakashi to teach first-year Class A. Kitazawa snapped back to reality, patted her bottom, and said. Kunai frowned slightly and asked, why would you have such an idea? In her opinion, Kakashi Hatake would never go to the Ninja Academy to teach. He was a student of the 4th Hokage, a prominent figure among Jonin. Teaching would be too much of a waste. He's about to leave Umbu and become a squad leader, Kitazawa said casually. His requirements will probably be very high. I think only the students in our class will meet his expectations. I see. Kunai nodded and said, but I still think it's very difficult. It's certainly not easy. Kitazawa put his arm around her shoulder, leaned in, kissed her fair neck, and said, but it's not impossible. What are you doing? Kunai pushed him away and said, we're not home yet, don't mess around. Does that mean I can mess around once we're home? Kitazawa asked seriously. No, you can't. Kunai glared at him and said, it's daytime. Then I'll teach you a new sealing technique. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said. That's fine. Kunai finished speaking, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek before walking forward. What are your plans for the winter break? Kitazawa couldn't help but smile and quickly followed her. No plans, Kunai said casually. The new year is coming soon, and I don't want to go out on missions. I'll just stay home and learn sealing technique. That's a shame, I was planning to take my 3 students out on a mission. Kitazawa turned to look at her. I was even going to ask you to come with us. Since you've already said so, how can I not go? Kunai rolled her eyes and said. Besides, after Kitazawa left, she wasn't used to being home alone. Indeed, when a person is beautiful, even rolling their eyes looks good. Kitazawa praised her. Kunai couldn't help but feel pleased. She suddenly thought of something, her face flushed slightly, and she quickly walked a few steps forward. Why are you blushing? Although her movements were quick, Kitazawa still noticed the issue. It's nothing. Kunai dispelled the chaotic images floating in her mind. She walked up, took out her key, opened the door, and then performed the classic bend down to take off shoes move. Kitazawa stood behind her, admiring her firm, perky backside and straight, slender legs. You see it every day, aren't you tired of looking? Kunai changed her shoes, turned her head to look at him, and asked. Of course not. Kitazawa closed the door, cupped her face, and kissed her. Kunai was startled for a moment. Although she was caught off guard, she responded very actively. Do we really have to wait until night? Kitazawa looked at her rosy lips, still unsatisfied, and asked. Aren't you tired after being busy for most of the day? Kunai's face flushed at his words, and she took a breath, asking. Don't you know if I'm tired or not? Kitazawa finished speaking, then picked her up. You, pervert. Kunai's eyes suddenly widened. Her clothes lay on the carpet. But you didn't refuse. Kitazawa exhaled, saying playfully. You. Kunai was about to speak, but her face immediately turned pale, and she instinctively hugged him tightly. Because Kitazawa took a step forward. She was now completely suspended in the air, naturally feeling terrified. Don't worry, you won't fall. Kitazawa held her waist with one hand and supported her bottom with the other. Kunai bit her lip, and her toes unconsciously curled up. Kitazawa glanced at her, then walked into the room, but he walked very slowly. Not too long after, Kunai's face was flushed, sweat beaded on her forehead, and her breathing became rapid. You look more tired than I do. Kitazawa raised his hand and brushed the hair from her forehead. Kunai gave him a charming side-eye, her face full of allure. She lowered her head and buried it in Kitazawa's neck. Kitazawa's gaze followed her hair downwards, along her smooth back, to her rounded, peachy bottom. Kitazawa inhaled her scent and entered the room. The time came the next day. How does that saying go? Plans can't keep up with changes. Kitazawa had originally planned to teach Kunai the sealing technique yesterday afternoon and then go to the Hokage building to find Sarutobi Hiruzen, but none of it happened. There was nothing he could do, the embrace of a gentle woman was indeed hard to leave. Hokage-sama. After breakfast, Kitazawa came to the Hokage office. The student council selection practical yesterday gave me a great surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen said directly. It's all thanks to Hokage-sama, Kitazawa said humbly. Without your approval, there would be no student council today. The students of the Ninja Academy are the future of Konoha village. You have played an indispensable role in their growth. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a wide smile, after we finish talking, you can go and claim an A-ranked ninjutsu. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa immediately said. A reward of an A-ranked ninjutsu was quite generous. After all, the student council wasn't necessarily of great use. The main reason was Naruto and Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen was satisfied with the increase in their strength. Kitazawa's first thought was to exchange for lightning release, Chidori. But on second thought, with Kakashi Hatake around, he didn't need to waste this opportunity. Kitazawa felt he could choose a water release ninjutsu. He had also thought about choosing a sealing technique, but with Karin around, he could indirectly obtain sealing technique through Tsunade. In fact, if he really asked Tsunade for help, most ninjutsu could be obtained. However, they weren't teacher and student yet, and he couldn't learn that much in a short time, so progressing gradually was better. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 187, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Plan. Kitazawa, you've taught at the Ninja Academy for so many years, so you should be very familiar with it. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe and asked, what problems do you think the Ninja Academy currently has? Kitazawa was startled. Why was he suddenly being asked such a question? Was it related to yesterday's Student Council Selection Practical Exam? It's like this. Seeing his confusion, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't play coy and explained the issues he had thought of yesterday. In summary, there were 2 problems. First, the teachers at the Ninja Academy were not skilled enough. Second, there were differences in the students' talents. I see. Kitazawa nodded and praised, Hokage-sama's concerns are indeed far-sighted. No need for superfluous words, let's hear your solution. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, his tone filled with anticipation. Since the Ninja Academy teachers lack strength, then hire powerful ninjas to teach. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said. I've thought of that solution too, but it's not practical. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, it would not only waste the ninjas' strength but also delay them from completing missions. Konoha Village was, at its core, an employment organization. The purpose of ninja was to work for the daimyo, nobles, and merchants of various countries. This brings us to the second problem, students of varying talents. Kitazawa asked with a slight smile, why not put talented students in one class? He was referring to the so-called fast and slow learning classes, or rather, genius classes and regular classes, from his previous life. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a soft "oh." He thought of the medical ninjutsu experimental class. Tsunade had suggested a long time ago that a medical ninja should be a permanent member of every ninja squad. However, at that time, it was during the Second Ninja World War, and medical ninjas were very difficult to train, so the proposal was not approved. Later, after the war ended, Konoha Village established a medical ninja experimental class. Ninjas who wanted to learn medical ninjutsu and had a certain aptitude for it were gathered together. Facts proved that the effect was indeed good. Among the 5 great villages, Konoha Village had the most medical ninja and the highest level of skill. How would it be implemented specifically? Sarutobi Hiruzen held his pipe and took another puff. A placement exam. Kitazawa replied, all students can take a placement exam after 1 semester of enrollment, and those who pass will enter the genius class. What about late bloomers? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and asked. Teacher preference. Kitazawa explained, if a teacher discovers a student's talent, they can report it, and once confirmed, the student can join the genius class. If they only teach 1 class, they won't need too many teachers, which can indeed minimize waste. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, then asked, but if all students are in 1 class, won't it lead to different progress? Tailored teaching. Kitazawa casually said, with a maximum of 20 to 30 students in a class, teachers can completely create personalized learning plans for them. Tailored teaching. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up, and he said, a very apt phrase. He suddenly realized that Kitazawa was doing exactly that. Sasuke, Naruto, and Shikamaru, among others, had all participated in his different special training sessions. It was precisely because of this that they were able to grow rapidly in less than a year. You are a natural teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but exclaim. I am merely upholding the will of fire. Kitazawa said with a serious expression, since I am a teacher, I should help the new leaves grow strong. Well said. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table and said, if all ninja had your resolve, why would Konoha Village not be prosperous? Kitazawa blinked. Had he gone a bit overboard? Do you have a way to attract powerful ninjas to become teachers? The more Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kitazawa, the more satisfied he felt. As Hokage, he could force them to become Ninja Academy teachers, but this would cause resentment and not align with the fire will. We don't necessarily have to hire a currently powerful ninja. Kitazawa said in a deep voice, we can also hire retired ninja, although their strength may have waned, they are rich in experience. It still takes a young person with quick thinking, this is a very good idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then praised him. I just happened to come across it, Kitazawa said modestly. The reform of the Ninja Academy is of great importance. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, first, prepare a plan for me. If there are no problems, we will hold a Jonin meeting. Kitazawa was immediately astonished. A Jonin meeting, as the name implied, was a meeting that only special Jonin and Jonin were qualified to attend. In Konoha village, Jonin meetings were usually held for exceptionally important matters. For example, the changing of the Hokage or the declaration of war. In Kitazawa's opinion, the reform of the Ninja Academy was not significant enough to warrant a Jonin meeting. The Ninja Academy was founded by my teacher, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and it has never changed in all these years. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, hinting at his meaning. Kitazawa pondered for a moment and understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to do something great that would benefit future generations before he retired, and at the same time, earn himself a good reputation. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama, pacified the chaotic world and established Konoha village. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama established the Ninja Academy, Umbu, and various other institutions, perfecting Konoha village's system and making it stronger. However, by the time of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had not achieved any major accomplishments. Konoha village barely won both ninja world wars. The third ninja world war was won thanks to Namake's Minato. In addition, Tsukumo Hataki's suicide, Orochimaru's defection, the Nine Tails incident, and so on, all occurred during Sarutobi Hiruzen's time as Hokage. The Ninja Academy, seemingly unimportant, was actually the most crucial institution. After all, it concerned the future of Konoha village. It was rare for Kitazawa to propose such a useful reform, so Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally wanted to utilize it. In the future, when the students of the genius class achieved great success, they would also mention him. In summary, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to establish his reputation. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa immediately responded. I await your plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a chuckle. Kitazawa nodded, greeted him, and then left the Hokage office. Follow me. The Umbu ninja, Haru, who had been waiting, led him to the ninjutsu storage room. Without much hesitation, Kitazawa chose an A-rank water release ninjutsu, water release, great exploding water colliding wave. In the original work, only two ninjas had used this technique, Senju Tobirama and Kisame Hoshigaki. The reason was simple, this water release consumed an extremely massive amount of chakra. After all, its effect was to instantly create an ocean to imprison the enemy. After memorizing the ninjutsu, Kitazawa left the Hokage building. You're back. Kunai turned to Kitazawa and asked, what reward did Hokage-sama give you? An A-rank water release ninjutsu. Kitazawa walked up to her, glanced at the scroll on the coffee table, and said, there are 4 mistakes in your 4 limbs waiting seal curse mark. Where? Kunai's gaze searched the scroll upon hearing this. Here. Kitazawa pointed them out one by one, then added, and there. How are your eyes like the Byakugan? You can even see such subtle differences. Kunai said with some surprise. Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Kitazawa reached out and squeezed her thigh twice, saying, just like I already know where the weak spot on your thigh is. I'm talking to you about serious matters. Kunai felt a jolt in her thigh, a hint of daze flashing in her eyes, then she said, blushing with anger. I was just giving an example, Kitazawa replied seriously. How come I've never seen you practice sealing technique? Kunai recovered and again felt something was off. I practice at school, Kitazawa said casually. I'm going to practice sealing technique now, don't mess around. Kunai didn't think much of it and said. Call me if you have any problems. Kitazawa stopped teasing her and turned to go upstairs. Although he was on holiday, he still had a lot to do. For example, the task of mastering 4 water release ninjutsu. He had already learned 2, water release, water wall and water release, water dragon jutsu. There were still 3 he had not learned. 2 A rank, water style, great waterfall technique and water release, great exploding water colliding wave. 1 B rank, water release, instant water. Kitazawa planned to learn water release, instant water first. Because those 2 A rank techniques both required an enormous amount of chakra to sustain. But he wasn't in a hurry to learn them today, he had to write the genius class proposal. Besides that, he also needed to properly plan the students' winter break special training program. Time arrived on the 3rd day of winter break. Kitazawa arrived at the Ninja Academy's training ground punctually at 9 in the morning. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto was as lively as ever, seemingly with inexhaustible energy. Kitazawa-sensei. Ino, Hinata, and others also followed closely behind to greet him. Kitazawa nodded and said, you all come one by one. Although Naruto didn't speak upon hearing this, his hands were already waving frantically. Naruto, come here. Kitazawa led him to a tree, then picked up a leaf and handed it to him. Kitazawa-sensei, do I also have to do leaf training like Sasuke? Naruto asked curiously. Your leaf training is different from his. Kitazawa spread his hand and said, you need to cut the leaf with wind release chakra. The leaf in his hand immediately split into two. Undoubtedly, this was the first stage of wind release chakra nature transformation. Naruto's current strength had fallen into a bottleneck. Kitazawa temporarily didn't dare to help him develop the Nine-Tails chakra. Although he had a lot of chakra, there were few ninjutsu he could learn. Multiple shadow clone jutsu and Rasengan were already the most suitable techniques for him. Besides that, there was taijutsu. To complement the multiple shadow clone jutsu, Kitazawa planned to teach him wind release. But before learning wind release, he needed to master a certain level of wind release chakra nature transformation. I understand. Naruto nodded upon seeing this. Although he didn't know Kitazawa's purpose, he trusted him completely. You practice slowly, and if you encounter any problems, come find me, Kitazawa told him the key points for half an hour, then said. Could Naruto master wind release chakra nature transformation? He could. Because the training he was undergoing now was something he had already experienced in the original work. At that time, he was trying to develop wind release, Rasen Shuriken. But the current Naruto was still young, and it would take a relatively long time for him to get started. However, what he lacked least was time. Ino. Kitazawa walked to another open space. I'm coming. Ino jogged forward, took a breath, and asked, Kitazawa-sensei, are you going to teach me a new ninjutsu? That's right. Kitazawa nodded and said, I created a ninjutsu based on your characteristics. Created. Ino immediately opened her mouth wide upon hearing this. Although there was Kiba's Hellhound before, she still felt shocked. This ninjutsu is called Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos. Kitazawa took a step back and said, I'll demonstrate it for you. Ino quickly nodded, staring at him intently. The next second, countless flowers appeared in her line of sight. She subconsciously reached out and caught a flower. Feeling the touch of the petals, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. These were real flowers. The petals became more and more numerous, and Kitazawa disappeared from her sight. Ino subconsciously looked around. Just then, a flower in front of her suddenly accelerated, its petals edges aimed at her neck. Ino felt a sense of life and death crisis enveloping her. Kitazawa reappeared, pinching the flower with his fingers. So amazing! Ino said excitedly after her initial fright. And then, Kitazawa tapped her forehead and said, you didn't even know you were caught in a genjutsu. I was caught in a genjutsu. When? Ino suddenly realized that there weren't as many scattered petals on the ground as she had seen before. In other words, some flowers were real, and some were fake. Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos is a composite ninjutsu. Kitazawa took out a scroll and said, your task today is to memorize it. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Ino said with a beaming smile. Kitazawa reached out and patted her head. He waited a few seconds, but no prompt popped up from the system. It seemed this task could only be completed after Ino learned Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos. Hinata, and Neji. Kitazawa waited until Neji and Hinata were in front of him, then said, you two just continue practicing Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata subconsciously nodded. But Neji Hyuga did not reply. Neji, do you have anything you want to say? Kitazawa asked with a slight smile. Kitazawa-sensei. Neji hesitated for 2 seconds and said, I want to defeat Sasuke and Naruto. Kitazawa couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. As expected of a genius from the Hyuga clan, going for a 2-on-1 directly. But it was also normal. Neji used to be similar to Sasuke, quite arrogant. Now that he had lost to Sasuke and Naruto, he had become much more normal. However, the pride of a genius was still there. Your strength isn't actually much worse than Sasuke's and Naruto's, Kitazawa analyzed. You just need to pay attention to Sasuke's genjutsu and Naruto's multiple shadow clone jutsu. Neji nodded in agreement. He thought so too. But doing it was not that simple. He could still predict Sasuke's genjutsu with his Byakugan. Naruto's multiple shadow clone jutsu was very troublesome. Current mission, help Neji Hyuga defeat Uzumaki Naruto in the next monthly exam. Mission reward, increase Byakugan purity by 10%. Accept. Kitazawa couldn't help but be stunned looking at the text in front of him. Why was there only Naruto and no Sasuke? Could it be that Neji thought he could defeat Sasuke, but couldn't defeat Naruto? As for the reward, it was the 10% Byakugan purity that Kitazawa had been longing for. I'll teach you the shadow clone technique first, Kitazawa said after a moment of thought. It was indeed not easy to break Naruto's multiple shadow clone jutsu. But with the shadow clone technique, at least someone could help share the firepower. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Neji also thought of the benefits of learning the shadow clone technique, so he readily agreed. Hinata pursed her lips, and hesitation appeared on her small face. you want to learn too? Kitazawa looked at her and asked. Hinata nodded quickly, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face. Current mission, help Hinata Hyuga learn the shadow clone technique during winter break. Mission reward, 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. Accept. This could also trigger a mission. Kitazawa couldn't help but be surprised. 8 trigrams vacuum palm was also a type of gentle fist, but it broke through the limitations of close combat, being a long-range gentle fist. Its effect was to release high-density chakra through the palm for long-range attacks. From its manifestation, it looked very much like wind release. Kitazawa, as usual, lectured them for half an hour, then called Shino Aburame over. The two walked north, eventually arriving at a secluded corner. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kitazawa formed hand signs, and a fireball slammed into the ground. A moment later, a deep pit appeared, surrounded by flames. Shino, build a suitable Kikaichu nest at the bottom of the pit, but don't give them any extra food, Kitazawa said casually. Shino Aburame was startled. He had already understood Kitazawa's idea. Without food, the Kikaichu would have to find a way to break through the sea of fire. Over time, he would get a batch of Kikaichu with fire release resistance. A cruel method, but also potentially the most effective. What Shino would lose was nothing more than some chakra and Kikaichu. Current mission, help Shino Aburame cultivate Kikaichu with fire resistance. Mission reward, increase your own fire release damage resistance by 10%. Accept. Kitazawa's gaze narrowed involuntarily. There was such a reward. It just had quite a few limitations. The mission reward stated, increase your own, meaning this resistance would only be triggered after being hit by a fire release ninjutsu. I'll leave a shadow clone for you. When the fire dies down, have him add more fire for you. Kitazawa formed hand signs and split off a shadow clone. He then headed to the Hokage building to see Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 188, Kakashi becomes a ninja school teacher. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa took out a scroll and said, this is the plan for the genius class. You've worked hard, Kitazawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and opened the scroll to read it. The content was similar to their last discussion, just more detailed and actionable. It's very well written. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction and said, no modifications are needed, it can be implemented as is. Hokage-sama, you flatter me. Kitazawa humbly replied, this is all the result of discussions with Hokage-sama. Do you have any suggestions for the teachers to be hired? Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the scroll and asked. The more comprehensive, the better, Kitazawa hinted. Ideally, they should be able to teach all 7 types of ninjutsu. The genius class was meant to gather all highly talented students. These students would naturally possess various chakra natures. According to Kitazawa's idea, 3 or 4 jonin should be hired as teachers, capable of teaching wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, yin, and yang release. After all, for a genius class, only teaching the clone, transformation, and substitution technique would be a waste. Why do I feel like you're suggesting I go teach? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed. If Hokage-sama could teach, it would be a blessing for the students. Kitazawa was momentarily stunned, then quickly followed up. He had nearly forgotten that, besides Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also an all-attribute ninja. Currently, in Konoha village, only the 2 of them were all-attribute ninjas. I am the Hokage now, I don't have time to teach. Hiruzen said thoughtfully, after I retire, I might be able to teach a couple of classes. He thought about it carefully and realized that teaching at the Ninja Academy was indeed suitable for him. After all, once he retired, he wouldn't have much to do. Going to the Ninja Academy would allow him to teach students on one hand, and build his reputation on the other. Undoubtedly, the students who emerged from the genius class would all become the future pillars of Konoha village. If Sarutobi Hiruzen became their teacher, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had disciples all over Konoha. With Hokage-sama's teaching level, it seems Konoha will have several more powerhouses like Konoha's Sannin. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. It's not that exaggerated. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said, it would be quite good if even one appeared. In reality, Kitazawa knew this wasn't an exaggeration. Sasuke and Naruto's future strength would far surpass Konoha's Sannin. Of course, this was limited to this particular genius class. Your suggestion isn't very realistic. Besides me, the only all-attribute ninja is Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly chuckled and said, indeed, Kakashi can go teach. The reason he had Kakashi leave Umbu to become a squad leader was because he wanted him to move past his past trauma. As for Naruto becoming his student, that was actually secondary. After all, Naruto still had 5 years until graduation, which was quite a while away. Compared to being a squad leader, being a Ninja Academy teacher would allow Kakashi to meet more students and live more actively, which might help him recover more easily. If Hiruzen chose other Jonin to be academy teachers, he would feel it was a waste of their mission time. But there was no such concern with Kakashi. Ever since becoming alone, Kakashi had been deeply mired in trauma, unable to escape, with his only outlet being missions. The effect was that the more missions he did, the further he drifted from being a normal human. If this continued, what difference would there be between him and the ninja of Root? If it's Kakashi, he certainly meets the conditions for being a teacher perfectly. Kitazawa feigned surprise. Of course, he was indeed quite happy. With Kakashi as a teacher, he would have much less to worry about. Haru. Sarutobi Hiruzen called out directly, "Call Kakashi over." Not long after, Kakashi entered the Hokage office. He glanced at Kitazawa, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Kakashi, do you remember when I mentioned you leaving Umbu to become a squad leader?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. "I remember." Kakashi nodded with his dead fish eyes. "There are still 3 months until graduation." Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a chuckle, "You haven't been a squad leader before, so why don't you go to the Ninja Academy and experience it for 3 months first? Be a Ninja Academy teacher." Kakashi finally understood why Kitazawa was there. "That's right." Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "What do you think?" "Yes, Hokage-sama," Kakashi said in a businesslike manner. "You go first. Kitazawa will find you later and explain the specific situation." Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart. He had absolute high hopes for Kakashi because his talent was simply too great. Graduating at 5, Chunin at 6, Jonin at 12. In Konoha's history, such ninjas were few and far between. Under normal circumstances, he would have grown into the next Yakumo Hatake or Minato Namikaze. But reality was too cruel to him, causing him to slump for many years, with no further improvement in his strength. This was also reflected in the original work. After Kakashi returned to normal, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. "Kitazawa, you and Kakashi are ninja of the same generation, and you know his current situation." After Kakashi left, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhorted, "You need to help him more." "I understand," Kitazawa said in a deep voice. "With you and Kakashi as teachers, the genius class is pretty much set." Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and asked, "Do you have any other ideas?" "The genius class also needs theoretical classes, and I think Irika can teach them," Kitazawa suggested. "That's fine." Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed after a brief thought. Firstly, because Irika Yumino was exemplary. Secondly, because the genius class indeed needed theoretical classes, especially the Will of Fire class. "I think we could also add an experienced, older ninja." Kitazawa added, "Kakashi and I are both relatively young, and there are many subtle details we might not know. There are quite a few old ninja in Konoha village." Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have anyone in mind?" "Kosuke Maraboshi-senpai," Kitazawa replied. "Kosuke?" Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but be surprised. He had not expected Kitazawa to mention Kosuke Maraboshi. Kosuke Maraboshi was an eternal genin, but his seniority was very impressive. He had served under 3 Hokage, Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Minato Namikaze. Most importantly, he was strong, very responsible, and a firm practitioner of the Will of Fire. Kosuke has been punishing himself for a mistake made in his youth, and even at this age, he still takes dangerous missions like infiltrating enemy villages, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his tone thoughtful. Letting him become a Ninja Academy teacher would also be a kind of early retirement, allowing him to enjoy life. "Then I'll go notify him." Kitazawa asked. "Kosuke isn't an ordinary genin, I'll go see him later." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. In a sense, Kosuke Maraboshi and he were like fellow disciples. After all, they were both students of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, although Kosuke was not a formal student. "All right," Kitazawa said, not pursuing the matter further. With Sarutobi Hiruzen personally handling it, there would certainly be no problems. He would slack off whenever he had the chance. "The establishment of the genius class will begin next semester," Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. "There will be a Jonin meeting on Sunday morning, you should come too." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Kitazawa quickly responded. Sunday was 3 days away. After their discussion, Kitazawa left the Hokage building. As for which students would be in the genius class, it would be the top 30 in the student council's practical selection. Kitazawa arrived at the Umbu headquarters. "Teacher Kitazawa." A familiar voice rang out. Kitazawa instinctively turned his head and saw Uchiha Itachi. Even though he wore an Umbu mask, Kitazawa could recognize him instantly. "Teacher Kitazawa, is Lady Tsunade giving you another mission at Umbu?" Itachi asked, stepping forward. "No," Kitazawa shook his head. "I'm here to find Kakashi." "Senior Kakashi is packing his things in his room," Uchiha Itachi explained with a faint note of regret. "He's about to leave Umbu." Kakashi could be considered his Umbu mentor. After Itachi joined Umbu, he often went on missions under Kakashi's lead. If you want to see him in the future, just come to the Ninja Academy, Kitazawa said directly. Kakashi will be our class's teacher from now on. Ah. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Retiring from Umbu to become a Ninja Academy teacher? That sounded a bit out of place. Can you take me to see him? Kitazawa asked with a smile. Normally, non-Umbu members aren't allowed into the dorms. Itachi hesitated for 2 seconds, then added, but you shouldn't have any problem. Please follow me. Do all you Umbu ninja live in dorms? Kitazawa asked curiously as they walked. No. Umbu needs to be on call 24/7. The dorms are for those on rotation to rest, Itachi explained. I see, Kitazawa nodded. Kakashi-senpai is an Umbu captain, so he has a dedicated room, Itachi added. The two quickly arrived in front of a door. Kakashi-senpai, Itachi knocked. Teacher Kitazawa is here to visit. A moment later, the door opened, but the one who appeared was not Kakashi. His hair was not white. Yamato-senpai, Itachi greeted politely. Kitazawa's eyes narrowed slightly. Yamato, the sole survivor and success of Danzo and Orochimaru's would release experiments. Kakashi-senpai is inside, Yamato said, then turned to leave. Then I'll be going. You two chat, Itachi added, disappearing along with Yamato. Am I going to be a teacher for first-year class A? Kakashi asked without looking up. You're going to the genius class, Kitazawa explained in detail. Kakashi was surprised. When he was a student, there had been no such thing as a genius class. From the looks of it, this was Kitazawa's original idea. He also understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen would assign him. Familiar with over 1,000 ninjutsu and possessing all 5 elemental affinities, he was perfect for the role. But in truth, it didn't matter to him. Whether Umbu captain, squad leader, or academy teacher, none of it weighed heavily on Kakashi's heart. I'll come find you next semester. Kakashi sat on the bed, packing his things with his usual indifference. Then what do you plan to do this month? Kitazawa asked. Kakashi paused. Ever since Obito and Rin died, he had done nothing but missions in Umbu. He hadn't had a month-long break in years. Asked suddenly what he wanted to do, he didn't know. Perhaps he would simply read Make Out Paradise at home. I've been holding a winter break special training recently, Kitazawa chuckled. There's a student in the genius class with great talent in lightning release. Why don't you go and teach him early? Who is it? Kakashi asked with some confusion. I didn't see any students using lightning release during the student council selection practical. It's Sasuke, Kitazawa replied. He has both lightning and fire attributes, but as you know, there aren't many excellent lightning release ninja among the Uchiha. Kakashi paused, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Lightning attribute combined with the Sharingan was simply too suitable for him to be Sasuke's teacher. He had also been teammates with Sasuke's older brother, Uchiha Itachi, so they were already quite familiar. My requirements are very high. He must first pass my test, Kakashi said after a moment of thought. Anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already appointed him as a teacher for the genius class, so teaching Sasuke wouldn't be much trouble. As it should be, Kitazawa said with a smile. With Kakashi's help, Sasuke's mission should progress smoothly. Of course, to feel involved, Kitazawa planned to take some time to guide Sasuke as well. Tomorrow, I'll bring Sasuke, and we'll meet at the Ninja Academy training ground, Kitazawa continued. 8 in the morning. All right. Kakashi nodded in agreement. See you tomorrow. Kitazawa greeted him and then left the Umbu base. Instead of returning to the Ninja Academy, he headed to where Tsunade and Shizen lived. Kitazawa raised his hand and knocked on the door. Good morning, Teacher Kitazawa. Karen opened the door. Is Lady Tsunade here? Kitazawa asked, patting her head. No, Karen replied. She and Sister Shizen went to the casino. As expected. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. With a smile, he added, then I'll talk to your mother. Karen stepped aside. Teacher Kitazawa, please come in. Teacher Kitazawa, have some tea. Rina Uzumaki handed him a cup with both hands. Thank you. Kitazawa took a sip and said, Karen has caught up with her studies after tutoring. I plan to teach her ninjutsu this winter break. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Rina Uzumaki glanced at Karen, her eyes filled with gratitude. After escaping the grass-hidden village, she understood the importance of strength more than anyone. Karen is from the Uzumaki clan, and I think sealing technique is most suitable for her, Kitazawa continued, getting straight to the point. Mrs. Rina, have you learned sealing technique? No. Rina Uzumaki sighed. My talent isn't good enough. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. If she had truly mastered the Uzumaki clan sealing arts, she would have escaped the grass-hidden village long ago. Fortunately, Konoha holds many Uzumaki sealing techniques. When Lady Tsunade returns, please tell her about this. Kitazawa stood and said, for now, I'll take Karen to train her chakra control. The difficulty of sealing technique was even greater than medical ninjutsu, and chakra control was especially important. However, in the original work, Karen had already demonstrated her talent for sealing techniques. Kitazawa didn't need to worry about her ability, he only needed to start her training. The two arrived at the Ninja Academy. For chakra control, the classic methods were tree climbing and water walking. After Kitazawa explained for 10 minutes, Karen began her tree climbing practice. She quickly grasped the technique and managed to climb halfway up a tree in no time. Just then, 3 lines of text appeared before Kitazawa's eyes. Current mission: lead your ninja squad to complete 90 D-rank missions within 1 month and make a name for yourselves. Mission reward: lightning release, Chidori. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, a little surprised, but it made sense. With Yakushi Kabuto, Abirame Torian, and Uchiha Izumi, each powerful and supported by Shadow Clone, completing the mission early was natural. Kitazawa stood still, receiving the lightning release, Chidori infused by the system. Moments later, he had completely mastered the technique. The only drawback of lightning release, Chidori, was that it required the Sharingan. Its speed was too fast, and without the Sharingan, even the user would find it hard to control. Chidori fully exploited lightning release's speed characteristic, designed as a surprise attack ninjutsu. In the official novel, Kakashi, without his Sharingan, had to create lightning release, purple electricity as a replacement. It was worth noting that Kakashi originally developed Chidori because he could not learn lightning release, Rasengan. From an attack perspective, both Chidori and Rasengan were indeed similar, neither could be thrown, and both required close-range activation. Teacher Kitazawa. A few minutes later, Yakushi Kabuto, Abirame Torian, and Uchiha Izumi arrived at the training ground. They had rushed over after submitting their final D-rank mission at the Hokage Mission Hall. You've worked hard. You won't have to do D-rank missions anymore, Kitazawa told them. Your ninja squad has already gained some reputation in Konoha Village, but it's not enough. Current mission: choose a high-level mission that can expand your team's reputation. Mission reward: Compound Ninjutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Jutsu. Do you accept? Kitazawa's eyes immediately caught on the reward. Compound Ninjutsu, also known as Combination Ninjutsu, combined different techniques to unleash even greater power. In the original work, the 5th Mizukage Terumi and the 4th Raikage had used Compound Ninjutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Jutsu. Its strength surpassed that of the standard Water Dragon Jutsu, and it carried the paralyzing effect of lightning. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 189, Sealing Jutsu Mission. From Kitazawa's perspective, Compound Ninjutsu seemed like a substitute for a bloodline limit. Bloodline limits were divided into 2 types. One type came from an organ mutation, such as the Sharingan and Byakugan. The other was formed through the fusion of chakra nature transformations. For example, wind release plus water release could merge into ice release. Compound Ninjutsu was also a combination of 2 or more elemental ninjutsu. But obviously, the combination was far less powerful than true fusion. Kitazawa remembered that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the one who had used Compound Ninjutsu most frequently in the original work. His trump card was the 5 elements Great Bullet technique. It used 5 different elemental ninjutsu: fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind, attacking the enemy simultaneously, capable of devastating effects. Kitazawa felt he could also learn the 5 elements Great Bullet technique. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could become Tsunade's student. Kitazawa snapped back to reality and fell into deep thought once again. He found this mission a bit subtle. It was a high-level mission to boost the team's reputation. According to Konoha's standards, missions ranked B and above were considered high-level. But high-level missions themselves weren't the main point was boosting the team's reputation. Did they have to take down a Jonin? However, outside of wartime, missions involving Jonin were not easy to find. Most of them were infiltration tasks into enemy villages. But such missions were far too dangerous for his squad. After all, within enemy territory, a slight misstep could lead to being surrounded. It would be best if they could find a lone Jonin. Tomorrow, you all come to the Ninja Academy to find me, and we'll go to the mission hall together to accept a high-level mission, Kitazawa said after some thought. Understood, Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto and the other 2 didn't linger and turned to leave. Kitazawa glanced at the students still training. After confirming there were no issues, he headed toward the uninhabited death forest outside the village. Lightning release, Chidori. After forming hand signs, Kitazawa extended his right hand. A piercing thunderous sound erupted, as though 1,000 birds were chirping. Lightning flashed, instantly enveloping his hand. Kitazawa activated his two-tomo Sharingan and rushed forward at incredible speed. The next instant, he appeared before a distant tree. As the lightning release, Chidori struck, the tree trunk violently shook, splitting open with deep cracks. The fractures spread like a spiderweb, leaving scorched marks wherever they went. Kitazawa withdrew his hand, studying the pierced trunk, and nodded slightly. Lightning release, Chidori had two defining traits, speed and piercing power. Of course, it also carried the paralyzing effect of electricity. Rasengan, being pure chakra without elemental affinity, lacked these qualities. However, its raw destructive force was greater. Still, the two techniques were quite similar. Against a ninja's body, which typically had strong offense but weak defense, a direct hit from either Rasengan or Chidori would mean death or severe injury. After testing Chidori, Kitazawa returned to the Ninja Academy's artificial lake to practice water release, instant water. As the sun set, evening arrived. Today's training ends here. Everyone, go home and rest, Kitazawa said, clapping his hands. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto, Kiba, and the others called out cheerfully before heading off. Kitazawa subconsciously glanced at them. Today, they were all leaving together, even Hinata, Ino, and Karen. He withdrew his gaze, paying it no mind, and left the academy. At the school gate, he raised an eyebrow. He felt someone observing him. Kitazawa only smiled faintly and continued walking toward Kurenai's house. A moment later, Shikamaru's head popped up from a nearby wall. He glanced in the direction Kitazawa had gone and said, "Kitazawa-sensei is gone." The next second, the wall shook, and Akimichi Choji emerged. "Get down." Shikamaru's expression shifted slightly. "This wall is going to collapse." "Oh." Choji landed back on his feet. "Shikamaru." Naruto's voice rang out. "We're over here. We're coming now." Shikamaru leaped down and said, "Let's go, Choji." The two had not participated in the winter break special training, so they had been waiting at the gate beforehand. When they saw Kitazawa, they were startled, but fortunately, he hadn't noticed them. "Shikamaru," Naruto said with a hint of regret, "it's a shame you didn't join our special training. We all got new training now." "No shame, no shame." Shikamaru quickly shook his head. "Please, don't ever mention me in front of Kitazawa-sensei." He had only managed to secure this winter break by ranking in the top 10 during exams. He wouldn't give up that freedom for any special training, not even if it killed him. "You might escape this winter break, but you won't escape next semester," Ino said with a teasing smile. "Next semester's problems can wait until next semester," Shikamaru replied with a resigned look. "Besides, I can practice release chakra transformation at home too." "You're right, but my training isn't just release practice anymore." Ino crossed her arms, chin lifted in confidence. "Next semester, you definitely won't be my opponent." Shikamaru paused. Over the past 2 semesters, they had sparred many times. Overall, it had been a 6-4 split in his favor. He had a 60% chance of winning. That was only because the Nara clan's secret techniques were more suitable for solo combat than the Yamanaka clan's. What kind of new training had made her so confident? Shikamaru's curiosity flickered but was quickly suppressed. For him, enjoying winter break was the top priority. Even if Ino beat him up later, that would be his future self's problem, not his current one. "Is everyone here?" Kiba interrupted their conversation, asking. "Sasuke and Sakura aren't here yet," Karen said, glancing left and right. "I've already informed them," Shikamaru paused, then added, "they should be here soon." Sasuke hadn't started his special training yet, so he was at home today. Sakura's training remained the same, she was still interning at Konoha Hospital while learning medical ninjutsu. "There are 3 more people who haven't been notified," Shino Aburame said, adjusting his glasses. Kabuto-senpai, Izumi-senpai, and Toryun. The 3 of them had formed a ninja team and become Kitazawa's students, so they were also considered part of the group. "My bad, I forgot to call them," Naruto said, scratching his head. "It's fine. You all wait here a moment, I'll go find them," Shino Aburame volunteered. "Ino." Sakura's excited voice rang out. Ino instinctively turned and immediately understood why she was so happy. Because beside Sakura stood Sasuke, hands in his pockets. They must have run into each other on the way. "What's the plan for today?" Sakura asked curiously. "Haven't we already decided on the birthday present?" "We're going to the commercial street together to buy a gift," Ino replied. "After buying it, we'll decide how to present it to Kitazawa-sensei." "Can't we just give it to Kitazawa-sensei on his birthday?" Sakura asked, confused. "That's true, but we should try to keep it a secret to give him the biggest surprise," Ino said after a pause. "We'll discuss the details once everyone arrives." Not long after, Shino and Kabuto appeared. "Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone." Kabuto followed with a gentle smile. I imagine you haven't had dinner yet, so I brought some snacks for you. Thank you, Kabuto-senpai. Naruto happily accepted the takoyaki. It's nothing, just a little money, Kabuto said as he handed them out. So, shall we head to the commercial street now? Shikamaru stroked his chin. He felt Kabuto had instantly become the backbone of the group. But that was fine, he was older and more experienced, and following him would save time. I learned a bit about the commercial street while on a mission earlier, Kabuto explained as they walked. There are 2 really good gift shops there, quality items, inexpensive, and with a wide variety. Uchiha Izumi and Aburame Torian exchanged a glance. When did that happen? Why didn't they know? And did he really have time to study the shops while on a mission? Kabuto-senpai, were the missions you did the same as the official ninja missions? Naruto asked, more interested in the topic of missions. Yes, Kabuto said with a smile. The kind of missions that earn money, accepted through the mission hall. Did you encounter any really strong enemies? Naruto asked excitedly. Kiba, Karen, and the others also turned to look at Kabuto. They were all curious about what true ninja life was like. That depends on the mission rank, Kabuto explained, and then described the 5 ranks of missions. Is that so? Naruto scratched his head. I thought we'd be able to do high-level missions as soon as we graduated. How could Genin handle high-level missions right from the start? Kabuto chuckled softly. According to Konoha's rules, everyone begins with D-rank missions. Is there any way to take on higher-level missions earlier? Naruto pressed impatiently. If your strength is exceptional, you might be able to break the rules, Kabuto said after a moment of thought. Great. Naruto declared with fiery determination. I'm going to work hard and become strong enough to take on high-level missions as soon as I graduate. We're here, Kabuto said, stopping in front of a store. Let's go into this gift shop first. Let's go. Naruto charged forward. Wait. Kid, you can't go in. Suddenly, a middle-aged man blocked Naruto's path, a look of disgust on his face. Naruto froze. Having spent so much time with Sasuke and the others, he had forgotten that the villagers still ostracized him. Why can't he go in? Kabuto stepped forward, shielding Naruto. His voice was calm but firm. What sense does it make to block a customer? I'm the owner. I have the right not to sell, the man snapped. Go on, get out, before I throw you out. Kabuto-senpai, Naruto tugged at Kabuto's sleeve. Sasuke, turn around, Kabuto said quietly, taking a deep breath. Sasuke glanced at him but didn't ask questions. He simply turned, revealing the Uchiha crest on his back. He's the second young master of the Uchiha clan, Kabuto reminded the man. You're threatening me. The shopkeeper trembled at the sight of the Uchiha crest. The Uchiha clan managed Konoha's military police force. They were rigid and unyielding in enforcing rules, which made the villagers resent them but also fear them deeply. This isn't a threat, Kabuto said evenly. When you open a shop, you must welcome customers. Insulting one instead? By the rules, I could notify the military police. That's right. Sasuke added coldly. I can have them here right now. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Cold sweat ran down the man's forehead. Esteemed guests, please, come in. That's it. Kabuto raised an eyebrow. I'll give you a discount, the shopkeeper said desperately. Everything is 30% off. Let's go in, Kabuto said, waving the group forward. Sasuke's eyes widened. Was the Uchiha name really that effective? In that instant, he truly felt the weight and prestige of the Uchiha clan. He walked into the gift shop with his head held high, chest puffed out, his steps radiating arrogance. Kabuto-senpai, you're amazing. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Kiba chimed in. Just a few words and the owner gave us a discount. It's not me who's amazing, it's the Uchiha, Kabuto said with a calm smile. After all, it's the Uchiha. Sakura added with a wide grin. In this Konoha village, who doesn't know the Uchiha? At her words, Sasuke's lips curved upward ever so slightly. Ahem, Shikamaru interrupted, let's start buying gifts. He had watched the entire scene and silently acknowledged Kabuto's skill. The way he used indirect pressure to turn the situation around was impressive. Everyone immediately began browsing through the shop. Some didn't, like Hinata and Sasuke, because the birthday gifts they wanted to prepare were special. Time quickly advanced to the next morning. Kitazawa heard a knock on his door early in the day. When he opened it, he found Rina Uzumaki standing there. Kitazawa-sensei, Rina said, taking out a scroll, Lady Tsunade asked me to give this to you. Kitazawa unrolled the scroll and scanned through it. His heart leapt with joy. It was a sealing technique scroll, containing 3 basic techniques he had yet to learn: string light formation, finger carving seal, and binding jutsu. Current mission: learn 3 sealing techniques within the winter break. Mission reward: evil sealing method. Accept. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. An unexpected reward: the evil sealing method. It was a rank above the 3 basic techniques Tsunade provided, classified as B rank. Its effect was to seal the target's chakra flow using a cursed seal formula. In the original work, Kakashi used this technique to suppress the cursed seal of heaven placed on Sasuke. There's another scroll, Rina. Uzumaki continued, pulling out a second one. Lady Tsunade said to give this to Hokage-sama. Kitazawa opened it, and froze in shock. Because written inside was the emotion displacement ninjutsu. Tsunade had classified it as A rank. Its effect was simple yet profound, to instantly swap the emotions of a target, replacing excitement with sorrow, or sorrow with rage, and so on. She had named it the emotion displacement technique. At its core, it was a in-release secret art. Kitazawa's mind stirred. This ninjutsu could prove invaluable in battle. It could disrupt an opponent brimming with killing intent, throwing them into emotional chaos for a brief moment and robbing them of initiative. However, landing it would be difficult. Much like the Yamanaka clan's techniques, accuracy and timing were everything. Did Lady Tsunade say anything else? Kitazawa asked, carefully rolling up the scroll. She said to meet her every Saturday and Sunday, starting next week, Rina replied after hesitating for 2 seconds. But don't look for her at other times, she'll be at the casino. As expected of Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa shook his head with a faint smile. I understand. Thank you for coming all this way, Mrs. Rina. At last, Tsunade's hemophobia treatment was scheduled to begin. Coincidentally, this period would also be perfect for Yakumo Kurama to study the emotion displacement technique. After breakfast, Kitazawa made his way to the Uchiha compound. Sasuke and Uchiha Mikoto were already waiting. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi, however, were not present. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei, Mikoto said softly, her expression gentle. Goodbye, Mom, Sasuke greeted her before quickly following after Kitazawa. Kitazawa-sensei, what's the name of the ninjutsu we're going to learn? Lightning release, Chidori, Kitazawa answered. Huh? Sasuke froze in surprise. Kitazawa-sensei, I can't use lightning release. But you have an aptitude for it, Kitazawa replied, producing a chakra paper. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. I actually have a lightning nature. Sasuke muttered in disbelief after channeling chakra into the paper. The two soon arrived at the Ninja Academy. Kitazawa, a voice called from the entrance. It was Kakashi, now wearing his classic Jonin vest. Sasuke, let me introduce you, Kitazawa said, stepping forward. This is Kakashi. He's our class's new ninjutsu teacher. Sasuke blinked, startled. A new teacher? But why did that name sound so familiar? He wants to test your strength, Kitazawa explained. If you don't pass my test, you're not qualified to be my student, Kakashi said flatly, his lone eye sharp and unreadable. Sasuke felt a flicker of recognition. A kindred spirit. But it was quickly replaced with irritation. He was a Uchiha, ranked 3rd in practical combat across the entire academy. How could he possibly not be qualified? A mere academy teacher was being far too arrogant. I think so too, Sasuke said coolly. The implication was clear, if Kakashi couldn't pass his standards, he wasn't qualified to be Sasuke's teacher either. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, faint amusement flickering in his gaze. This one certainly had personality. For a moment, he was reminded of his old teammate, Uchiha Obito, who carried the same confidence. Kitazawa glanced up at the sky. The day was bright and clear, perfect for what was to come. Chapter 190, Mission, Support Asuma. The spar begins. Kitazawa voluntarily acted as the referee. Fire release, great fireball technique. Seeing Kakashi stand still, Sasuke didn't hesitate. He leaned back and exhaled a massive fireball. Waves of heat radiated outward, the fireball glowing like a miniature sun as it roared forward at terrifying speed. Earth release, earth wall. Kakashi calmly formed hand seals. Before the fireball could reach him, an earthen wall carved with 3 dog heads rose from the ground. With a deafening bang, the blazing sphere smashed into the wall, shattering into fragments of flame. Shadow clone technique. Realizing that fire release alone was ineffective, Sasuke immediately created 2 shadow clones. Konoha whirlwind. The clones rushed at Kakashi from both sides, their movements sharp and coordinated. But Kakashi, recognizing the familiar taijutsu, simply lifted his leg and unleashed a flurry of precise kicks. In an instant, both clones were destroyed. Sasuke's pupils trembled violently. Just a single kick had been enough to disperse both of them. Genjutsu, unknown fire. he quickly formed another set of seals. His two-tomo Sharingan pulsed, releasing an invisible wave toward Kakashi. Kakashi ignored it completely. Using the body flicker technique, he reappeared right in front of Sasuke and threw a clean, expressionless punch. Sasuke instinctively raised his arms to block, but the next second, an overwhelming force surged through. His arms went numb, and his body was hurled backward uncontrollably. Kitazawa appeared behind him, catching him gently and lowering him to the ground. "Still want to fight?" Kakashi asked, his tone calm. Sasuke looked up at him, dazed and shaken. Though the exchange had been brief, he had been utterly suppressed. His resistance had been meaningless from start to finish. Even his specialty, genjutsu, had proven useless. And Kakashi hadn't even shown his true strength. He had only used Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall and the body flicker technique. "Kakashi, has Sasuke passed the test?" Kitazawa chuckled. "Half of it," Kakashi replied casually. "The other half depends on whether he has an affinity for lightning release." "I definitely do." Sasuke blurted instinctively, though his tone lacked its usual confidence. "Then start with lightning release, chakra nature transformation," Kakashi instructed. "Kakashi, I'll leave Sasuke in your care. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be going." Kitazawa patted Sasuke's shoulder with a smile. He planned to return later to observe when Kakashi began teaching Chidori. At the Ninja Academy training ground, Naruto, Ino Yamanaka, and Hinata were already deep into training. Kitazawa scanned the area and then created two shadow clones. Teacher Kitazawa, Kabuto, Abirame Torian, and Uchiha Izumi, who had been waiting, walked up. Kitazawa gave orders. One clone stayed behind at the training ground, while the other headed to the artificial lake. "Let's go to the mission hall," Kitazawa said, leading his squad toward the Hokage building. "Teacher Kitazawa, what rank of mission are we taking this time?" Kabuto adjusted his glasses. "B rank or A rank," Kitazawa replied casually, scanning the mission board. Although his squad was strong, they were still far from Jonin level. Kabuto and Abirame Torian were closer to special Jonin at best, while Uchiha Izumi, with only her one Tomo Sharingan, was still just an elite genin. In the original timeline, Izumi had awakened her 3 Tomo Sharingan during the Uchiha clan downfall. But with the clan's future uncertain now, that growth might never occur. Still, they were young, and their rise to Jonin was only a matter of time. After searching for a while, Kitazawa frowned. As expected, there were no missions involving isolated Jonin. "Teacher Kitazawa," Kabuto raised his hand, pointing, "what about this one?" It was a B-rank mission, to eliminate a band of rogue ninja who had seized a mine in the Land of Iron. They had no Jonin among them, but there were 5 Chunin. It was, indeed, a perfect choice. In terms of difficulty, it was well suited for their first high-level mission. But Kitazawa quickly noticed, it didn't meet the system's requirements. Meaning it wouldn't help boost their squad's reputation. He let out a quiet hum. He had overlooked someone, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Missions came in 2 types: 1, those posted on the mission hall board by daimyo, nobles, or merchants. 2, those directly issued by the Hokage. "You all wait here," Kitazawa said, turning away. "I'll speak with Hokage-sama directly." He had planned to see Hiruzen anyway. After all, Tsunade's newly developed ninjutsu needed to be reported. "Kitazawa, perfect timing," Hiruzen said with a smile as Kitazawa entered. "I was just about to send Haru to inform you, Kosuka has agreed to become the teacher for the genius class." "Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your assistance," Kitazawa responded quickly. "It's all for Konoha." "No need for thanks," Hiruzen replied indifferently. "Hokage-sama," Kitazawa said, producing a scroll, "this is Lady Tsunade's latest psychological medical ninjutsu." "Oh?" Hiruzen asked, genuinely surprised. "Why didn't Tsunade deliver it herself?" "She's at the casino," Kitazawa answered, expression unchanging. In reality, he could already guess Tsunade's reason for avoiding Hiruzen. Most likely, it was due to the arrangements Hiruzen had made after the student council's practical selection, which left her dissatisfied. "She's still the same." Hiruzen didn't dwell on it and opened the scroll. After finishing it, he fell into thought. This emotion displacement technique was far more useful than he had expected. His thoughts aligned with Kitazawa's, its applications extended to both psychological treatment and combat. An A-rank ninjutsu holds tremendous value. After a moment of consideration, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "This time, I'll grant you 2 million ryo." "Thank you, Hokage-sama," Kitazawa immediately responded. "Tsunade's share of the money, you can pass on to her." Sarutobi Hiruzen stored the scroll away as he spoke. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Kitazawa paused, then said, "There is something else I'd like to request your assistance with." "What is it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe, taking a puff with a satisfied expression. My ninja squad has carried out many D-rank missions this past month, and the team members have grown very close to the villagers, Kitazawa spoke with a troubled look. My next plan is to take on a suitable high-level mission, but I haven't been able to find one. Not just many, you've completed 90 D-rank missions in less than a month. Your squad is truly remarkable, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with satisfaction. And you've done them exceptionally well, countless villagers have given glowing feedback about you. It's all thanks to my 3 team members. Kitazawa shook his head humbly. Your squad does indeed have the strength for high-level missions. Hiruzen tapped his pipe thoughtfully and asked, I also have several here. Do you have any specific requirements? For an ordinary ninja, he would never be this accommodating. But Kitazawa was Tsunade's disciple, his own grand disciple by extension. Moreover, Kitazawa was upright and outstanding, something Hiruzen greatly appreciated. Granting him preferential treatment was natural. Preferably a mission that involves a jonin, Kitazawa mused, but my 3 team members aren't that strong yet, so it can't be overly dangerous. Your request is a difficult one. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly chuckled, then said, but in fact, there is one. There really was. Kitazawa quickly expressed his gratitude. This is my private mission, Hiruzen said, his tone turning serious. Kitazawa was momentarily stunned. A private mission. His first thought was something trivial, like catching an adulterer. But Hiruzen's wife, Biwako Sarutobi, had already been killed by Uchiha Obito during the Ninetales attack. It concerns Asuma, Hiruzen sighed. He has always been rebellious, unwilling to remain in Konoha. He left for the Land of Fire and became one of the guardian shinobi. At the mention of Sarutobi Asuma, Kitazawa's expression grew subtle. Did Hiruzen truly not know about his relationship with Kunai? Logically, he should have noticed. The two had never particularly gone out of their way to hide it. I recently received intelligence that there are problems within the guardian shinobi. They've split into 2 factions. Hiruzen's expression turned grave. One faction is led by Asuma, the other by Kazuma. The 2 sides have already engaged in multiple fierce battles. Kitazawa's mind stirred as he recalled the events from the original work. Though only briefly mentioned, it was true. In short, Kazuma believed the Land of Fire should be ruled solely by the daimyo, with no Hokage, placing all power in the daimyo's hands. Naturally, this ideology was opposed by Asuma and others, leading to a violent schism between the factions. The result? Kazuma's side suffered heavy losses, and the guardian shinobi were ultimately disbanded. Asuma returned to Konoha and became the squad leader of Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. Hokage-sama, are you asking me to go to the Land of Fire to assist Asuma? Kitazawa asked. This matter involves the daimyo, which makes it highly sensitive. I hadn't planned to send anyone, Hiruzen admitted, then nodded. But you are one of the few suitable candidates, because your teacher is Tsunade. Kitazawa understood after a moment's thought. The guardian shinobi were the daimyo's personal guards. Kazuma's ideology directly benefited the daimyo. It was very likely he had the daimyo's tacit support. But Hiruzen, of course, wanted Asuma to prevail, not only because he represented the pro-Hokage faction, but also because he was his own son. Still, as he said, this was a sensitive affair. If Konoha intervened openly, it would certainly draw the daimyo's displeasure. Kitazawa, however, was Tsunade's student. And Tsunade was closely acquainted with the daimyo's family, one could even say she had deep ties with them. That being said, your going cannot be officially called my mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment, then said, you'll simply say you happened to be passing through, remembered Asuma, and went to visit an old classmate. Kitazawa suddenly realized. Besides being Tsunade's disciple, he also carried the identity of Sarutobi Asuma's former classmate. In that case, even if the daimyo harbored suspicions, there would be no proof. It had to be said, when it came to subtle maneuvering, Hiruzen was truly an old fox. I understand, Hokage-sama, Kitazawa replied in a steady tone. Then our squad will take on this mission. Dangerous? Yes. But it remained within acceptable limits. There were 12 guardian shinobi in total. Of them, only Kazuma, Sarutobi Asuma, and Chirika possessed jonin-level strength. And besides, the outcome was already predetermined in the original story, Kazuma and his group were destined to lose. Kitazawa and his ninja squad just needed to go and blend in. Of course, considering the system's mission requirements, he could look for an opportunity to eliminate Kazuma and his group. After all, the guardian shinobi had quite a reputation. This mission is designated as S-rank, with a reward of 1 million ryo, Sarutobi Hiruzen said after a moment's thought. Involving 12 special jonin and jonin, and being related to the Land of Fire's daimyo, designating it as S-rank was quite reasonable. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa paused and asked, should I depart after the jonin meeting? You may, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied with a smile. You don't need to worry too much. From what I know, Asuma and his group currently have the upper hand. If it were too dangerous, he would never have sent Kitazawa and his squad. If something truly went wrong, Tsunade would tear down the Hokage building herself. After discussing the matter, Kitazawa left the Hokage's office. Hiruzen watched his retreating figure, then picked up his pipe and took another puff. He naturally knew that Kitazawa and Kunai were very close. He also knew that Sarutobi Asuma had been pursuing Kunai, but young people in love should be left to fair competition. Furthermore, with Kitazawa now connected to Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not possibly intervene to help his son. That would be far too undignified. Kitazawa returned to the mission hall. Although supporting Asuma felt a little strange, he saw this as an opportunity. How to put it? Asuma was actually a good man. Kitazawa had no desire to clash with him over Kunai. It wouldn't be difficult to make him give up, after all, he had already won Kunai's heart. All he needed to do was display his true strength. The ninja world ultimately respected power. If he were strong enough, then Asuma, no matter how unwilling, would have no choice but to admit defeat. Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto and the other two quickly came forward to greet him. Let's go back, Kitazawa said with a smile. I just accepted an S-rank mission from Hokage-sama. Kabuto and the others immediately showed surprise upon hearing this. Although their strength was decent, an S-rank mission still felt far too early for them. What exactly is the mission? Kabuto asked. His instincts as an intelligence operative kicked in, and he was already analyzing. Since the third Hokage entrusted this mission to them, it meant he believed they could complete it. The difficulty of this S-rank mission might not be as severe as it sounded. I'll tell you when we reach the capital of the Land of Fire, Kitazawa replied, glancing at him. You'll be responsible for gathering information then. All right. Kabuto raised an eyebrow, understanding at once. This was Kitazawa's way of testing them. But intelligence gathering was his forte. Still, what kind of S-rank mission awaited them in the Land of Fire's capital? Could it be tied to the daimyo? Go back and prepare well. We depart next Monday. Kitazawa reminded them, this mission will likely keep us busy for a long time, so prepare for about half a month. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei, the three replied in unison. See you next Monday. Kitazawa parted ways with them at the entrance of the Hokage building. Kitazawa. Kunai heard the door open and instinctively turned toward it. When she saw that it was indeed Kitazawa, a look of surprise lit up her face. Why are you back at this time? She asked while practicing the four limbs waiting seal. Although it was vacation, because of the winter break special training, Kitazawa usually only returned home around 5 or 6 in the evening. Now it wasn't even 10 in the morning. I just accepted an S-rank mission from Hokage-sama. Kitazawa walked forward, his gaze lingering on her graceful figure, and spoke with a smile. Kunai was wearing a silk nightgown. It was thin and clung lightly to her body, accentuating her elegant curves. Why is it an S-rank mission? Kunai asked sharply, her gaze tightening. It's a mission to support Sarutobi Asuma. Kitazawa briefly explained the mission's contents to her. This mission sounds dangerous. I'll go with you, Kunai said without hesitation. Kitazawa paused, then brought up his previous thought. I'll follow your lead, Kunai said softly, already understanding his meaning. Displaying overwhelming strength to make Asuma retreat was undoubtedly the best method. After all, she didn't want to become complete enemies with him. They were classmates, after all. We'll depart next Monday, Kitazawa said as he stepped forward, slipping his arm around her waist. Next Monday. The timing is just right. Kunai's lips curved into a smile. We can celebrate your birthday before we go. You mentioning it made me realize, Sunday is the 21st. Kitazawa leaned down and kissed her delicate profile. Thank you. He had never cared much about birthdays. He was a lone wolf by nature. But this year, with Kunai at his side, it would be far livelier than all the years before. What gift do you want? Kunai asked, kissing him back. Who asks directly like that? Kitazawa teased, patting her softly. Are you trying to be lazy? I just don't want to waste anything. Kunai shot him a sidelong glance. Fine, I'll take a small loss and give you the gift you want most. The gift I want most? Kitazawa asked in confusion. What is it? How come I don't know? To be fair, he lacked nothing now. Kunai had already given him everything she could. It's a secret. Kunai licked her lips playfully and whispered, you'll find out then. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 191, Jonin Meeting, Sudden Promotion. Kakashi-sensei, see you tomorrow. Sasuke greeted Kakashi and then left the Ninja Academy. As a Uchiha, though arrogant, he understood how to respect the strong. Kakashi had displayed formidable strength, thus earning his recognition. Kakashi, the name sounds familiar, and his appearance is quite unique. Big brother might know him. Sasuke thought to himself as he returned to the Uchiha clan's compound. He opened the door, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Big brother. Sasuke quickly took off his shoes and ran over. What did Kitazawa-sensei teach you during today's winter break special training? Uchiha Itachi reached out, patted his brother's head, and asked with a smile. It wasn't Kitazawa-sensei, it was a new teacher named Kakashi. Sasuke tilted his head. Big brother, do you know him? He wears a mask, and only one eye is visible. How could it be Kakashi-senpai? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but be surprised. Big brother senpai. Sasuke's eyes brightened with understanding. No wonder he's so powerful. Kakashi-senpai really went to the Ninja Academy to be a teacher. Itachi suddenly remembered what Kitazawa had mentioned. Yes. Sasuke nodded. Kitazawa-sensei said so. Although I don't know what Kakashi-senpai is thinking, it's your luck that he can teach you, Itachi warned. You must be obedient when you're with him, he's very strict. I know. Sasuke had already experienced Kakashi's strictness today. What is Kakashi-senpai teaching you? Genjutsu or fire release? Itachi asked curiously. He also knows Genjutsu and fire release. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. Adding lightning release and earth release, doesn't that mean he knows 4 types of ninjutsu? Not just 4 types. He knows 7 types of ninjutsu, Itachi said with a faint smile. He's a famous super genius in Konoha, becoming a jonin at just 12 years old. 12 years old. Sasuke's jaw dropped. Wasn't that right after graduating from the academy? That's why he's called a super genius. Itachi gently tapped Sasuke's forehead with his finger. In short, he's more than qualified to be your teacher. There was one more thing Itachi didn't say, that Kakashi was the only non-Uchiha ninja to possess the Sharingan. But that matter involved Uchiha Obito and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. For Sasuke, it was too early. It would be best if Kakashi told him personally. I understand. Sasuke's spirits lifted. With the guidance of a super genius like Kakashi, his strength would surely advance by leaps and bounds. By next semester, he might even be able to defeat Naruto and Yakumo. You still haven't told me what Kakashi-senpai taught you, Itachi reminded him. It's lightning release. Sasuke grinned. I just learned today that I have both lightning and fire attributes. Lightning release. Itachi was surprised once again. To be fair, he felt it wasn't quite appropriate. Sasuke was still too young. Genjutsu and fire release were already enough to occupy his training. Adding lightning release, did he really have the energy for it? Itachi pondered for a moment, then chose to trust in Kitazawa and Kakashi. Neither would intentionally harm Sasuke. I'm home. Uchiha Fugaku's steady voice sounded from the doorway. Dad. Sasuke immediately went to greet him. What are you two talking about? Fugaku asked, glancing at Itachi. I have a new teacher today. Sasuke said excitedly. Dad, you'll never guess who it is. Who is it? Fugaku asked casually. In his mind, besides Kitazawa, all academy teachers were just Chunin, not worth paying attention to. Kakashi. Sasuke said proudly. Who did you say? Fugaku suddenly froze, his tone sharp. Kakashi, Sasuke repeated. Big brother says he's a super genius. You became his student. Fugaku's gaze sharpened, and he asked quickly. Yes. Sasuke tilted his head, confused by his father's expression. What's wrong? Kakashi-senpai left the Umbu today and became a teacher at the academy, Itachi explained, realizing Fugaku had misunderstood. Is that so? Fugaku secretly regretted his reaction. Kakashi was the student of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. If Sasuke became his student, it would mean joining the Hokage lineage. And shinobi of the Hokage lineage had another title, Hokage candidates. Of course, age was a factor. Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, and Udatain Koharu were also of the Hokage lineage, but they were too old to be considered. The current Hokage candidates were Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi. Although Kakashi had the lowest popularity, he was indeed qualified to compete for the title. Kakashi's strength is good. You should build a strong relationship with him, Fugaku instructed. Undoubtedly, this was a good thing. Sasuke now had another excellent teacher. Whether it was Kitazawa or Kakashi, as long as it succeeded, it would benefit him. Of course, Fugaku leaned more toward Kitazawa. After all, Kitazawa's teacher was Tsunade, and her becoming the 5th Hokage was already nearly certain. Kakashi's teacher, Minato Namikaze, was gone, and a dead Hokage held little influence. Itachi could easily guess what his father was thinking. Still, this was a matter that could help ease relations between the Uchiha clan and the village. For now, Danzo had ceased his activities after Root's heavy losses. The Uchiha clan, too, had grown more peaceful under Fugaku's warning and Tsunade's forceful suppression of Danzo multiple times. This was a situation Itachi had never thought possible, yet here it was. Itachi, come to my room. I have something to ask you, Fugaku said, patting Sasuke's head before entering. I'll be back soon. Itachi smiled at Sasuke and followed his father inside. I just received news from the Umbu that a Jonin meeting will be held on Sunday morning. Uchiha Fugaku asked directly, the Jonin meeting hasn't been held for almost a year, do you know what it's about? He had Itachi join the Umbu precisely to act as a spy, to know the movements of Konoha's high-ranking officials. And every time a Jonin meeting was held, it meant something big was happening. I don't know the specific reason. Uchiha Itachi paused and said, perhaps it's related to Kitazawa. Kitazawa has been in and out of the Hokage office most frequently these past few days. Are they going to announce the news of Kitazawa becoming Tsunade's student? Uchiha Fugaku asked thoughtfully. It's possible. Uchiha Itachi nodded. The time came on Sunday, the first week of winter break was also coming to an end. At the Ninja Academy training ground. Normally, Naruto and the others would arrive at 8 o'clock, but today they arrived half an hour early. In addition, Yakushi Kabuto, Shikamaru, and others who were not participating in the special training were all present. Kitazawa-sensei asked me to inform you. Karen spoke first, he has a Jonin meeting this morning, so he wants us to train on our own. Then, should we invite Kitazawa-sensei to eat at noon or in the evening? Naruto scratched his head and asked. It's best to set it for noon. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, in the evening, Kitazawa-sensei will definitely be eating with Lady Tsunade and them. Karen nodded. My mom also told me to go home for dinner in the evening. But we don't know when the Jonin meeting will end. Ino frowned. What if we miss lunch? I did some research, and on average, Jonin meetings last about 3 hours. Kabuto smiled gently and speculated, there hasn't been anything major happening in Konoha village lately, so I don't think it will last 3 hours. You even researched that? Shikamaru's eyes widened. I had nothing to do yesterday, Kabuto said casually. Then let's set it for noon. Naruto clenched his fists, as if preparing for a battle. Let's go to the barbecue restaurant early and get ready. Hinata, have you reserved a private room? Shikamaru looked at Hinata. I've booked the barbecue restaurant we went to last time with Kitazawa-sensei. No one will disturb us today. Hinata nodded softly. Ah. Shikamaru and the others exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Hinata blinked, confused. You're so rich. Sakura said, her face full of envy. How did you convince your dad to give you so much money? Ino asked curiously. He gave it to me voluntarily. Hinata tilted her head. I didn't ask him for it. Currently, Tsunade was at the height of her power, just one step away from becoming the 5th Hokage. Kitazawa had a close relationship with her, so Hyuga Hayashi was very generous in investing in him. Ino was speechless. Same village, different dads, different treatment. Although her dad also gave her money, he wouldn't give that much. Who's going to call Kitazawa-sensei? Shino reminded, this task is the most difficult, we can't let Kitazawa-sensei discover the problem. I'll go. Kabuto volunteered. Kabuto-senpai will handle it, no problem. Naruto immediately agreed. He was still deeply impressed by how Kabuto had used the Uchiha clan's prestige to teach that gift shop owner a lesson last time. Indeed. Shikamaru echoed. Sasuke, Neji, and the others also nodded in agreement. All right then. Kabuto clapped his hands. Everyone, continue training. The time came to 8 o'clock. Although it was Sunday, the Hokage building was unusually lively due to the Jonin meeting. Is Tsunade not coming? Sarutobi Hiruzen said after listening to Umbu Ninja Hair's report. Never mind, it doesn't matter if she doesn't come. Just then, another Umbu Ninja walked in. Hokage-sama. The Umbu bowed slightly. Danzo-sama will arrive shortly. What a bother. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately felt a headache coming on. Hiruzen. Danzo's voice arrived before he did. Why wasn't I informed of this Jonin meeting? I didn't inform you because I hoped you would calm down and reorganize Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a serious tone. In reality, he didn't want to see Danzo and Tsunade clash again, which was why he hadn't informed him. Root's reorganization is complete. Danzo was very displeased, emphasizing, I'm the Hokage's assistant and the leader of Root, how can a Jonin meeting be without me? When he learned that he hadn't been informed of this Jonin meeting, his heart turned cold. Because in his opinion, this was a sign of his loss of power. Since you want to attend, then attend. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Anyway, Tsunade had already made it clear she wouldn't come, so Danzo's attendance made no difference. Danzo was stunned. He had expected a fierce debate with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it was so easy. Then why hadn't he been informed in the first place? At 8:30 in the morning. Although the Jonin meeting was scheduled for 9, many special Jonin and Jonin had already arrived early. This included Kitazawa. He had originally intended to come later, but Kunai couldn't stand it and kicked him out of the house. After Kitazawa entered the meeting room, he scanned around and found many familiar faces. For example, Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shikaku, and Shibi Aburame, among others. Kitazawa's gaze finally landed on Kakashi and Might Guy. Normally, Umbu special Jonin and Jonin did not need to attend Jonin meetings. After all, their identities were confidential. Moreover, as Umbu, they only needed to obey the Hokage's orders. Kakashi had now left Umbu, so he naturally had to attend. As for Might Guy, unlike his father, Mato Dai, who remained a genin for many years, he had become a jonin early on. Kakashi became a jonin at 12, while Guy achieved it at 16. From this, it could be seen that Might Guy's talent was much higher than Mato Dai's. Kitazawa was about to go over when he heard someone calling him. He instinctively looked over and saw it was Nara Shikaku. To his left and right sat Akimichi Choza and Inoichi Yamanaka. Kitazawa-sensei. Nara Shikaku said with a smile, "If there's no seat, you can sit here." "Thank you." Seeing this, Kitazawa didn't stand on ceremony. The four started chatting. During the conversation, Akimichi Choza also mentioned that Akimichi Choji would undergo special training next semester. Kitazawa naturally welcomed it. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the door to the meeting room opened, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo walked in. The chatting crowd immediately quieted down. Kitazawa subconsciously glanced at Danzo. He was confused as to why it wasn't Tsunade. But he had to admit, Tsunade was impressive. She could even skip a jonin meeting. The next second, Kitazawa felt a cold gaze sweep over him. It was Danzo. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. He was definitely on Danzo's blacklist. No help for it, Tsunade always dragged him along whenever she caused trouble. Fortunately, Kitazawa now holds many positions. Unless absolutely necessary, Danzo wouldn't try to kill him. Today's jonin meeting is mainly to announce two things. Sarutobi Hiruzen said after sitting down. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Besides the genius class, was there anything else? Since its establishment, the Ninja Academy has cultivated many excellent ninjas for Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen said unhurriedly, but over the years, the Ninja Academy has encountered quite a few problems. Everyone understood immediately. This meant a reform of the Ninja Academy. There are two main problems. First, the teacher's skill level is insufficient, and second, genius students aren't receiving special treatment. Hiruzen waved his hand and said, "After discussions between Kitazawa and me, we've put together a plan. Please take a look." Umbu Ninja Hair, next to him, immediately picked up a stack of documents and began distributing them. "Kakashi, you actually went to become a Ninja Academy teacher?" Might Guy asked, surprised, after reading the document. Kakashi said indifferently. "It's a pity my training isn't suitable for most students, otherwise, I would also go to be a Ninja Academy teacher." Might Guy said with great regret. Of course, there was another reason. After becoming a Ninja Academy teacher, he wouldn't have as much time for training. What suited him best was being a squad leader, leading 3 students, and training together. Unlike Might Guy, Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shikaku, and others thought more deeply. Even elite jonin like Kakashi and Kosuke Mariboshi were transferred to be teachers. Sarutobi Hiruzen definitely valued this genius class greatly. Coupled with the fact that it gathered the most talented students, there was no doubt that this genius class would produce a large number of Konoha's future pillars. And these pillars would all be classmates, which was practically a new ninja faction second only to the Hokage lineage. Many jonin at this moment were thinking of having their children enter this genius class. As for some ninja clan leaders, they were considering sending jonin from their clan to teach in the genius class. There was no doubt that a future Hokage might even come from this genius class. If one could be a future Hokage's teacher, the benefits would naturally be immense. Danzo thought a lot but ultimately gave up on all of it. Because he knew that Hiruzen would never let him interfere with the genius class. Aside from staging a farce of, "You will regret it," there would be no result. The second matter. Hiruzen said in a deep voice, "Over the past year, Kitazawa has performed exceptionally well, so starting today, he will serve as the vice principal." Kitazawa looked bewildered. Such a promotion was truly beyond his expectations. The vice principal of the Ninja Academy might seem insignificant, but in reality, he held great power. In terms of status, he could be equivalent to the Umbu commander or the head of the Konoha military police force. In that sense, Kitazawa was already a high-ranking Konoha official. Moreover, the principal of the Ninja Academy was always held by the Hokage. Becoming vice principal undoubtedly made him a trusted confidant of the Hokage. Kitazawa-sensei, congratulations. Narashikaku and others nearby offered their congratulations. Thank you, Kitazawa responded to each of them. Although quite sudden, becoming the vice principal of the Ninja Academy had many benefits, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Chapter 192, Kitazawa's Birthday. The Jonin meeting concluded. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Kitazawa was immediately surrounded. Many Jonin approached him with questions, their tone filled with curiosity and concern. For example, they wanted to know what the conditions were to become a teacher in the genius class. Before this Jonin meeting, being a Ninja Academy teacher was undoubtedly an unappreciated profession, but now, it had suddenly become highly sought after. Kitazawa spent nearly half an hour before he could finally extricate himself from their grasp. Leaving the meeting room, he noticed Kabuto standing not far away. Kabuto, why are you here? Did your team encounter a problem? Kitazawa walked over and asked. No, it's just that the three of us wanted to treat Sensei to lunch. Kabuto smiled gently and said, after all, we'll be leaving Konoha village tomorrow, and we won't be able to eat together for a while. Then let's go. It's already noon anyway. Kitazawa glanced up at the sky and agreed. The meeting had started at 9 in the morning, lasted 2 hours, and afterward, he had been delayed another half hour. By now, it was indeed time for lunch. Normally, he would eat bento with Hinata, Naruto, and the others at the Ninja Academy. But since Kabuto had invited him, he couldn't refuse. Barbecue. Kitazawa followed Kabuto to the barbecue restaurant. But soon, he noticed something unusual. The entire restaurant was empty, eerily quiet. He was a regular here and had come many times before. Business had always been good, it was never this deserted. Kitazawa glanced at Kabuto but chose not to expose him. Kitazawa-sensei, this way please. Kabuto raised his hand politely and added, we reserved a luxury private room. Kitazawa nodded and walked forward until he reached the door of the private room. Under Kabuto's expectant gaze, he pushed it open. Happy birthday, Kitazawa-sensei. A chorus of voices rang out. What greeted Kitazawa's eyes was a giant birthday cake. 22 candles were placed on it, representing his age. Around the cake stood Sasuke, Naruto, Hinata, Neji, Yakumo, Karen, and others, all smiling brightly. Thank you. Kitazawa smiled warmly. Although he had somewhat expected it, he was still very happy to see this scene. His efforts over the past year had not been in vain. Initially, when he began training Naruto and Sasuke, it was indeed for the system rewards. But humans are not plants, how can they be emotionless? After spending so much time together, real feelings naturally grew. Kitazawa-sensei, hurry and blow out the candles. Naruto urged impatiently. Why are you more eager than Choji? Kiba elbowed him teasingly. I'm not doing it for the cake. Naruto snorted, crossing his arms. I just want to know what birthday wish Kitazawa-sensei will make. What nonsense. How can you say your birthday wish out loud? Kiba complained. Huh. Naruto blinked. Last time, on my birthday, I said my wish out loud. That's fine for you. Shikamaru yawned, hands behind his head. Everyone already knows what your wish is anyway. Is it really that easy to guess? Naruto scratched his head, puzzled. You're always thinking about the Hokage, Ino smirked, hands on her hips. That may be true, but if you want to be Hokage, you'll have to get past me first. Kiba raised a thumb confidently. He had just learned the Hellhound technique and was practicing Fang over Fang, his confidence was at its peak. The Hokage is mine, Sasuke said abruptly. Question mark. Sakura instinctively turned toward him. Sasuke, since when are you interested in becoming Hokage? Shikamaru also voiced the doubt in his heart. Nothing. I just want Naruto to taste defeat. Sasuke said calmly. In truth, Uchiha Fugaku had mentioned it in a conversation just 2 days ago. Sasuke had seen the rare yearning in his father's usually stoic expression. That image left an impression. If he could fulfill such a wish, he would surely receive praise and recognition. Thus, Sasuke had quietly set becoming Hokage as one of his goals. As expected of Sasuke-kun. Sakura's eyes sparkled with admiration. But you just lost to Naruto, Kiba retorted, unable to stand his arrogance. The past is the past, the present is the present, and the future is the future. Sasuke's tone stiffened, but he stubbornly held his ground. Cough, cough. Kabuto quickly cut in, preventing things from escalating. Kitazawa-sensei, please blow out the candles first. Sorry, Naruto said sheepishly. We got carried away chatting. Sasuke, Kiba, Shikamaru, and the others also showed embarrassed expressions. It's fine, Kitazawa said calmly. Birthdays are meant to be lively. He patted Naruto on the shoulder, stepped forward, and blew out the candles. Clasping his hands, he closed his eyes. Before he had the system, his only wish had been to survive safely until the end. Now, with the system, his wish had changed. Currently, Kitazawa hoped to grow stronger and stronger, preferably, to become the strongest in the entire ninja world. Alright, everyone, let's eat cake. After making his wish, Kitazawa opened his eyes. Naruto almost asked what the wish was, but recalling Kiba's words, he stopped. Who wants the first piece of cake? Kitazawa picked up the knife and sliced a piece. Me. Choji immediately rushed to the front, raising his hand eagerly. Choji hasn't taken his eyes off the cake since he saw it. Shikamaru teased. Then it's yours. Kitazawa smiled and handed him the slice. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Choji exclaimed excitedly, taking it with both hands. Kitazawa immediately cut out a second piece of cake. He scanned the room and noticed that timid gaze. Hinata. Kitazawa extended his hand and placed the cake in front of her. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata was stunned for a moment, but her heart leapt with joy. She took a bite of the cake, her mouth filling with sweetness, just like her mood. Here you go. Kitazawa held out the third piece of cake and noticed Naruto's eager expression. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto grinned happily and ate the cake with delight. Before long, all the cake was distributed. Kitazawa picked up the last piece and took a bite. The taste was familiar, no different from what he remembered. It seemed that no matter which world he was in, cake didn't change much. Kitazawa-sensei. Akimichi Choji was the first to finish his cake. He quickly presented a gift box. This is my gift. Seeing this, Naruto hurriedly pulled out his own gift box. Thank you. Kitazawa accepted them but didn't open them on the spot. He soon noticed that all the gifts were wrapped in the same type of gift box. But when he received Hinata's, he was surprised, it was unusually heavy. What could this gift be? Suppressing his curiosity, Kitazawa collected the gift boxes one by one. He wasn't worried about mixing them up, since each one had a name written on it. This level of organization was probably Kabuto's doing, after all, he paid the most attention to such details. After the cake and gifts, it was officially time for lunch. Kitazawa-sensei, just eat today. We'll do all the grilling. Kiba tugged Kitazawa over and seated him at the head of the table. That's right. Naruto added confidently. Kitazawa-sensei, you'll have to try my youth barbecue later. I guarantee it'll be hot-blooded and delicious. How can barbecue be hot-blooded? Shikamaru muttered with his usual laziness. Youth barbecue will make you boil with excitement when you eat it. Naruto declared as he placed a slice of beef onto the grill. Then it won't be boiling with excitement, it'll just be burning your mouth. Kitazawa smiled and teased. The others chuckled, laughter filling the private room with warmth. You guys just wait. Naruto puffed up his chest and shouted, my youth barbecue will definitely fire you up. We'll grill too. Ino distributed meat to Hinata and Karen, adding proudly, our girl's barbecue will definitely taste better. Byakugan. Hinata activated her dojutsu, veins bulging around her eyes as she focused on the lamb skewer. With this, even the tiniest change in the meat wouldn't escape her sight, ensuring a perfectly grilled skewer. Kitazawa noticed the sudden chakra fluctuation, turned instinctively, and froze with question marks in his head. Using Byakugan to grill meat. Who taught you that? But, theoretically speaking, Byakugan was quite suitable for grilling. With its X-ray vision, Hinata could keep the meat at the perfect tenderness. Meanwhile, Sasuke glanced around. Though he had eaten barbecue before, it was always grilled by Uchiha Mikoto or Uchiha Itachi. This was his first time grilling meat himself. Still, it wasn't a big deal. If he didn't know how, he could just copy it on the spot. Fortunately, grilling wasn't complicated, so there was no need to activate his two-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke-kun, let me grill for you. Sakura, noticing his slightly clumsy movements, quickly offered. No need. Sasuke said calmly, it's just grilling, nothing special. Sasuke-kun's grilled meat is definitely the best. Sakura declared without hesitation. Of course. Sasuke gave a small nod. Kitazawa didn't have to wait long before a plate of grilled meat was placed in front of him. This is my youth barbecue. Naruto said proudly, pointing at a beef skewer. Kitazawa picked it up and took a bite. How should he describe it? Since the restaurant's barbecue was already semi-prepared, as long as it wasn't burnt, the taste wouldn't be too bad. It's very tasty. Kitazawa paused, then added with a smile, it just lacks that passionate, fiery feeling. Huh. Naruto froze instantly. Seeing his expression, the others burst into laughter. Kitazawa-sensei, try ours. Ino quickly chimed in. This was grilled by me, Hinata, Yakumo, Karen, and Izumi-senpai. Raising an eyebrow, Kitazawa picked up a lamb skewer grilled by Hinata. He was curious to know what Byakugan-assisted barbecue would taste like. He chewed slowly, and his eyes lit up slightly. The flavor was flawless, the aroma, oil, seasoning, and tenderness were all perfect. It's delicious. Kitazawa smiled at Hinata. Hinata's face immediately softened in relief, her lips curling into a shy smile. All right, don't just watch, eat together. Kitazawa divided the grilled meat in front of him and encouraged everyone. Wow, this is so salty. Naruto took a bite of beef and yelped, mouth wide open. Sasuke glanced sideways, his heart skipping. Suppressing his embarrassment, he discreetly offered Naruto a glass of milk. After all, that salty skewer had been grilled by him. Though he was confident, this was his first attempt at grilling, and his timing wasn't quite right. Luckily, no one knew which skewers were his. Thanks. Naruto gulped down 2 sips of milk, then asked, Sasuke, where's your grilled meat? It's all mixed in. I don't know which one's mine. Sasuke replied with a calm expression. What a shame. Naruto sighed regretfully. It's fine. Shikamaru yawned lazily. You can just ask Sasuke to grill one for you later. Sasuke's expression instantly stiffened. Then you'll have to wait in line. Sakura snorted lightly, saying, I haven't even tasted Sasuke-kun's grilled meat yet. Sasuke is really popular. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said curiously, I want to try it too. Sasuke just wanted to escape now. But since things had come to this, he could only grit his teeth and grill 3 skewers. Luckily, he already had the experience from the first time, so the second time, while not necessarily delicious, at least it wasn't a disaster. The barbecue ended amidst laughter and joy. There's something I need to tell you all. At the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, Kitazawa spoke, I'll be going on an external mission tomorrow and might not be back for 1 or 2 weeks. Huh. Naruto's eyes widened instantly. That long. Ino's face showed reluctance. Hinata even instinctively took a step forward. Although I'm a Ninja Academy teacher, I'm also a ninja, so missions are unavoidable. Kitazawa reassured them, you don't need to worry while I'm gone, someone will be guiding you. Is it Iruka-sensei? Shino Aburame worried that Iruka wouldn't know fire style, which would hinder his Kakashi mutation plan. No. Kitazawa said with a smile, it's Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's eyes lit up. You know him. Sasuke instinctively looked at him. He's Konoha's top technician, mastering over 1,000 ninjutsu. Naruto said with a wide smile, he even helped me develop my sexy technique. Sasuke's face was full of questions. That sexy technique was related to Kakashi. Sasuke, tomorrow you'll introduce Kakashi to everyone, Kitazawa instructed. Sasuke nodded. Sasuke, do you already know this Kakashi-sensei? Inuzuka Kiba quickly asked after hearing this. I've been training with him for the past 2 days, Sasuke replied. Training what? Naruto asked curiously. It's a secret. Sasuke glanced at him and said confidently, anyway, if you don't work hard, you'll be defeated by me very soon. As expected of my lifelong rival. Naruto clenched his fists and said with high spirits, this is the burning youth. I'm going to find Might Guy-sensei to train right now. After saying that, he turned and ran. Sasuke couldn't help but twitch his lips. He really wanted to say, don't work so hard. But he had to admit, Naruto put immense pressure on him. I'm leaving first, goodbye everyone. Seeing this, Sasuke didn't take a lunch break and went straight to the Ninja Academy. Kitazawa-sensei, goodbye. Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Neji, Shikamaru, and the others bid farewell and left. Eventually, only Hinata, Kabuto, Uchiha Izumi, and Aburame Torian remained. You 3, gather at the village gate at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Kitazawa looked at Kabuto and the other 2, giving his instructions. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto and the other 2 replied in unison. Hinata, is there anything else? After Kabuto and the other 2 left, Kitazawa looked at Hinata and asked. And no. Hinata's body trembled, and she lowered her head. I'll walk you back. Kitazawa smiled, patting her hair. Hinata felt his large hand, and her lips curved slightly. Speaking of which, what gift did you give me? Why is it so heavy? Kitazawa asked as they walked. It's a ninja blade. Hinata looked up, a hint of anticipation flashing in her white eyes. I hope Kitazawa-sensei likes it. A ninja blade? Kitazawa was immediately surprised. He pulled out Hinata's gift box and opened it. A ninja blade, sheathed, appeared before him. There were many ninja blades in the world. The most famous were the 7 ninja blades of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. The blade Hinata gave, judging by its style, was a commonly used ninja blade, slightly shorter than a samurai sword. Kitazawa drew the blade. After a quick look, he infused it with chakra. He immediately noticed the problem: the chakra flowed through the blade's body completely unimpeded. This was simply impossible, unless chakra metal had been incorporated. Kitazawa realized this and couldn't help but be surprised. Although he now had assets exceeding 10 million ryo, he still couldn't bring himself to buy a chakra metal ninja blade. Because he would instantly become poorer again. Kitazawa subconsciously looked at Hinata. Although she was the Hyuga clan's young lady, it was impossible for her to be so extravagant as to spend 10 to 20 million ryo to forge such a blade and give it to an outsider. Undoubtedly, this had been approved by Hyuga Hayashi. Was the Hyuga clan trying to win him over, or rather? Tsunade. Thank you. Kitazawa said seriously, teacher likes it very much. Hinata's face broke into a smile upon hearing this. Let's go, my dear little Hinata. Kitazawa reached out, pinched her cheek, and said. Hinata froze for a moment, her face flushing slightly. She quickly followed Kitazawa. See you next time. Kitazawa stopped at her doorstep after escorting her home. Kitazawa-sensei, goodbye. Hinata subconsciously looked back after entering the courtyard, but Kitazawa was no longer there. Are you back? Hyuga Hayashi's voice rang out. He stood in the courtyard, gazing towards the gate. He was pained by Hinata giving Kitazawa a ninja blade worth 10 million ryo. But after today's Jonin meeting, he felt that Kitazawa was worthy of such an alliance. After all, the Hyuga clan wanted to establish a connection with the next Hokage through Kitazawa and Hinata. They had no direct contact with Tsunade. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 193, Kurenai's Gift. Kitazawa returned home. Of course, it was Kurenai's home. He hadn't been back to his own house for a while. But to his surprise, Kurenai wasn't there. Kitazawa couldn't help but feel strange. Kurenai hadn't been going out on missions lately, she had been studying sealing technique at home. Did she go out to eat? Kitazawa didn't dwell on it when he couldn't figure it out. He took out the gift boxes from Naruto and Sasuke and placed them on the coffee table. Sitting on the sofa, he casually picked up a cube-shaped gift box. He glanced at the name written on it, Ino. After opening the gift box, Kitazawa found a black kimono. He touched it, the fabric felt very nice. Standing up, he held the black kimono against his body and found that it fit perfectly. Kitazawa let out a soft sound. How did Ino know his body measurements? Suddenly, he thought of the Byakugan. If Hinata used her Byakugan, she could indeed know his body data without him noticing. Plus, they occasionally had sparring matches, which provided even more opportunities. The Byakugan is really convenient. Kitazawa shook his head and picked up the second gift box. This was a gift from Sasuke, very light, almost weightless. Opening it, he found a ninjutsu scroll. He raised an eyebrow, a sense of anticipation stirring in his heart. Was it fire release? However, he had already received quite a few fire release techniques from Uchiha Sasuke, including B-rank fire release ninjutsu. As for A-rank fire release ninjutsu, they weren't mentioned in the original work. Even Uchiha Madara mostly used B-rank fire release, such as fire release, great fire annihilation and fire release, dragon flame release song. Although these were classified as B-rank, in his hands, they could unleash terrifying, world-destroying power. It was still the same saying, the rank of a ninjutsu does not equal its power, it only represents the difficulty of learning it. Of course, generally, the harder it is to learn, the greater its power. Kitazawa opened the scroll. After scanning it, he found that it wasn't fire release but an A-rank wind release ninjutsu, wind release, wind blade. Its effect was to emit a blade-like gust of wind from the fingertips, moving so fast that ordinary ninja couldn't dodge it. In the original work, Tsunade Jonin Maki used wind release, wind blade to instantly kill Konoha's special Jonin Gekko Heiate. If a special Jonin could be killed in an instant, let alone a Chunin or Genin. Undoubtedly, the Uchiha clan had shown great sincerity. After all, A-rank ninjutsu were few and far between, extremely precious. And wind release, wind blade was also Kitazawa's first A-rank wind release technique. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed. Kitazawa looked up and saw Kurenai walking into the house barefoot. Huh. Kurenai met his gaze and asked in surprise, why are you home? I wanted to ask you, why weren't you home? Kitazawa shook the ninjutsu scroll in his hand and said, I'm opening the birthday gifts my students gave me. A-rank wind release ninjutsu. Kurenai casually took the scroll, glanced at it, and immediately asked in surprise, "Who is so generous?" "Sasuke gave it to me," Kitazawa said with a smile. As expected of the Uchiha. Kunai couldn't help but exclaim, an A-rank ninjutsu, worth a fortune, just given away so casually. Even a jonin couldn't master many A-rank techniques, let alone give them as gifts. "What did you do?" Kunai asked curiously. "Nothing." Kitazawa blinked and said, "I just fulfilled my duty as a teacher." "Do you think I'll believe that?" Kunai rolled her beautiful eyes. "The Uchiha clan wants to get closer to Lady Tsunade." Kitazawa paused, then added, "But it's also true that I taught well." An A-rank wind release scroll, compared to Uchiha Sasuke, who awakened his two-tomo Sharingan at 7 years old, was simply not worth mentioning. "So that's it." Kunai sat down next to him and asked, "Do you mind if I help you open the gift boxes?" "Of course not." Kitazawa reached out and pulled her into his arms. "You're holding me like this, I can't reach the gift boxes." Kunai looked at the coffee table not far away and said, "Is such a short distance going to stump you?" Kitazawa asked with a smile. "You're always being mischievous." Kunai snorted lightly and simply lifted her leg. She used her round, flexible toes to grip the gift box and tossed it over. "That's really impressive." Kitazawa's gaze fell on her beautiful feet as he praised. "This is Yakumo's gift box." Kunai leaned against him and opened the box. "Is it a painting?" Kitazawa looked at the scroll inside and asked, unsure. "It should be a painting." Kunai unrolled the scroll, and was immediately stunned. The painting depicted her and Kitazawa, nestled together, looking infinitely beautiful under the bright sunlight. "Yakumo has a good heart. It's a very nice painting." A smile appeared on Kunai's face. Clearly, she was very pleased. "This is an ordinary painting." Kitazawa held the scroll and said, "There's no chakra inside, so don't worry about us popping out." If Yakumo Kurama had used genjutsu creation in conjunction with this painting, they could practically bring it out on the spot. Kunai nodded. "If you like it, I'll give it to you." Seeing her reluctance to part with it, Kitazawa said with a smile. "This is Yakumo's birthday gift to you. Is it appropriate for you to give it to me?" Kunai shook her head and asked. "Why wouldn't it be appropriate?" Kitazawa held her tighter, lowered his head, and inhaled at her fair neck. "What's mine is yours." Kunai felt his warm breath, and her body involuntarily trembled. Upon hearing the latter half of his words, she was suddenly both amused and touched. "Then I'll keep it for you for now." Kunai hesitated for 2 seconds before speaking. Kitazawa sniffed the faint fragrance on her, responding with a sound. "You're taking advantage of me again." Kunai's eyes darted, and she saw Kitazawa kiss her on the shoulder. "Given our current relationship, is this called taking advantage?" Kitazawa asked seriously. "Forget it, I can't argue with you." Kunai suddenly sat up straight and said, "Come into my arms." "Kunai, you're so good." Kitazawa's eyes lit up, and he unceremoniously buried his face in her arms. The next second, he felt the soft touch and subtle elasticity on his face. Too bad there were clothes in the way. Kunai's face was slightly red, but she didn't push him away. Although her original intention was just to hug him, she hadn't expected Kitazawa to be so excessive. Fortunately, he didn't go further like he did at night, directly regressing 21 years. Kunai stroked his head and continued to open the gift boxes. "Whose is it?" Kitazawa's vision was completely white now, he couldn't see the gift boxes. "It's Naruto's." Kunai endured the tickling sensation in her chest and said, "He sent limited edition instant ramen. That's certainly his style." Kitazawa couldn't help but smile. Although it was instant ramen, the limited edition instant ramen wasn't cheap. Plus, it was Naruto's favorite, so he really went all out. Half an hour later, Kunai had opened all the gift boxes. Aside from Hinata's ninja sword, most of the gifts were more about sentiment than value. But that was normal, they were all just children and couldn't afford overly precious gifts. "Speaking of which, where's your birthday gift?" Kitazawa reluctantly left her warm embrace. "I'll give it to you tonight." Kunai tugged at her collar, her face flushed, and said, "And you already collected half an hour of interest in advance." "Interest?" Kitazawa paused, then realized. He blinked, cupped her face with both hands, and then kissed her. After kissing for a while, he said with a smile, "This is the interest. It's your birthday today, so I'll allow you to be unruly this once." Kunai rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm going to organize the things I need to take tomorrow, and I'll pack for you too." "Thank you." Kitazawa released her and said, "You'll definitely be a good wife and loving mother in the future." "Of course." Kunai stood up with a smile, her bare feet on the carpet, and said, "You're lucky to marry me." Her personality was straightforward. Once she recognized Kitazawa, she spoke about marriage very openly and generously. Kunai turned and went to Kitazawa's room. They were going out for a week or two, so they needed to prepare a lot of things. Kitazawa was rarely free. After a little thought, he decided to practice the sealing technique. Kitazawa currently has 2 missions related to learning ninjutsu. One was to learn 4 water release ninjutsu within the 3rd semester. The other was to learn 3 sealing techniques during the winter break. From the current situation, the latter's time was more pressing, as there were only 3 weeks left. As for the former, he had almost mastered 3 water release ninjutsu, with only 1 left. Kitazawa took out the sealing technique scroll that Lady Tsunade had given him. It contained 3 basic sealing techniques. He glanced at them, intending to learn the finger carving seal first, as it seemed the simplest. The finger engraving seal's effect was to engrave characters. In the original work, Jiraiya used it. After his death match with Pain, he used his fingers to leave words on Fukasaku's back. In summary, it served to transmit information. Of course, besides being able to engrave on living skin, it could also be engraved on iron plates, stones, and other surfaces. Kitazawa took out a blank scroll. Before learning the sealing technique, one must first learn how to draw the seals or curses. Time slowly passed. The rhythmic sound of high-heeled sandals echoed. Kitazawa looked up and saw Tsunade, looking displeased, and Shizun, with a helpless expression. He didn't even need to think to guess the reason. She must have lost money at the casino again. Besides them, Rina, Uzumaki and Karen, mother and daughter, were also there. No money for a gift, so here's this for you. Tsunade walked up to him and directly tossed him a scroll. Lady Tsunade is really straightforward. Kitazawa couldn't help but laugh. Do you have a problem with that? Tsunade sat opposite him, crossing her legs, and asked in a threatening tone. Of course not. Kitazawa glanced at her fair, tender soles, then opened the scroll and found it was a taijutsu called disorderly dance technique. More precisely, it was a combination of taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. Its effect was to interfere with the target's brain using chakra, causing their motor nerves to become disoriented. For example, if you wanted to raise your hand, you would end up raising your foot. If you wanted to make a fist, you would end up kicking. It was a very practical taijutsu, and typically, only medical ninja could learn it. After all, it involved the brain and nerves, requiring a thorough understanding of the human body and extremely high chakra control. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa put away the disorderly dance technique and said. It's nothing. Tsunade yawned and said, I was going to teach it to you sooner or later anyway. Kitazawa. Shizun put down Tauntaun, took out a gift box, and said, This is my birthday present for you. Thank you, Senior Shizun. Kitazawa opened the gift box. It was the type of weapon Shizun commonly used, strapped to the arm, capable of firing poison needles or senbon. It was quite useful for surprise attacks or self-defense. However, Kitazawa had no use for it. He planned to give it to Kunai. Kitazawa, come help. Kunai poked her head out from the kitchen doorway and said. I'll go. Shizun said with a smile, It's your birthday today, how can we let you work? It's not proper hospitality to make guests help. Kitazawa shook his head and walked towards the kitchen. Shizun hesitated for a moment and didn't follow him. She and Tsunade lived next door, so they naturally easily noticed the romantic relationship between Kitazawa and Kunai. There was no need to go and be a third wheel at this point. Half an hour later, everyone sat around the dining table and began their dinner for the evening. Halfway through the meal, Tsunade was already swaying drunkenly, and eventually, Shizun took her home. Not long after, Rina, Uzumaki and Karen also finished eating and voluntarily said their goodbyes. I'll do the dishes. Kunai stood up and said calmly, You go run a hot bath in the bathroom, we'll bathe together later. She was already used to bathing together, so she seemed unfazed. I'll wait for you, Kitazawa said obediently. He was more curious about what birthday present Kunai would give him. It probably wasn't their usual nightly routine. Kitazawa went to the bathroom, and after waiting a few minutes, he turned on the hot water. The hot water quickly filled the bathtub, and steam rose from it. Kitazawa stroked his chin. He always felt like something was missing in the bathroom. Oh, the glass. Leaving marks on the glass amidst the steam was also a wonderful thing. Kitazawa sat in the bathtub, quietly waiting. Soon, the door opened. Kunai walked in. Kitazawa subconsciously glanced at her, and his eyes lit up. Kunai had changed into a swimsuit. Her flawless, jade-like legs were straight, and her bare feet stood on the floor. At her waist, 2 straps secured the crucial areas. Moving up from her flat stomach, there were fat cushions also supported by 2 straps. Why are you wearing a swimsuit? Kitazawa asked, puzzled. Although Kunai's swimsuit was very sexy, wearing a swimsuit in the bathroom seemed very strange. Naturally, it's for you to see. Kunai walked up to him and said, I bought a lot of clothes today, I'll change into them for you to see later. Is this your gift? Kitazawa understood how to put it. A beautiful woman like Kunai putting on a fashion show for him would certainly be excellent. And judging by the sexiness of the swimsuit, the other clothes probably wouldn't be bad either, they would all make him hot-blooded. Kunai paused, then smiled mysteriously and said, but this is just the first gift. There are more gifts. Kitazawa was a little surprised and subconsciously asked, what is it? You'll know soon. Kunai walked into the bathroom and said, I'll bathe you first. Thank you. Kitazawa turned around as usual. Kunai reached out and gently stroked his back, a hint of infatuation on her face. A moment later, she gently tugged, and the swimsuit fell into the water. Kunai squeezed out shower gel, rubbed her hands together, and covered Kitazawa's back with a layer of foam. Just then, she stopped using her hands and leaned forward, pressing against him. Kitazawa's pupils involuntarily constricted. He felt the unique sensation of something smooth rolling across his back, and he only felt his whole body relax, just kidding. It was uncomfortable. But Kunai was working so diligently that he didn't want to interrupt her. Time slowly passed. Turn around. Kunai let out a breath and said. But as soon as Kitazawa turned around, her face instantly flushed. You can't blame me. Kitazawa looked at the foam on Kunai's body, blinked, and said very innocently. Kunai didn't say anything, she just leaned forward and continued to scrub him. A moment later, she bent down. Kitazawa's calm expression suddenly froze. He subconsciously looked at Kunai. Her black hair floated on the water, and with the water and light mixed together, he couldn't see clearly. But he could vaguely see her puffed-up cheeks. Kitazawa didn't expect Kunai to go to such lengths. He relaxed and leaned his body against the bathtub. Bubbles continuously rose from the water's surface. Only 1 out of 3 connections remained. But Kitazawa was a gentleman and wouldn't pull strings, which is commonly known as going through the back door. He didn't know how much time had passed. Kunai straightened up, her black hair clinging to her fair, tender skin, and combined with her just-bathed appearance, she was truly as beautiful as a painting. But Kitazawa's gaze fell on her bobbing throat. You don't have to. Kitazawa had just opened his mouth when Kunai's index finger pressed against his lips. This is my birthday present for you. Kunai stuck out her tongue, licked her lips, and said with a smile. Thank you. Kitazawa reached out and hugged her soft, voluptuous body. Give me 2 minutes. Kunai said with a smile, and I'll give you 2 minutes to rest. Do I need to rest? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and asked. Kunai's face flushed even more at his words. She did know Kitazawa's strength. Kunai stood up and went to the adjacent restroom. After brushing her teeth, she returned to the bathroom. We're going back to the room. Kunai sat in his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said. Kitazawa paused for 2 seconds, then stood up and walked towards the room. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two finally returned to the room. Kitazawa saw the clothes Kunai had prepared on the bed. Maid outfits, cheongsams, kimonos, and various clothes with minimal fabric. Kitazawa took a deep breath, glanced at Kunai hanging on him, and thought to himself, another night of passion. A new day. The second week of winter break officially began. Kitazawa woke up from his sleep. He yawned and looked at the clock on the wall, it was already past 8. Kitazawa looked at the sleeping Kunai, whose face was full of fatigue, and couldn't help but shake his head. She had, after all, paid a heavy price for her stubbornness. However, that special experience last night was quite interesting. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 194, Asuma's Challenge. Since there was still time, Kitazawa didn't wake Kunai. He lowered his head, leaned close to her neck, felt her smooth cheek, and closed his eyes. Half an hour later, Kunai's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her consciousness awoke, and the first thing she felt was the soreness in her body. Kunai opened her eyes and saw Kitazawa's profile. A hint of tenderness flashed in her eyes, and she slowly leaned in, kissing his face with her soft lips. Are you awake? Kitazawa felt the warmth on his face. Kunai responded. Do you want to take a shower? Kitazawa reached out, stroked her head, and asked. I feel sticky all over, so yes, I need to shower. Kunai sat up and said, but I want to go by myself. What's wrong? Kitazawa understood immediately and said with a smile, you don't need to be afraid, I definitely won't lay a hand on you. I'm not afraid. Kunai glared at him and said, and what you're saying has absolutely no credibility. Kabuto and I agreed to meet at 9. Kitazawa pinched her thigh. Showering and eating, half an hour is already pushing it. Where would I have time to do anything else? I'll believe you this once. Kunai rolled her eyes, then directly stretched out her hands and said with a smile, carry me to the shower. Kitazawa subconsciously widened his eyes. The scene before him, burdened with such a task, was truly too impactful. Are you doing this on purpose? Kitazawa's mouth twitched as he said, it wouldn't hurt to make Kabuto and the others wait an extra hour. You've already promised them, you can't go back on your word. Kunai panicked and quickly said. You're really bad at this but addicted to it. Kitazawa shook his head, got out of bed, and picked her up. What do you mean? Kunai's face flushed slightly, denying it, and instead nudged him with her long leg. Kitazawa subconsciously glanced at the swaying long leg and jade foot. After they had showered and eaten breakfast, the two headed towards the main gate of Konoha village. Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto glanced at Kunai, then walked up to Kitazawa. Abirame Toryun and Uchiha Izumi also greeted him. Kitazawa nodded, then introduced, this is Yuhi Kunai. She's coming with us on the mission. You can just call her, Senior. Kunai-senpai. The three immediately said in unison upon hearing this. Kitazawa often talks about you all, saying you're geniuses among geniuses with limitless potential, Kunai said with a sweet smile. Kabuto was pensive. Kunai and Kitazawa's relationship seemed quite unusual, perhaps they were a couple. After all, under normal circumstances, missions outside the village were carried out in 4-person teams. Let's go register. Kitazawa approached Kotetsu Hagane and presented the Hokage's order. An A-rank mission. Kotetsu Hagane glanced at it and couldn't help but exclaim, your team's progress is really fast. Kabuto, Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi becoming Chunin and being able to take on an A-rank mission in less than a month was truly beyond his expectations. Although their strength was among the best of their peers, they were still Chunin. Generally speaking, it would take several years of adaptation and training before they could even consider A-rank missions. Indeed. Izumo Kamizuki agreed. He and Kotetsu Hagane were the chief examiners for the last Chunin exams, and they had personally witnessed Kabuto and the others pass the Chunin exams. Kitazawa smiled, not mentioning that their actual mission was S-rank. As for this A-rank mission, it was to throw people off. Its content was also fabricated by Hiruzen Sarutobi, instructing Kitazawa's team to deliver a letter to a secret Konoha base on the border of the Land of Fire. And the Land of Fire's capital city just happened to be on their route to it. Kitazawa-senpai, I wish you a smooth mission. Kotetsu Hagane said with a smile after completing the registration. Go quickly and return soon. Izumo Kamizuki waved his hand and said. Thank you. After Kitazawa finished speaking, he turned to Kunai, Kabuto, and the others, saying, let's go. The 5 of them started running, quickly disappearing into the death forest. Since they were within the Land of Fire, they didn't encounter any ignorant bandits or rogue ninja along the way, and everything went smoothly. Finally here. I've been running for most of the day without eating, my stomach is protesting. Kunai stopped, her body relaxed, and she said. You should learn from my 3 students, they haven't complained once the whole way. Kitazawa looked at the capital city of the Land of Fire before him and said with a smile. Kunai immediately raised her arm and elbowed him. Seeing this, Kabuto adjusted his glasses. He was now even more certain of Kunai and Kitazawa's relationship. At the same time, he mentally labeled Kunai as someone not to be provoked. Let's go, we'll eat first. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said, then we'll find a place to stay for the night and do the mission tomorrow. The 5 of them entered the capital city of the Land of Fire. Have any of you been here before? Kitazawa looked around and asked casually. Yes. Uchiha Izumi explained, when I was in my previous ninja team, I helped the daimyo's wife take care of her cat. This is my first time here. Abirame Toryun replied. I've been here twice. Kabuto observed the surrounding environment and slowly said, it was for route missions. This inn will do. Kitazawa walked into an inn and booked 4 rooms. This way, not only did Kabuto guess his and Kunai's relationship, but even Abirame Toryun and Uchiha Izumi had noticed. But Kitazawa and Kunai didn't mind them knowing. After booking their rooms, the 5 ordered a table of food. Do you know about the Guardian Ninja? Kitazawa picked up his chopsticks and asked. They're the 12 ninja who protect the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Kabuto immediately replied. Our mission this time is related to the Guardian Ninja. Now that they had arrived in the capital city of the Land of Fire, Kitazawa no longer kept it a secret and began to explain the true mission content. Uchiha Izumi's small face was full of shock. She hadn't expected this mission to involve 12 special jonin and jonin. One must know that when she was in her previous ninja team, the highest ranked mission she had done was only B rank, and it was rare to even encounter a special jonin. One could only say it was indeed an S rank mission. Every S-rank mission for a ninja could be described as a matter of life and death. Kabuto fell into contemplation. This mission sounded difficult at first, but in reality, there was a lot of room for maneuver, much like his previous predictions. After all, they weren't asking their team to go up against 12 special Jonin and Jonin. A large portion of them were their allies. Toryun was accustomed to following orders. Although somewhat surprised, he simply abandoned thinking and focused solely on eating ravenously. "We will go to see Asuma tomorrow," Kitazawa said with a smile. "But before that, I'm giving you a mission, to gather information on the Guardian Ninja." "All right." Kabuto adjusted his glasses and nodded. Uchiha Izumi hesitated to speak. Asking 3 Chunin to gather information on special Jonin and Jonin. She didn't think it was very possible. However, she still chose to trust Kabuto. After all, since forming the team, Kabuto had been incredibly reliable, or rather, unbelievably experienced. Many times, Uchiha Izumi suspected he was an old ninja in his 70s or 80s underneath his skin. Kunai subconsciously looked at Kitazawa. She shared Uchiha Izumi's doubts, feeling that this mission was too difficult for them. But she didn't say much. After dinner, Kabuto, Aburame Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi left the inn. Kabuto. Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but ask, "How are we going to gather information? The Guardian Ninja are all much stronger than us. You have the Sharingan, and Toryun has his insects." "Gathering information isn't difficult," Kabuto said clearly. "What we need to do is find key figures." Key figures. Uchiha Izumi understood. They weren't going to directly investigate the Guardian Ninja. Kabuto thought for a moment and said, "The Guardian Ninja are an organization, so the Land of Fire must have relevant officials in charge. We'll start with them." Even so, the difficulty was still considerable. After all, they would have to infiltrate the royal palace. Kitazawa and Kunai arrived at the room the inn had prepared for them. The room was just passable, it had a bed, table, and chairs. "You trust your 3 students that much?" Kunai stretched, sat on the edge of the bed, and swung her fair, tender feet back and forth. "I trust Kabuto." Kitazawa smiled and said, "The things he's been through are even more brutal than ours." "Root." Kunai said thoughtfully. "I've heard many rumors about Root. Root is even more terrifying than the rumors say." Kitazawa sat down next to her. "I don't understand why Hokage-sama would allow Root to exist." Kunai tilted her head to look at him. Her black hair brushed over her shoulder, suspended in the air. "Who knows?" Kitazawa pinched her cheek and said, "Don't worry, once Lady Tsunade becomes Hokage, Root will definitely cease to exist." "That's true." Kunai couldn't help but smile. With her personality, she definitely wouldn't tolerate Root. She's ruined Root's plans several times already. Kitazawa stretched and asked, "There's still time left. What are you planning to do next?" "We have a mission tomorrow, so you're not allowed to mess around tonight." Kunai quickly said upon hearing this. "I didn't say I was going to mess around." Kitazawa blinked. "I was going to ask if you wanted to practice the sealing technique." "You really are." "Shut up." Kunai's face flushed crimson as she covered his mouth. She never used to think about such things before. But after spending so much time with Kitazawa, she found herself somewhat addicted. "I'm going to practice." Kunai released him, went to the table, and began practicing sealing jutsu, 4 limbs weighting seal. Kitazawa didn't practice the finger-carving seal. Instead, he took out the disorderly dance technique scroll given to him by Tsunade. Sealing techniques couldn't temporarily increase his combat power, but disorderly dance technique could. That evening, Kabuto, Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi successfully returned to the inn. "Kitazawa-sensei." Kabuto took out a scroll and said, "This is the intel we gathered." Kitazawa opened the scroll and began to read. He had to admit, Kabuto's ability was indeed outstanding. The scroll detailed the Guardian Ninja's information and current situation. Although it wasn't as detailed as Hiruzen Sarutobi had described, considering their age and strength, it was already quite perfect. "You all did well." Kitazawa handed the scroll to a curious Kunai. After reading it, Kunai couldn't help but show a shocked expression. Because if it were her, she would have found it very difficult to accomplish. Thanks to Izumi and Toryun. Kabuto smiled gently and said, "Their abilities played a big role." "Yes, you all worked hard. Go back to your rooms and rest," Kitazawa reminded them. "This mission will inevitably involve a big battle, so make sure you're well rested." "Yes, Kitazawa-sensei." Kabuto and the other 2 returned to their respective rooms. The night passed without incident. After breakfast, Kitazawa took Kunai and the others to the palace. As Konoha village ninja, they easily reached the palace where the Guardian Ninja resided. "Please wait a moment, I will go inform Asuma-sama." The guard leading them turned and walked into the palace. A moment later, a young man with a Konoha forehead protector and a full beard walked out. Despite being the same age as Kitazawa, he looked very mature, appearing to be in his 30s. Sarutobi Asuma didn't know who the visiting Konoha village ninja were, but as soon as he saw Kunai, his eyes widened. After a moment of being stunned, he quickly sped up and ran to her. "Kunai, why are you here?" Asuma looked surprised and instinctively reached out his hand. "I came with Kitazawa." Kunai took half a step back and said seriously. "Kitazawa." Asuma looked at Kitazawa upon hearing this. After 2 seconds of thought, he finally remembered who he was, an unremarkable Ninja Academy teacher. "Kunai, are you a squad leader now?" Asuma's gaze swept over Kabuto and the other two. "No," Kunai explained. "The 3 of them are Kitazawa's students." Asuma immediately snorted. A Ninja Academy teacher running around as a squad leader. But he quickly dismissed the question. "Kunai, did you specially come to see me?" Sarutobi Asuma asked with a smile. "No." Kunai shook her head and replied, "Kitazawa and I are on an outdoor mission, and we happen to pass through the Land of Fire's capital." "You're on a mission with him?" Sarutobi Asuma immediately became alert. In his eyes, although Kitazawa wasn't strong, he was handsome and very popular with female classmates when he was at the Ninja Academy. "Yes," Kunai paused and said. "It was Hokage-sama's arrangement." "That old man." Sarutobi Asuma immediately felt dissatisfied upon hearing this. He knew he liked Kunai, yet his father still made her and Kitazawa go on a mission together. Was this what a father should do? "Since you're here, then stay for a day." Asuma thought of the complex situation of the guardian ninja and quickly changed his words. "Let's go inside and talk," Kitazawa said with a smile. "My apologies, I was too excited to see you and forgot to invite you in." Asuma raised his hand and said, "Please." The group entered the palace. 5 people of various appearances sat on the seats on either side of the palace. "Let me introduce you." Asuma proactively walked up to a monk and said, "This is Chiriku, the head priest of the Fire Temple." Kitazawa instinctively sized him up. Chiriku's bounty in the black market was 30 million ryo, only slightly lower than Sarutobi Asuma's. These 4 are collectively known as the Lightning Release 4, namely Kitako, Nanma, Sito, and Tobu, Sarutobi Asuma continued. "Asuma, you entertain our guests first. We'll talk later." Chiriku and the others greeted Kitazawa and Kunai before turning and leaving the palace. "Is something wrong?" Kitazawa asked, watching their retreating figures. "Why do you ask that?" Sarutobi Asuma was stunned and couldn't help but be puzzled. Their expressions all looked very solemn, Kitazawa analyzed. "There aren't many things in the Land of Fire's capital that could trouble you, Guardian Ninja." "Something has indeed happened," Asuma admitted upon hearing this. "But it's an internal matter of the Guardian Ninja. It has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to worry about it." In his impression, Kitazawa was an ordinary Chunin. Kunai's genjutsu was very good, but at most, it was at the level of a special jonin. Having them get involved would be too dangerous. "Are you worried that we're not strong enough?" Kunai smiled and said, "Kitazawa now has the strength of a jonin." "A jonin?" Sarutobi Asuma's eyes widened, and he instinctively asked, "How is that possible?" The ninja world was very cruel. Whether one could become a jonin could already be seen during the Ninja Academy stage. No matter how much of a late bloomer one was, they should have made a name for themselves 2 or 3 years after graduation. But Kitazawa's performance was very average, whether at the Ninja Academy or during the 2 years he was a genin after graduation. After becoming a Chunin, he even gave up on himself and went to teach at the Ninja Academy. "You're in the Land of Fire's capital, so you might not be clear about the situation in Konoha village. Kitazawa is currently studying with Lady Tsunade," Kunai continued. "Many people in Konoha village already consider him Lady Tsunade's student." Sarutobi Asuma suddenly felt a sense of being cut off from the world. He had only been away from Konoha village for a year, yet things had changed so much. The last time he returned to the village for New Year's, Kitazawa was still unknown. Could it be that he had rapidly advanced from Chunin to Jonin within a year? And also become a student of Tsunade, one of Konoha's Sannin? Asuma found this unbelievable as he thought about it. The main reason was that Kitazawa had previously performed too ordinarily. The contrast was too strong, making him unable to believe it. Asuma's gaze suddenly sharpened. Why was Kunai doing all the talking? Something was wrong. "We are classmates, and we are both Konoha village ninja. So if you encounter a problem, we naturally cannot stand idly by." Kitazawa saw that Kunai had said enough, so he spoke. "Just tell us if you need our help." Asuma fell silent. If Kitazawa truly had the strength of a jonin, plus Kunai, a special jonin, they could easily suppress Kazuma and his group. Words alone are not enough. Asuma glanced at Kunai and said, "How about this, let's have a spar." Kunai's attitude gave him a sense of crisis. He wanted to prove to Kunai that his strength far surpassed Kitazawa's. "Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you." Chapter 195, Kitazawa vs. Kazuma. In the plaza outside the palace, Kitazawa and Asuma stood facing each other. "Both of you remember to hold back. Getting injured at this critical juncture isn't good for your mission." Kunai stood not far away, reminding them. Beside her were Kabuto, Torian, and Uchiha Izumi. They were all curious who would win. Asuma was quite famous in Konoha village. After all, he was Hiruzen Sarutobi's son. However, as Kitazawa's students, they naturally supported Kitazawa. "Come on," Asuma said with great confidence. Although he didn't possess a top-tier bloodline limit, he was quite strong, an elite jonin, skilled in both fire release and wind release. Kitazawa glanced at the chakra blades in his hands. His chakra blades resembled brass knuckles, worn on the 4 fingers of both his left and right hands. Body flicker technique. Kitazawa's body blurred into an afterimage, moving at an incredibly fast speed. Good. The thing Asuma feared least was close combat. He gripped his chakra blades tightly, infusing them with wind release chakra, causing a faint blue glow to appear on their surface. 2 flashes of blue light appeared. Asuma threw both fists, striking at Kitazawa. Chakra enhanced strength. Kitazawa stopped and punched out. Asuma couldn't help but be stunned. What was happening? Flesh and blood against his chakra blades. Asuma didn't have time to think. His eyes narrowed, his right fist aimed at Kitazawa's fist, while his left fist slashed upwards, the chakra blade cutting towards Kitazawa's wrist. The fist landed first. Their right fists collided. Asuma's confident expression suddenly froze. An irresistible force surged from Kitazawa's right fist. His right arm instantly lost all sensation, and his body simultaneously flew backwards. With a thud, Asuma crashed onto the ground, kicking up countless dust. Kitazawa didn't press his advantage. Instead, he stood still and waited. Kunai's face showed bewilderment. What happened? Although she had guessed that Asuma was no match for Kitazawa, how could he not even last 1 round? Wasn't he an elite jonin? So strong. Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The rumored son of the 3rd Hokage was actually sent flying with 1 punch. Was he too weak? No, it was clearly Kitazawa who was too strong. It's Lady Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, saying in a precocious tone, Senior Asuma was careless, or rather, he underestimated teacher Kitazawa. Just then, Asuma quickly got up. He looked at Kitazawa with a mix of surprise and shame. Losing so badly in front of Kunai made him see red. Again. Asuma was naturally unconvinced. Fire release, ash pile burning. A large amount of chakra gathered in his throat, and when he exhaled, thick smoke and ash poured out. The sky-filling ash obscured their vision, and Asuma's body disappeared within it. Kitazawa felt a wave of hot air coming towards him. These ashes possessed a high temperature no less than magma. Once touched, they would cause burns. More importantly, Asuma was hidden within the ashes, ready to launch a fatal strike at any moment. Water release, water formation wall. Kitazawa calmly formed hand seals. A stream of water appeared out of nowhere, spinning around him and forming a wall of water. It's the 2nd Hokage-sama's water release. Asuma, hidden in the shadows, was startled. Because only Senju Tobarama's water release, water formation wall was different from a normal water formation wall. It was 4-sided, circling the caster in a rotating motion, rather than just guarding one side. This meant a more comprehensive defense. The ash surged towards the water wall, immediately creating a large amount of smoke. But the wall of water did not evaporate, instead, it continuously replenished any gaps. Kitazawa looked around and suddenly heard a piercing shriek tearing through the air. He instinctively turned his head and saw a chakra blade piercing through the water wall, coming right at him. This was Asuma's wind release, Verdant Mountain Gale. Its effect was to remotely control chakra blades to unleash terrifying wind release attacks. Wind release, Vacuum Blade. In the nick of time, Kitazawa, holding a kunai, blocked the chakra blade. But the next second, a sharp crack echoed. The kunai developed a split down its center. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. It was perfectly reasonable for a chakra blade worth tens of millions of ryo to shatter a kunai worth less than 1,000. Asuma suddenly appeared. He reached out, gripped the chakra blade, and then applied force. The kunai broke completely. Clang. Kitazawa swiftly drew the ninja blade given to him by Hinata. The ninja blade and chakra blade collided, immediately producing a harsh sound. Asuma's eyebrows raised involuntarily. A good blade. Just as he was about to change his technique, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw Kitazawa raise his right hand, and highly compressed chakra was violently rotating in his palm. Rasengan. Asuma's heart pounded, and he instinctively used the body flicker technique to dash in the opposite direction. Kitazawa didn't pursue. He casually dispelled the Rasengan and sheathed his ninja blade. Although he had learned many ninjutsu, it didn't include kenjutsu or swordsmanship. Kitazawa felt he should take some time to learn Konoha-style swordsmanship. Otherwise, the ninja blade Hinata had given him would be left to gather dust. Asuma looked at him with surprise and uncertainty. The second Hokage's water release, the fourth Hokage's Rasengan, plus Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength. This was insane. How did an ordinary Ninja Academy teacher suddenly become a Hokage successor? Compared to him, the son of the third Hokage seemed like an uneducated idler. After all, he hadn't learned any of the ninjutsu Hiruzen Sarutobi was good at. Still fighting? Kitazawa asked with a light laugh. I still have one ninjutsu. Sarutobi Asuma was silent for 2 seconds, then said, if you can take it, I'll admit defeat. After he finished speaking, he put away his chakra blades. Welcoming approach, thousand-armed murder. Sarutobi Asuma clapped his hands, and chakra surged out from his entire body. Golden light illuminated the sky, and a nearly 10-meter-tall thousand-armed cannon appeared behind him. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Kunai, Kabuto, and the others looked bewildered and shocked. They had all seen welcoming approach, thousand-armed murder for the first time. But they were certain this was definitely not a Konoha village ninjutsu. Kitazawa, however, recognized it at a glance. This was a secret technique of the Fire Temple, called the Thousand-Armed Cannon. Kitazawa suspected it had something to do with Sage Mode, but the power of thousand-armed murder was far inferior to true Sage Mode. 8 gates. Gate of opening, open. Kitazawa could have dodged with Konoha-style body flicker, but there was no need. With the opening of the 8 gates, the chakra in his body began to boil. You can also use the 8 gates. Asuma was shocked yet again. Though truthfully, he had been shocked many times today. Gritting his teeth, he made the thousand-armed cannon behind him move. 1,000 hands clenched into fists, all swinging towards Kitazawa. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. With a bang, smoke erupted. Amidst it, 20 Kitazawas appeared. Wind release, Rasengan. They immediately rushed towards Sarutobi Asuma. At the same time, Rasengan infused with wind release chakra appeared in their hands. Facing the dense flurry of fists, 20 wind release, Rasengan were unleashed simultaneously. In an instant, blinding light filled everyone's vision. What followed was a series of explosions. Under the assault of the wind release, Rasengan, the arms of the thousand-armed cannon were cut off piece by piece and disintegrated like splintered wood. In less than a second, the once golden thousand-armed cannon grew dim and then shattered. Asuma's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but slump to the ground. He looked at Kitazawa, once again feeling a wave of disbelief. 20 shadow clones plus 20 wind release, Rasengan, how much chakra did Kitazawa have to be able to spend it so recklessly? At least, he himself absolutely couldn't. Asuma couldn't help but feel dejected. After this battle, he understood just how vast the gap between himself and Kitazawa was. Now it was completely over. He couldn't compare in strength. He couldn't compare in looks. And even their statuses had become evenly matched. He was the son of the third Hokage, and Kitazawa was Tsunade's student, not inferior to him in the slightest. Are you hurt? Kitazawa dispelled the multiple shadow clone jutsu and came before Sarutobi Asuma. He extended both hands, and a light green chakra surged out. Mystical palm technique. Sarutobi Asuma's mouth opened, completely at a loss for words. Being able to learn the mystical palm technique proved that Kitazawa was already a jonin in medical ninjutsu alone. Not to mention, he also had water release, Rasengan, multiple shadow clone jutsu, and the 8 gates, among many others. Thank you. Sarutobi Asuma stood up and said, your strength is indeed much greater than mine. Can we help you now? Kitazawa asked, still thinking about the mission given by Hiruzen. After all, only by completing this mission could he finish the system's task. Of course. Asuma took a deep breath and said, with your help, we can capture Kazuma and the others in one fell swoop. We'll follow your arrangements. Kitazawa nodded. Let's go inside and talk. Asuma glanced at Kunai but ultimately didn't ask anything further. The group returned to the palace. Now the guardian ninja have completely split, Asuma said slowly. Kazuma and the others moved to another palace after several conflicts with us. If we directly kill them, will the daimyo of the Land of Fire agree? Kitazawa asked bluntly. He won't. Asuma shook his head. So we've been waiting for an opportunity for Kazuma to make a mistake. Kitazawa's heart stirred, recalling the plot from the original work. Asuma and his team did indeed get their chance. That was when Kazuma, for some unknown reason, attempted to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Waiting for an opportunity is always too slow, Kitazawa said with a slight smile. I have a plan that can create an opportunity. He thought of his imitation technique, a ninjutsu capable of replicating a target's appearance, abilities, and thoughts. What method do you have? Sarutobi Asuma quickly asked. I can make Kazuma and his group disliked by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Kitazawa replied. Are you sure? Asuma was stunned, then added cautiously, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire must not suspect us. I can do all of that, Kitazawa said with a serious expression. If it's truly as you say, you'll be a great help to us. Asuma said, suppressing the distrust in his heart. Kitazawa is very capable, Kunai added softly. Asuma's expression stiffened upon hearing this. Pain. So much pain. Ever since they met, Kunai had been speaking up for Kitazawa, and there was even a hint of admiration in her tone. Besides that, there's one more thing, Sarutobi Asuma said, regaining his composure. Kazuma has been missing for about a week. I suspect he's secretly preparing something. Missing. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Even you can't find him. Can't find him, Asuma admitted with some embarrassment. Kitazawa pondered, recalling Kazuma's ninjutsu. Could it be the ultimate Earth Release Resurrection Technique? Earth Release Resurrection Technique, Corpse Soil. Its effect was to revive corpses buried in the soil, turning them into the user's puppets. When combined with Earth Release, Reincarnation Jutsu, the revived corpses could use all the powers they possessed while alive. Kitazawa had an idea when he thought of this. The soil of the dead was not ordinary soil, but soil filled with death energy. And where was it full of death energy? Naturally, a graveyard. You have a way to find Kazuma? Sarutobi Asuma asked in surprise. I do have a way, but whether it will work is hard to say, Kitazawa replied as he stood up. I'll try first. All right then. Asuma paused, then asked, do you have a place to stay? We're staying at an inn, Kitazawa said. There's no need to change that, so as not to arouse suspicion from Kazuma and his group. Okay. Asuma glanced at Kunai and said, I'll go inform Chiriku and the others now, to put their minds at ease. It seems our mission will go smoothly, Kitazawa said with a faint smile. After he left, Kunai let out a sigh of relief. Asuma is not an unreasonable person, Kitazawa said. And he has matured here in the capital of the Land of Fire. In the original work, it was mentioned that Asuma had a sudden realization here, he understood Hiruzen Sarutobi, and was no longer rebellious. Kunai agreed. He has indeed changed a lot. Although challenging Kitazawa was still impulsive, he had readily admitted defeat after losing. Kabuto, I'm giving you a new mission, Kitazawa said, turning to Kabuto and his two companions. Find the graveyards near the capital of the Land of Fire. Graveyards? Kunai looked puzzled. I did some prior research on Kazuma, Kitazawa said, fabricating an excuse as he explained the earth release that Kazuma possessed. There's such an evil earth release ninjutsu. Kunai frowned in anger. Those who toy with the dead deserve to die. Kitazawa thought to himself that it wouldn't be too late for her to curse after seeing thousands of Edo Tensei users. After all, in the original work, even Senju Tobarama was heavily criticized for Edo Tensei, and Senju Hashirama himself thought it was not a good jutsu. The dead were to be respected. Just find the locations, do not investigate on your own, Kitazawa instructed. Yes, Teacher Kitazawa. Kabuto and the two others turned and left the palace. Abirame Toryun's insects and Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan were both perfect for reconnaissance. With Kabuto's sharp mind added to the team, Kitazawa felt confident entrusting the mission to them. I've already informed Chiriku and the others about the situation, Asuma returned a short while later. As soon as you find Kazuma's location, we'll act. Kitazawa nodded. In that case, we'll leave first. Aren't you staying for a meal? Asuma asked in surprise. No, the sooner we find Kazuma, the sooner we can finish the mission, Kitazawa said, shaking his head. Asuma, there's one more thing. Kunai spoke honestly, I'm Kitazawa's girlfriend now. After saying this, she followed Kitazawa and left. No. Sarutobi Asuma subconsciously reached out his hand. Although he had already somewhat expected it, hearing Kunai's direct confession still left him heartbroken. But what else could he do? He had lost to Kitazawa in every aspect. 2 days later, on Friday, Kabuto and his team successfully completed their mission. Guided by the graveyard locations they discovered, Kitazawa began his investigation with Kunai. They finally pinpointed Kazuma's location in a graveyard north of the city. There are 4 people in total. Kitazawa appeared before Kunai and Kabuto's group. He had just found a secluded spot and used his Byakugan to investigate. If I'm not mistaken, it's Kazuma and his three subordinates, Fudo, Fuin, and Fuka. Kitazawa gave his orders directly. Kazuma is mine, you three deal with his subordinates. Should we inform Asuma? Kunai asked, worried about Kitazawa's safety. Delay breeds trouble. Kitazawa's expression was calm and confident. Trust me. All right then. Kunai nodded, choosing not to argue further. Let's go. Kitazawa strode toward the graveyard. Who's there? With a delicate shout, a large number of fireballs shot toward them. The user was a beautiful red-haired girl, Fuka. Her hair was her weapon, capable of switching bodies through it. She could use fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water release. In Kitazawa's eyes, she was quite similar to Kakuzu with his earth grudge fear. However, one relied on hair, the other on hearts. Kitazawa did not move. Instead, Kabuto stepped forward to meet her. Wind release, great breakthrough. He tilted his head back and exhaled a strong blast of wind. A series of small fireballs was immediately scattered. Konoha Ninja. At that moment, Kazuma himself walked out. His face sank as he asked, "Are you the reinforcements Asuma sent?" "That's right." Kitazawa no longer hesitated. With a raised hand, he unleashed wind release, rotating shuriken. The spinning shuriken carried incomparable sharpness, reaching Kazuma in an instant. Kazuma was startled but reacted quickly. An earth wall rose, blocking the wind release, rotating shuriken. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the wall shattered, and a Rasengan appeared before his eyes. Earth release, hiding like a mole technique. In a life-or-death moment, Kazuma immediately threw the tin staff in his hand and formed hand seals. His body burrowed into the ground, merging with the rocks. It was an earth release similar to the water transformation technique. Clang! The tin staff was struck by the Rasengan and sent flying. Kitazawa leapt into the air, forming hand seals with both hands. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Chakra turned into flames, instantly transforming the ground into a sea of fire. The scorching heat forced Kazuma out. Wind release, flower scattering dance. A tornado suddenly formed within the flames, pushing them back. Kazuma's figure appeared in the clearing. He subconsciously looked at Kitazawa, but he was no longer in the air. Kazuma's heart trembled. He quickly became vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Then, the flames on the left shifted, and 3 roaring fire dragons surged out. There. Kazuma rapidly formed hand seals. Earth release, antlion technique. The ground beneath his feet softened. Under his control, it spun and swallowed the 3 fire dragons. But when the flames dispersed, Kitazawa's figure was still nowhere in sight. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind echoed. Kazuma instinctively turned around, only to see Kitazawa's fist. In his haste, he could only raise his arms to block. Then, nothing. The full force of chakra-enhanced strength was even more destructive than the Rasengan, shattering Kazuma's arms with comminuted fractures and sending him flying backward. Chapter 196, Assassinating the Daimyo of Land of Fire. Kazuma was not dead. He lay on the ground, screaming. The intense pain from his broken arms made him break out in a cold sweat, his face completely drained of color. Kitazawa walked forward and knocked him out with a punch. Kazuma couldn't die just yet. He was Kitazawa's chosen target for the imitation technique. Kitazawa stood up and looked at Kunai, Kabuto, and the others. Their battle was not yet over. He thought for a moment and did not go to help. After all, gaining combat experience wasn't a bad thing. Nor could Kitazawa protect them every single moment. Kunai's opponent was named Fuin, a young woman with long black hair and vibrant makeup. Earth release, flying sand and crushing rocks. Fuin formed hand seals, the ground cracked, and countless broken stones were stirred up, forming a cloud of dust around her. Kunai instinctively retreated, but she quickly realized the problem. This earth release, flying sand and crushing rocks was not an offensive ninjutsu but a disruptive one. Fuin's body disappeared within the dust cloud. Just then, the ground beneath Kunai's feet suddenly writhed, transforming into a sharp rock pillar. The rock pillar was like a long spear, moving from top to bottom, intending to pierce her through. Rasengan. Kunai had already anticipated the sneak attack, so she was prepared. With a crack, the rock pillar shattered, immediately spinning away. Body flicker technique. Kunai didn't pause for a moment. Chakra surged from her feet, and she instantly widened the distance with a sprint. As time passed, the dust cloud dissipated considerably. Kunai looked back and immediately saw Fuin's faint, flickering figure. She threw her hands up, rapidly unleashing a large number of kunai. Earth release, rock pillar spears. Seeing this, Fuin immediately raised a giant rock pillar in front of herself. The kunai all embedded themselves into the rock pillar. The rock pillar, like a wall, not only blocked the kunai but also obstructed her vision. The moment Fuin lost her sight, Kunai made her move. She body flickered to the front of the rock pillar and smashed it with a Rasengan. With a boom, a large hole was torn through the center of the rock pillar. What? Fuin's eyes met Kunai's. Her heart trembled, and just as she was about to flash away, the sky suddenly darkened. Fuin instinctively froze. She looked left and right, only to find everything pitch black. A sense of fear involuntarily arose in her heart. What kind of ninjutsu was this? The surroundings became quiet. Fuin couldn't see anything, nor could she see Kunai. She instinctively gripped her kunai tightly. Just then, a sound came from behind her. She quickly flicked her hands, and the kunai flew out. Kunai appeared from her left, and a Rasengan struck her. Fuin screamed once before falling unconscious. Kunai let out a breath. Fuin's strength was not bad, although she wasn't a Jonin, she was definitely a top-tier Chunin. Moreover, the earth release she specialized in could obscure vision, indirectly countering Genjutsu. Fortunately, the infinite darkness Genjutsu, combined with the Rasengan, was powerful enough to deal with her successfully. Kunai's lips curved slightly, feeling relieved. After being with Kitazawa, her strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. If she fully mastered sealing techniques, she would become a proper Jonin. Seeing Kunai win, Kitazawa looked at Kabuto. Kabuto's opponent was Fuka. Among Kazuma's 3 subordinates, Fuka was definitely the strongest. Because she could freely use 5 types of release ninjutsu. Your strength is truly impressive. Fuka licked her lips, a seductive expression on her face. Come into my arms, little brother. I'll let you experience unprecedented pleasure. Kabuto's response was simple. Wind release, rotating shuriken. You're so unromantic. After Fuka spoke, she formed hand seals, and the rocks on the ground turned into earth spikes, directly colliding with the wind release, rotating shuriken. Body flicker technique. Chakra erupted from Kabuto's feet. He rapidly approached Fuka, holding a kunai imbued with wind release chakra. Wind release, vacuum blade. The kunai flashed with a blue blade light. Its sharp edge was revealed, aimed at Fuka's neck. I've got you, little brother. Fuka's eyes widened, and invisible chakra surged out. Paralysis jutsu. Kabuto's body suddenly froze in place. The kunai he had swung was only a hair's breadth from Fuka, but he couldn't advance another step. Fuka bypassed the kunai and slowly approached Kabuto. She offered her luscious lips. This was her secret technique, called execution by kiss. Through kissing, she could absorb the target's chakra. In the original story, Naruto had experienced this treatment. But Naruto wasn't fighting alone, he also had a 9-tailed fox. Fuka absorbed 9-tailed chakra, which brought her great misfortune, ultimately leading to her demise. I've discovered your weakness. Kabuto suddenly spoke. What did you say? Fuka immediately stopped kissing upon hearing this, her gaze sharpening as she asked. You appear to use the 5-release ninjutsu without fluidity, Kabuto slowly said. Especially when switching between different release types, there's a time interval. He had been entangled with Fuka. Through his observations, he finally made a discovery. When Fuka used the same release ninjutsu consecutively, like wind release, she was very fluid. But when switching from wind release to earth release, there would be a momentary pause. The most important thing was Fuka's strength. A ninja who could freely use 5 types of release ninjutsu, under normal circumstances, only a Jonin could do that. But Fuka definitely didn't have the level of a Jonin. Something abnormal implies something sinister. Since she wasn't a Jonin, it must be some special secret technique. You truly are clever. Fuka chuckled charmingly. Then I must devour you even more. Hair binding. She tossed her head, and her hair rapidly lengthened, preparing to bind Kabuto. But just then, Kabuto, who was under the paralysis jutsu, made a move. He had said so much earlier just to stall for time, allowing him to break free from the paralysis jutsu. Because the paralysis jutsu was a special genjutsu. Kabuto twisted his right hand, and his kunai sliced through her hair. Seizing the opportunity, he created distance. No. My hair. Fuka was enraged at the sight. Bastard, I'll kill you. Hair. Kabuto suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Thinking of Fuka's earlier comment about devouring him, he formed a guess in his mind. Water release, stormy blockade. Fuka formed hand seals, and a large amount of chakra turned into water, creating a stream-like environment around her. Lightning release, lightning rod. Fuka pressed her hands to the ground, injecting lightning release chakra into it. In an instant, lightning surged, following the stream and erupting with dazzling light. Wind release, gale palm. Kabuto quickly clapped his hands together. A violent gust of wind surged out. The two collided. The lightning, enhanced by the stream, immediately broke through the strong wind. Kabuto was engulfed by the lightning. His entire body became paralyzed and burned, and he immediately fell to the ground. This is what happens when you don't listen. Fuka snorted coldly. Then a smile returned to her face. But your chakra can't be wasted. She walked to Kabuto, crouched down, and prepared to use execution by kiss again. Just then, a blue blade of light flashed and disappeared. Wind release, vacuum blade. Kabuto, holding his kunai, sliced off her head. How did you wake up so quickly? Fuka's head floated up, her bloody hair fluttering. It seems your true form really is hair. Kabuto remained perfectly calm at this horrifying sight. As for why he woke up so quickly, it was thanks to healing wound destruction. He had calculated the main attack range of the lightning and preemptively covered it with yang release chakra to minimize damage. Especially the healing wound destruction near his head kept him conscious. Without waiting for her reply, Kabuto struck. The kunai waved several times consecutively in his hand. That beautiful red hair instantly turned into countless segments, scattering on the ground. No. Fuka's expression twisted, her eyes filled with disbelief. But it was already too late. As all her hair was severed, she permanently lost consciousness. Kabuto sat down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Although he had healing wound destruction, the lightning's wide-range attack still made him very uncomfortable, leaving injuries all over his body. Kitazawa appeared in front of him with a body flicker. He extended his hand, and light green chakra surged out. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Kabuto felt his body relax, and the areas burned by lightning rapidly healed. Just don't blame me for not stepping in sooner, Kitazawa smiled and said. I understand. Kabuto had already noticed that Kitazawa had finished his battle before him, but he had remained standing, observing. As for the purpose, he had naturally guessed it was to train them. In the cruel ninja world, this approach was undoubtedly correct. Kabuto instinctively looked at Aburame Toryun and Uchiha Izumi. Their battle had just ended. Unlike Kabuto's one-on-one fight, they were 2 against 1, and their opponent was Fudo, a male ninja, extremely burly, like some kind of strongman. He specialized in earth release. As soon as the battle began, Uchiha Izumi activated her one-tomo Sharingan. She formed hand seals and spat out a large fireball. One-tomo Sharingan. Fudo shook his head. A mere genin, truly not knowing her place. Earth release, hardening technique. His body instantly became harder than rock. Fudo directly crashed into the large fireball but sustained no damage. What? Uchiha Izumi's pupils involuntarily constricted. The next second, Fudo was in front of her. He punched her in the abdomen, sending her flying. Uchiha Izumi landed on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As soon as Fudo took a step, black insects emerged from the ground and crawled onto his feet. He didn't pay them any mind, trusting in his earth release, hardening technique. Fudo vigorously shook his leg, flicking off most of the insects, then walked towards Uchiha Izumi. But after 2 steps, he suddenly froze. The remaining insects spewed out a large amount of venom. The venom easily corroded his hardened skin and spread into his body. Ugh! Fudo collapsed to the ground, losing his breath. Toryun's poison insects are truly potent. Kabuto couldn't help but exclaim. His poison insects can even kill a jonin. Kitazawa retracted his hand and said, You treat your remaining injuries yourself, I'll go check on Izumi. All right, Teacher Kitazawa. Kabuto nodded. His injuries were mostly healed, with only a few minor details left. Izumi, how are you? Kitazawa reached out and placed his hand on her forehead. Pale green chakra flowed into her. Kabuto's injuries from the lightning were mostly external. But Uchiha Izumi had been punched in the abdomen, resulting in internal organ damage. I'm sorry, Teacher Kitazawa, I held you back. Uchiha Izumi said, feeling very embarrassed. Both Kabuto and Aburame Toryun had played decisive roles in the battle. But she had been injured by a single punch and lost her fighting capability. Your student Uchiha Izumi feels her strength is insufficient. As her teacher, you should help her improve. Current mission, help Uchiha Izumi become an outstanding Chunin. Mission reward, demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change. Accept. Kitazawa's eyebrows raised involuntarily. This was an unexpected pleasant surprise. Demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change is a Sharingan genjutsu. Its effect is to break and reflect the genjutsu cast by an enemy. Undoubtedly, it is the bane of all genjutsu ninja who do not possess the Sharingan. Kitazawa's gaze fell on the mission details. His first thought was to help Uchiha Izumi awaken her two-tomo Sharingan. But her awakening method was different from Uchiha Sasuke's, more conventional. In the original work, she awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan after witnessing the Uchiha clan massacre. Awakening the 2-tomo Sharingan would be more troublesome, he would have to find a way to stimulate her. However, besides the 2-tomo Sharingan, he could also find ways to improve her fire release and genjutsu. Toryun and Kabuto came from root and underwent brutal training, so their strength is greater, Kitazawa said while healing her. After this mission is over, I will teach you genjutsu and fire release to help you strengthen your abilities. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Uchiha Izumi immediately said gratefully. It's nothing, Kitazawa replied indifferently. I am your teacher, teaching you is a matter of course. In fact, even without this mission, he would have to find a way to increase Uchiha Izumi's strength. You all did very well, perfectly dealing with Kazuma's 3 subordinates. After the healing was complete, Kitazawa looked at Kunai and the other 3, praising them with a smile. After all, you already dealt with the most difficult one, Kazuma. If we couldn't even handle his subordinates, that would be too ungrateful to you. Kunai gave him a charming glare as she spoke. But it's not over yet. Kitazawa pinched her cheek twice, which made her glare at him angrily. After all, Kabuto and the other 2 were still there. However, they were all very self-aware, lowering their heads as if they had seen nothing. Kunai, you take Kabuto and the others to find Asuma. Kitazawa returned to business, his tone becoming serious. What about you? Kunai couldn't help but frown slightly and ask. I will disguise myself as Kazuma and lead his supporting guardian ninja to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Kitazawa explained his plan. You and Asuma will guard the daimyo beforehand, so you can save him when the time comes. Won't you be recognized? Kunai said with some concern. Those guardian ninja are all special jonin. I learned an imitation technique that guarantees they won't recognize me, Kitazawa explained. Be careful. Although Kunai was still not entirely at ease, she ultimately chose to trust him. If Asuma asks about me, just say I went to monitor Kazuma and that I'll appear naturally when he attempts to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Kitazawa thought for a moment and said. Kunai turned to look at Kabuto and the other 2, saying, let's go. After they left, Kitazawa glanced at the corpses of Fudo, Fuin, and Fuka. After a brief thought, he used fire release ninjutsu to burn them to ashes. Although corpses can speak, these 3 were Kazuma's subordinates, not ninja from the 5 great villages, and their value was not high. He didn't bother taking them back to Konoha. Kitazawa came before the unconscious Kazuma. He reached out and formed hand seals. Imitation technique. Chakra surged from Kitazawa's hands, completely covering Kazuma. Immediately after, his appearance began to change. Not only that, a large number of ninjutsu also appeared in Kitazawa's mind. This imitation technique is truly abnormal. Kitazawa looked left and right, sighing. He had now transformed into Kazuma and had mastered a large number of wind release and earth release techniques. But unfortunately, this mastery was only temporary. After the imitation technique was dispelled, these wind release and earth release techniques would disappear without a trace. Otherwise, Kitazawa could quickly learn a vast amount of ninjutsu by relying on the imitation technique. Kitazawa grabbed Kazuma and disappeared from the spot. Capital of the Land of Fire. What did you say? Asuma said with a shocked expression. Kazuma is actually going to assassinate the daimyo. He's gone mad. There's no time to lose, Kunai said seriously. You immediately inform Chiriku and the others. We will set up defenses in advance, Kazuma and his group will not succeed. That's right. Asuma thought about it carefully and felt this was a good thing. He had been waiting for Kazuma to make a mistake, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. Asuma's heart suddenly skipped a beat, because he remembered Kitazawa previously saying he had a way to make Kazuma and his group hated by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Was this his strategy? He didn't have time to think further and immediately took Chiriku and the others to the palace where the daimyo resided. After much hesitation, he did not notify the daimyo in advance but instead ambushed near the palace. Kunai, Kabuto, and the others also followed Asuma Sarutobi to act as hidden troops. Time slowly passed. In the evening, 6 figures openly arrived in front of the palace. The leader was none other than Kazuma. Did he really come? Asuma's gaze fell on Kazuma. He had been thinking for a long time, believing that Kitazawa's plan was to impersonate Kazuma and assassinate the daimyo. But the 5 guardian ninja behind Kazuma made his thoughts waver. Because a normal transformation technique is easily seen through, especially in front of 5 special jonin. Could it really be Kazuma? The next second, Asuma confirmed his thought. It was indeed Kazuma. Earth release, stone pillar prison. Kazuma formed hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. In an instant, a large number of rock pillars rose, completely surrounding the palace, forming a temporary cage. Lord Kazuma, what do you intend to do? The palace guards immediately surrounded Kazuma and his group. Wind release, petal scatter dance. Without a word, Kazuma summoned a small whirlwind, blowing away all the guards. These guards were not ninja, so they were completely defenseless. Kazuma, you. The palace door was blown open, and a middle-aged man looked at him, trembling. Asuma. The middle-aged man suddenly remembered something and quickly shouted, Asuma, come save me. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 197, New Missions, and Compound Ninjutsu. Kazuma. After hearing the Land of Fire's daimyo's cry for help, Asuma and the others appeared. Why is Asuma here? The 5 guardian ninja behind Kazuma immediately panicked. What does it matter if he's here? Kazuma said confidently. No matter how many people come, they will all meet the same end, death. Kazuma. Asuma snorted at his words. I think you don't know your place. You can only be arrogant now. When the new daimyo appears, your Konoha village will cease to exist. Kazuma revealed his true thoughts. Impossible. Asuma waved his hand. Take them down. Chiriku and the 4 lightning release users behind him immediately launched their attacks. He, meanwhile, drew his chakra blades and charged at Kazuma. Kabuto, you 3 protect the daimyo, Kunai instructed. Yes. Kabuto decisively pulled the Land of Fire's daimyo into the palace. Amidst such a chaotic battle involving so many special jonin and jonin, the 3 of them truly lacked the strength to intervene. He and Toryun were relatively fine, but Uchiha Izumi would be in great danger if she participated. Furthermore, the safety of the Land of Fire's daimyo was also extremely important. If anything happened, the entire Konoha village would be in trouble. Outside the palace, a fierce 6 against 7 battle unfolded. Kazuma fought Asuma and Kunai by himself. From the start of the battle, he was at a disadvantage. Asuma, with his fists clenched and combined with his chakra blades, fought fiercely. Kazuma evaded several attacks in a very short time. Kunai knew Kazuma was Kitazawa, but she was afraid Asuma would notice something amiss. Therefore, she used genjutsu for long-range interference. Asuma didn't think much of it. In his opinion, Kunai only knew genjutsu, so this fighting style was not a problem. Earth release, stone spikes. Kazuma retreated, and a huge rock pillar, like a wall, rose in front of him. Asuma Sarutobi struck the rock pillar with both fists. With a loud bang, the rock pillar shattered into pieces under the sturdy and sharp chakra blades. Just then, Asuma's pupils suddenly contracted. Sudden darkness enveloped him. Infinite darkness genjutsu. Asuma Sarutobi was stunned for a moment, then recognized it. He subconsciously asked, Kunai. The infinite darkness genjutsu was the unique genjutsu of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and Kunai was the only genjutsu ninja present. He subconsciously assumed it was Kunai who used the darkness genjutsu. Asuma, I'll help you. Kitazawa's voice, from far to near, entered the darkness. Immediately after, screams rang out. Kitazawa, what's going on? Asuma clenched his fists, unable to move recklessly due to his lost vision, and could only ask aloud. As his voice fell, the darkness vanished. Asuma instinctively squinted his eyes. After his vision recovered, he saw Kitazawa and Kazuma, who were already dead at his feet. Asuma Sarutobi looked for a moment. Kazuma had been hit in both arms by a Rasengan, then had his throat slit. Well done. Asuma didn't blame Kitazawa for stealing his kill and turned to rejoin the battle. With Kazuma's death, the remaining 5 guardian ninja were quickly defeated under everyone's siege, with some dying and others falling unconscious. We won. The guards who had been blown away earlier immediately cheered. Kitazawa. Asuma's urgent voice rang out. Sito is severely wounded. Everyone, step back. Kitazawa walked forward, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Sito, one of the 4 lightning release users, had been stabbed in the heart by the enemy's dying counterattack. Involving the heart was undoubtedly a high-difficulty surgery. Kabuto, you and I will perform the surgery together, Kitazawa took a deep breath and said. Fortunately, besides him, there was another excellent medical ninja here, Yakushi Kabuto. The 2 began the surgery. Time slowly passed. All right, he's out of danger. Kitazawa stood up, exhaled, and said. Kunai quickly walked over to wipe his sweat. Asuma's mouth twitched involuntarily. Although he had let go, it wasn't that quick to become completely oblivious. However, Kitazawa was indeed amazing. That surgery just now could only be completed so excellently by a medical ninja jonin. Kitazawa, Asuma waited for a moment, then said. Thank you for your help this time, otherwise, Sito would certainly not have escaped death. It was more than just Sito. In the original work, only Kazuma, Chiriku, and Asuma survived this guardian ninja rebellion. It's nothing. Kitazawa looked at the mission progress bar advancing another notch and immediately smiled. He had already completed 6 high-difficulty surgeries, and only 3 more were needed to obtain that medical forbidden ninjutsu. I apologize for delaying you all for so long this time. Asuma said in a deep voice, if your mission isn't completed because of this, I'll go explain the situation to Oldman. Kitazawa and Kunai had told him earlier that they were on an outdoor mission and were just passing through the capital of a land of fire. Actually, our mission is already complete. Kitazawa pondered for a moment and decided to tell Asuma the truth. After interacting these past few days, he felt that this Asuma was no different from the Asuma in the original work. In terms of personality, he was no longer rebellious but had become mature and steady. We were ordered by Hokage-sama to help you end the Guardian Ninja Rebellion, Kitazawa said truthfully. Asuma froze in place. A complex emotion surged in his heart. Anyway, I still want to thank you all. Asuma took a deep breath and said. Are you coming back with us? Kitazawa extended an invitation and asked. After this incident, the daimyo probably won't trust me anymore. Asuma thought for a moment and said, you all go back to the village first. I'll resign and return after I've handled things. He had firmly stood on the Hokage's side in this Guardian Ninja Rebellion, becoming a so-called Hokage supporting faction member. This would undoubtedly plant seeds of suspicion in the Land of Fire's daimyo's heart. All right then. Seeing this, Kitazawa said nothing more. He called Yakushi and the other 2, and along with Kunai, left the royal palace. As for Kazuma's body, it was left for Asuma Sarutobi to handle. The next afternoon, Kitazawa and the others returned to Konoha village. They had not stayed overnight in the capital of the Land of Fire but had traveled through the night. After all, they had already been delayed for a week. Kitazawa's winter break training had just begun, and half of the winter break had already passed. And there was another very important matter these 2 days, Tsunade's hemophobia treatment. You all go back and rest first. Meet at the school's training ground tomorrow morning. Kitazawa looked at Kabuto and the other 2 and said. Yes, Teacher Kitazawa. Kabuto and the other 2 replied in unison. They had been away for a week and had long wanted to go home. Now that they had Kitazawa's instructions, they quickly left. Kunai, are you coming with me to see Hokage-sama, or are you going home first? Kitazawa turned to Kunai and asked. After traveling for most of the day, her beautiful face showed fatigue. I'll go home first. Kunai thought for a moment and said, this is your team's mission, so it's more appropriate for you to see Hokage-sama. All right then. Kitazawa lowered his head, bit her lip, and said, wait for me. Kunai licked her lips, a smile appearing on her face. Hokage building. Kitazawa went directly to the Hokage office. After receiving permission, he pushed the door open and entered. How are things? Sarutobi Hiruzen proactively asked. Regarding Asuma Sarutobi, he was not as calm as usual. The mission was successfully completed. Kitazawa immediately recounted the situation. You did very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded after listening. There were no flaws in any aspect, he was both brave and resourceful. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said, there's one thing I need to apologize to you for. What is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, puzzled. I told Asuma the truth of the matter, Kitazawa said, embarrassed. What was his reaction then? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened, and he asked. Asuma said he would resign as Guardian Ninja very soon and return to Konoha village, Kitazawa replied. Haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Asuma has finally grown up. Kitazawa stood there with a slight smile. He had done it on purpose. By leveraging this incident, he could gain Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust and perhaps even receive an additional reward. Of course, Hiruzen wouldn't lose out either. After learning of this, the father-son relationship between him and Asuma would deepen considerably. You've worked hard, Kitazawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, then said, additionally, each person in your squad will receive 1 ninjutsu of B rank or below. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa's eyes lit up, and he quickly said. It seemed Asuma's family card had worked. Their ninja squad had a total of 4 people, meaning Kitazawa could claim 4 ninjutsu of B rank or below. It wasn't that he deliberately withheld the rewards from Kabuto and the others, it was that they didn't lack this 1 ninjutsu. The reason was that Kitazawa would teach them according to the plan. After Kitazawa received the 1 million Ryo mission reward, he went to the ninjutsu storage room. He looked around and fell into thought. Currently, he no longer needed to learn new fire release ninjutsu and wind release ninjutsu, what he had was basically enough. As for water release, he didn't need it for now, as he still had 2 A-rank water release ninjutsu to learn. His weakest elemental ninjutsu were lightning release and earth release. He already had lightning release, Chidori, but he didn't have a single earth release ninjutsu. During Kitazawa's trip to the capital of the Land of Fire this time, Kazuma and his 3 subordinates were all Earth Release ninja. He felt that Earth Release was very convenient in many situations, as it could use local materials and save a lot of chakra. Kitazawa snapped out of his thoughts and chose 4 Earth Release ninjutsu. Earth Release, Earth-style Wall. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu. Earth Release, Earth Clone. The first one was a common Earth Release ninjutsu used by Kakashi Hatake, with maximum defense. Although Kitazawa already had Water Release, Water Formation Wall, the 5 elements countered each other, so having an additional Earth Wall would make it easier to gain an advantage. The second one was an offensive ninjutsu, nothing special to say about it. The third one, although also an offensive ninjutsu, was more covert. Its effect was to allow the user to burrow underground, silently approach the target, and launch a surprise attack. The fourth one was an enhanced version of the body replacement technique, using rocks or mud as a substitute. In the original work, Sarutobi Hiruzen used Earth Clone to evade Orochimaru's hidden shadow snake hands. These 4 Earth Release ninjutsu included offense, defense, surprise attacks, and evasion, making them quite comprehensive. Current mission: learn 4 Earth Release ninjutsu within the 3rd semester. Mission reward: Master Level Earth Release Chakra Nature Transformation. Do you accept? Here it comes. It was basically identical to the mission of learning 4 Water Release ninjutsu. Kitazawa had expected it, so he wasn't surprised. After he accepted the mission, the text in front of him changed again. Current mission: choose a high-level mission that can increase your team's reputation. Mission reward: Compound Ninjutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. Kitazawa stood still, digesting the large amount of information in his mind. Then a smile appeared on his face. This Compound Ninjutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet, was indeed extraordinary. In terms of difficulty, it should be no less than A-rank ninjutsu. A bloodline limit is the fusion of 2 chakra nature transformations. Once fused, it becomes easier to learn. For example, Ice Release or Wood Release both have a series of ninjutsu that can be learned. But Compound Ninjutsu is different, it requires a fresh combination every time it is performed. It's equivalent to a bloodline limit needing only 1 fusion, while a Compound Ninjutsu must be combined for each use. Compound Ninjutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet is a combination of Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique and Lightning Release, Electric Spark. Kitazawa had already mastered Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique before, but not Lightning Release, Electric Spark. However, the system was very thoughtful and had already included Lightning Release, Electric Spark at full proficiency, so he didn't need to learn it again. After leaving the Hokage building, Kitazawa headed north and arrived at a secluded, uninhabited corner. Compound Ninjutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. Kitazawa stood still and formed 2 sets of hand signs in an instant. One set was for Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, and the other was for Lightning Release, Electric Spark. Because of the speed, anyone watching would think he had only performed 1 ninjutsu. This was the difficulty of Compound Ninjutsu. Although the power is greater, within the same amount of time, one has to form 1 more set of hand signs than the enemy. To truly unleash its advantage, one must have extremely fast hand speed, or rather, hand sign speed. In the original work, Compound Ninjutsu was usually performed cooperatively by multiple people. A roaring water dragon appeared out of thin air. Within its body of water, a large amount of lightning flickered faintly, making it appear subtly blue. With a bang, the electrified water dragon slammed into the ground. The earth trembled violently, cracks spreading outward. Water splashed everywhere, soaking the nearby ground. At the same time, lightning spread rapidly, using the water's conductivity and leaving scorched marks wherever it passed. Kitazawa nodded with satisfaction at the sight. The power was even greater than he had imagined, and it could now serve as his 4th trump card. As for the first 3, they were Chakra-Enhanced Strength, Rasengan, and Lightning Release, Chidori. Kitazawa returned to the main street. He didn't go home immediately but went to the Kurama clan. Yakumo. Kitazawa found Yakumo sketching on a hillside. Kitazawa-sensei. Yakumo was a little surprised. She immediately put down her paintbrush, stood up, and asked, "Is there something you need me for? How is your progress with the emotion displacement ninjutsu I gave you before?" Kitazawa asked. "I haven't learned it yet," Yakumo answered truthfully. Emotion displacement ninjutsu is an A-rank ninjutsu after all, so it's normal to learn it slowly. Kitazawa pondered for a moment and said, "Come find me at Kurenai's house tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Is it for special training?" Yakumo asked curiously. "Yes," Kitazawa replied. "Now that psychological medical ninjutsu has formed a basic system, you should try to truly treat patients." "Who is the patient?" Although Yakumo was a bit surprised, she didn't refuse. After all, Kitazawa and Tsunade had invested so much time and effort in her, and it was indeed time for her to give back. You'll know tomorrow. Kitazawa suggested, be mentally prepared, she's not an ordinary patient. I understand. Yakumo's heart tightened, but she still answered very seriously. See you tomorrow. Kitazawa didn't stay long, turned around, and went home. Sunday. After breakfast, Kitazawa came to the Ninja Academy. Kitazawa-sensei. After a week apart, Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba were particularly enthusiastic. After some pleasantries, Kitazawa sent them off to continue their training. Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto, Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi walked over. Here's the reward for this mission. Kitazawa took out 3 passbooks and handed them over, saying, 150,000 ryo each. Kitazawa-sensei, I can't accept this. Uchiha Izumi quickly shook her head. I didn't help much with this mission. Don't say such things, we're all part of the same squad, Kitazawa gently patted her head and said. Without your restraint, I wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily either, Abirame Toryun added. Alright, no more wasting time. Next, I will arrange special training for you all. Kitazawa clapped his hands. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Uchiha Izumi felt a warmth in her heart and put away the passbook. Izumi, I'll teach you a B-rank fire release ninjutsu, fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique, Crimson Claw, Kitazawa said after pondering for a moment. Uchiha Izumi's eyes lit up, and she readily agreed. As for why Kitazawa knew the fire release of the Uchiha clan, she wasn't surprised. She had heard Uchiha Itachi mention that Uchiha Sasuke had given Kitazawa many fire release ninjutsu. As for Kabuto, you'll learn a new B-rank wind release ninjutsu, wind release, vacuum bullets. Kitazawa finished speaking and looked at Abirame Toryun. He possessed nano-sized poisonous insects, which were already enough to achieve overwhelming success with one move. However, as a teacher, he definitely had to help him strengthen his abilities. I'll teach you Konoha-style body flicker, Kitazawa said after pondering for a moment. Abirame Toryun was already well equipped in terms of offense, what he lacked were defensive and evasive ninjutsu. Konoha-style body flicker was very suitable for him. After Kitazawa spent an hour explaining the key points to them, he left the Ninja Academy. He was going to take Yakumo to see Tsunade and begin her first consultation. Chapter 198, Yakumo's first patient. Why are you home so early today? Kunai opened the door, surprised to see Kitazawa standing there. I missed you, so I came back to see you. Kitazawa stepped forward, embraced her, and casually patted her on the bottom. Her hips quivered slightly, soft and elastic. Get to the point. Kunai lifted her leg and kicked him. She naturally didn't believe his excuse. Has Yakumo arrived? Kitazawa lowered his head, resting his chin on her shoulder, inhaling her faint scent. Why would she come? Kunai countered. Our psychological medical ninja system has been officially established. Kitazawa's hand moved down her waist, finding the bandage on her thigh. We're going to see our first patient today. Who is it? Kunai asked curiously. I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone. Kitazawa said in a low voice, it's Lady Tsunade. How is that possible? Kunai's first reaction was disbelief. Do you want to come with us? Kitazawa gently kneaded her thigh. You two go. Kunai thought for a moment, then refused. I'm not a psychological medical ninja, and for something so confidential, I shouldn't know. Given Lady Tsunade's personality, she wouldn't mind. Kitazawa looked up at her and smiled. Besides, once she's cured, it won't matter. I'll just practice ninjutsu at home. Kunai still didn't want to cause trouble for Kitazawa. Moreover, during their trip to the capital of the Land of Fire, although infinite darkness genjutsu and Rasengan had proved very useful, she still felt a lack of strength. Especially when the enemy reached Jonin level, she couldn't help at all. She indeed wanted to improve her strength as quickly as possible. New Year is in 2 days, I still need to go out for some shopping later, Kunai added after a pause. Kitazawa was slightly taken aback. Is it New Year already? He had been busy with missions in the capital of the Land of Fire all week and had forgotten about it. Alright then, thank you, Kunai. Kitazawa heard footsteps and turned to see Yakumo. Teacher Kitazawa. Yakumo immediately greeted him. Follow me. After Kunai closed the door, Kitazawa turned and walked out. Yakumo followed behind him, her mind full of curiosity. She really wanted to know who her first patient was, especially since Kitazawa had been so mysterious yesterday. Just then, her eyes widened suddenly, because Kitazawa was walking towards the next door. If she remembered correctly, Tsunade and Shizun lived next door. What was going on? But no matter how boldly she guessed, she wouldn't dare think her first patient was Tsunade. Kitazawa raised his hand and knocked on the door. You're here. Come in. A moment later, the door opened, and Shizun appeared before them. Because it had been discussed beforehand, she wasn't surprised by their arrival. Kitazawa walked into the living room and saw Tsunade sprawled on the sofa like a dried fish. She was lying on her side, and due to gravity, her collar had fallen open, revealing her fair skin and subtle contours. Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa cleared his throat, struggling to avert his gaze. There was no way around it, this mature and voluptuous body possessed a fatal attraction. Why didn't you come yesterday? Tsunade sat up, yawned, and asked. Kunai and I took on a mission, we just returned to the village yesterday afternoon, so we didn't want to disturb you, Kitazawa explained. Shizun, you two leave first. Tsunade waved her hand. Shizun pulled Rina Uzumaki back to the room. As for Karen, she was doing water walking training at the Ninja Academy. Yakumo, your first patient is Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa patted Yakumo's head. Begin the consultation now. What? Yakumo froze in place. Usually, Tsunade treated her, but now, suddenly being asked to treat Tsunade made her feel dizzy and under immense pressure. And how could Tsunade have a psychological illness? She was one of Konoha's Sannin, the ninja world's most outstanding medical ninja. You don't need to be nervous. Tsunade glanced at her, speaking calmly. Just follow the steps we usually teach you. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Yakumo took a deep breath and sat opposite Tsunade. Kitazawa, sit next to me. Tsunade suddenly called out. Kitazawa paused for a moment, and although a bit confused, he complied. After he sat down, Tsunade turned her head, leaned slightly, and whispered into his ear. Kitazawa's body stiffened slightly. He felt her breath on his ear and the soft pressure on his shoulder. If I lose control, don't let Yakumo see it, Tsunade whispered. I understand. Kitazawa immediately replied. Although he hadn't seen Tsunade's hemophobia attacks in person, he had seen them in the anime. In short, it would severely damage her image. It was understandable that she didn't want Yakumo to see it. After Tsunade finished speaking, she sat back in her original position. She suddenly realized a problem. Why didn't she mind Kitazawa seeing her lose control? Was it because he had already seen her lose control several times when she was drunk? Or was it because he had stood in front of her during the previous conflict with Root to prevent her from seeing blood? Tsunade found she had unconsciously come to trust Kitazawa immensely. Lady Tsunade. Yakumo used the art of speech technique, making her voice sound extremely kind. Tsunade could dispel the art of speech technique, but she didn't. What did you have for breakfast? Was it grilled fish? I had ramen today. Yakumo chatted casually, bringing up many unrelated topics. Tsunade, relaxed by the art of speech technique, chatted with her cheerfully for half an hour. How has your sleep been recently? Yakumo asked subtly. Have you had any nightmares? Not long ago, I had a nightmare. Tsunade was silent for 2 seconds, then said, I dreamed of Nawaki. Nawaki. Although Yakumo didn't know who Nawaki was, she was certain he was a key figure. Since Kitazawa had her treat Tsunade, it meant Tsunade had a psychological illness. There were many factors that could cause psychological illnesses, and close individuals were one of the most common. Tsunade nodded and said, he was my younger brother. Younger brother. But Yakumo had never heard of him. There was only one explanation, Nawaki had died a long time ago. This is the first I've heard that Lady Tsunade had a younger brother. Yakumo asked softly, Lady Tsunade, could you tell me his story? I can. Tsunade's face showed a look of reminiscence. At the same time, she lifted her legs, placed her bare feet on the sofa, and hugged her thighs. Yakumo's gaze narrowed involuntarily. This was a defensive posture. While she was considering whether to use the art of truth technique, Tsunade began to talk about Nawaki, from his childhood, to graduating from the Ninja Academy, becoming Orochimaru's student, and finally dying on the battlefield. Yakumo hesitated after listening. Because Tsunade hadn't said what her psychological illness actually was. The death of a younger brother could indeed cause a huge blow, but everyone's reactions after suffering a blow were not entirely the same. Should she use Genjutsu, magic heart? It's hemophobia. Kitazawa glanced at Tsunade and said slowly. A psychological illness involving fear of blood. Yakumo felt enlightened. But she could also understand why Tsunade would develop hemophobia. As the ninja world's most outstanding medical ninja, yet being unable to save her own younger brother, how desperate must that have been? What are the specific symptoms? Yakumo paused for a few seconds, then returned to the main topic. She was a psychological medical ninja. Without seeing the specific manifestations, she couldn't provide targeted treatment. Lady Tsunade can't help but tremble all over and become unable to move when she sees blood, Kitazawa replied. A physiological reaction caused by psychological factors. Yakumo fell into thought. You can use Genjutsu, magic heart. Tsunade looked up and suddenly said, seeing the symptoms firsthand will allow for more accurate treatment. Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa's heart jumped, he shook his head and quickly said, there's no need. Kitazawa, you are also a medical ninja, you naturally understand what I'm saying. Tsunade bit her lip and said, and since I've already agreed to you, I won't back down now. Kitazawa couldn't help but fall silent. He looked at the determined Tsunade and felt a tremor in his heart. Although she had been avoiding it before, she was now choosing to face her fear head-on. Yakumo. Kitazawa looked at Yakumo. Genjutsu, magic heart. Yakumo immediately formed hand seals. Tsunade's eyes glazed over, and a large amount of blood appeared before her. Her body began to tremble. Blood, so much blood, Tsunade's hands unconsciously spread open, her pupils dilated in shock, and her face was filled with terror. The usually decisive Tsunade now looked like a startled rabbit. Yakumo's eyes widened. She watched Tsunade's intense reaction and realized that her hemophobia was more troublesome than she had imagined. Kitazawa stood up and blocked her view. He faced Tsunade, raised his hand, and chakra surged out, dispelling the genjutsu she was under. Tsunade subconsciously gripped his hands. As the genjutsu, magic heart was dispelled, the bloody scene before her vanished. Tsunade gradually stopped trembling, she slowly took deep breaths, her chest rising and falling. Kitazawa's gaze shifted downwards, feeling a bit dazzled. Thank you. After Tsunade spoke, she released his hands. But seeing the red marks on Kitazawa's wrists, she paused again. In her unconscious action, she had used too much strength, leaving finger marks on Kitazawa's skin. Fortunately, there was no bleeding, not even a minor injury. Yakumo, do you have anything else you want to ask? Kitazawa sat back down next to Tsunade. Besides Nawaki's death, were there other reasons? Yakumo asked with hesitation. There was something else. Tsunade closed her eyes, and a wave of panic rose in her heart again. Just then, she felt her hand being covered by warmth. She looked down and saw that Kitazawa was holding her hand. This is called returning a favor. Kitazawa said seriously. He was referring to how Tsunade had held his hand earlier. During a meeting in the Second Great Ninja War, I suggested that medical ninja should be permanently assigned to ninja teams. Tsunade ignored Kitazawa, but she didn't pull her hand back, allowing him to hold it. Yakumo looked at her in confusion. At that time, only a jonin named Kato Dan responded to me, Tsunade said slowly. Kato Dan. Yakumo thought back but had no impression. Then, like Nawaki, there was only one explanation, he was already dead. After all, a jonin associated with Tsunade, if alive now, would surely be famous. Because of this, he and I became close friends, and I even thought we could, after the war ended, but he quickly died in battle. Tsunade subconsciously gripped Kitazawa's hand tightly. In her mind, there was that omnipresent blood again. I watched him die right in front of me. Tsunade said haltingly, her voice trembling. His injuries were too severe, I couldn't. Kitazawa looked at her. Her eyes were already moist. He remembered Tsunade's earlier instruction not to let Yakumo see her overly distressed, so he raised his hand and covered her eyes. With proficient chakra control, the chakra absorbed her tears. Yakumo opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Did the usually carefree Tsunade really have such a tragic past? I'm fine. After a few seconds, Tsunade moved Kitazawa's hand away. But she didn't release his other hand, she still held it tightly, as if that was the only way she could find the courage to continue speaking. Yakumo. Tsunade said in as calm a voice as possible, to treat hemophobia, we must start with these two memories. Understood. Yakumo nodded and asked, Lady Tsunade, do you wish to retain these two memories, or seal them away? Retain them, Tsunade said after a moment of silence. Sealing memories was no different from forgetting. She wouldn't run away to that extent, no matter how much she tried to avoid it. Then we'll need to use the emotion displacement technique. Yakumo mused, displace or weaken the emotions associated with these two memories. Okay, let's try that first. Tsunade paused, then reminded her, but you also need to consider what to do if the emotion displacement technique fails. I'll prepare a treatment plan when I get back. Yakumo said halfway, then added apologetically, but I haven't mastered the emotion displacement technique yet. It's alright, today isn't suitable for treatment anyway. Tsunade shook her head and said. Her emotions were unstable right now, and given her strength, the ninjutsu Yakumo performed might not be effective on her. Yakumo, how much longer do you need to learn the emotion displacement technique? Kitazawa asked. A week at most. Yakumo promised. Alright then. Kitazawa nodded and said, that's perfect, right after the new year. New year. Tsunade paused, and a complex expression appeared on her fair, jade-like face again. The last proper new year she had celebrated was with Nawaki. Yes. Yakumo breathed a sigh of relief. You've worked hard today, you can go back now. Kitazawa didn't stand up because his hand was still being held by Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa-sensei, goodbye. Yakumo was very independent, she didn't ask further questions, stood up, and turned to leave. Kitazawa withdrew his gaze and felt a weight on his shoulder. He subconsciously turned his head and saw Tsunade. She was leaning on his shoulder, and her body was pressed tightly against him. But her eyes were vacant, she didn't know what she was thinking. Kitazawa hesitated to speak, but ultimately said nothing, just leaning there with her, falling into silence. Time slowly passed. I let you see a bad side of me today. Tsunade suddenly spoke. Lady Tsunade, are you going to silence me? Kitazawa asked, feigning alarm. Tsunade burst out laughing. She sat up, stretched, and said, I won't silence you, but you should still be careful, you know. With her movement, her clothes seemed precarious, half erect. Lady Tsunade, I've rendered meritorious service. Kitazawa said seriously, if you're going to kill anyone, you can't kill me. I still can't bear to kill you. Tsunade's lips curved slightly as she said, after all, it's hard to find another one as fun as you. Most ninja were subservient in front of her. Only a few ninja, like Jiraiya and Orochimaru, treated her normally. But the former was rather perverted, and the latter was quite gloomy. Compared to them, Kitazawa, who was handsome, unafraid of her, and could crack jokes, was very pleasing to the eye. Then I'm relieved. Kitazawa patted his chest and said. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him upon hearing that. Lady Tsunade, the new year is in 2 days. Kitazawa asked with a smile, how about we all celebrate the new year together? Fine, Tsunade said casually. Her past New Years were always spent with Shizun. All right then. Kitazawa calculated for a moment and said, then Kunai and I will go buy groceries, and with Shizun-senpai, the three of us will cook. Tsunade returned to normal, her voice lazy and self-deprecating. Anyway, you wouldn't dare eat my cooking. Lady Tsunade's cooking must be excellent. Kitazawa praised her offhandedly. Since you're so interested, I'll specially cook for you on New Year's Day. Tsunade turned her head, looked at him, and said with a smile. No need for such trouble. Kitazawa's expression stiffened, and he quickly refused. Seeing his reaction, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh again. Kitazawa felt that when she laughed, it was quite spectacular, making it hard for him to turn off his auto-aim. You have Kunai, why are you still looking around? Tsunade noticed his gaze, a playful expression on her face, and asked, aren't you afraid I'll tell Kunai? You can't blame me. Kitazawa said very seriously, you can only blame Lady Tsunade for being too charming. You're just a smooth talker. Tsunade glared at him and said, no wonder Kunai is so easily fooled by you. I'm sacrificing myself to make you feel better. Kitazawa blinked and said. All right, go do what you need to do. Tsunade paused, a smile appearing on her face, and said, if you're bored, you can come to the casino with me. I still have to go to the Ninja Academy to train my students. Kitazawa stood up and said, Lady Tsunade, see you next time. Tsunade watched his figure disappear through the doorway. She couldn't help but stare blankly. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 199, Lightning Release, Kirin. Since it was still early, Kitazawa returned to the Ninja Academy. He didn't go to the training ground immediately, but instead headed to a quiet corner on the south side. From afar, he could already hear the crackling sound of electricity and, occasionally, Sasuke's muffled grunts. Kitazawa walked closer and saw Sasuke enveloped in lightning. Is this practice for lightning release chakra nature transformation? Kitazawa paused, then looked up at Kakashi, who was sitting in a tree, intently reading his Makeout Paradise. Kakashi. Kitazawa leapt up and landed in front of him. What is it? Kakashi calmly put away his book. You've been training Sasuke for about 2 weeks now. How's his lightning release talent? Kitazawa asked with a smile. It's not bad, Kakashi said after a brief pause. It seems my judgment was right, Kitazawa nodded. For Kakashi to call something not bad meant Sasuke's lightning release talent was exceptionally good, and that was indeed the case. As one of the protagonists of the original story, Sasuke's talent was beyond question. His lightning release might not be the best in the ninja world, but placing him in the top 5 was certainly no problem. When can he start learning lightning release ninjutsu? Kitazawa asked, watching Sasuke endure the crackling shocks. He can learn some low-level lightning release ninjutsu next week, Kakashi replied after thinking for a moment. What about your lightning release, Chidori? Kitazawa asked again. Lightning release, Chidori. Kakashi frowned slightly. He's still far from that. Sasuke's goal is to defeat Naruto, Kitazawa reminded him. No wonder, Kakashi finally understood why Kitazawa wanted him to teach Chidori, it was to counter Uzumaki Naruto's Rasengan. After realizing this, he felt a subtle pang. After all, Rasengan was a ninjutsu created by his teacher, Minato Namikaze. I'll try my best, Kakashi said after a moment. Sasuke truly was well suited to learning his lightning release, Chidori. If he could master it, Kakashi didn't mind teaching it. He subconsciously touched his left eye. Although his Sharingan had been given to him by Uchiha Obito, he was not a Uchiha himself. In a sense, he owed the Uchiha clan a favor, and teaching Sasuke Chidori would settle that debt. I've been learning lightning release recently, Kitazawa asked casually. Can I learn lightning release, Chidori? Lightning release, Chidori is a surprise attack technique. Without a Sharingan, not only would you fail to hit the enemy, but you wouldn't even be able to control it properly. Kakashi shook his head. Even if you learned it, you wouldn't be able to use it. That's not necessarily true, Kitazawa said confidently. I can modify lightning release, Chidori. In the original story, quite a few ninjutsu were derived from Chidori, and after their forms changed, they no longer relied so heavily on the Sharingan. The lightning release ninjutsu Kitazawa valued most was called Chidori Stream. While Chidori concentrated lightning chakra into the hand, Chidori Stream spread it throughout the entire body, a lightning release ninjutsu that combined both offense and defense. In Kitazawa's opinion, Chidori Stream was even more practical than Chidori itself. After all, he wasn't lacking in purely offensive techniques. In fact, Kitazawa could likely create Chidori Stream without Kakashi's help. After all, he already possessed proficient-level lightning release chakra nature transformation. Kakashi hesitated. Lightning release, Chidori was an A-rank technique, the difficulty of modifying it was almost as high as creating it from scratch. To be honest, he didn't think Kitazawa had that ability. In his impression, Kitazawa was skilled in medical ninjutsu, wind release, and fire release, not lightning release. When I teach Sasuke Chidori, you can come and learn with us, Kakashi finally said. Thank you, but I've always valued fairness, so I can't just learn your lightning release, Chidori for free. Kitazawa's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. I have an idea for an S-rank lightning release ninjutsu. Would you like to hear it? S-rank lightning release. Kakashi's tone betrayed his surprise. Regardless of the type, S-rank ninjutsu were extremely rare. For a single elemental nature, there might not be more than 5 in total. If this lightning release ninjutsu can be completed, it will definitely be S-rank, Kitazawa guaranteed. Then why don't you create it yourself? Kakashi retorted. If Kitazawa could really develop an S-rank lightning release ninjutsu, he would instantly become famous in Konoha. My energy is limited, Kitazawa said casually. And in Konoha village, you are the most proficient in lightning release. Hokage-sama's lightning release is stronger than mine, Kakashi said, shaking his head. Hokage-sama is busier than even me. It's not good to bother him, Kitazawa replied. If you're interested, let's create this S-rank lightning release ninjutsu together. I am indeed curious, Kakashi admitted after a short hesitation. I happen to have some free time, so tell me about it. No ninja could resist the temptation of an S-rank ninjutsu, and Kakashi was no exception. It's called lightning release, Kirin, Kitazawa said with a light cough. Undoubtedly, he was borrowing Sasuke's future idea. But under normal circumstances, Sasuke wouldn't create Kirin until much later, at least a decade from now. It would be better to let Kakashi create it first, then teach it to Sasuke, saving a great deal of time. Kitazawa didn't know how to form the hand seals for lightning release, Kirin, but he understood its principle. The reason it was called the ultimate lightning release was that it required drawing on natural lightning. Its weakness, however, was that it depended on the weather. Without thunderclouds, it couldn't be used. But it could also be created artificially. In the original story, Sasuke used fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. The surrounding area rapidly heated due to this technique, creating rising air currents. These air currents formed cumulonimbus clouds in the sky, and eventually, the cumulonimbus clouds gave birth to lightning. Sasuke then used lightning release, Chidori or other lightning release ninjutsu to guide the lightning from the cumulonimbus clouds, transforming it into a Kirin that descended. Its power was said to be world-destroying. Your idea is truly brilliant. Kakashi's eyes lit up after hearing it. How about it? Want to give it a try? Kitazawa paused, hinting, but you know, I'm quite busy. He really was busy. Not only did he have to learn earth release, but also sealing techniques and water release. He no longer had spare time to create lightning release, Kirin with Kakashi. Alright, Kakashi nodded. I'll give it a try when I have time. Current mission, create lightning release, Kirin with Kakashi. Mission reward, Chidori Stream, current, dot. Do you accept? Kitazawa couldn't help but let out a soft sound. Could this even trigger a mission? But this was a good thing. Although he could create Chidori stream, it would still take time, and the Chidori stream given by the system would be at maximum proficiency. If you have any questions, come find me, Kitazawa said with a light laugh. I'm quite confident in lightning release. But Kakashi was somewhat unconvinced. If Kitazawa were truly confident, he wouldn't have given an S-rank lightning release idea to him. You continue reading Make Out Paradise, I'm leaving first. Kitazawa finished speaking and jumped down from the tree. This isn't Make Out. Kakashi hadn't even had time to explain before Kitazawa was already gone. He shook his head and pulled out a notebook. Regarding lightning release, Kirin, he still needed to research it thoroughly. After all, Kitazawa had only told him the principle. Kitazawa arrived at the training ground. Hinata was the first to spot him. She was about to stop practicing the shadow clone technique, but Kitazawa's gaze drifted over, and she quickly continued. Kitazawa then looked at Ino. The scene before him was very artistic. Amidst a sky full of pink petals, she swiftly caught a single petal. Chakra flowed into it and, with a flick of her wrist, the petal flew out and embedded itself in a tree. Kitazawa nodded in satisfaction. He estimated that Ino would soon master ninja art, 100-flower chaos. Naruto and his shadow clones, on the other hand, were sitting on the ground not far away, all holding a leaf and appearing restless. Clearly, his practice of wind-release chakra nature transformation was not going so smoothly. Kitazawa suspected the Ninetales mischief was the reason. No matter what, let Naruto practice first. Once Tsunade cured her hemophobia, he would be able to tell him about the Ninetales' existence. At that time, his strength would undergo further enhancement. Kitazawa couldn't help but sigh, the Ninetales was truly a cheat. After giving some pointers to Kabuto, Aburame Torian, and Uchiha Izumi, he went to a secluded spot in the north. A pungent smell wafted over. Kitazawa looked at the insect nest in front of Shino Aburame. Once surrounded by flames, a continuous stream of Kakachu attempted to break out. How are things? Kitazawa asked. Kitazawa-sensei, please look. Shino Aburame extended his hand. In it was a blackish-red Kakachu. It succeeded. Kitazawa was a bit surprised. Half succeeded, Shino Aburame explained. I found it 3 days ago. It lasted a full 3 seconds in the flames. 3 seconds is not short, in battle, 3 seconds is enough to turn the tide, Kitazawa said, raising an eyebrow. The only pity is that there's only one, Shino Aburame added, adjusting his glasses. If there were two, I could try to have them mate. Forcing the Kakachu to evolve with fire was ultimately not a long-term solution. The best outcome would be to completely mutate the Kakachu's genes, giving birth to offspring with fire resistance. Only then would the experiment be considered a success. Where there's one, there will be two, Kitazawa said with a smile. It won't be long before there are more mutated Kakachu. Indeed. After speaking, Shino Aburame immersed himself back into the experiment. He needed to create Kakachu with chakra in time and then replenish them. After circling around, Kitazawa returned to the training ground. He also had to begin his special training, the practice of sealing techniques. There were still 2 weeks left in the winter break, and he intended to learn 3 sealing techniques during this time. Fortunately, they were all very basic. He had already learned the finger engraving seal. Among the string light formation and binding jutsu, he pondered for a moment and chose the former. Its effect was simple, to create a barrier to restrain the target within it, preventing them from leaving. It could be used by multiple people or by a single person. Kitazawa stood in place, forming hand signs. Chakra flowed from his feet into the ground. Centered on him, 3 concentric circles composed of black cursed seals appeared. In the original work, Iruka had used the string light formation on Naruto, but Naruto quickly broke free. Overall, the string light formation seemed very useful, but in reality, it wasn't. After all, it was just a low-level sealing technique. The sun set, and in the blink of an eye, it was dusk. Sasuke and Naruto, among others, finished their training and went home. But Kitazawa called out to Hinata. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata looked up at him. Having trained all day, sweat beaded on her forehead, dampening her hair and making it slightly disheveled. Yet, combined with her Hyuga clan training uniform, she exuded a hint of heroic spirit. Of course, given her young age, it was more a kind of innocent cuteness. Here. Kitazawa took out a summoning storage scroll and handed it to her. What is this? Hinata subconsciously accepted the scroll. Some snacks from the capital of the Land of Fire, Kitazawa said after a pause. You can also consider it a birthday gift from me. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata's heart immediately leaped with joy upon hearing this. She had thought Kitazawa had forgotten her birthday. You gave me a precious ninja blade, but I can't think of a gift of equal value for you right now. Kitazawa patted her head. There's no need to rush. I'll give you a suitable gift when I find one later. In my opinion, this is already a gift of equal value. Hinata held the scroll, a smile lighting her face. You're like someone who gets sold and still helps count the money, Kitazawa said, shaking his head with a laugh, then tapped her forehead. Let me walk you home. Hinata clutched the scroll and skipped along beside him. As they walked, Kitazawa introduced her to the capital of the Land of Fire. Kitazawa-sensei, goodbye. Hinata reluctantly returned home. Time shifted to the next day. The third week of winter break officially began. Including today, there were 3 days left until the new year. Kitazawa planned to train for 2 more days and then give his students a break. After all, training during the new year would be too inhumane. Kitazawa had only done one thing these 2 days, practice the string light formation. 2 days passed, and it was December 31st, the last day of the year. Kitazawa received a pleasant surprise right after waking up. Current mission, help Hinata learn the shadow clone technique during the winter break. Mission reward, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. 8 trigrams vacuum palm was nothing to Kitazawa, but to the Hyuga clan ninja, it was extremely important. It compensated for the gentle fist's weakness of being effective only in close combat. Moreover, it possessed extremely high stealth, emitting chakra shockwaves invisible to the naked eye. Kitazawa stroked his chin. Since Hinata had learned the shadow clone technique, Neji had probably also mastered it. Neji had a mission to defeat Naruto next semester. What should he teach him? The newly acquired 8 trigrams vacuum palm might be very suitable. Given Naruto's current situation, his strength wouldn't change much during this winter break. After all, his wind-release chakra nature transformation training was progressing slowly. Neji, using the 8 trigrams vacuum palm, might be able to defeat him by surprise. But this technique would first have to be taught by Hyuga Hayashi, and then Kitazawa could give pointers to save a lot of trouble. Are you awake? Kunai groggily twisted her waist, lifting her fair leg and placing it on Kitazawa. Kitazawa subconsciously glanced, then quickly averted his gaze. If he looked one more time, he would sink into its dark abyss. It's time to get up, Kunai. Kitazawa held her soft body and lightly patted her twice. Let me sleep a little longer. Kunai lifted her head, kissed him, and then buried herself in his arms again. Kitazawa reached out and pinched her nose. A moment later, she woke up. Are you still going to the Ninja Academy today? Kunai sat up, stretched, and asked. No. I gave the students 2 days off. Kitazawa openly admired her exquisite body. All right then. Kunai looked at him. Today, you'll accompany me shopping. Let's buy groceries for dinner first. Kitazawa had previously invited Tsunade and Shizun to celebrate the new year together, so preparations had to be made in advance. Kitazawa nodded. No matter where, celebrating the new year was very particular. In the ninja world, the last day of the year was called Uemasoka. And during New Year's Eve, soba noodles also needed to be eaten. What do you want for breakfast today? Kunai reached out and stroked his chest. Kitazawa's well-trained body fascinated her. I'm fine with anything, Kitazawa replied casually. Pervert. Kunai's chest ached as she quickly grabbed his wrist. She glared at Kitazawa, then got out of bed and dressed. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile. The pressure that had filled his fingers just now was indeed pleasant. Just then, he heard a loud boom. Kitazawa paused, quickly changed into his clothes, and went to the window. He followed the sound and looked out. A white-haired ninja was embedded headfirst in the ground. Kitazawa observed him for a couple of seconds. Although he couldn't see his full face, he recognized him from his distinctive clothes and hair, Jiraiya, one of Konoha's Sannin. Had he returned to the village? But it was normal, after all, it was New Year's. However, his current situation looked like he'd been punched flying by Tsunade. Kitazawa pondered for a moment and then left the house. He turned his head and saw Tsunade, expressionless, clapping her hands. Lady Tsunade, good morning. Kitazawa greeted her. Good morning. Tsunade's attitude softened when she saw him. She casually said, just taught a lesson to an ignorant fellow. What's going on? Jiraiya sat up and saw Tsunade chatting and laughing with a young and handsome ninja. Chapter 200, New Year. Tsunade, who is he? Jiraiya regained his senses, quickly stood up, walked a few steps to Tsunade, and asked somewhat eagerly. His name is Kitazawa. Tsunade paused for a moment before finally introducing him. He's half my student. You actually have a student? Jiraiya's face showed surprise, but he quickly asked with a puzzled tone, why half a student? My affairs are none of your business. Tsunade was too lazy to explain. Her gaze sharpened, and she clenched her fist as she spoke. Consider it unasked. Jiraiya felt the threat in her words and immediately backed down. Kitazawa, he is G. Tsunade was about to introduce Jiraiya, but he interrupted her mid-sentence. Wait. I'll do this myself. Jiraiya chuckled and took a step back. He stood on one leg, striking an odd pose. I am the unrivaled white-haired toad sage, who knows no cardinal directions. Even crying children fall silent at the sight of my beauty. Jiraiya didn't even get to finish the words, beautiful man, before a fist the size of a sandbag appeared before his eyes. The next second, he flew several meters like a white meteor, followed by a scream. His name is Jiraiya. Tsunade shook her hand, her expression normal, and said, you should keep your distance from him, usually. What do you mean, keep my distance from me? Jiraiya, like an unkillable cockroach, reappeared before Tsunade. You know the reason yourself. Tsunade glared at him and said coldly, if I catch you peeping at the Konoha hot springs again, you'll die a miserable death. It was all a misunderstanding. Jiraiya's forehead dripped with cold sweat at her words. He quickly explained, I came back to the village this time to spend New Year's Eve with the old men and you. Go spend it with the old men. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. I don't need you. Don't need me. Jiraiya subconsciously looked at Kitazawa. I, Lady Tsunade, Senior Sister Shizun, and Mrs. Rina are spending it together, Kitazawa said with a calm expression. Who is Rina? Jiraiya scratched his head and asked. You've been out of Konoha for so long, so naturally you wouldn't know what's been happening, Tsunade snorted, somewhat displeased. Kitazawa blinked. In truth, Tsunade was pretty much the same as Jiraiya. If he hadn't proposed the psychological medical ninja system, she would have had to wait for Uzumaki Naruto to seek her out after his graduation before returning to the village. Of course, he wouldn't dare say that out loud, lest he suffer the same fate as Jiraiya. If you want to ask anything, go find the old man. Tsunade turned around and casually closed the door. Jiraiya rubbed his nose, feeling a bit. He hesitated for 2 seconds, didn't bother Tsunade again, and, after greeting Kitazawa, went to the Hokage's office. Old man, still looking at your crystal ball? How about lending it to me for a couple of days? A sudden voice rang out beside him. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously covered the crystal ball in front of him, only sighing in relief when he recognized whose voice it was. The Hokage's office is still the same as ever. Jiraiya jumped down from the window and walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Can't you just use the door? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a stern face. Just like Tsunade, always so disrespectful. Next time for sure. Jiraiya said nonchalantly. Forget it, you wouldn't listen anyway. Sarutobi Hiruzen put away the crystal ball and asked, have you found your child of prophecy? No. Jiraiya shook his head. Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 great sage regions for summoning, had a leader called the Great Toad Sage, who possessed the ability to foresee the future. In his prophecy, among the students Jiraiya took in, there was one who possessed the ability to revolutionize the entire ninja world. However, if not guided, this student also had the potential to destroy the ninja world. This student was, of course, the child of prophecy. And Jiraiya had been searching for him throughout the ninja world to guide him. You've been searching for so many years without finding him, perhaps the child of prophecy doesn't exist at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, since you've returned to Konoha village, why don't you stay? Sorry, old man, I must find the child of prophecy. Jiraiya was silent for 2 seconds, then said very firmly, the child of prophecy exists. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. Jiraiya, in terms of both strength and status, was not much inferior to Tsunade. If he had stayed in Konoha village, the outcome of many things might have been completely different, for example, the 9-tailed fox incident. I just went to see Tsunade. Jiraiya changed the subject and asked, who is this Kitazawa? How did he become half of Tsunade's student? See for yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled out Kitazawa's file and handed it to him. Jiraiya took the file and started reading. At first, he was calm, but the further he read, the more astonished he became. There was no way around it, Kitazawa's transformation was truly extraordinary. In less than a year, he had gone from an ordinary ninja academy teacher to an elite jonin proficient in medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, water release, and more. Jiraiya felt a sense of déjà vu because he himself had been like that back in the day. Among Konoha's Sannin, his talent had been the weakest until he accidentally stumbled into Mount Myaboku, where his strength rapidly improved. But what was Kitazawa's fortuitous encounter? Or was he simply a late bloomer? No wonder Tsunade returned to the village. Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the psychological medical ninja system. In fact, when he returned to the village this time, he hadn't expected to encounter Tsunade. After all, Tsunade, like him, wandered all over the ninja world. He had been quite surprised to hear she was in Konoha village earlier, but he was kicked out before he could ask why. This psychological medical ninja system will probably benefit many ninjas. Jiraiya's pupils suddenly contracted. Thinking of something, he asked impatiently, can it also treat Tsunade's hemophobia? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I've already had Kitazawa and the others work on it, but whether it will succeed is hard to say. If Tsunade's hemophobia can be successfully treated, that would be wonderful. As Tsunade's teammate, Jiraiya knew well the origin of her hemophobia and the suffering it caused. He hoped more than anyone that her phobia could be cured. Kitazawa is indeed qualified to be Tsunade's student, Jiraiya said, putting down Kitazawa's file. He didn't inquire about Kitazawa's fortuitous encounter, there was no need. Kitazawa was now half Tsunade's student, a high-ranking member of Konoha, and vice principal of the Ninja Academy. He had enough strength and status to keep his own secrets. Besides, Kitazawa had already passed the double test of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade, so there were no problems. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then added with satisfaction, he's also a very excellent Ninja Academy teacher. No matter how excellent a Ninja Academy teacher is, it's still just that, Jiraiya replied indifferently. He wasn't someone who hadn't attended school. In his opinion, the level of Ninja Academy teachers was generally mediocre, teaching the basic 3E rank technique was usually their limit. Look at this. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the Genius Class file and handed it to him. Genius Class. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and quickly flipped through it. How is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a chuckle. A very good reform, Jiraiya admitted. If we had a Genius Class back then, maybe we could have defeated Hanzo. Konoha Sanin's famous battle took place during the Second Ninja World War, when the three of them fought against Hanzo of the Hidden Rain Village. But at that time, they were utterly defeated. Besides them, all the ninja of Konoha died at Hanzo's hands. Even the title of Konoha Sannin was bestowed by Hanzo. In a sense, Konoha Sannin was a humiliation. However, because the name became so widely spread, the three of them could only let it be. Who is Rina? Jiraiya asked again. Rina Uzumaki, a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. She was brought back from the grass-hidden village by Tsunade and Kitazawa. There are still members of the Uzumaki clan. Jiraiya looked surprised. I didn't expect it either, Sarutobi Hiruzen said gratefully. It's a good thing Kitazawa found her in time. I've learned what I needed to know. I'm going to see Naruto. Jiraiya casually placed the Genius Class file on the Hokage's desk. You can see him, but don't do anything unnecessary, Sarutobi Hiruzen warned. When do you plan to tell Naruto the truth? Jiraiya asked, frowning. He's still young, we'll talk about it after he graduates, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Tonight is New Year's Eve. Aren't you going to bring Naruto along? Jiraiya asked, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent upon hearing this. Tsunade has been in the village all this time. What do you have to worry about? Jiraiya pressed him mercilessly. Old man, you're a ninja hero of your generation. Why are you so indecisive now? Bring Naruto to my house tonight. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a few seconds but finally agreed. That's more like it. Jiraiya waved his hand. I'm leaving. See you tonight. It seems I really am getting old. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Jiraiya jump out the window and couldn't help but sigh. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya had more courage than he did now. But Jiraiya also had big problems, because he too readily believed Mount Myaboku's arrangements, spending all his time outside searching for the child of prophecy. It's probably safer to hand Konoha over to Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen said thoughtfully. As the new year approached, Konoha village became very lively. Not only were all the shops on both sides of the street open, but there were also many mobile and temporary snack and food stalls. Of course, the most numerous were the constant streams of pedestrians. Every street was packed full. Is your general store not open today? Kunai held Kitazawa's hand and reminded him, then you'll lose a lot of money. No, accompanying you is more important. Kitazawa shook his head. Besides, I'm not short on money now. That's true. Kunai looked around. You are now a medical ninja second only to Lady Tsunade, earning money is effortless for you. Provided you don't get addicted to gambling, Kitazawa said casually. Otherwise, you'll end up penniless like Lady Tsunade. She's your teacher, after all. Kunai couldn't help but laugh. Be careful she doesn't dump all her IOUs on you. Don't say such terrifying things. Kitazawa's mouth twitched involuntarily. Kunai suddenly stopped and asked, look, isn't that Asuma and Kakashi? It certainly is them. Kitazawa followed her gaze. Kitazawa. Might Guy noticed them and immediately waved. Asuma subconsciously glanced over and saw their hands clasped together. He immediately felt a myocardial infarction. Asuma, when did you get back? Kitazawa walked over and asked. I came back yesterday afternoon, Asuma replied. How did you all end up together? Kunai asked curiously. We ran into each other by chance. Asuma complained that old man suddenly sent someone to tell me to go out and buy groceries, saying he had guests tonight. Isn't today New Year's Eve? How can there be guests? Kunai asked, somewhat puzzled. I don't know. Asuma shook his head. I know who it is. Kitazawa's mind stirred, and he said, this morning, I saw Jiraiya. Jiraiya. The expressionless Kakashi suddenly reacted. A glimmer of light flashed in his dead fish-like eyes. He had already read Make Out Paradise many times, he wondered if there was a new volume. Yes. Kitazawa smiled. He went to see Lady Tsunade, and then he was punched out. As expected of Lady Tsunade, Kunai said with great admiration. So that's how it is. Asuma's face showed sudden realization. Since Jiraiya is visiting, we should indeed prepare well, Kunai smiled. Lady Tsunade is visiting our house today. Your house. Asuma felt this was not a place to linger. He had lost too thoroughly. You all go on, we're going to check out that supermarket. Asuma pulled Kakashi and walked forward. Wait for me. Might Guy immediately chased after them. Asuma. Kakashi deliberated repeatedly and said, I'll go home with you later, I have something to discuss with Jiraiya. No problem. Asuma paused, then smiled and asked, how about you spend New Year's Eve at my place? Me. Kakashi couldn't help but be stunned. You're Jiraiya's grand disciple. After not seeing each other for so long, we can chat while eating. Asuma laughed heartily. The old man will definitely be very happy to see you too. Time came to evening. Heavy snow began to fall. Shizune and Rina Uzumaki arrived at Kunai's house early to help prepare dinner. Kitazawa had originally wanted to help, too, but he was sent away. With 3 people already crowded in the kitchen, 4 would make it even harder to move, thus affecting efficiency. In the living room, Karen sat cross-legged on the sofa, watching TV intently. Kitazawa walked over and sat beside her. After watching for a while, he felt bored, the TV programs in the ninja world were indeed uninspired. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. I'll get it. Kitazawa stood up and went to the door. After he opened it, a beautiful and delicate face came into view, it was Tsunade. Even though it was snowing, she was still wearing her teal-green jacket with the character, Gamble, printed on it. Lady Tsunade, why are you only just arriving now? Kitazawa stepped back, letting her into the house. I went to buy sake. Tsunade's lips curved slightly as she smiled. This weather is perfect for drinking sake. After she finished speaking, she bent down and began to take off her shoes. Kitazawa subconsciously glanced and was immediately drawn to skin whiter than snow. Aren't you afraid I'll punch you away? Tsunade put her shoes aside, looked at him, and asked. No. Kitazawa said seriously, I haven't done anything wrong. He reached out and brushed the snow from her shoulder. I'll let you off for now today. Tsunade paused slightly and said. She walked barefoot across the carpet into the living room. Kitazawa couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seems this auto-aim really needs to be controlled. Lady Tsunade. Karen quickly greeted her. How's your training been recently? Tsunade sat beside her, stroked her head, and asked. Very smooth. Karen glanced at Kitazawa. Teacher Kitazawa said I can try learning the sealing technique from next week. As expected of a member of the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Mainly, Karen's talent for sealing technique is very good, Kitazawa said with a smile, sitting opposite Tsunade. You're teaching her sealing technique? Tsunade suddenly thought of something. Have you learned the 3 sealing techniques I gave you? I've learned 2. Kitazawa said modestly, my talent for sealing technique is a bit lacking. I really want to punch you out. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Learning 2 sealing techniques in such a short time, this talent couldn't be called poor, let alone inhuman. You don't need to punch me, Lady Tsunade, just say the word, and I'll go. Kitazawa joked. Having spent a long time with Tsunade, he had already figured out her personality and wasn't very afraid of her. Although she was strong-willed, she also had boundaries. As long as Kitazawa didn't make mistakes, she wouldn't actually resort to violence. As for Jiraiya, he had too many past offenses, such as peeping at hot springs. Tsunade naturally wouldn't give him a good look. An hour later, dinner was served. Kitazawa, Tsunade, Kunai, Shizune, Rina Uzumaki, and Karen sat together. Come on, pour the sake. Tsunade placed all 6 bottles she had bought on the table. Lady Tsunade, weren't you supposed to buy 2 bottles? Shizune immediately asked, somewhat angrily. Today is New Year's Eve, how can 2 bottles be enough? Tsunade retorted self-righteously. It's fine. Kunai played mediator. I'll drink with Lady Tsunade. Although she wasn't as obsessed with sake as Tsunade, she was pretty close. Drink. Tsunade raised her glass. Wait. Kitazawa held her wrist. The first drink of the new year should be drunk by everyone together. That's true. Tsunade nodded. Everyone, raise your glasses, let's toast. Except for Karen, everyone else raised their glasses. Happy New Year. Everyone said in unison. The Sarutobi clan's compound. Today is a good day. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya, Asuma, Kakashi, and Naruto before him, a wide smile on his face. He couldn't remember the last time it had been this lively. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 201, Tsunade's Treatment. January 1st, New Year's Day. The snow, which had fallen all night, finally stopped, and a faint sunlight appeared outside the window. Tsunade vaguely turned over. Her soft golden hair was spread messily across the pillow. A moment later, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she opened her eyes. Tsunade instinctively pressed her forehead as she looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. The headache from the hangover made her frown. Fortunately, she had the Een seal, and under the regulation of chakra, her body quickly returned to normal. She shook her head as the memories of last night flooded back. She and Kunai had drunk until they were completely out of it, and even Kitazawa and Shizun couldn't stop them. In the end, out of helplessness, she was left behind. Tsunade paused for 2 seconds, then got out of bed. She looked around and walked to the table. Student Winter Break Special Training Plan. Tsunade flipped through a couple of pages and saw names like Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. She could now confirm that she had slept in Kitazawa's room for a night. It's quite tidy, actually. Yawning, she walked to the window and pulled back the curtains, letting the sunlight fall on her ample figure. Just then, the sound of the door opening echoed. Tsunade turned her head and saw a cautious Kitazawa. She was slightly stunned. He had changed into a black kimono, which gave her a refreshing feeling. Indeed, a handsome person looked good in anything. Lady Tsunade, are you awake? Seeing her, Kitazawa no longer tiptoed but walked straight in and said, drink a glass of milk first. Where's Kunai? Tsunade picked up the milk and took a sip. It was warm, and her hungover body immediately felt a comfortable sensation. Her alcohol tolerance isn't as good as yours, she's still asleep, Kitazawa said with a smile. I took your bed last night. I apologize. Tsunade held the milk with both hands, leaned against the windowsill, and looked at Kitazawa. It's nothing, Kitazawa said indifferently. If Lady Tsunade wants to sleep, I can always give it to you. He rarely returned to this room to sleep after confirming his relationship with Kunai. The room had now become his study, only occasionally used. Anyway, I still have to thank you. Tsunade took 2 more sips of milk and said, I want to take a bath. She hadn't bathed last night because she was completely drunk. Now that she was sober, she felt uncomfortable. The bathroom is this way. Kitazawa led Tsunade to the bathroom. Thank you. After Tsunade closed the door, she took off her clothes and stepped into the bathtub. Kitazawa, meanwhile, went to Kunai's room. He opened the door and saw that she was still asleep, lying soundly on the bed. Not disturbing her, he went to the kitchen. Considering that Kunai might wake up at any time, he decided to make a simple breakfast today, bread, milk, and sandwiches. After preparing breakfast, Kitazawa returned to the living room. Tsunade was still bathing, and the sound of water could be faintly heard. He placed the breakfast on the table and waited. As for Rina, Shizun, and Karen, they had already returned home last night. After all, they lived next door, and Kunai's house couldn't accommodate so many people. A moment later, the sound of the door opening echoed. Kitazawa subconsciously looked towards the bathroom, and suddenly widened his eyes. Tsunade emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a white bath towel. But she was using Kunai's bath towel, which was bulging and appeared to be under a lot of pressure. Go and get me some clothes. Tsunade plopped down on the sofa, and with a flick of her right hand, she tossed her golden hair behind her. This action, combined with the contoured bath towel, was very alluring. Aren't you going quickly? Tsunade gave Kitazawa a glance. Coming back to his senses, he went next door and found Shizun, who was already awake. A moment later, he reappeared before Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, today is New Year's Day, so senior sister Shizun gave me a kimono. He handed her the kimono and explained. A kimono? Tsunade pouted. It's so troublesome to wear. She took the light green kimono and stood up to go to Kitazawa's room. Several minutes later, Kitazawa finally saw Tsunade in the kimono. How to describe it? Although the kimono was relatively loose, wearing it still couldn't conceal her perfect figure. Lady Tsunade, breakfast is on the table, Kitazawa reminded her. Tsunade walked towards the dining table. Kitazawa glanced at the time and went to Kunai's room again. Sitting by the bed, he reached out his hand and placed it on her forehead. Light green chakra flowed into Kunai's body. Kunai felt a warm current within her body and woke up. Does your head hurt? Kitazawa asked with a smile. No pain. Kunai's lips curved, and she sat up, wrapping her arms around him. Although she had also been very drunk last night, Kitazawa had helped her bathe, so she didn't smell of alcohol. She wiggled her waist and nestled her soft body into his embrace. Looking up, she licked the corner of her mouth and asked pointedly, "Aren't you on holiday today?" Having drunk last night, there was no routine daily activity. Lady Tsunade is in the living room. Kitazawa pinched her cheek and said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Kunai's smile froze, and 2 blushes quickly appeared on her cheeks. Fortunately, Kitazawa hadn't gone too far. Otherwise, if their duet was heard by Tsunade, she would definitely flee Konoha overnight. Who told you to be so impatient? Kitazawa couldn't help but laugh. Annoyed, Kunai kicked him. Kitazawa stepped back and caught her foot. He tickled the soft sole of her foot twice and said, "Get dressed and eat breakfast." Kunai's toes instinctively curled up. Her body trembled, and she quickly pulled her foot back. "I'll deal with you next time." She snorted softly, got out of bed, and put on a red and black kimono. Very beautiful. Kitazawa looked her over twice and said. The two of them then went to the living room. "I'm full, see you next time." Tsunade glanced at them, put down the bread in her hand, stood up, and left. "Did you offend Lady Tsunade?" Kunai couldn't help but be stunned and asked. Logically speaking, no. Kitazawa couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. After they finished breakfast, they went to the shrine to pray for blessings, as per New Year's custom. After praying, they strolled around Konoha village. A leisurely and relaxed day passed just like that. The next day was still a holiday. Kitazawa and Kunai didn't indulge again but practiced sealing techniques. Kunai practiced sealing jutsu, 4 limbs weighting seal. Kitazawa, on the other hand, practiced binding jutsu or sealing tag. This was also the last sealing technique in his sealing technique mission. Its effect was somewhat similar to the string light formation, both designed to restrain targets, but it didn't involve drawing a sealing array on the ground. Instead, it used 4 sealing tags to form an array. Relatively speaking, the binding jutsu was more flexible. New Year's Day 3. The winter break special training resumed. Kitazawa arrived at the Ninja Academy early in the morning. Teacher Kitazawa, Happy New Year. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Kabuto, and Hinata, among others, all gathered around. Happy New Year, Kitazawa said with a smile. Teacher Kitazawa, New Year's money. Ino held out her hand, her face full of anticipation. Everyone gets some. Kitazawa took out the envelopes he had prepared earlier and distributed them. Even Kabuto, who was already a big child, received one. All right, after you've received your New Year's money, go train. He paused and added, Hinata, Neji, and Karen stay behind. Yes, Teacher Kitazawa. The others each found a place to begin their training. Hinata and Neji, you have already mastered the shadow clone technique, so you can start new special training. Kitazawa got straight to the point. You two don't need to train at the academy for the next 2 days, go home and learn 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. Neji's face showed surprise. That's right. Kitazawa nodded. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm is a rare long-range gentle fist. If you learn it, you might be able to defeat Naruto. Neji's spirits lifted, and his eyes filled with anticipation. Come back to me after 2 days of learning. Kitazawa patted Hinata's head. Although Hinata was a little reluctant, she still returned home with Neji. Karen, today I'll teach you your first sealing technique. Kitazawa took out a scroll and handed it to her. It's called finger carving seal. First, memorize its curse mark. Okay. Karen was somewhat excited. She could finally officially embark on the path of a ninja. After Kitazawa created a shadow clone, he took Sakura to Konoha Hospital. While practicing the sealing technique, he also went to perform surgeries. Many people had upset stomachs during the new year. Kitazawa even performed a high-difficulty surgery, which advanced his mission progress bar by 1 notch. The 4th day of the new year was Sunday. Just as Kitazawa thought this week would pass peacefully, Yakumo came to tell him that she had already learned the emotion displacement technique. Then let's go. Kitazawa also wanted to know if the emotion displacement technique would actually work. The two of them went next door. Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa handed over a scroll. This is the treatment plan written by Yakumo. Tsunade knew without asking that Yakumo had learned the emotion displacement technique. She opened the treatment plan and began to read it. The content was divided into two parts. The first part was treatment using the emotion displacement technique. The second part was a remedial plan if the emotion displacement technique failed. Begin. Tsunade put down the treatment plan. Lady Tsunade, please do not resist, Yakumo reminded. I will first make you enter an illusion. I know. Tsunade nodded. Yakumo looked at her and immediately unleashed the terrifying illusion. Normally, she would have used the genjutsu they created, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. However, Mirror Flower, Water Moon was inherently inferior to the terrifying illusion, so using the terrifying illusion directly would have a better effect. Tsunade felt a blur before her eyes and found herself in an unfamiliar yet familiar environment. She looked up and saw Orochimaru, more precisely, a younger version of Orochimaru. I'm sorry, Tsunade, Orochimaru spoke slowly after a few seconds of silence. Tsunade walked into the tent. The smell of blood assailed her, making her body tremble slightly. She subconsciously looked at the body covered by a white cloth. Lady Tsunade, please accept our condolences. A medical ninja wearing a mask said in a heavy tone. Tsunade reached out a trembling hand towards the white cloth. The cloth was pulled back, and what came into view was Nawaki's face. Tsunade stood rooted to the spot, her body trembling uncontrollably. She covered her face, her pupils dilated, her expression filled with terror. Just then, the medical ninja standing near her quickly formed hand signs. Emotion displacement technique. He was actually Yakumo in disguise. She extended her hands, aiming them at Tsunade. A large amount of chakra surged out. Moments later, Tsunade had calmed down considerably. It's effective. Yakumo was overjoyed. But just then, the aura around Tsunade suddenly changed dramatically. Crack! The illusion shattered. Yakumo returned to the living room, looking at Tsunade with disbelief. She had not only subconsciously resisted the emotion displacement technique but also broken her terrifying illusion. What terrifying strength and willpower this was. Lady Tsunade, how are you? Kitazawa glanced at his right arm, which she was gripping, and couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. Tsunade took a deep breath and said slowly. Kitazawa-sensei. Yakumo leaned closer and whispered the situation to Kitazawa. Kitazawa couldn't help but frown. Although Yakumo's treatment method was somewhat cruel, it could indeed be called targeting the root cause. If she could just displace Tsunade's emotions upon seeing Nawaki's death, that would essentially be half the battle won. However, Yakumo's method did not work because Tsunade's subconscious resistance was too intense. Once more. Tsunade recovered for a few seconds and said, I will try my best to control my emotions. All right. Yakumo nodded. She had already prepared for a prolonged struggle. Kitazawa, you come in too. Tsunade suddenly thought of something and spoke. Kitazawa was startled and looked at Yakumo. You can. Yakumo unleashed the terrifying illusion again. Kitazawa subconsciously narrowed his eyes. After steadying himself, he found himself in a wartime Konoha village camp. He looked around and saw Orochimaru. Tsunade's face was solemn as she walked into the tent. Kitazawa quickly followed her. He hesitated for a few seconds, then directly took Tsunade's hand. Tsunade subconsciously looked at him, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Are you going to look? Kitazawa met her gaze and asked. Look, Tsunade said very firmly. Kitazawa reached out and lifted the white cloth. He saw Nawaki's tragic state at the same time. In the original work, Nawaki had accidentally stepped into an explosive tag trap and was blown to pieces. Tsunade's body began to tremble again. Yakumo quickly used the emotion displacement technique. She did not directly replace the pain with happiness, but tried to alleviate the pain, allowing Tsunade to develop some resistance to this memory. Kitazawa squeezed Tsunade's hand and injected light green chakra. He didn't understand the emotion displacement technique, but he could use medical ninjutsu to relieve Tsunade's physical pain. With both methods, the treatment effect was significantly better than the previous time. But after 5 minutes, Tsunade still lost control of her emotions and broke through the illusion. The three of them returned to the living room. Kitazawa felt his body sink, and then Tsunade threw herself into his arms. She closed her eyes, and a line of tears slid down her fair face. Yakumo, today's treatment ends here. Kitazawa sighed in his heart and said. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Yakumo glanced at Tsunade and said very consciously, I'll take my leave first. Kitazawa reached out and gently stroked Tsunade's head. A moment later, he felt a little uncomfortable. After all, a mature body was pressed tightly against him. He could clearly feel her graceful contours and curves. Kitazawa secretly thought that this was truly a trial. Sorry. After an unknown amount of time, Tsunade sat up. It's nothing. Kitazawa shook his head. He could understand why Tsunade was so distraught. If it were him, he might be even worse. You go first. Tsunade turned her head away from him. Kitazawa wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing. At this time, it would be better to let Tsunade be alone for a while. After Kitazawa left, he walked and pondered. This treatment method was too simple and crude, no less than directly tearing open a wound. Kitazawa felt that he could add some elements to the illusion to prevent Tsunade from directly facing Nawaki's death. If that didn't work, he could also create some false memories to make up for Nawaki's regrets, for example, in the illusion, letting him become Hokage and die of old age naturally. Although it was a bit like burying one's head in the sand, it might have an unexpected effect. Since it was all an illusion, there was no harm in trying. Could it be more painful than today's repeated death? But that was next Saturday's matter. Kitazawa looked back. He wondered if it was his imagination. After 2 treatments, his relationship with Tsunade had subtly grown closer. This was a good thing. The better his relationship with Tsunade, the safer he would be in Konoha village. Besides, he was a normal man, and it would be too fake to say that he had no ulterior motives towards Tsunade. Sunday passed, and a new week began. Current mission, learn 3 sealing techniques within the winter break. Mission reward, evil sealing method. The host has completed the mission, reward issued. Kitazawa exhaled. He finally managed to complete his sealing technique mission in the last week of the winter break. Next, he had to focus on the water release and earth release missions. Just then, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the distance, with bright flashes of lightning. Kitazawa glanced at it and then ignored it. This was not natural lightning weather, but lightning weather created by Kakashi Hatake. Ever since he got the idea for the S-rank lightning release, Kirin, he had been researching it. From the current situation, he had barely gotten started and was still far from success. Hinata, your chakra compression is not enough. Kitazawa looked at Hinata and instructed her. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei, Hinata responded and then carefully continued to control her chakra. When it reached a certain critical point, she suddenly struck. An invisible air shockwave collided with a nearby tree. In an instant, a deep mark was left on the tree bark. Keep practicing. Kitazawa reminded, you will only have learned the 8 trigrams, vacuum palm when you can pierce this tree. The 8 trigrams, vacuum palm, in addition to being a long-range gentle fist technique, also possess terrifying penetrative power. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 202, Tsunade's Dream, Hokage Nawaki. It was Friday. Jiraiya had already left Konoha village. After breakfast, Kitazawa leisurely made his way to the Ninja Academy. With the sealing technique mission completed, he temporarily put his mind at ease. Since the water release and earth release missions had deadlines for next semester, he wasn't in a hurry. Teacher Kitazawa. Shino Abirame, usually composed, was now visibly excited. Any new progress? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and asked. I just discovered a Kakeichu that can withstand fire for 5 seconds. Shino extended his hand, and in his palm lay a Kakeichu. The previous Kakeichu, which could resist fire for 3 seconds, was blackish red, while this one was crimson, instantly bringing flames to mind. It seems your Kakeichu flame experiment is close to success. Kitazawa nodded and said, 5 seconds is long enough to ignore most fire release ninjutsu. For instance, with fire release, great fireball technique, a Kakeichu with 5 seconds of resistance could easily pass through the large fireball. Of course, there were also natural enemies. One type was a super large-scale fire release ninjutsu, like fire release, great fire annihilation. Another type was a controllable fire release ninjutsu, such as fire release, great dragon fire technique. And then there was ultra-high temperature fire release, although the fire release Kitazawa used was already quite hot. Judging by the condition of this Kakeichu, 5 seconds is pretty much its limit. Kitazawa observed it for a moment and said, it will be very difficult to extend the time further. Shino agreed. Teacher Kitazawa is right. I plan to end the experiment once this Kakeichu successfully breeds offspring. Did the previous Kakeichu, which could resist fire for 3 seconds, form a species? Kitazawa asked again upon hearing this. It has succeeded. Shino Abirame's spirits lifted as he spoke. He raised his hand, and over a dozen black and red Kakeichu flew out from his sleeve, circling in front of him. You could give them names to differentiate them, Kitazawa suggested. Let's call them fire-resistant bugs, Shino pondered for a moment and said, 3-second fire-resistant bugs and 5-second fire-resistant bugs. That's quite straightforward. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile. As long as it's practical, Shino said indifferently. That's true. Kitazawa patted his shoulder and said, continue your training. Shino turned and walked towards the artificial lake. Kitazawa looked at Kabuto, Aburame Torian, and Uchiha Izumi. Their talents were all excellent, so they had largely mastered the ninjutsu he taught them. Kitazawa stroked his chin. Half a month had passed since their ninja squad's last Guardian Ninja mission. He planned to find time after school started to visit the mission hall and see if he could trigger new system missions. It would be best if he could, otherwise, he would just pick a random B-rank mission to practice. Kitazawa's gaze fell upon Uchiha Izumi. How should her two-tomo Sharingan be awakened? Kitazawa thought of Uchiha Itachi. The best way for Uchiha Izumi to awaken her two-tomo Sharingan would be to ask Uchiha Itachi for help. After all, their relationship was the closest. But how to help was a problem. Uchiha Itachi would have to be in trouble to give Uchiha Izumi a great shock. However, he couldn't actually be in trouble, it would have to be a half-truth, a performance. Kitazawa snapped out of his thoughts, found an empty space, and began practicing Earth Release, Earth Wall. He planned to first learn an Earth Release ninjutsu, then a Water Release ninjutsu, to complete the Water Release ninjutsu mission. After all, the remaining 2 Water Release ninjutsu were A rank, requiring a longer time. Earth Release, Earth Wall was only B rank, and he estimated he could master it in at most half a month. Time slowly passed. 5 in the afternoon. Kitazawa called Naruto, Hinata, Ino, and others over. This also included Sasuke and Kakashi. The day after tomorrow is Sunday, which is registration day. Kitazawa announced, therefore, our winter break special training ends here. What? Is it already over? Naruto was surprised, then regretfully said, I feel like I haven't learned anything this past month. I learned a lot. Sasuke glanced at him and said indifferently, next month's exam, I will take your first place. As expected of my lifelong rival. Naruto instantly became full of fighting spirit. Don't worry, I will definitely train hard and have a youthful showdown with you. Don't forget about us. Ino put her hands on her hips and said with a smile, who knows, first place might fall into my hands. Impossible. Sakura subconsciously retorted, first place belongs to Sasuke-kun. First place next semester won't be that easy to get, Kitazawa said with a mysterious smile, because on registration day, our first-year Class A will undergo an unexpected change. What change? Ino paused, asking curiously. Will there be a powerful transfer student like Yakumo? Naruto's spirits lifted, asking excitedly. Yes and no. Kitazawa chuckled. All right, you all go back. You'll know what the change is the day after tomorrow. Teacher Kitazawa, goodbye. Everyone had no choice but to suppress their curiosity and turn to leave. Kakashi. Kitazawa reminded, be at school at 9 in the morning the day after tomorrow. Don't be late. Kakashi nodded and vanished on the spot. Kitazawa didn't go straight home but went to the Kurama clan's compound. He found Yakumo and discussed changing the treatment method, specifically the content of the illusion, for tomorrow. The night passed uneventfully. Saturday morning. Kitazawa and Yakumo arrived at Tsunade's house. Why are you two here so early? Tsunade rubbed her temples and asked. Each treatment was undoubtedly a form of torture for her. If not for a promise to Kitazawa, she truly would have wanted to escape. Never mind, let's begin, Tsunade sighed. Better to endure the pain sooner than later, since it had to be experienced, it was better to start and finish early. Kitazawa stepped forward and sat beside her. He extended his hand and looked at her. Tsunade met his gaze. His gentle eyes caused a ripple in her stagnant heart. She averted her gaze and took Kitazawa's hand. The next second, Yakumo activated her bloodline limit ability, Terrifying Illusion. Kitazawa and Tsunade once again found themselves in the temporary camp of Konoha village. Tsunade, you're finally here. Orochimaru quickly stepped forward. Nawaki is in critical condition now, only you can save him. What? Tsunade was stunned. Kitazawa, meanwhile, secretly observed her. Although Tsunade was under a genjutsu, with her strength, she could break out of it. This beautiful dream woven for her could not continue if she was unwilling to accept it. However, the good news was that Tsunade did not refuse. After 2 seconds of being stunned, she fully immersed herself in the role. Where is Nawaki? Quickly take me to him. Tsunade asked anxiously. In that tent, Orochimaru said, raising his hand. 2 medical ninja jonin are currently trying to save him. Without a word, Tsunade rushed into the tent. She came before the bloody Nawaki and quickly said, let me do it. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The 2 medical ninja jonin quickly made way. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. To his surprise, Tsunade did not trigger her hemophobia upon seeing so much blood. Did her desire to save Nawaki outweigh her fear of blood? Or was it because this was an illusion, and the current Tsunade was her 20 years ago? A thrilling surgery thus began. To prevent Tsunade from noticing any flaws, Nawaki's injuries were still caused by explosive tags, the only difference being that a glimmer of hope for survival remained. 5 hours later, the surgery ended. Tsunade subconsciously stepped back 2 paces, feeling dizzy. Kitazawa quickly stepped forward and supported her, preventing her from falling. "Thank you," Tsunade said, then nervously looked at Nawaki. "Lady Tsunade, he is out of danger," the 2 medical ninjas said after checking. A relieved smile appeared on Tsunade's face. This time, she had saved Nawaki. "It's a good thing you arrived in time," Orochimaru sighed in relief. "Nawaki needs a period of rest and recuperation," Tsunade said, looking at Nawaki. "I want to take him back to Konoha village." "That's fine," Orochimaru nodded. "The battlefield is still too dangerous for him." 3 days later, Tsunade and Kitazawa brought Nawaki back to Konoha village. "As long as he's alive, it's all good." Third Hokage Hiruzen personally welcomed them. After less than a week of rest, Konoha village held a Jonin meeting. "Sensei," Tsunade stood up and said, "I have a suggestion regarding medical ninja." "What is it?" Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. "I want to consistently include a medical ninja in every ninja squad," Tsunade said in a deep voice. "This way, the survival rate of ninja squads can be increased." "I disagree," Danzo Shimura shook his head. "It is wartime now, and there isn't enough time or resources to train so many medical ninjas." "Danzo has a point," Hamura Mitokado said slowly. For a time, many Jonin expressed their opposition. "I agree," Kitazawa said, standing up. "Although medical ninjas are difficult to train, one more medical ninja can guarantee the lives of an entire squad." Tsunade subconsciously looked at him. A look of daze appeared on her face. "Let's discuss this matter after the war ends," Hiruzen Sarutobi said after thinking for a moment. "Thank you, Kitazawa," Tsunade said after the Jonin meeting ended. "It's nothing," Kitazawa replied with a smile. "After all, I am also a medical ninja." The following content was very simple. After Nawaki woke up, he rejoined the war. Under the leadership of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, Konoha village ended the Second Ninja World War. Konoha village experienced a baby boom. Kakashi Hatake, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yui, Might Guy, and others were born and grew up. In the blink of an eye, it was the Third Ninja World War. Konoha village was besieged from all sides. Fortunately, Nawaki awakened with release, and he, along with Minato Namikaze, turned the tide and saved Konoha village. After the Third Ninja World War, Hiruzen Sarutobi voluntarily abdicated. Nawaki and Minato Namikaze competed for the position of Fourth Hokage. Ultimately, Nawaki, relying on his wood release and the support of Tsunade and Orochimaru, successfully became the Fourth Hokage. January 1st. It was both New Year's Day and the Hokage handover ceremony. Nawaki. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed him the Hokage's hat, smiling. "From today on, Konoha is entrusted to you. I hope you work hard." "I, Nawaki, the Fourth Hokage." Nawaki put on the Hokage's hat, stood in front of the Hokage building, and solemnly announced to the villagers and ninja below. His gaze searched and quickly found Tsunade and Kitazawa. "Big sister." Nawaki waved his hand and shouted loudly. "My dream has come true." Tsunade looked at his smile, stunned in place. A moment later, tears welled in her eyes. With a crack, the illusion shattered. "What a long, long dream," Tsunade said with a dazed expression. Yakumo subconsciously looked at Kitazawa. She didn't know if this treatment had been effective. "Thank you," Tsunade recovered and said. Yakumo was a little flustered for a moment. "Let's not do treatment today," Tsunade smiled. "Don't ruin such a wonderful dream." "Yes, Lady Tsunade." Yakumo stood up and left discreetly. "Was that your idea?" Tsunade looked at Kitazawa and asked. "Yes," Kitazawa nodded. "I believe that simply repeating sad events will not be beneficial for treating hemophobia." "That does make some sense." Tsunade's eyes suddenly narrowed as she asked, "But why did you alter some of the content?" "I altered a lot of content," Kitazawa said seriously. "It was all for the better treatment of hemophobia." Although he had selfish motives, his actions couldn't be called wrong, as it truly had the potential to alleviate the pain caused by Kato Dan's death. "You're quite bold," Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. "For the sake of this beautiful dream, I'll let you off for now." "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." Kitazawa said immediately. "You may be spared death, but you won't escape punishment." Tsunade stood up, stepped on his foot, and said, "Come with me to the casino." Sunday, registration day. Naruto woke up very early. He hadn't seen Kiba and Akimichi Choji for the whole winter break, so he seemed a bit impatient. I wonder what the reforms Kitazawa-sensei mentioned are, Naruto mused as he walked. Naruto. A familiar voice rang out. Kiba. Naruto looked up and saw Kiba standing on the wall. Happy. Kiba leaped down with a smile. For me to personally wait for you, I'm giving you a lot of face. Thanks. Naruto gave a thumbs up. I can already feel the burning passion of youth. All right, put your youth away. Kiba clapped his hands and asked, what new ninjutsu did you learn this winter break? I learned a powerful secret technique. None, Naruto shook his head. Really? Kiba looked surprised. Does that mean I can defeat you? Even if Naruto stood still, you wouldn't be his opponent, a voice approached from a distance. Who? Kiba said angrily. I've gotten a lot stronger. It's me. Shikamaru appeared around the corner, his hands clasped behind his head as usual. Do you want some? Akimichi Choji offered potato chips. Thanks. Kiba grabbed a handful without ceremony. Choji's eyes widened in pain watching him. Fortunately, Naruto only took one chip. Shikamaru, what did you mean just now? Kiba chewed on potato chips as he walked. He means you can't even beat me, let alone Naruto, Ino said with a smile. Impossible. Kiba blurted out. Your secret technique can't control me at all. Kitazawa-sensei taught me a new ninjutsu, Ino blinked. Kiba hesitated, suddenly losing his confidence. After all, his biggest trump card, Hellhound, was taught by Kitazawa. Plus, he had spent the entire winter break at home learning Fang over Fang, so he really didn't know what Ino had learned. It's nothing, Shikamaru yawned indifferently. If I can't get first, 10th is fine too. Kitazawa-sensei said our class will undergo major reforms, Ino glanced at him. You might not even get 10th. What reforms? Shikamaru already felt a headache coming on. He knew without thinking that it would be very troublesome. I don't know, Ino shook her head. Kitazawa-sensei will tell us when we get to the classroom. The group chatted as they walked into the Ninja Academy. Along the way, they also met Sasuke, Sakura, and Hyuga Hinata, and their group grew larger. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto jogged forward when he saw Kitazawa. Hinata took a step forward, but then pulled it back. She could only watch as Naruto snatched her opportunity. Good morning. Kitazawa nodded slightly. Don't register yet, go back to your seats and sit down. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke, Naruto, and the others returned to their seats. Have you noticed anything? Shikamaru observed for a while and then asked, why did some students come and then leave? It is indeed strange, Shino adjusted his glasses. Is it related to the reforms Kitazawa-sensei mentioned? Ino asked thoughtfully. Most likely. Sakura suddenly let out a soft exclamation. Why are Neji and Tenten here? What's going on? And my big sister? Kiba spotted Inuzuka Hana outside the door. Everyone immediately looked at each other, unsure of what was happening. Hyuga Neji, Inuzuka Hana, and Tenten were the same. All of you, come in, Kitazawa beckoned to the people outside the door. Neji, Inuzuka Hana, and the others walked into the classroom. From today on, all of you will join first-year Class A. Kitazawa's words were astonishing. What? Both the original first-year Class A students and the students from other classes, like Hyuga Neji, showed expressions of shock. This is the school's reform, placing the top 30 students in the entire school into one class, Kitazawa said with a smile. Welcome to the genius class. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 203, Genius Class. Do you have any questions? Kitazawa asked after explaining what the genius class was. Kitazawa-sensei. Shikamaru raised his hand. Will the members of the genius class change? Yes. The genius class will adopt a last-place challenge system, Kitazawa explained. The last 10 students in each monthly exam will accept challenges from students in other classes. If they fail, they will swap places. How troublesome. Shikamaru sighed. This meant he had to stay in the top 20. The current genius class was filled with geniuses, and there were many students from the 5th and 6th grades. It would be much harder for him to get into the top 20. Is it really that brutal? Kiba's eyes widened. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. Thanks to the hellhound Kitazawa gave him, otherwise, he would have no confidence in staying in the genius class. Youth is about not fearing challenges. Rock Lee clenched his fists, excited. Lee is right. Naruto gave a thumbs up and grinned. Youth and challenges are the best match. Sasuke quickly scanned the new students who had joined first-year Class A. A moment later, he relaxed. Because, other than Hyuga Neji, no one else posed a threat to him. This genius class was actually pretty similar to before. Anyway, it was always the same few people competing for first place. Kitazawa-sensei. Ino waved her hand, asking curiously, so what will we be learning from now on? The current genius class had students from 1st to 6th grade. Whether it was theory or practical combat, their learning progress varied. This made it difficult for her to understand. Did this mean they would all have to learn a new unified curriculum? We will tailor a learning plan for each of you based on your strengths, Kitazawa paused and said. This is also the advantage of the genius class compared to other classes, allowing you to become stronger faster. Isn't this just like the ninja squad model? Sakura felt a sense of déjà vu. My easy ninja academy life is over. Shikamaru's vision went dark when he heard that. Everyone would have a different learning plan, so it would be impossible for him to be lazy like before. This was simply a bleak future. Sasuke nodded slightly. He felt that this method was very good for a genius like him, as it saved unnecessary time. After all, he had already mastered most of what the Ninja Academy taught. Kitazawa-sensei, will we not have to do theory exams anymore? Naruto asked excitedly. The learning plan includes both theory and practical combat. Irika will teach you theory. Kitazawa glanced at him and said. Still have to do theory, huh? Naruto's expression froze, and he immediately became very dejected. Youth is fearless. What's so scary about mere theory exams? Rock Lee patted his shoulder, full of fighting spirit. After transferring to first-year Class A, he became Naruto's deskmate. That's true. Naruto's spirits lifted. Lee, you're always last in theoretical exams. Tenten couldn't help but retort. Naruto subconsciously looked at Rock Lee. I did my best. Rock Lee said as a matter of course. That's already living up to youth. Kitazawa-sensei. Kiba glanced at Inuzuka Hana and asked, how do students in the genius class graduate? Is the standard still the 3-body technique? It's not the basic 3E rank technique. It's a practical combat assessment, Kitazawa chuckled. As for how to graduate, it's similar to before. You can apply once you reach 12 years old. Can't we graduate early? Kiba asked again. You can graduate early, Kitazawa nodded. If you believe your strength meets the standard, you can apply. It will still be a practical combat assessment. Sasuke's heart stirred at the words. His older brother, Uchiha Itachi, had applied to graduate after only 1 year at the Ninja Academy. But he quickly suppressed that thought. He would definitely not graduate until he got first place. And he had to get first place consecutively. Sasuke had already realized that, in this class, occasionally getting first place didn't mean much. Now, I'll introduce 2 new teachers to you. Kitazawa walked to the door. Kosuke-senpai, you've waited long enough. Please come in. No problem, Kosuke said indifferently. As he walked into the classroom, he immediately drew the students' gazes. Because Kosuke really didn't look like a teacher. He had white hair and was carrying a large black pot and 2 spatulas on his back. Mariboshi Kosuke, a genin, specializes in water release, genjutsu, and kenjutsu, Kitazawa slowly said. From now on, he will be your ninjutsu teacher. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Although they were skeptical of Mariboshi Kosuke, they still showed respect to Kitazawa, answering in unison. And one more. Kitazawa looked towards the door. Kakashi put away his make-out paradise and walked in. Many students exchanged glances again. Kakashi's appearance seemed a bit better than Kosuke's. But why was only one eye visible? Was the other eye blind? What did he look like? Hatake Kakashi, a jonin, Konoha's #1 technician, specializes in over 1,000 ninjutsu. After Kitazawa finished speaking, the students immediately let out gasps of surprise. After all, Kakashi's resume was too astonishing. Moreover, his reputation in Konoha village was not small, and some students had already recognized who he was. Of course, Sasuke and Naruto already knew, so they weren't surprised. Quiet. Kitazawa raised his hand to stop their discussion. Next, we will begin the chakra nature test. Kitazawa-sensei, what is chakra nature? A student who was previously in 5th year Class A raised his hand and asked. The knowledge taught at the Ninja Academy did not involve chakra nature. In the original work, Naruto had already graduated long before he tested his chakra nature. The chakra we refine is neutral, and the basic 3E rank technique we learn is also a neutral ninjutsu, Kitazawa explained. But our common ninjutsu, such as fire release, involves chakra nature, which is fire. I know that. Naruto immediately said. My chakra nature is wind. There are 7 types of chakra nature: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang. Kitazawa nodded and said. Once you know your chakra nature, I can teach you the corresponding release ninjutsu. Are we actually going to be taught elemental ninjutsu? Shikamaru's face showed surprise. What's wrong with teaching elemental ninjutsu? Akimichi Choji asked, puzzled. This should be taught by the Jonin team leader, Shikamaru retorted. Think about it, what would happen if the Ninja Academy taught elemental ninjutsu? The squad leader could save a lot of effort. Choji asked uncertainly. You're not wrong when you put it that way. Shikamaru gave a wry laugh. If the Ninja Academy teaches elemental ninjutsu, students will mature earlier, and our genius class will become exceptionally important. Shino adjusted his glasses. At that moment, he made up his mind that, no matter what, he could not leave the genius class. He keenly noticed that the genius class had extraordinary significance. Kakashi, hand out the chakra paper to them. After Kitazawa finished speaking, he looked at everyone again and said, once you have the chakra paper, infuse chakra into it. Kakashi stood still, demonstrating his precise chakra control. He held a stack of chakra paper, tossed it casually, and the paper scattered, landing neatly on each student's desk. Wow! That's amazing! Everyone immediately exclaimed in admiration. The chakra paper will react differently based on your chakra nature, Kitazawa continued. If the paper burns, it's fire. If it gets wet, it's water. If it tears, it's wind. If it crumbles, it's earth. If it wrinkles, it's lightning. Kitazawa-sensei, what about yin and yang? A 6th grade student asked. Yin and yang cannot be tested, Kitazawa paused and added. But it doesn't matter, we will find a way to test them later. Sasuke-kun, why aren't you testing? Sakura asked, seeing Sasuke not making any move. I tested it before, it's lightning and fire, Sasuke said casually. Mine is earth and water, Sakura quickly said. So you can have 2? Naruto asked with a surprised look. I heard some people have 3, 4, or even all natures, Shikamaru said lazily. I'm so envious. Naruto scratched his head. I only have 1. There's nothing wrong with only having 1. It's not like having more chakra natures makes you stronger, Ino said with a smile. Our Yamanaka clan's secret technique only uses yin release. Our Inuzuka clan's secret technique is yang release, Kiba casually put down the chakra paper and said. For us, there's no need to learn other ninjutsu. Besides the secret technique clans, in the ninja world, there are also many jonin famous for a particular ninjutsu, Shikamaru gave an example. Like Kakashi-sensei. Although he is skilled in many ninjutsu, he is most famous for lightning release. I see. Naruto clenched his fist. Then I want to become a wind release master. Wind release, huh? Shikamaru said thoughtfully. Konoha village doesn't have any particularly famous wind release masters. Shino lowered his head slightly. Actually, there was one. He had heard Aburaim Toryun say that Danzo was a wind release ninja. Then that will be me in the future. Naruto said confidently. On the name of youth, I will become Konoha village's most famous wind release ninja. Huh? Rock Lee asked in surprise. Naruto, are you giving up on your dream of being a taijutsu ninja? Oh, right. Naruto's face showed sudden realization. I also want to become Konoha village's strongest taijutsu ninja. Then I won't easily give up the title of strongest taijutsu ninja to you. Rock Lee flashed his teeth. When the time comes, let's have a youthful showdown. No problem. Naruto immediately agreed. Not long after, all the students' chakra natures had been tested. Kitazawa had them divided into 5 regular groups and 1 special group according to their chakra natures. If someone had multiple natures, they could choose a group to join. As for the special group, it consisted of yin and yang natures, bloodline limit, and taijutsu. Yakumo, Hinata, Sakura, Ino, and Karen, among others, chose this group. Sasuke chose the lightning release learning group because he was learning lightning release. Naruto chose the wind release learning group for the same reason. However, the members of the 6 groups were not fixed and could switch depending on the situation. Kosuke-senpai, please lead the water release learning group, Kitazawa spoke without any hesitation. Kosuke's water release was learned from the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Even Kitazawa currently couldn't compare to him. No problem, Kosuke nodded and said. Kakashi, you take the lightning release and earth release learning groups, Kitazawa paused and said. I'll take the wind release, fire release, and special learning groups. Kakashi replied indifferently. After teaching Sasuke for a month, he had unconsciously raised his standards. If these students' talents weren't great, he would just send a shadow clone to lead them and teach them some low-level ninjutsu. In fact, most students could only learn some low-level ninjutsu. Although it was a genius class, the real geniuses were the Konoha 12. The other students had limited talent. Even so, it was much better than just learning the basic E-rank techniques such as clone, transformation, and substitution. Not to mention anything else, even if they only learned 1 or 2 low-level ninjutsu, they would be among the best genin after graduation. For Konoha Village, this was already enough. From now on, you will have theory classes on Monday, and practical combat classes on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Kitazawa clapped his hands and said. Now, according to the order, starting from the first row, sign up. Classes officially begin tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Although he also felt that theory classes were very important, surviving in the cruel ninja world was the most important thing, so practical combat classes were scheduled for 4 days. However, for these geniuses, 1 day a week was enough for them to master the knowledge in their textbooks. If it still wasn't enough, they could have remedial classes after school. For Kitazawa, it was also a good thing. His available time changed from Saturday and Sunday to Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. 3 days would allow him to focus on learning ninjutsu or taking Kabuto and his team out on missions. Kosuke-senpai and Kakashi, you can go back first. Kitazawa turned his head and said, just leave the registration to me. All right then. Kosuke and Kakashi didn't say much and turned to leave. Because there were only 30 people, registration was completed in less than 2 hours. Kitazawa-sensei, see you tomorrow. After registering, everyone went home to prepare for tomorrow's official classes. Kitazawa pondered for a moment and then went to the Hokage building. He planned to find a mission for his ninja squad and also report on the genius class to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But before going to the mission hall, he detoured to the Umbu office. I want to see Uchiha Itachi. Kitazawa stood at the entrance and didn't go inside. The 4 Umbu ninja on duty in the Umbu office looked at each other. The number of times they had encountered a non-Umbu ninja like Kitazawa directly coming to the Umbu office to find someone was truly few and far between. Are you Kitazawa-sama? One of the Umbu ninja scrutinized him for a moment and asked uncertainly. Kitazawa was now the vice principal of the Ninja Academy, belonging to Konoha's high-ranking officials. According to Konoha Village's rules, ordinary Umbu ninja should address him as Sama. I am. Kitazawa nodded and said. Please wait, I'll go find Captain Itachi now. The Umbu ninja quickly got up and walked out. Not long after, he and Itachi Uchiha appeared before Kitazawa. Kitazawa-sensei. Itachi was a little surprised and asked, is there something you need me for? What do you think of Izumi's strength? Kitazawa asked in return. Her talent is very good. Itachi was stunned for a moment, then commented, among her peers in the Uchiha clan, her strength can be considered outstanding. Her strength has reached a bottleneck recently, Kitazawa said directly. She's 1 step away from awakening her 2-tomo Sharingan. You want me to help her awaken her 2-tomo Sharingan? Itachi realized and immediately showed a troubled expression. Besides Sasuke, all the Uchiha clan ninja he knew who had awakened their Sharingan had lost a close person. That's right. Kitazawa chuckled, guessing his thoughts, and said, emotional stimulation doesn't necessarily require someone to die. Itachi couldn't help but be startled. Izumi is only 1 step away from the 2-tomo Sharingan, she doesn't need overly intense emotional stimulation, Kitazawa explained. For example, if your team encounters danger on a mission. Is that so? Itachi understood immediately upon hearing this. I can try. Umbu had a total of 4 squads, with 17 members in each squad. Itachi, with his powerful strength, was now a squad captain. Arranging for Uchiha Izumi wouldn't be a big problem. Let's set the time for next Sunday. Kitazawa thought for a moment, leaned closer, and conspired, like this and like that. I will choose a suitable mission, Itachi said after listening. Kitazawa said with a smile. Izumi definitely won't suspect anything. After all, to many people, Umbu was an organization directly under the Hokage. Uchiha Izumi would also not think that she would be set up by Umbu. This matter will probably have to be reported to Hokage-sama. Itachi hesitated for 2 seconds and said, I don't know if Hokage-sama will agree. I'll report it. Kitazawa volunteered. I also have something to report to him anyway. Then I'll leave it to you, Kitazawa-sensei. Itachi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With Kitazawa's status, Hiruzen would certainly not refuse. Lady Tsunade is not Danzo, if your Uchiha clan encounters big trouble, you can go to her first. Kitazawa took 2 steps, then turned back and hinted, coming to me is also fine. He was referring to Uchiha Obito. A new year had arrived. According to the original timeline, the Uchiha clan massacre would happen sometime this year. Obito would most likely come to Konoha village. The exact time was not mentioned in the original work. Kitazawa could only prepare for the worst and give Itachi Uchiha a heads up. If he encountered Obito, he should tell him to go to Tsunade or him. Chapter 204, First Class. After discussing with Uchiha Itachi, Kitazawa did not go to the mission hall to accept a mission but went directly to the Hokage office. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the knock and casually put away his crystal ball. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa pushed the door open and entered. It's Kitazawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw him and asked with a smile, isn't today the registration day? Why do you have time to come see me? Registration has ended. I came to report on the genius class's situation. Kitazawa paused, then began to talk about the genius class's chakra attribute groupings, teacher assignments, and so on. I am very much looking forward to the performance of the genius class students after they graduate. Hiruzen said with a chuckle, with your teaching methods, they will probably have strength close to Chunin as soon as they graduate. Kitazawa nodded slightly. Being able to learn the basic 3 E-rank techniques makes one a genin. While the standard for Chunin is a bit higher, it's not much higher, mastering 1 or 2 low-level elemental release ninjutsu is sufficient. Of course, this refers to the most ordinary Chunin. Although they are all Chunin, the difference between the upper and lower limits is huge, and the same applies to Genin and Jonin. Hokage-sama, I have another idea. Kitazawa bowed slightly and said, we could add a mentorship system for the genius class students. What is mentorship? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and asked. Let outstanding students from the genius class periodically serve as ninjutsu instructors in other classes, Kitazawa replied. Simply put, it's letting them guide the ninjutsu of students in other classes. Although the Ninja Academy teachers are all Chunin, some teachers are indeed not as good as the outstanding students of the genius class. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but let out a soft sound. This was undoubtedly another new system. There are 3 benefits to doing this. Kitazawa held up 3 fingers. 3. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused thoughtfully. He had only thought of 2. Firstly, while genius class students teach others ninjutsu, they will also consolidate what they've learned and even develop new understandings, Kitazawa slowly continued. Secondly, it enhances the strength of students in other classes. Thirdly, it makes students in other classes aspire to join the genius class. So that's it. You truly are a genius in teaching. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, even my teacher is quite inferior to you. The second Hokage-sama was the true genius, I dare not compare myself to him. Kitazawa quickly shook his head and said. This instructor system can be implemented. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment, then reminded him, but the premise is that it must not affect the learning of the genius class students. While enhancing the strength of students in other classes is a good thing, the genius class students are the top priority. After all, only geniuses can determine the future and potential of Konoha Village. Moreover, too many instructors would take away the teachers' jobs, and causing dissatisfaction would not be ideal. I understand. Kitazawa's ultimate goal in proposing this instructor system was actually to increase competition. The increased strength of students in other classes could subtly place immense pressure on the genius class students. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa brought up Uchiha Izumi's matter. It's fine to borrow the umbu for a ninja with a 2-tomo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen said very generously. Although what Kitazawa said did not conform to the rules, with his current strength and status, he could indeed have certain privileges. How is Tsunade's hemophobia treatment progressing? A look of concern appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. The genius class was a matter for the future. Currently, the most important thing for Konoha Village is naturally Tsunade. It's going well so far. Kitazawa briefly described the situation of the 2 treatments. Although both ended in failure, the time the illusion was broken was longer each time. Very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and said, you've all worked hard. If there's any new progress, inform me promptly. Yes, Hokage-sama. Seeing that the discussion was over, Kitazawa bid him farewell and left the Hokage office. Today was Sunday, the registration day. Tomorrow was Monday, the first day of school. But due to the special class schedule of the genius class, Irika Yumino was teaching theoretical lessons on Monday, so he didn't need to go. In other words, he would have a day and a half of free time. Kitazawa planned to focus on training his earth release, earth wall. The sound of a door opening echoed. Is registration over? Kunai stopped her training and walked towards the door. Kitazawa looked at her, extended his hands, and said, come here and let me hug you. You hug me every day, haven't you had enough? Kunai's lips curved slightly upwards. She walked in front of him and embraced him. I wish you'd hang on to me every day. Kitazawa felt her soft body, took a deep breath, and said. Pervert. Kunai suddenly thought of something, her face flushed, and she glared at him. After all, every time she hung on him, it was a torment. Why are you calling me a pervert for no reason? Kitazawa slapped her but hard and asked. You know yourself. Kunai grunted and said. What are you thinking about again? I think you're the pervert. Kitazawa lowered his head, looked at her fair and rosy cheeks, and said. I'm a pervert because of you. Kunai retorted. Can you blame me? Kitazawa leaned close to her ear and bit it. Kunai's body softened, and a hint of daze appeared in her ruby-like eyes. Enduring the strange sensation in her ear, she whispered, It's daytime right now. Can't we do it during the day? Kitazawa teased. Kunai's breathing hitched. But she ultimately resisted the temptation. Because during the day, Tsunade and Shizun might come over. Tonight. Kunai bit her lip, lowered her head, and said, I'll give you then. What did you say? Kitazawa's eyes lit up at her words, but he was afraid of hearing wrong, so he subconsciously asked. You're still asking? Kunai stomped on his foot fiercely. Can I make a request? Kitazawa leaned into her ear and whispered 2 sentences. Pervert. Kunai's face was crimson, and she said irritably, I'm going to train. With that, she swayed her hips and walked towards the living room. Kitazawa looked at her retreating figure, a look of anticipation on his face. Although Kunai was quite bold, unconventional activities at night had only been tried once on his birthday. Now, finally, there was a second chance at battle. Kitazawa exhaled and went outside. He began practicing earth release, earth wall. Time slowly passed. The sky gradually darkened. It was January now, and after sunset, the temperature dropped significantly. Isn't that the earth release, earth wall that Kakashi often uses? Kunai's voice rang out. Kitazawa turned around and saw her standing at the doorway. Why isn't there a dog head carved on your earth wall? Kunai observed it for a moment, then asked in confusion. Why would I waste chakra carving a dog head? Kitazawa retorted. I forgot that earth release, earth wall doesn't originally have a dog head. Kunai couldn't help but laugh and said. There were very few earth release ninjas in Konoha village. The one she saw most often was Kakashi. Over time, her understanding of earth release, earth wall had been distorted by his version. If I were to carve something, I wouldn't carve a dog head. Kitazawa walked up to Kunai and said, I would carve the faces of the 4 Hokage. Kunai's face was full of question marks. If we encounter a ninja from an enemy village, we can change it to the Kage of that enemy village. Kitazawa continued. Where do you get so many strange ideas? Kunai asked, complaining. This is called a flash of inspiration. Kitazawa kissed her on the cheek and said, It's evening now, Kunai. First, let's eat. Kunai was startled, her voice unconsciously lowering. There's no rush to eat. Kitazawa blinked and said, You can eat more after you've digested. Pervert. Kunai, flushed with anger, turned and walked into her room. Kitazawa closed the door and went to the living room. He sat on the sofa and waited. Not long after, he heard the door open. Kunai walked out of the room. A woman's suit hugged her body tightly, highlighting her graceful curves. The hip-hugging skirt swayed with her long, black-stockinged legs, an indescribable charm. Are you satisfied? Kunai stopped and asked. Kitazawa's gaze fell on her lips. She had applied lipstick, and her red lips looked luscious and inviting. Kunai noticed his gaze, and her face flushed slightly. After 2 seconds of hesitation, she squatted down, her black stockings taut, making her thighs appear even longer. And her full buttocks, with her movement, became even rounder, like a ripe peach. Kunai, you're so good. Kitazawa's finger traced her red lips, they were very soft. The next second, he grimaced. Kitazawa leaned back, and in his sight, Kunai shook her head, her fair skin contrasting with the color of her lipstick. He looked at the familiar ceiling, trying to concentrate. But he did not succeed. After all, his IQ had already left the high ground. Kitazawa's eyes were unfocused, his thoughts drifting. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he suddenly sat up. Thank you. Kitazawa looked at Kunai, and noticing her lipstick was faded, he said, I'll take you to buy lipstick another day. Kunai rolled her eyes. After taking a few deep breaths, she swallowed, said nothing, and turned to walk towards the bathroom. Kitazawa stretched and stood up, walking into the kitchen. Although Kunai had already snuck a lot of food, it wasn't a proper meal after all. She didn't have time now, so he would make dinner. The next day, Monday. During the day, Kitazawa continued to practice earth release, earth wall. In the evening, he once again educated Kunai well, making her agree to various requests amidst her nonsensical ramblings. The price of doing this was that Kitazawa was kicked out by her after waking up. But it didn't matter. He was going out today anyway, because today was Tuesday, and the genius class was about to have its first practical combat lesson after the reform. When Kitazawa arrived at the office, he saw Hinata sitting on the sofa. He was slightly surprised, he hadn't quite expected it. Because ever since he started living at Kunai's house, he no longer ate breakfast at school, but instead ate with Kunai. Occasionally, Tsunade and Shizun would even come over to freeload a meal. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata jumped off the sofa with a look of pleasant surprise and ran to him. Have you eaten breakfast? Kitazawa patted her head and asked. I was just about to eat. Hinata replied, but I didn't expect Kitazawa-sensei to come. She had already formed a habit, even if Kitazawa didn't come, she usually ate breakfast in his office. I haven't eaten breakfast today. Kitazawa asked with a smile, can I freeload a meal from you? Of course you can. Hinata's small face turned red upon hearing this, looking very happy. She hadn't eaten with Kitazawa for a while. These are rice balls I made myself. Hinata offered the rice balls with an expectant look. Thank you. Kitazawa took a bite, his eyes slightly bright, and said, they taste good. Although they were rice balls, they weren't plain. Hinata had added a lot of ham and shredded meat, etc. Kitazawa guessed it was because she could eat a lot, so she had to add high-calorie ingredients. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. After they finished eating, they went to the school's training ground. On the training ground, all the students of the genius class had already arrived. Kosuka-senpai. Kitazawa walked forward and greeted Mariboshi Kosuka. Kakashi hadn't arrived yet. But that was normal. In the original work, Kakashi was always late. But thankfully, it wasn't 9 o'clock yet, so it wasn't considered late. A moment later, the class bell rang, and Kakashi arrived fashionably late. Did you encounter a lost cat on the way? Kitazawa teased. I'm not that childish, Kakashi said calmly. Since everyone is here, let's start class. Kitazawa clapped his hands and said, everyone, according to Sunday's grouping, divide into 6 groups. The students of the genius class immediately complied, forming 6 lines. With 30 students in the class, on average, each line had 5 people. Compared to the 4-person configuration of a ninja squad, it wasn't much more. If a ninja squad were a small class, then the current genius class could be considered a form of medium-sized class education. Fire release, wind release, and special groups, follow me. For example, Hyuga, Ino, Shika, Cho, Inuzuka, and Abirame. Sakura, who was not from a ninja clan, learned medical ninjutsu, Karen learned the sealing technique, Rock Lee and Tenten learned taijutsu. Tenten, besides throwing ninja tools, mostly used taijutsu. Kurama Yakumo, on the other hand, learned genjutsu. For the first lesson, I won't teach anything else. First, let's understand everyone's strength. Kitazawa formed hand signs and used multiple shadow clone jutsu. After a burst of smoke, 16 more Kitazawas appeared on the field. Neji, you spar with me. Kitazawa, as the main body, chose Neji. The reason was that he had a mission to defeat Uzumaki Naruto. Although Kitazawa had been observing Hyuga Neji's training through actual combat, he could gain a clearer understanding of his specific strengths and problems. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Neji took a deep breath and assumed a stance. At the same time, Kitazawa's shadow clones and the students also started sparring. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji knew Kitazawa's strength well, so he went all out from the start. He activated his Byakugan, extended both palms, and struck toward Kitazawa's chakra points. But he got off to a bad start. Kitazawa stood still, and just as Neji's palms struck out, he delivered a kick. The fast and powerful whirlwind kick hit Neji. Although Neji's reaction was very quick and his palms changed course in time to block the kick, he still retreated several steps. Before he could regain his footing, Kitazawa's attack was upon him. Neji's pupils involuntarily constricted. Is this gentle fist? He was momentarily dazed, and Kitazawa struck him in the chest with a palm, sending him flying. In battle, no matter what you encounter, don't get distracted. Kitazawa said with a slight smile, although I don't have the Byakugan, after watching your training for a long time, I also know a trick or two of gentle fist. Neji stood up, and a look of realization appeared on his face upon hearing this. Kitazawa's gentle fist was merely a hollow shell. Because he didn't have the Byakugan to see the chakra points. Otherwise, that palm strike just now could have directly sealed his chakra points, paralyzing him. Neji accelerated and charged forward again. But the more he fought, the more shocked he became. Because in gentle fist, he was completely suppressed by Kitazawa. It was clearly a hollow shell, clearly without striking chakra points, yet it put more pressure on him than Hyuga Hayashi. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Neji was sweating profusely. After a very messy close-quarters battle, he immediately created some distance and struck with his right hand. The compressed chakra transformed into an invisible air shockwave. You've learned the 8 trigrams vacuum palm well, it's barely an entry-level skill, Kitazawa commented, and with a flash, he dodged the attack. Neji had not yet fully mastered the 8 trigrams vacuum palm, so it appeared somewhat unpolished. That's enough for now. Kitazawa stopped him, saying, I've already understood your current situation. Neji's body relaxed upon hearing this, and various fatigue surged over him, causing him to collapse directly to the ground. However, he didn't feel embarrassed, because everyone was like this. He was, in fact, one of the students who lasted the longest. Most students lost faster and more miserably than him. Hinata was similar to him, only Naruto lasted longer than him. After all, he had a lot of chakra. But no matter how much he had, he couldn't use it normally, and he ultimately lost to Kitazawa's shadow clone. Kitazawa dispelled the multiple shadow clone jutsu. A large number of memories returned to the main body. A dazed expression appeared on his face for 2 seconds, and then he let out a breath. Although he created 15 shadow clones, the students of the genius class were all relatively weak, so they didn't put much pressure on his shadow clones. The only one who posed a challenge was Yakumo. However, Kitazawa adopted a quick kill approach. She was defeated before she even had time to use her genjutsu. Next, I will assign training projects to each of you. Kitazawa looked at everyone and said. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto, full of vigor, waved at him. Your training remains unchanged, it's still wind-release chakra nature transformation. Kitazawa glanced at him and said. All right. Naruto was a little reluctant. He wanted to learn new ninjutsu, not practice wind-release chakra nature transformation, because he felt his training progress was too slow. But since Kitazawa said so, he could only comply. Neji, in addition to practicing gentle fist, spent 2 hours a day participating in special combat training. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Neji immediately agreed. Yakumo, you will start with physical training first. Kitazawa looked at Yakumo and said, after a while, I will teach you taijutsu. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 205, New Mission. Choji. Kitazawa looked at the newly joined Akimichi Choji and said, your chakra control is a bit lacking. Start with tree climbing. He found the thickest tree near the training ground, explained the key points, and then let him start training on his own. Shikamaru. Kitazawa, having been delayed for 10 minutes, returned to the training ground. Kitazawa-sensei. Shikamaru heard him and had no choice but to stand up. Your in-release chakra nature transformation is progressing well. You can learn a new secret technique, Kitazawa said casually. Your shadow imitation technique and shadow sewing technique have obvious drawbacks, so learn the shadow imitation shuriken. Shikamaru couldn't help but feel pleased, a look of surprise unconsciously appearing on his face. Shadow imitation shuriken involves infusing in-release chakra into a shuriken, which, when thrown, can fix the target's shadow. It has 2 advantages. One is a long-range attack. The other is that after fixing the target's shadow, he can move freely. Both the shadow imitation technique and shadow sewing technique connect the shadows of both parties, making them synchronized. Shikamaru was surprised that Kitazawa understood the Nara clan's secret technique so well. But then he thought, he is Tsunade's student, so it's normal for him to know a lot. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Shikamaru sighed inwardly and agreed. Ino, your training content remains unchanged. Kitazawa instructed, come find me after you complete your training. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Ino smiled sweetly, looking full of youthful vitality. She understood Kitazawa's implied meaning. He wanted her to learn ninja art, 100-flower chaos before coming to him to learn new ninjutsu. Hinata, Karen, Shino, and Sakura. Kitazawa reeled off 4 names. You are all like Ino, you will continue with your original training. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata and the other 4 said in unison. Kitazawa-sensei, what about me? Kiba asked impatiently. Although he had learned Fang over Fang during the winter break, after joining the genius class, he felt a great sense of crisis. This is for you. Kitazawa was already prepared and threw him a scroll. 3-headed hellhound. Kiba took a look and immediately became excited. This was clearly an enhanced version of the hellhound. The hellhound is 2-headed, formed by him and his shadow clone combining. The 3-headed hellhound, with an additional shadow clone, would be larger in size and stronger in attack power. However, the learning difficulty would also be higher. Go find a place to practice. If you don't understand anything, come ask me. Kitazawa waved his hand and said. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Kiba, holding the scroll, excitedly ran to an open space. Rock Lee, just train according to what Might Guy taught you. Kitazawa looked at Rock Lee and said. He had just fought Rock Lee with a shadow clone, and his conclusion was that he was a weakened version of Uzumaki Naruto. Aside from not having multiple shadow clone jutsu and Rasengan, in terms of taijutsu, they were essentially identical. And for taijutsu, Kitazawa didn't need to worry, Guy would teach according to Rock Lee's learning progress. After he finished learning the Konoha Whirlwind series of taijutsu, he would begin training in the 8 gates. Kitazawa didn't need to intervene. Lee was not surprised by this. In fact, his thoughts were the same as Kitazawa's. Might Guy's guidance was already enough for him. Tenten. Kitazawa looked at the bun-haired Tenten and said, ninja tool throwing is a very good direction and can be further deepened. In the original work, Tenten developed many related ninjutsu in ninja tool throwing. During the recent battle, she used 3 manipulating tools: Heavenly Chain Disaster, manipulating tools, Binding Meteor, and Twin Rising Dragons. Kitazawa's idea was to have her learn the ninjutsu from the original work in advance. It didn't matter if he didn't know, giving her a general idea to practice was enough. But I think ninja tools alone aren't enough. You can add another attack method. Kitazawa smiled and said, summoning animals. Summoning animals? Tenten couldn't help but pause. Whether it's summoning ninja tools or summoning animals, it's the same principle. Kitazawa smiled and said, if you form contracts with several summoning animals, you can do more in battle. That sounds great. The more Tenten thought about it, the more suitable it seemed. Ninja tool throwing was good, but against Sasuke and Hinata, it wasn't as effective. If she had summoning animals, it would be different. Summoning animals could serve as harassment, defense, and attack, and she would be more composed when throwing ninja tools. The only issue was that it would consume more chakra. But, I don't have suitable summoning animals. Tenten looked at Kitazawa and asked expectantly, Kitazawa-sensei, can you find powerful summoning animals? I can pay for them. You really are a rich lowly. Kitazawa's mouth twitched involuntarily. But it was normal, her family owned a ninja tool shop, so they weren't short on money. As far as Kitazawa knew, the ninja blade Hinata gave him was forged by Tenten's father. He easily earned tens of millions of ryo. Besides, Kitazawa's suggestion could indeed greatly enhance Tenten's strength. In the future, Tenten, as a weapons master and summoner, would have no problem becoming an elite jonin. As long as she didn't encounter those at the pinnacle of the ninja world, she would be fine. Current mission, help Tenten find a summoning animal. Mission reward, awarded based on the summoning animal's strength. Do you accept? Kitazawa let out a soft sound. He had encountered a mission with variable rewards like this once before. That was the Find a Teacher mission from a long time ago. Different rewards were given based on who the teacher found was. But he hadn't expected Tenten to trigger such a rare mission. He could only say, wonderful. But how to put it? It wouldn't be easy to get a high reward from this mission. Because the powerful summoning animals in the ninja world were limited. The 3 Great Sage lands were out of the question. Tenten definitely couldn't get one from there. Kitazawa himself couldn't get one either. He estimated that after he officially became Tsunade's student, he might be able to sign a contract with the Shikatsu Forest. But apart from the 3 Great Sage lands, other summoning animals were quite ordinary, things like ninja hounds, ninja cats, crows, hawks, and turtles. Kitazawa estimated that these summoning animals could at most fetch a C-ranked or B-ranked ninjutsu as a reward. Of course, there were powerful ones. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Enma, Danzo's Baku, and Hanzo's Salamander. But these all belonged to others. Tenten couldn't possibly obtain them. Summoning animals are hard to come by. Kitazawa couldn't think of any powerful summoning animals, so he temporarily gave up and said, I'll help you ask around if I have time. If it really didn't work out, he could only ask the Inosuka clan for a ninja hound or the Uchiha clan for a ninja cat. With his current strength and status, he could still manage that. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Tenten said gratefully. Back to your special training. Your ninja tools rely solely on summoning jutsu, which is too singular. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said, today I will teach you the manipulating shuriken technique. That's great. I've long heard of the famous manipulating shuriken technique. Tenten said very happily. The manipulating shuriken technique's power will be somewhat reduced without a Sharingan, but it's still not bad. Kitazawa casually took out 2 shuriken and handed them to her. After Tenten took them, she noticed that the shuriken were tied with translucent rubber strings. The rubber strings can be replaced with more lethal steel wires. Kitazawa paused and said. However, rubber strings also have their advantages, which are greater flexibility and elasticity. After explaining the key points to Tenten for 15 minutes, he sent her off to practice by herself. Hana, your training content is the same as Choji's. First, improve your chakra control. Kitazawa looked at Kiba's older sister, Inuka Hana, and said. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Inuka Hana immediately replied. For the familiar students, Kitazawa had already made individual arrangements. The remaining students were all newly joined members of the genius class, mostly students from the original 5th and 6th grades. Kitazawa divided their arrangements into two parts. Students who had already mastered the basic 3E rank techniques could practice tree climbing. Students who hadn't mastered the basic 3E rank techniques continued to learn them. After all, before learning release ninjutsu, the basic 3E rank techniques were a must-master. In less than 2 hours, Kitazawa had completed all the training arrangements for the 3 groups. He then toured the water release, lightning release, and earth release groups and found that they were also immersed in training. Kakashi and Mariboshi Kosuka had similar ideas to his. First, practice the basic 3E rank techniques, then tree climbing and water walking, and finally teach the corresponding release ninjutsu. Kitazawa formed hand signs and created 2 shadow clones. One shadow clone was responsible for guidance. The other shadow clone went to help Shino Aburame with his Kakachu mutation experiment. He himself found a place to practice earth release. The time came to noon. The genius class students, who had trained all morning, welcomed their break. Just like regular classes, lunch break and mealtime lasted 2 hours. Kitazawa did not eat with Hinata and Sasuke. Instead, he invited Mariboshi Kosuka and Kakashi to eat. The 3 of them went to an izakaya near the Ninja Academy. "How was your first day of class?" After ordering, Kitazawa asked. It was all right. Kakashi was as taciturn as ever. But he wasn't lying. Life in the Umbu and life at the Ninja Academy were worlds apart. Training with these energetic children made him feel warm inside, as if he had come back to life. These children all have excellent talent. Given time, they will undoubtedly become the mainstays of Konoha village, Kosuka said with a smile. I feel honored to teach them. He had been punishing himself for a mistake he made in his youth, refusing promotion. Now, seeing the students in the genius class, he found a new way to atone. Kitazawa. Kosuka hesitated. I have an impertinent request. Senior Kosuka, there's no need to be so polite. Just say what's on your mind, Kitazawa waved his hand and said. He still admired Kosuka quite a bit. To be willing to compensate for a momentary mistake with an entire lifetime, such determination and perseverance are rare in the ninja world. Although the students in the genius class are all good, there are differences in their talent, Kosuka slowly said. I want to find 2 students to inherit my water release and swordsmanship, respectively. Kitazawa was taken aback. Kakashi also showed surprise. But they quickly understood the reason. Kosuka was a genin. Theoretically, he couldn't be a squad leader. For so many years, he had been alone. Now, becoming a Ninja Academy teacher, he finally had the right to teach students. In fact, with his strength and status, he could just tell Sarutobi Hiruzen. But he had his own principles and always strictly adhered to the rules. Senior Kosuka, of course, you can, Kitazawa recovered and said. It would be their great fortune to be your students. It's not that exaggerated, Kosuka said with a smile. I'm old, and I don't want what I've learned to be taken to the grave. Fortunately, Hiruzen gave me this opportunity. Kitazawa thought to himself, what can you say when he calls Hiruzen by his first name? However, ninjas like him, who didn't use special privileges, were indeed rare. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to maintain such persistence. He just wondered which 2 lucky individuals would become Mariboshi Kosuka's students. Kitazawa was pensive. He guessed it would likely be one of the Konoha 12, Karen, or Yakumo. Kosuka was a genuine jonin, and his water release and swordsmanship were also jonin level. Ordinary students simply couldn't learn them. Kitazawa did not interfere. After all, this was a good thing. He would see if he could learn some of his Konoha-style swordsmanship then. After all, the ninja blade Hinata gave him had never been officially used. Let's go, I'll take you to the office. After lunch, Kitazawa stood up and said. Most teachers only got a private office when they reached the level of grade head. But Kosuka and Kakashi were different, their status and strength allowed for an exception. Kitazawa cleared out an office for each of them on either side of his own office. To make it convenient for them to rest, he even put a single bed in the corner. See you this afternoon. Kakashi walked into his office. Kitazawa and Kosuka greeted each other, and Kitazawa went home. After all, the Ninja Academy wasn't far from Kurenai's house. If he was going to take a nap, sleeping at home was more comfortable. Since he had class in the afternoon, Kitazawa didn't fool around with Kurenai. After a nap, he returned to the Ninja Academy. As soon as class started, the students of the genius class began their training. Kitazawa cultivated earth release while pondering Tenten's mission. Time slowly passed. He suddenly froze, a special summoning beast, the Kubisaki giant lizard, appearing in his mind. In the ninja world, there was a small country called the Land of Neck. Its last daimyo was named Kubisaki Koza. Before the country fell, he summoned the giant chameleon to protect Kubisaki Castle. It wasn't until Naruto, Hinata, and Kiba received a mission to find the daimyo's wife that they came to Kubisaki Castle. They found the Kubisaki summon contract scroll, and after tearing it, ended its mission. In the original work, Kubisaki's summoning beast, Shiromori, showed impressive strength. First, it possessed incredible camouflage, which even the Byakugan couldn't see through. Second, its enormous size, comparable to a castle, gave it astonishing defense. Third, it had the ability to transform, turning into a castle. Interestingly, the Shiromori's previous contractor was named Masashi Kishimoto. This was also why Kitazawa thought of the Kubisaki summon beast. Kitazawa rubbed his chin. The land of Nek had already fallen, and he wasn't sure where its former site was now. However, not using such a power was a waste. He planned to ask Itachi Uchiha to use the Umbu's intelligence and the Uchiha clan's resources to investigate. Moreover, Itachi would probably be very happy if he did this. After all, it could bring him closer to Tsunade. The Kubisaki's giant chameleon, to strong individuals, might not seem like much, at most a meat shield. But for ninja of average strength, such as Genin and Chunin, it was definitely a super weapon. If Tenten obtained it, her progress would be phenomenal. Kitazawa estimated this could be exchanged for an A-ranked ninjutsu in the system. The sun set in the west. After bidding farewell to Kakashi, Naruto, and others, Kitazawa went to the Umbu office. The Umbu's quitting time was relatively late. He easily met Itachi Uchiha. The former site of the land of Nek. It shouldn't be hard to find, results should come quickly. Itachi agreed without any hesitation. Thank you. Kitazawa left the Hokage building. As he walked down the street, an idea formed in his mind. That was, it would be easier to get things done if he had his own forces. But he wasn't in a hurry. Once Tsunade became Hokage, forming his own forces would be very simple. Perhaps Tsunade would directly hand the Umbu over to him. After all, unlike the hard-working Naruto, when she was Hokage, she would escape whenever possible, hide whenever possible, and primarily focus on slacking off. Time passed quickly. The first week of the third semester soon came to an end. Friday. After school, Kitazawa saw Itachi waiting at the school gate. Brother. However, someone beat him to it, and that was Uchiha Sasuke. Teacher Kitazawa. Itachi stroked Sasuke's head, then pulled out a scroll and said, "This is a map of the land of Nek." "Thank you." Kitazawa took the scroll and said, "I won't bother you too. See you next time." He returned home before opening the scroll to look. According to the map, the land of Nek was west of the land of fire, not far away. A round trip would take about 2 days. Kitazawa fell into thought. He had previously promised Itachi to arrange for Izumi on Sunday. Now, there was a conflict in timing. After a brief thought, Kitazawa decided to entrust this matter to Kunai. Firstly, because there was no danger in this matter, the entire process was a half-true, half-false act. Secondly, because there was no directly related mission, he didn't have to go. Conversely, Kubisaki's giant chameleon was related to Tenten's rare mission. Plus, only he had seen the original work, so he had to make the trip. "What are you looking at?" Kunai walked over, bringing with her a fresh scent. "A map of the land of Nek. I heard there's a powerful summoning beast there, so I want to go check it out." Kitazawa didn't hide anything and spoke directly. "Are you still in need of a summoning beast?" Kunai asked, somewhat puzzled. "I don't need one, I'm looking for one for my student." Kitazawa smiled, looked up at her, and said, "I need your help with something." He recounted the plan to set up Uchiha Izumi with Itachi Uchiha. Uchiha ninja are really. Kunai couldn't find the right adjective for a moment. She both envied the Sharingan but found the cost of awakening it difficult to bear. "Then you'll take my 3 students and go in my place." Kitazawa reached out and pinched her cheek. Kunai nodded. After all, Kitazawa had already explained it clearly. The plan was for Itachi to be surrounded by enemy village ninja, his location unknown, and their ninja squad dispatched to rescue him. By chance, they would find Itachi and engage in a major battle with the enemy village ninja. In reality, those enemy village ninja were controlled by Itachi. It was just an act to put some pressure on Uchiha Izumi. Kunai wouldn't even need to make a move. Chapter 206, Chameleon Summon, Shiromori. Saturday morning. Kitazawa vaguely sensed light and shadows flickering before his eyes. He subconsciously opened them. What greeted him was Kunai's sleeping face. Residual sweat still clung to her forehead, and her tangled hair was proof of her hard work last night. Kitazawa blinked, then focused on the 3 lines of text that suddenly appeared. Current mission, help Ino research a C-rank offensive ninjutsu. Mission reward, 4-corner ceiling barrier. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. Kitazawa paused in surprise. Had Ino already mastered ninja art, 100-flower chaos? Training so early in the morning. He subconsciously looked up at the clock on the wall, realization dawning on his face, it was already 9 o'clock. Kitazawa reached out and gently moved Kurenai's leg, which was draped over him. At that moment, a flood of information poured into his mind. The four-corner sealing barrier was essentially a sealing technique, but it required 4 people to cast it simultaneously. Of course, if one had enough chakra, it could also be used by a single person employing the main body plus 3 shadow clones. After receiving the system's information, Kitazawa realized that the technique had even more functions than he had anticipated. It possessed 3 distinct effects. Search, used to locate targets. Bind, used to restrain targets. Seal, used to lock targets away. In the original work, Shizune, Sakura, Ino, and Hinata once employed it to try sealing the 3 tails, Isabu. This alone demonstrated the power of the 4-corner sealing array. Of course, as powerful as it was, no target would simply wait to be sealed. Though it had drawbacks, it was undeniably practical. Kitazawa came back to his senses and gently stroked Kurenai's hair. Since Ino had already learned ninja art, 100-flower chaos, it was time to teach her the next ninjutsu. He recalled techniques from the official game. With a thought, he mused that ninja art, Moonlight Beauty would be a good choice. Like 100-flower chaos, Moonlight Beauty was a combination of genjutsu and taijutsu. Its effect was to first use genjutsu to create countless petals that distracted and confused the enemy, allowing the caster to descend from above for a surprise attack. Kitazawa's gaze drifted down to Kurenai's fair skin, rising and falling with her breathing. He suddenly realized these 2 ninjutsu were also quite suitable for Kurenai. After all, it was a special application of genjutsu. Being an excellent genjutsu user herself, she would learn quickly. Kitazawa decided that once he created ninja art, Moonlight Beauty, he would give both techniques to Kurenai at the same time. As he thought this, his right hand slid down her hair, finally resting on her chest. "What are you doing?" Kurenai groaned and woke up. "It's 9 o'clock. Yakumo will be here soon. You don't want her to see you in such a disheveled state, do you?" Kitazawa asked with a smile, feeling the warmth beneath his hand. "Pervert." Kurenai rolled her eyes. "Can't you wake me up normally?" She sat up, slipping free of Kitazawa's grasp. "Who made you so beautiful?" he said with a grin, admiring her snow-white skin. "Smooth talker." Kurenai glared at him and got out of bed. But as soon as she stood, her legs felt sore and numb, and she sat back down, face flushing slightly. As a ninja, her physique was already impressive, but compared to Kitazawa, she was still far behind. The lingering fatigue from last night made her pause a few seconds before finally standing, changing clothes, and heading to the kitchen. Today was Saturday. Yakumo would soon come over to accompany Kitazawa next door to treat Lady Tsunade. Kurenai dared not waste any more time. Kitazawa sat up and stretched. After changing his clothes, he went to the bathroom to wash up. Since Kurenai was already making breakfast, he didn't disturb her. Once done, he headed to the living room. He sat on the sofa, lost in thought. This afternoon, he planned to depart for the Kubasaki Castle ruins. But who should he take? Tenten was a definite choice. Once the contract scroll was obtained, it needed to be signed immediately. Otherwise, as in the original work, the chameleon summon named Shiromori would become a masterless summoning beast and vanish without a trace. In the original story, Naruto, Hinata, and Kiba went. Now, Naruto was too young, and his identity too sensitive, so he probably couldn't go. Irika and Kiba, however, could. Kitazawa pondered, then decided to replace Kiba with Ino. He could use the next 2 days to research ninja art, Moonlight Beauty. A knock sounded at the door. Kitazawa knew without guessing that it was Yakumo. He walked over and opened it for her. "Come in and sit." He patted her head and said, "After Kurenai and I finish breakfast, we'll go find Lady Tsunade." Yakumo looked a little confused. It was past 9 o'clock and they hadn't eaten breakfast yet. But she didn't ask further and sat on the sofa to wait. When Kurenai saw her, she felt a bit embarrassed and silently resolved that next time she absolutely couldn't stay up so late. After breakfast, Kitazawa and Yakumo went next door. Tsunade was already waiting. Seeing them, she immediately said, "Let's begin." Kitazawa looked at Yakumo. They had just discussed their plan. Today's treatment would alternate. First, let Tsunade have a sweet dream, then let her face Nawaki's death, to see how long she could withstand the illusion this time. When Tsunade no longer resisted the illusion, her hemophobia treatment could finally enter the next stage. Kitazawa stepped forward and sat beside Tsunade. Without waiting for her to speak, he took her hand. Tsunade glanced at him, said nothing, and looked at Yakumo. The treatment officially began. Because it was a sweet dream, Tsunade remained calm throughout. It wasn't until Nawaki became Hokage that the illusion reset. Before Tsunade's eyes, the deceased Nawaki reappeared. Within the illusion, Yakumo quickly used the emotion displacement technique. Time passed, minute by minute. 7 minutes later, the illusion shattered. Tsunade suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for air, her chest heaving. Kitazawa subconsciously glanced at her, then quickly averted his gaze. He gently massaged Tsunade's hand and asked, "Are you all right?" This time had lasted 2 minutes longer than before. Undoubtedly, their strategy was working. I'm fine." Tsunade leaned against Kitazawa. Kitazawa immediately felt the soft, heavy pressure. "Let's do it again." After several minutes, Tsunade finally recovered. Yakumo immediately unleashed terrifying illusion. The process was the same as before, but this time the illusion's duration didn't extend, it was still 7 minutes. "That's enough for today's treatment," Kitazawa said softly, looking at Tsunade in his arms. Seeing this, Yakumo discreetly left. "Thank you." After a few more minutes of silence, Tsunade sat up straight. She subconsciously tried to pull her hand back, but it wouldn't move. "My apologies." Kitazawa met her gaze and quickly released her hand. Tsunade stopped mid-sentence. She had originally wanted to tell Kitazawa not to overthink things, but she realized she couldn't fully do so herself. "You worked hard this morning. If you're free this afternoon, we can go to the casino together." Tsunade quickly returned to normal, her voice lazy. "I have to go out this afternoon." Kitazawa paused, then said, "I'll accompany you to the casino in a couple of days." Tsunade was momentarily stunned, then casually said, "If you need my help, just say so." "Do you have a pass to leave the village?" Kitazawa asked after a moment of thought. Under normal circumstances, one needed the Hokage's pass to leave the village. His trip to the Land of Fire was not a mission, so he hadn't obtained the relevant pass. Kitazawa's plan had been to simply take on a random mission to get out of the village. But with Tsunade's words, an idea sparked. Because Tsunade certainly wouldn't need to report to the Hokage. "I remember the old man gave me one a long time ago," Tsunade said, standing up. "I haven't used a pass in a long time. I'll go look for it." After she became one of Konoha's sannin, she had relied on her reputation to freely enter and exit the village. Not too long after, Tsunade reappeared. She directly tossed the pass to Kitazawa and said, "You don't need to return it to me, you can use it." "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." Kitazawa's eyes lit up as he put it away. With this pass to leave the village, he wouldn't have to go to Hiruzen Sarutobi for everything. And in the future, when some shady matters were involved, he could also use the pass to get out. After the treatment ended, Shizune and Rina Uzumaki both came into the living room. Karen was in her room studying sealing techniques and didn't join them. "Let's have dinner here tonight." Tsunade glanced at Shizune and said, "Go call Kunai over." "Okay." Shizune nodded. "Then I'll go make dinner," Rina Uzumaki said softly. After she was rescued and brought back to Konoha village, she had been recuperating from years of severe depletion. Aside from resting, she voluntarily took on the household chores at Tsunade's house. This often left Shizune with nothing to do, and Rina Uzumaki had proven herself the best cook. After lunch, Kitazawa arrived at the Hyuga clan compound. As expected of a great ninja clan, they didn't relax even on weekends. As soon as he reached the entrance, he saw Neji and Hinata sparring in the courtyard. Not far away, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hanabi were watching the match. The former had a serious expression, while the latter was excited, a stark contrast. Kitazawa watched for a while, and the result was much as he expected. Hinata narrowly won by 2 extra strikes with her gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms, but it was a hard-fought victory. Kitazawa estimated that if they sparred 100 times, Hinata would win 60 and lose 40, putting them on par. Strictly speaking, Neji's talent in gentle fist surpassed Hinata's. After all, he was a genius who could secretly learn both gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms and rotation. If Hinata hadn't received special training from Kitazawa, she would probably have been considered rather ordinary, just like in the original story. "Kitazawa-sensei." Neji noticed Kitazawa at the entrance. "Kitazawa-sensei." Hinata, who had just been so composed, quickly jogged out. Hayashi frowned at the sight. Such recklessness, it completely undermined the Hyuga clan's rules. However, considering Kitazawa's identity, he didn't say anything. After all, Tsunade was currently at the peak of her power in Konoha village. Especially after her return, she had repeatedly struck at Danzo and Root, making her prestige even greater than before. "Good afternoon." Kitazawa patted Hinata's head and greeted her. "Kitazawa-sensei." Neji walked over unhurriedly. Kitazawa nodded, then looked at Hyuga Hayashi and said, "Clan head Hayashi, I'd like to take Hinata out for a 2-day mission." "A mission?" Hayashi's gaze sharpened. "She's too young, it's not time for her to go on missions." "I want to go," Hinata said with a determined expression. Hayashi was instantly speechless. In front of outsiders, couldn't she give him a little face? "What kind of mission is it?" Hayashi met Hinata's gaze. Sensing that she wouldn't compromise, he asked again. Kitazawa immediately explained the whole situation. You are indeed a good teacher. Hayashi was silent for 2 seconds, then spoke. From Kitazawa's attitude toward Neji and Hinata, it was clear he genuinely had his students' best interests at heart. I'll have to follow you secretly, Hayashi said after a moment of thought. Thank you, father. Hinata immediately smiled at his words. Then we'll be leaving now, Hayashi clan head. Kitazawa took Hinata to find their next teammate. Inoichi Yamanaka was very agreeable, he didn't even ask about the mission and agreed right away. As for Tenten, there was even less to say, the summoning beast was being sought specifically for her. The 4 of them arrived at the gates of Konoha village. With Tsunade's order, they smoothly left the village. Kitazawa-sensei. Tenten eagerly asked, what kind of summoning beast is it? It's called the Shiromori, a chameleon summon, Kitazawa replied. Ah. A chameleon, is it a lizard? Tenten's face showed a troubled expression. I feel like lizards aren't cute enough, Ino voiced Tenten's thoughts. Hinata also nodded in agreement. If it's not pretty enough, its strength makes up for it. That's called strength beauty, Kitazawa cleared his throat and told them the story of the Shiromori. That powerful. Tenten's eyes lit up. She no longer cared that it was a lizard. After all, with such a large size and super abilities, it was already a strong summoning beast. It guarded for 50 years. Ino exclaimed. This summoning beast is truly loyal. Indeed. Tenten nodded. That alone is enough. The relationship between ninja and summoning beasts is not one of master and servant. It's not uncommon for summoning beasts to flee in battle, some even turn on their ninja. For example, the snakes of Ryuchi Cave, in the original story, Orochimaru had to offer them sacrifices, such as living people, to command them. Running away when they couldn't win was even more commonplace. Alright, to reach our destination early, we need to pick up the pace. Kitazawa reminded them, then sped up. Hinata and the other 2 quickly followed. The 4 traveled west and left the land of fire in the evening, entering the land of rivers. We'll rest here for the night and set off again tomorrow, Kitazawa said, looking around. He remembered that in the original story, Naruto's team encountered a ghost in Kubisaki Castle. Going there at night would scare these 3 young girls. Besides, they were indeed very tired after traveling all afternoon. As taught in class, I'll assign the tasks. Kitazawa smiled. Hinata will set up the tents, Tenten will set traps, and Ino will find food. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. The 3 immediately sprang into action. Kitazawa watched and gave instructions. Night fell. Hinata had set up 2 tents. Tenten used explosive tags and ninja tools to set 4 traps around them. Ino had caught a deer. After dinner, Kitazawa sent the 3 of them to their tents to sleep. Meanwhile, he stood guard and pondered ninja art, moonlight beauty. The 3 young girls were on their first mission and were very excited, whispering many secrets before finally falling into a deep sleep. After Kitazawa had formed a general idea for ninja art, moonlight beauty, he set a few more traps nearby before going to sleep in the other tent. The night passed without incident. After breakfast, the 4 set off again. In less than an hour, they arrived at their destination, the old site of the land of Neck. Let's go in. Kitazawa looked at the eerie Kubisaki Castle and said, be careful. He knew that the Kubisaki Castle before them was actually the chameleon summon transformed. Okay. Hinata and the other 2 looked around very cautiously. Upon entering Kubisaki Castle, the original buildings suddenly changed. Numerous fleshy tendrils surged from all directions like a tide, attacking them. Watch out. Tenten immediately took out a scroll. She opened it, and a series of ninja tools flew out. The tools struck the fleshy tendrils, followed by a dull roar. What's going on? Ino's eyes widened. We're inside the chameleon summon, Kitazawa said unhurriedly. Don't panic. Its contract scroll is in one of the rooms inside, we just need to find it. Here it comes again. Tenten warned. I'll try the mind-body switch technique, Ino raised her hands. An invisible mental wave surged out. It hit. Ino was delighted, but then her vision went black, and she was kicked out without any resistance. This was the limitation of the mind-body switch technique. When encountering those with strong wills or terrifying individuals, it was impossible to control their bodies. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata's face was taut as she continuously struck. The surging fleshy tendrils recoiled from the attacks. Keep resisting and follow me. Kitazawa did not intervene, allowing them to fight Shiromori. After all, this was a good training opportunity. The 3 of them used all their abilities, barely holding off the Shiromori's assault. Kitazawa, meanwhile, was looking for the ghost, the Shiromori's master, Kubisaki Koza. Seeing that Hinata was focused on fighting, he directly activated his Byakugan. In an instant, his vision was filled with chakra. However, the ghost chakra was different from the Kubisaki summon beasts, it belonged to In release. Are you Kubisaki Koza? Kitazawa quickly found the ghost. He didn't waste words and proceeded with a speed run according to the original story strategy. He only said one sentence to Kubisaki Koza, Shiromori has guarded you for 50 years, it's time to let it be free. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 207, Continuous Ninjutsu Rewards. How can you guarantee that you'll really let it go? Although Kubisaki Koza was tempted, he still didn't dare trust Kitazawa outright. My strength is my guarantee. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and quickly formed hand signs. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. He spun around and unleashed the jutsu at the Shiromori's flesh, which was battling Hinata and the other 2 not far away. Because he wanted to show his true power to Kubisaki Gonza, he uncharacteristically went all out. Terrifying chakra surged forth. Flames roared into the sky, casting a blazing glow across the battlefield. In the next instant, 3 colossal fire dragons erupted, unleashing a sea of fire that engulfed the Shiromori's flesh. The entire castle, no, the Shiromori itself, convulsed violently under the scorching flames. Dull, agonized roars echoed without end. Hinata, Ino, and Tenten stood before the inferno, their small faces damp with sweat and frozen in shock. The towering flames gave them the illusion of stepping into hell itself. Enough. Enough. Kubisaki Koza's eyes widened as he shouted, stop it. It'll die if you keep burning it. He had met many ninja in his lifetime, but never had he seen a fire release of such devastating force. With power like this, Kitazawa could have simply killed the Shiromori outright without asking for help. Because of that, he believed him. If he didn't, the Shiromori would certainly perish. Water release, Water Dragon Jutsu. At once, Kitazawa formed new hand signs. A massive water dragon appeared out of nowhere, plunging from the sky into the sea of fire. A thick mist spread outward. Under the clash of elements, the flames quickly died down, though the Shiromori had suffered severe burns inside its body. Fortunately, Kitazawa knew medical ninjutsu. He created 9 shadow clones, and together the 10 of them treated the Shiromori. When the treatment was complete, Kitazawa realized in surprise that he had just finished a highly complex surgery. That brought his total to 8 difficult surgeries, only 1 more before he would gain a medical forbidden technique. Thank you. Kubisaki Koza breathed a deep sigh of relief. It's nothing. Kitazawa chuckled and asked, can you tell me where the contract scroll is now? Go straight down this path. At the end, turn left into the 4th room. Kubisaki Gonza bowed deeply. Please. He had become a ghost because he couldn't bear to see the Shiromori guard him to his death, yet he couldn't persuade it to stop. That was why he had stayed here for 50 years. Now Kitazawa's arrival fulfilled his last wish. Once the Shiromori left, he too would fade away and go to the Pure Land. We'll treat it well, Kitazawa promised. He believed that with Tenten's personality, she would never mistreat the Shiromori, especially since she was wealthy enough to give it a life of comfort. Kitazawa-sensei, you're amazing. Ino's eyes shone with admiration. Kitazawa-sensei has always been amazing. Although Hinata was equally excited, she tried not to show it. Alright, no need for extra words. Let's go find the contract scroll. Kitazawa reached forward and lightly tapped Hinata's forehead with his finger. Hinata covered her forehead and smiled at Ino, but Ino didn't notice, she was already hurrying after Kitazawa. Perhaps because of that fire release earlier, the Shiromori didn't attack again. They reached the room with the contract scroll without incident. The scroll wasn't hidden, it lay openly in the center of the room. Kitazawa stepped forward and unrolled it. It was filled with names, the Shiromori's past masters. Among them was Masashi Kishimoto. Tenten, write your name. Kitazawa moved aside. Kitazawa-sensei. Tenten hesitated for a few seconds. Such a precious summoning beast, shouldn't you take it yourself? No matter how precious it is, it can't compare with the summoning beasts of the 3 great sage lands, Kitazawa replied with a smile. I already have a better one. Tenten blinked, startled. The 3 great sage lands hadn't been so famous before, but with the rise of Konoha's Sannin, even ordinary ninja now knew of them. After all, the battle of the toads, snakes, and slugs against the salamander had become a Konoha legend. She no longer protested. She stepped forward, wrote her name, and secured the contract scroll. Rumble. Kubisaki Castle trembled violently. It had been formed from the Shiromori's body, and now that Tenten had become its new master, the transformation was released. Be careful. Kitazawa immediately grabbed Hinata's and Ino's hands. The gate swung open, revealing an exit to the outside world. Go. The four of them leapt out, landing outside the Shiromori's body. A brilliant white light flared outward in all directions. Kubisaki Castle vanished, replaced by a gigantic chameleon lizard. Wow. Tenten couldn't help but gasp. Even though Kitazawa had described the Shiromori's size earlier, seeing it in person was still shocking. Kitazawa observed it for a moment. He estimated the Shiromori stood just slightly smaller than a regular tailed beast, around 20 meters tall. Current mission: help Tenten find a summoning beast. Mission reward: Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The host has completed the mission, and the reward has been issued. Kitazawa looked at the 3 lines of text that suddenly appeared before his eyes and felt a pleasant surprise. The Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu was an A-rank ninjutsu developed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Its effect was to make a single shuriken split into countless solid entities, forming a wide-ranging area of effect attack. Simply put, it applied the multiple shadow clone jutsu to shurikens. Kitazawa fell into thought. Perhaps because of Tenten, the A-rank ninjutsu he'd been given was related to tool throwing. But it was hardly a loss. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu was extremely powerful and offered excellent suppression in multi-person melees. Tenten, put it away. Kitazawa came back to his senses and spoke. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Tenten released the summoning jutsu. The Shiromori turned into a white light and disappeared, returning to its original dwelling. Summoning beasts all had fixed dwellings. Of course, only 3 sage lands existed: Mount Myaboku, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuchi Cave. Other summoning beasts' homes were far more ordinary. For instance, the Ninja Cat clan that cooperated with the Uchiha clan lived openly in the wild. Mission complete. Return to the village. Kitazawa waved his hand. The 4 retraced their original path and, by evening, had successfully returned to Konoha village. Kitazawa-sensei, goodbye. Tenten left first. Ino, Kitazawa called out and handed her a scroll. This is for you. What is this? Ino took the scroll and opened it. When she saw ninja art, moonlight beauty, her eyes widened. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Ino said excitedly. Take it home and read it for 2 days. I'll teach you next Tuesday, Kitazawa smiled. Ino tucked the scroll away and skipped off. Kitazawa turned his head and noticed Hinata looking at him with envy. Key. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata immediately lowered her head, embarrassed. Once you learn Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms, I'll teach you other ninjutsu. Kitazawa pinched her cheek. Go home. Kitazawa-sensei, goodbye. Hinata glanced at him one last time before leaving. Although it had only been 2 days, she'd begun to enjoy doing missions. The freedom from strict rules was refreshing. Kitazawa returned home, only to find the house empty. Is that mission not finished yet? He remembered he had asked Kunai to take a mission with Itachi Uchiha in his place. Most likely, the mission was far away. He yawned, stopped thinking about it, and walked to the bathroom. With a team of Umbu plus Itachi, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, nothing bad was likely to happen. The next day, a new week had begun. January had reached its middle, but the weather was still bitterly cold with no sign of warming. Kitazawa changed clothes and went to the bathroom. As he was brushing his teeth, 3 lines of text appeared before his eyes. Current mission: help Uchiha Izumi become an outstanding Chunin. Mission reward: demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change. The host has completed the mission, and the reward has been issued. The mission was completed directly. Kitazawa thought. It seemed that because Uchiha Izumi had activated her 2-tomo Sharingan, the system had determined her strength met the standard. After all, under normal circumstances, a 2-tomo Sharingan represented Chunin-level power. Very good. He smiled inwardly. These 2 days are harvest days. First, the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, now demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change. Both were high-level ninjutsu, especially the latter. Its effect could be summed up in 2 words: reflect. It could reflect all genjutsu without hand seals, provided the opponent was weaker. In short, it was a genjutsu that could severely torment weaker enemies. Since it was Monday, Kitazawa practiced earth release after breakfast. Teacher Kitazawa. A familiar voice called from a distance. It wasn't Kunai but Tenten. Tenten, aren't you going to class? Kitazawa asked in surprise. Here. Tenten took out a bankbook. This is the reward for the Shiromori. The Shiromori is ownerless, there's no need to pay for it. Kitazawa shook his head. No. Tenten said firmly. It's because of you, Teacher Kitazawa, that I have such a powerful summoning beast. All right then. Kitazawa wasn't one to be overly modest, so he accepted the bankbook. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Tenten waved and rushed off again, clearly having come only to deliver the money. Kitazawa smiled and casually opened the bank book. One glance made him freeze. Just casually giving away 10 million ryo. It's good to be rich. His mouth twitched as he sighed. With Tenten's 10 million, his assets now exceeded 20 million ryo, he was quite wealthy. Still, to be fair, the Shiromori was indeed worth 10 million. After all, there were only a few powerful summoning beasts in the ninja world. Time passed slowly. In the afternoon, Kitazawa sensed something and immediately stopped practicing. He looked up and saw a familiar figure. Welcome home. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Kurenai's waist. Going out was exhausting, you'll have to compensate me well. Kurenai leaned against his chest, speaking breathlessly. Where did you go? Kitazawa bent down and picked her up. The land of wind border. Kurenai shifted her body, kicked off her sandals, and her long legs swayed lightly against his arm. No wonder you were gone so long. Kitazawa walked into the living room. Do you want to go straight to sleep? Kurenai closed her eyes. Don't do anything bad. You're already so tired, I definitely won't drain your energy further. Kitazawa gave a wry laugh. He went to Kurenai's room and gently placed her on the bed. Soft, steady breaths filled the room. Kurenai had already fallen asleep. Leaning down, Kitazawa kissed her lightly before turning and leaving. Time shifted to Tuesday. The genius class's practical combat lessons had begun once again. However, after a week of training, the students were already on track and no longer required Kitazawa's constant supervision. After teaching Ino the ninja art, Moonlight Beauty for half an hour, Kitazawa took Sakura to Konoha Hospital. He was now only one high-difficulty surgery away from reaching his goal, and he hoped to complete it as soon as possible. Unfortunately, even though he waited diligently at the hospital, no such case appeared. On the bright side, during his spare time, he managed to master Earth Release, Earth Wall. Soon, good news finally arrived. Thursday, 10 a.m. Kitazawa and Sakura arrived at Konoha Hospital. Shortly after sitting down, they saw Yakushi Nono. Kitazawa, there's an emergency surgery, follow me, Nono said quickly and urgently. A flicker of anticipation flashed through Kitazawa's heart. Emergency surgeries often meant high difficulty. Sakura, grab the supplies. Let's go, he said, waving his hand before following Nono. Today's patient is from Root, named Shigaraki Tanuki, Nono explained as they walked. Root ninja are being sent to Konoha Hospital. Kitazawa asked in surprise. Usually not, Nono replied after a pause. But his injuries are too severe, he had no choice but to come here. Although Root's medical needs weren't bad, the most skilled healers in Konoha were stationed at the hospital. I guess this person is also very important. Kitazawa thought the name Shigaraki Tanuki sounded familiar. Indeed, Nono said. He's Root's foremost researcher. Researcher? Kitazawa immediately remembered. Shigaraki Tanuki had been researching something called the Oxhead Heavenly King, essentially implanting Hashirama cells into summoning beasts, leading to catastrophic explosions. In the original story, Shigaraki Tanuki had succeeded, creating a summoning beast called Nu. Nu could absorb chakra and, after reaching a certain level, self-destruct with power enough to destroy the world. Kitazawa's expression turned thoughtful. It seemed Shigaraki had blown himself up during research. Root's medical need couldn't save him, so they had no choice but to send him to Konoha Hospital. Danzo is also here, Nono added. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow but didn't dwell on it. The three of them quickly arrived at the operating room. Why is it you? As soon as Danzo saw Kitazawa, he frowned. Danzo, Nono said evenly, he's Lady Tsunade's student. His medical ninjutsu is even higher than mine. Her words carried two meanings. 1. Kitazawa has powerful backing, so don't touch him. 2. If you interfere with him, no one can save Shigaraki Tanuki. If you can't save him, you'll bear the consequences. Danzo threatened after 2 seconds of silence. Kitazawa ignored him and moved toward Shigaraki Tanuki. Examining him, he discovered all traces of Hashirama cells had been erased. He wasn't surprised. Together with Nono, he began the surgery. Time passed slowly. Night fell. Finally, Shigaraki Tanuki was out of danger. Danzo immediately asked Kitazawa and Nono to leave the operating room. Since they were both connected to Tsunade, he naturally didn't trust them. Root's medical need performed another examination. Kitazawa and Nono hadn't tampered with anything. There was no need. Besides, tampering would mean harming a fellow Konoha shinobi, and if Hiruzen learned of it, they'd be at a disadvantage. Current mission, as the primary medical need, successfully complete 9 high-difficulty surgeries. Mission reward, medical forbidden technique, body revival technique. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. As soon as Kitazawa returned to his office, 3 lines of text appeared before his eyes. he instinctively drew a deep breath. The information flooding his mind was explosive. A forbidden technique was truly a forbidden technique. Its effect, even if the body was torn into 4 or 5 pieces, it could reorganize and regenerate. It sounded almost like immortality. Kitazawa thought of Haiden's immortality in the Akatsuki. Still, this body revival technique was not quite on that level. Its first limitation was the chakra. Using the body revival technique consumed an enormous amount of it. With Kitazawa's current reserves, he could barely use them once. In the original story, Shino could easily use the body revival technique because he had created the zero-tailed beast. The zero-tailed beast fed on people's inner darkness and was considered half a tailed beast. Combined with the sky fortress Shino built, it could unleash a super attack comparable to a tailed beast ball. The second limitation was severe weakness after regeneration, requiring a period of rest. In addition, it shortened lifespan. The essence of body revival technique was accelerating cell division and rapid healing, but cell division was finite. Even so, body revival technique could still be called a divine technique. After all, when facing death, who cares about lifespan? Kitazawa steadied his thoughts and considered Shigaraki Tanuki again. He felt there was an opportunity to stir up trouble here and, at the same time, let Tsunade know about the continued existence of the wood-release experiments. Although the experiments had supposedly been cancelled, Danzo clearly hadn't stopped developing Hashirama cells. Even if Kitazawa couldn't directly kill Danzo, Tsunade's personality meant she certainly wouldn't let him off easily. Chapter 208, Framing Danzo Again. Since it was already late, Kitazawa didn't go to see Tsunade. Besides, he still needed to come up with a suitable excuse. Time moved to the next day, Friday. As usual, Kitazawa split into 2 shadow clones to guide the genius class's training while he himself headed to the artificial lake at the Ninja Academy. After mastering Earth Release, Earth Wall, Kitazawa had shifted his focus to Water Release Ninjutsu. He only had 1 water release task left, but the 2 remaining techniques he hadn't yet learned were both A rank. Between Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique and Water Release, Great Exploding Water Colliding Wave, he chose the former because it consumed comparatively less chakra. In terms of appearance, Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique was somewhat like Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, one spat a massive ball of water, the other a massive ball of fire. But the Great Waterfall Technique was far deadlier. The water sphere it produced resembled an actual great waterfall. Kitazawa practiced for half an hour before stopping when he noticed Mariboshi Kosuka approaching. "Kitazawa, I didn't expect you to also know Water Release," Kosuka said with some surprise as he walked forward. "And at such a high level." Since Kitazawa was studying an A-rank water release technique, it meant he had already learned many lower-level ones. Within water release alone, he already had at least Chunin-level strength, and if he mastered this A-rank jutsu, he would reach Jonin level. "Kosuka-senpai, you flatter me," Kitazawa said with a smile. "Is there something you need me for?" "Trouble with teaching. It's about finding students from before. After about 2 weeks of observation, I've identified 2 promising ones," Kosuka explained. "They have enough talent to inherit my water release and swordsmanship." "Which 2 students are they?" Kitazawa asked, curious. "Sakura Haruno and Uchiha Sasuke," Kosuka replied. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Unexpected, yet reasonable. Sakura, with her earth and water attributes, possessed chakra control ranking 3rd among the Konoha 12. Meeting both conditions, water release affinity and strong chakra control, made her a natural candidate. As expected of one of the original heroines, her luck was excellent. But it wasn't just luck, her own strength was the main factor. Sasuke, of course, needed no explanation. In the original story, after defecting from Konoha, he carried a Kusanagi sword at his waist. Swordsmanship was his most frequently used attack style aside from Fire Release and the Sharingan, and he had even studied under Orochimaru, far beyond the difficulty of Konoha-style swordsmanship. "Kosuka-senpai," Kitazawa said after a moment of thought, "if you intend to formally take them as students, it might be somewhat difficult." Sakura would probably agree, but Sasuke definitely wouldn't. "It's fine," Kosuka said calmly. "I'm not a team leader, and I won't demand anything. As long as they're willing to learn, that's enough." "All right then," Kitazawa nodded. "I'll call them over now." He had no reason to refuse, and neither did Sakura or Sasuke. Sakura would be getting a huge advantage for free, already learning medical ninjutsu and now gaining water release as well. Her potential wouldn't be much worse than her original counterpart. And Sasuke had a chance to grow stronger, he wouldn't miss it. "Kakashi," Kitazawa whispered when he found him, explaining Kosuka's wish to teach Sasuke swordsmanship. "Sasuke," Kakashi called out after listening. "Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke responded, finishing his lightning release chakra nature transformation practice. "Kitazawa-sensei." Kakashi had originally planned to teach Sasuke some low-level lightning release this week, but a previous conversation with Kitazawa had changed his mind. Since Sasuke wanted a lightning release technique that could counter the Rasengan, Kakashi was preparing to teach him lightning release, Chidori directly, but for that, Sasuke's chakra nature transformation needed further refinement. Kosuke-senpai wants to teach you Konoha-style swordsmanship, Kitazawa said. Do you want to learn it? But I'm learning lightning release. Sasuke frowned slightly. Compared to Konoha-style swordsmanship, he wanted to learn a lightning release jutsu that could rival Rasengan sooner. Don't underestimate Konoha-style swordsmanship, Kitazawa replied with an easy smile. Kosuke-senpai created an S-rank jutsu called Konoha-style, Willow. Konoha-style, Willow combined swordsmanship and genjutsu. From that perspective, it suited Sasuke well. Besides fire release, the Uchiha's greatest strengths were Sharingan and genjutsu. S-rank. Sasuke's eyes lit up slightly. Then I'll learn it. You're such a mercenary, Kitazawa said, lightly tapping him on the head. Sasuke gave an embarrassed smile. Kakashi subconsciously glanced at him. That expression again. Sasuke looked like a typical Uchiha, proud, but more composed than Uchiha Obito. Kitazawa then took Sasuke to find Sakura. I want to learn. Sakura agreed without hesitation. During several previous monthly practical exams, she had complained that medical ninjutsu wasn't tested, leaving her no chance to show her skills. If she learned water release ninjutsu, she could shine in the exams, especially to compete once again with Ino. Kitazawa nodded. Follow me. Sasuke-kun, are you also learning water release? Sakura asked eagerly. No, Sasuke replied. I'm learning swordsmanship. From whom? Sakura pressed. The same person as you, Sasuke answered casually. That's great. Sakura exclaimed. Then we'll be senior and junior disciples from now on. Sasuke's mouth twitched. Although he wanted to refute, he couldn't find a reason. The three quickly arrived at the artificial lake. Call him Kosuke-sensei, Kitazawa reminded them. Kosuke-sensei. Sasuke and Sakura said in unison. Good, good, good. Kosuke laughed heartily, clearly very pleased. Kitazawa didn't leave. He planned to take this opportunity to learn Konoha-style swordsmanship himself. As a genius, one should possess extraordinary learning ability. Current task, learn Konoha-style swordsmanship without accepting Mariboshi Kosuke's direct instruction. Task reward, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Accept. Kitazawa scanned the prompt and was immediately surprised. Why was the task reward Dance of the Crescent Moon instead of Konoha-style, Willow? It seemed the system's requirement to learn Konoha-style swordsmanship already included Leaf-style, Willow. Under normal circumstances, Konoha-style swordsmanship did not include Konoha-style, Willow because it had been created personally by Kosuke. Especially since the system specifically mentioned learning without Kosuke's direct instruction. Dance of the Crescent Moon was somewhat similar to Konoha-style, Willow, also a secret technique of Konoha-style swordsmanship, an A-rank sword technique. In the original work, only Gekko Heiate and Yugao Yuzuki had ever used it. Considering that Yugao created a secret sword technique called Aburosukyo, Hazy Moon Night, perhaps Dance of the Crescent Moon had been created by Gekko Heiate. Regardless, since a system task was triggered, Kitazawa would definitely accept it. He came back to his senses. Kosuke had already begun teaching. Kitazawa formed hand signs and created a shadow clone. He would have the clone teach Sasuke, while he went to instruct Sakura. Thanks to Kitazawa's special training, both Sakura and Sasuke already had sufficient foundations. Kosuke didn't beat around the bush and had them directly begin learning water release and Konoha-style swordsmanship. For water release, Kosuke first taught the water release, water bullet technique, a C-rank, introductory ninjutsu for water release users. Kitazawa stroked his chin. Although Kosuke had learned water release from Senju Tobarama, he hadn't actually learned everything. In the original work, it was only clearly stated that he knew two water release ninjutsu taught by Tobarama, Water Wall and Water Dragon Jutsu. Kitazawa thought he could teach Sakura after Mariboshi Kosuke finished. It should trigger the corresponding system task. He didn't disturb them. Instead, he created another shadow clone. He set one clone to learn Konoha-style swordsmanship while he himself practiced water release, Great Waterfall technique. Kosuke didn't mind Kitazawa's quietly learning. After all, Kitazawa was Tsunade's student. Given his status, learning Konoha-style swordsmanship was actually very simple. He only needed to ask Tsunade or Hiruzen Sarutobi. Time slowly passed, and soon it was time for school to end. If you two are free on the weekend, you can also come find me, Kosuke said. After becoming a Ninja Academy teacher, he no longer took missions, so he was free. Okay, Kosuke-sensei. Sakura immediately looked at Sasuke after speaking. If he could also go, then they could enjoy their time together. I'll see, Sasuke said ambiguously. The reason Sakura planned to seek out Kosuke on the weekend was that she felt she couldn't learn everything and didn't have enough time. After all, she also had to study the more difficult medical ninjutsu. Sasuke was different. He found learning Konoha-style swordsmanship very easy and didn't need any extra tutoring. More importantly, he wanted to spend the weekend with Uchiha Itachi and others, and also train in Sharingan and Genjutsu. On the training ground, after Kitazawa said, "See you next week," the students of the genius class excitedly turned and ran off. The next 2 days were for fun. Kitazawa secretly thought it was a pity. Although the ninja world had computers, there was still no internet. Otherwise, he could have played some games. He glanced at the sky and walked toward the casino. He already had an idea of how to set up Danzo and planned to find Tsunade. But it was only 5 o'clock, she would definitely be at the casino. There weren't many casinos in Konoha village, only a few. Kitazawa quickly found Tsunade and Shizun. Tsunade sat at the gambling table with a gloomy expression, practically having "I lost" written on her forehead. "Lady Tsunade." Kitazawa walked up. "Kitazawa. Why are you here?" Tsunade glanced at him, her attitude softening. Shizun, holding Taunton, looked surprised. From her perspective, this reaction didn't fit Tsunade's character. Normally, Tsunade would immediately ask Kitazawa for money to keep gambling heavily. Did something happen between these two? "Lady Tsunade, I came to ask you something." Kitazawa paused, then said with a smile, "But there's no rush, you can gamble first." "No need, I've already lost everything anyway." Tsunade stood up and said, "Let's talk at home." Shizun's eyes widened at her words. Tsunade today was too straightforward, making her temporarily unable to believe it. Normally, even if she lost all her money, she would still find a way to get money from Shizun, and the two would often argue for a long time. Situations like today had almost never happened before. The three of them returned home. Of course, it wasn't Kurenai's home but Tsunade and Shizun's temporary residence. As soon as Tsunade got home, she kicked off her sandals, walked to the sofa, and collapsed onto it. Her thick cushion of fat compressed and deformed with her movement. This spectacular sight made Kitazawa's eyelids twitch. One could only say that Tsunade was at her tallest when lying down, and also when lying on her stomach. Rina Uzumaki walked over, picked up her high-heeled sandals, and placed them on the shoe rack. "Speak." Tsunade rolled over and squinted at Kitazawa. "Yesterday, Senior Nono and I performed surgery on a patient at Konoha Hospital," Kitazawa said, sitting opposite her and looking at her face. "This patient is named Shigaraki Tanuki, a root researcher." If he didn't look at Tsunade's face, his gaze would inevitably be drawn to the other massive objects. "He was seriously injured, a kind of explosion injury," Kitazawa said slowly. But before he was sent to Konoha Hospital, he had already been treated by Root Medical Ninja. "What kind of treatment?" Tsunade immediately caught the crucial point and asked. "It was a treatment to erase traces," Kitazawa replied. "Danzo doesn't want us to know the cause of the explosion. It's normal for Root to have secrets, but the old man's patience has its limits. We can't keep bothering Danzo again and again." Tsunade sat up, crossed her arms, and spoke with a hint of warning in her tone. With her movement, the pressure on her clothes increased, giving the illusion that they were on the verge of bursting. Kitazawa nodded. He understood Tsunade's unspoken meaning. An ordinary secret wasn't worth her intervention and would make Hiruzen Sarutobi feel she was making too much of a fuss. "Although Root's medical ninja cleaned it up very thoroughly, I still found some clues," Kitazawa said after a pause. "I don't know exactly what it is, which is why I came to ask you." "Oh." Tsunade became interested, crossed her legs, and wiggled her foot. "The thing that caused the explosion was biological tissue, more precisely, cellular residue," Kitazawa said in a deep voice. "Are you saying that some kind of cell caused a violent explosion?" Tsunade's first reaction was disbelief. After all, no biological cell could possess such immense power. "I also find it perplexing," Kitazawa echoed. Tsunade frowned slightly, lost in thought. A moment later, her heart jolted as she thought of her grandfather, Senju Hashirama. After his death, his cells still possessed terrifying vitality. Furthermore, because wood release was of great significance to Konoha village, the higher-ups had once conducted wood release experiments, essentially injecting Hashirama's cells into shinobi to try to gain control of wood release. At that time, it was done on a voluntary basis. But all of the shinobi who participated died without exception, so Hiruzen Sarutobi called off the experiments. Tsunade knew about these experiments because Hiruzen had sought her consent at the time. But with Danzo's personality, he would never stop because of this, he would definitely continue the wood release experiments in secret. Hashirama's cells, after absorbing chakra, would grow and swell wildly, causing explosions. Tsunade couldn't help but frown. She should have thought of it sooner, but because of her hemophobia, she had been wandering and avoiding things in the shinobi world, so she had automatically ignored this matter. Now that she had returned to the village, however, she would never allow Danzo's desecration of Senju Hashirama's corpse. After all, Hashirama's cells could only be obtained from his remains. As the first Hokage, the shinobi who established Konoha village, how could he be treated like this? I'm going to ask the old man for clarification. Tsunade subconsciously stood up. She had no way of knowing what Root was researching. She could only go to Hiruzen Sarutobi, unless she forcefully broke into Root's experimental base. But doing so would easily alert the enemy, causing Root to destroy or transfer the experiment. What did Lady Tsunade think of? Kitazawa looked at her, feeling a little nervous. Whether he was Tsunade's confidant or truly trusted depended on whether she would answer his question. This matter. I can tell you, Tsunade said after hesitating for 2 seconds. Although she hadn't officially acknowledged Kitazawa as her student, in her heart, it was already a given. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to know such highly classified matters involving Hashirama's cells and the wood release experiment. Shizun. Tsunade waved her hand. Shizun understood and left the living room with Rina Uzumaki and Karen. This matter starts with my grandfather, Senju Hashirama, Tsunade sighed. Do you know about wood release? The first Hokage's wood release is well known throughout the ninja world, Kitazawa said in a deep voice. Precisely because of this, Konoha village wanted to regain wood release, Tsunade slowly explained the whole story. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, realizing she didn't know about the wood release experiments that Orochimaru and Danzo had conducted. But this was normal, since she wasn't in the village at the time, and Orochimaru's defection wouldn't have been publicly tied to wood release experiments. Tsunade only knew he had defected because Hiruzen discovered him conducting human experiments. This Shigaraki Tanuki is Root's top researcher, so it's very possible Danzo had him research the first Hokage-sama's cells, Kitazawa analyzed. Tsunade nodded. I think so too. Danzo's reputation for doing evil things once again played a role. Regardless of whether he did it or not, he was the most likely suspect. But I don't think it's appropriate to directly approach Hokage-sama, because we don't have direct evidence, it's all speculation, Kitazawa suggested. I think we should first send someone to investigate Shigaraki Tanuki. As a researcher, Shigaraki Tanuki would definitely be well protected by Root, and his experimental base is also unknown. Tsunade rubbed her temples. Even for an elite jonin, it wouldn't be easy to find out. I have a candidate, Kitazawa said after a moment's thought. Uchiha Itachi. Can he do it? Tsunade's tone carried suspicion. She didn't know that Uchiha Itachi had already awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. In her eyes, he was indeed a super genius, already an Umbu squad leader at 13, but genius or not, 13 was still very young and not suited to this kind of investigative work. He'll definitely be fine, Kitazawa guaranteed. All right then. Tsunade looked at him, then suddenly smiled. I trust you. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 209, Itachi's Mission. Kitazawa arrived at the Uchiha clan's compound. He didn't go directly to the Umbu office, not only because it was after work hours, but also because he didn't want to attract Danzo's attention. On the way to the Hokage building, there were many people and eyes, and there would definitely be Root informants. His visit to the Uchiha clan's compound was far less conspicuous. After all, he was a Ninja Academy teacher, so home visits after school were quite normal. Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke, who was in the courtyard, noticed Kitazawa. You all pause your training. Uchiha Mikoto came over and said softly, Teacher Kitazawa, you've come at a good time. You can stay and have dinner with us. I need to see Itachi about something. Kitazawa lowered his voice and said, it's Lady Tsunade's instruction. Mikoto's gaze sharpened. Although she became a housewife after marrying Uchiha Fugaku, she was still the clan leader's wife, so she naturally understood what needed to be understood. Since it was something specified by Tsunade, it must be important. Let's talk inside. Mikoto paused, then asked, Fugaku isn't back yet. Do I need to inform him? No need. Kitazawa shook his head. This action would be tantamount to openly telling Danzo that they were gathering to cause trouble. Itachi, go make a cup of tea. Mikoto turned and instructed. Yes. Uchiha Itachi was slightly startled, sensing something unusual. But he didn't ask further and turned to get the tea leaves. Teacher Kitazawa. Sasuke followed into the living room, asking with some curiosity, are you looking for me for something? It has nothing to do with you. Uchiha Mikoto patted his head and said, go back to your room, don't come out and disturb us. Sasuke looked left and right. Was there something he couldn't know? But since Mikoto had already said so, he couldn't ask any more questions. Teacher Kitazawa, please have some tea. A moment later, Itachi brought out a cup of hot tea. Thank you. Kitazawa took the tea, took a sip, and then said, Itachi, Lady Tsunade would like to ask you for a favor. Lady Tsunade. Itachi was surprised. Itachi. Mikoto quickly gave him a look. Please tell me. Itachi said seriously, Lady Tsunade's favor, I will complete it even if it costs my life. Whether it was for the Uchiha clan or for the will of fire, he had to give his all. Kitazawa saw this and secretly thought, as expected. Itachi was an extremely sharp blade. How much effect he could have had depended on how he was used. Of course, the premise was that the task benefited the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village. And Tsunade represented Konoha village. Root has a researcher named Shigaraki Tanuki. Kitazawa said directly, Lady Tsunade hopes you can find out what research he is conducting. I understand. I will investigate it as soon as possible. Itachi readily agreed. As an elite Umbu, investigation was the most common task, and he was extremely skilled at it. Although this time, the target of the investigation was a root researcher, he didn't hesitate. In the original story, the reason Itachi trusted Danzo was because he had no other choice at the time. After all, the Uchiha clan had already clearly decided to rebel. But now, he certainly wouldn't side with Danzo and Root, and he wouldn't have any psychological burden investigating them. If you find out what he's researching, don't disclose it to a second person. Kitazawa reminded him, after getting the information, immediately conceal your tracks and come find me. If it were someone else, he really wouldn't dare to trust them so much. But Itachi was wholeheartedly devoted to Konoha village, and Kitazawa could even be certain that he wouldn't even tell Uchiha Fugaku and the others. Yes. Itachi's heart trembled upon hearing this. Kitazawa's words, both explicit and implicit, suggested that Shigaraki Tanuki's research was extremely confidential and important. His first reaction wasn't curiosity to peek at the research materials, but rather a feeling that he had gained Tsunade's trust. After all, Tsunade's identity and status were there, with a single word from her, many people would carry out missions for her. I apologize for the intrusion, I'll take my leave now. Once this matter is concluded, Lady Tsunade will surely reward you handsomely. Kitazawa stood up and casually made a grand promise. And such a grand promise was exactly what Itachi needed. He and Shursui had always tried their best to avoid conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village. But Danzo's inhumane actions and Sarutobi Hiruzen's wavering stance made them feel powerless. Uchiha Shursui was even ambushed by Danzo Shimura because he exposed the abilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Even at that point, he still faked his own suicide. Because if the Uchiha clan members knew about his ambush, they would certainly be enraged and rebel. Now, Tsunade's appearance gave Itachi hope. Because she was truly taking action, especially her actions, which severely suppressed Danzo and Root, effectively reducing the pressure on the Uchiha clan. Kitazawa greeted Sasuke and then turned to leave. What do you think Lady Tsunade's objective is? Mikoto saw Kitazawa off and closed the door. I don't know. Itachi shook his head. Whatever it is, targeting Root is always a good thing, Mikoto said with a smile. Root's actions were too reckless, even someone with her gentle personality detested Root. Itachi suddenly thought of something and reminded her, don't tell father about the Shigaraki Tanuki matter. Why? Uchiha Mikoto was startled. If he also sends people to investigate Shigaraki Tanuki, it will ruin Lady Tsunade's important plan, Itachi said in a deep voice. Fugaku wouldn't be so reckless. Uchiha Mikoto argued, he's still very clear-headed when it comes to important matters. Regarding Lady Tsunade, no mistakes can be made. Itachi's tone remained very firm. All right then. Uchiha Mikoto saw this and said, let's not tell him for now. When he finds out, just say that Lady Tsunade requested secrecy. Itachi added, he won't blame us. Kitazawa returned home. He entered the living room and noticed Kunai practicing sealing technique, 4 limbs waiting seal in front of the coffee table. Her body was slightly leaning forward, her perky buttocks round and alluring. Kitazawa walked up and hugged her from behind. He immediately felt the softness of her buttocks pressed against him. You disrupt my training the moment you get back. Kunai stopped practicing, turned her head, and glared at him. I apologize to you. Kitazawa finished speaking, then turned her body around and kissed her. Kunai subconsciously struggled twice, but ultimately chose to give up. Her body softened, and she wrapped her arms around Kitazawa's neck. The next second, she felt a pain in her chest. Kunai didn't even need to look to know it was Kitazawa's dishonest hand. After a long while, their lips parted. Aren't you going to take your hand off? Kunai asked, panting. I couldn't control myself for a moment. Kitazawa moved his hand away from her chest. Losing that tender touch made him feel incredibly reluctant. I'm going to cook. You wait for me obediently, don't cause trouble. Kunai pulled up her clothes, covering a large expanse of white. Wait. Kitazawa suddenly thought of something and said, you've pretty much mastered sealing technique, 4 limbs waiting seal, you can learn new ninjutsu. As he spoke, he handed her a scroll. What sealing technique is it this time? Kunai took the scroll and asked casually. It's not a sealing technique, Kitazawa explained. These are 2 ninjutsu I created for Ino, and I think they're very suitable for you too. Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa. Kunai blinked and said playfully. I see you don't want to eat dinner tonight. Kitazawa subconsciously rolled up his sleeves. Pervert. Kunai turned and ran into the kitchen. After letting out a breath, she opened the scroll. After seeing ninja art, 100 Flowers Chaos and ninja art, Moonlight Beauty, she revealed an exceptionally charming smile. These 2 ninjutsu were indeed very suitable for her. She even felt that Kitazawa had created these 2 ninjutsu specifically for her. After all, they were both related to genjutsu. Kunai put away the scroll and started cooking. Kitazawa went directly to the dining table to wait. He didn't wait long before he saw Kunai, wearing an apron, walk over with a plate of food. The apron is great. Kitazawa praised. Kunai put down the dish, lowered her head, and kissed him on the mouth. She curled her lips, her eyes sparkling, and said, I'll go get the bowls and chopsticks, wait for me. Kitazawa's heart was itching. This Kunai was truly too much like a virtuous wife and loving mother, exuding a gentle aura all over. Kunai turned and went to the kitchen, reappearing shortly after. Once you've learned the 2 ninjutsu I gave you, I'll teach you a new sealing technique. Kitazawa picked up his chopsticks and said. Kunai nodded and said, these 2 ninjutsu are related to genjutsu, so learning them should be much faster than sealing technique. My Kunai is an excellent genjutsu ninja, Kitazawa said with a smile. Just eat, don't talk about all this nonsense. Kunai lifted her leg and kicked him under the table, then asked, why are you an hour late coming home today? Lady Tsunade had something she needed me to do, so it delayed me, Kitazawa explained. No wonder. Kunai didn't ask further, continuing, Asuma came by earlier, but you were delayed and hadn't returned yet. What did he come for? Kitazawa took a bite of fried shrimp and asked. He said he became an Umbu squad leader and that if we ever ran into trouble, we could go to him for help, Kunai replied. Joined the Umbu. Kitazawa let out a soft There was no such event in the original work. It seemed to be his butterfly effect. However, Asuma's joining the Umbu wasn't entirely unexpected, as there was a precedent. His older brother, Konohamaru Sarutobi's parents, were previously Umbu squad leaders. Perhaps Asuma also joined the Umbu in the original work. After all, his experiences before becoming the leader of the new Ino, Shika, Cho of Team 10 were not explicitly mentioned. He's a pretty good guy, though. Kitazawa chuckled and said. An Umbu squad leader is already a high-ranking position, and Asuma is the 3rd Hokage's son. If he truly wanted to help them, he could indeed solve most of their problems. But Kitazawa didn't like owing favors. Asking Itachi for help wouldn't incur a debt because it was a matter of mutual benefit. After all, the Uchiha clan also needed Tsunade and him to help. I'll do the dishes. After dinner, Kitazawa offered. Kunai cooked tonight, so making her do the dishes too would be too much. Besides, he had a small request he wanted to make tonight. Kitazawa cleared the table and took the dishes and chopsticks to the kitchen. When he finished washing the dishes and returned to the living room, he saw Kunai reading the ninjutsu scroll he had given her. Kunai. Kitazawa leaned in, bit her ear, and asked, I gave you 2 ninjutsu, how are you going to repay me? What do you want to do now? Kunai looked up and gave him a glare. Having been together for a long time, she completely understood Kitazawa. One could only say, he had many tricks. Although she reluctantly agreed to all his requests and had a very good experience, she felt like she had been led astray. She used to be very reserved. Nothing. Kitazawa bent down and lifted her legs onto his lap. Kunai, with no choice, shifted her bottom and sat sideways on the sofa. I haven't seen you wear stockings in a long time. How about tonight? Kitazawa reached out and massaged her feet. Kunai, upon hearing this, actually breathed a sigh of relief. This request was relatively simple. Go wait for me in the room. Kunai kicked him and said, I'll be there after I finish reading this ninjutsu scroll. Kitazawa didn't bother her anymore after hearing that. He returned to the room to wait, and while he had time, he began studying the disorderly dance technique that Tsunade had given him. During this period, he had been busy learning sealing techniques, earth release, and water release, leaving no time for the disorderly dance technique. Night deepened. 2 hours later, the sound of a door opening echoed. Kitazawa subconsciously looked up, and immediately widened his eyes. Kunai had changed into black sheer tights. From her jade feet to her waist, everything was wrapped in glossy black fabric. And the best part was that she wore nothing else but the black sheer tights. Kitazawa immediately stood up, walked over, and embraced her. Kunai felt her body lighten and was suddenly suspended in the air. The next second, the sound of tearing stockings rang out. Kunai rolled her eyes. A perfectly good pair of stockings was ruined just like that, even though she had carefully chosen them for a long time. But soon she couldn't even utter a complete sentence, clinging to him like an octopus to avoid falling. The moon set, the sun rose, and before they knew it, it was early morning. Kitazawa opened his eyes, glanced at the sleeping Kunai, then got up and changed his clothes. Based on his understanding of her, she would probably sleep until midday to recover her strength. He didn't disturb her. Today was Saturday. He still had to go with Yakumo next door to treat Tsunade's hemophobia. Kitazawa went to the kitchen and casually made a bowl of ramen. By the time he finished eating, Karen had just arrived. "Let's go." Kitazawa arrived at the door of the next house, raised his hand, and knocked. "Kitazawa-sensei." It was Karen who opened the door. "Good morning." Kitazawa reached out, patted her head, and said, "Kitazawa-sensei, I've learned finger-carving seal." Karen looked up, her eyes sparkling. "You read it first, and next Tuesday I'll teach you." Hearing this, Kitazawa took out the sealing art, fire sealing method ninjutsu scroll. "Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei." Karen's face immediately broke into a smile. Kitazawa and Yakumo walked into the house. Tsunade was, as always, sitting on the sofa waiting for them. After some pleasantries, the treatment began. As before, first the dream, then the reality. By the end of the morning, Yakumo's genjutsu could last for 10 minutes. Kitazawa felt it wouldn't be long before Tsunade could complete the emotion displacement of Nawaki's death. "Kitazawa-sensei, goodbye." Yakumo greeted him, then turned and left. Kitazawa watched her receding figure, deep in thought. It had been 3 weeks since school started, perhaps it was time to try teaching her some taijutsu. Kitazawa returned home. Time flew quickly during his training. For these 2.5 days, he focused on one thing alone, practicing water release, great waterfall technique. Tuesday. Konoha village entered February, the temperature had risen somewhat, but it was still relatively cold. Kitazawa arrived at the school's training ground on time. The students of the genius class had already begun their training because Mariboshi Kosuka had arrived earlier than Kitazawa. As soon as he came, he got the students moving. Kitazawa called Karen over. He fulfilled his promise and taught her sealing art, fire sealing method. After teaching for half an hour and seeing that she had grasped the basics, he let Karen practice on her own. Kitazawa walked to the track beside the training ground. Yakumo and Rock Lee were running. But the former was far behind the latter. "Yakumo, come here." Kitazawa watched for a moment, then determined that her physical fitness was barely up to standard. "Ki." "Kitazawa-sensei." Yakumo walked over, panting. "Today I'm going to teach you a taijutsu called Konoha Whirlwind." Kitazawa thought for a moment and said, "Is it the Konoha Whirlwind that Naruto and Lee shout?" Yakumo tilted her head and asked, "Do I need to shout it out when I use it, too?" "No." Kitazawa's mouth twitched. "You've been misled by them. What kind of proper ninja would shout it out? Watch closely, Yakumo." Kitazawa walked in front of a tree and kicked it directly. With a bang, the tree trembled violently from the immense force, and a large number of leaves fluttered down. Yakumo's eyes lit up. This was the ninja she dreamed of becoming. While a genjutsu ninja was also good, it didn't fit her impression of a traditional ninja. "You try." Kitazawa moved aside. Yakumo nodded. She took a deep breath, suppressed her excitement, and kicked out, imitating Kitazawa. But the tree in front of her didn't budge. Yakumo couldn't help but feel a little disheartened. "Take your time." Kitazawa patted her head and said, Yakumo regained her spirits and continued practicing Konoha Whirlwind. Kitazawa stood in place for a while, then noticed Kabuto walking over. "Kitazawa-sensei." Yakushi Kabuto spoke first, "I've already learned wind release, vacuum sphere." Kitazawa wasn't surprised. He had taught him wind release, vacuum sphere before the new year. Kabuto was older and had a good foundation, so learning it in over a month wasn't particularly fast. Abirame Toryun and Uchiha Izumi were much slower. Uchiha Izumi was learning the B-rank fire release, Phoenix Flower Claw. But after she activated her 2-tomo Sharingan, she returned to the Uchiha clan to study related knowledge, which delayed her for a period of time. Abirame Toryun was simply young. His current strength relied purely on his mechanism, his nano-sized poisonous insects. Aside from that, his strength was similar to Shino Abirame's, as they were both only 7 years old. He also wasn't that fast at learning Kono-style body flicker. "Then I'll teach you the advanced version of wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, great vacuum sphere." Kitazawa thought for a moment and said. Chapter 210, Senju Bloodline Mission. Kitazawa brought Kabuto to their ninja squad's usual training ground, which was also at the Ninja Academy. However, because they weren't academy students, they didn't train with the genius class. Kitazawa-sensei. Aburame Toryun and Uchiha Izumi immediately stopped their training and greeted him. Kitazawa nodded. Continue. After speaking, he walked to an open space not far away. Although wind release, Great Vacuum Sphere is a B-rank wind release, it's much more difficult than wind release, Vacuum Sphere. Kitazawa paused. Once you learn wind release, Great Vacuum Sphere, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call you a wind release Jonin. In the original work, Danzo once used wind release, Great Vacuum Sphere to counter Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo. Although it didn't completely destroy Susanoo, it caused a noticeable impact. Coupled with the wind release, vacuum sphere and wind release, rotating shuriken that Kabuto had already learned, he could indeed meet the standards of a wind release Jonin. Of course, this referred to a Jonin of average wind release proficiency. There was still a gap between him and a wind release Jonin like Danzo Shimura. As a team leader, the greatest achievement is helping students become Jonin. Current mission, cultivate the first Jonin. Mission reward, 20% Senju clan bloodline. Do you accept? Kitazawa's eyes widened subconsciously. Such a pleasant surprise. He hadn't expected Kabuto to suddenly trigger a mission. Although the mission stated to cultivate the first Jonin, it was undoubtedly referring to Kabuto. Kabuto's medical ninjutsu had long reached Jonin level, and now with wind release, there would be even less doubt, provided he could pass the Jonin exam. Kitazawa was very confident Kabuto would pass. But there was still one problem: their team had been established only a short time and hadn't completed enough missions. Whether it was the Chunin exams or the Jonin exams, a certain number of missions were required. The Chunin exams weren't as strict, but the Jonin exam was overseen by the Hokage. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed the standards for Kitazawa's sake, the visible mission count still needed to be presentable. However, this was easy to resolve, just let Kabuto and his team complete missions. With their strength, as long as they weren't A-rank or S-rank missions, they would clear them quickly while gaining practical experience and practicing ninjutsu. Kitazawa accepted the mission without hesitation. After all, the reward was 20% Senju bloodline. He had already experienced the benefits of the Senju bloodline. Currently at 40%, he wondered if there would be a qualitative change at 60%. Kabuto, I'll demonstrate it first. Kitazawa came back to his senses and formed hand signs. He deliberately slowed down, allowing Kabuto to memorize the sequence for wind release, Great Vacuum Sphere. After completing the hand signs, Kitazawa leaned back slightly and opened his mouth. The wind howled, and a large amount of wind release chakra surged out. They quickly gathered in the air and, after compression, transformed into a giant wind sphere, which was then released. Kitazawa aimed at the ground. With a bang, the ground cracked under the impact of the wind sphere. Flying debris, mud, and weeds were torn apart by the dense wind. In an instant, dust exploded, creating chaos. Such powerful, destructive force. Kabuto's eyes widened in surprise. He finally understood why Kitazawa said that learning wind release, Great Vacuum Sphere would be equivalent to being a wind release Jonin. Aburame Toryun and Uchiha Izumi, who were not far away, were also drawn by the commotion and showed looks of astonishment. Your turn. Kitazawa stepped back 2 paces. Kabuto nodded and began forming hand signs with anticipation. However, the difficulty of wind release, Great Vacuum Sphere exceeded his expectations, and he failed several times. But he wasn't in a hurry. Under Kitazawa's guidance, he gradually began to master the technique. Pause for now. All of you, come over, I have something to tell you. After teaching for half an hour, Kitazawa called out. Aburame Toryun and Uchiha Izumi immediately walked up to him, lining up alongside Kabuto. Our squad currently has a relatively small number of missions, which is not conducive to your future promotion to Jonin, Kitazawa said slowly. Kabuto couldn't help but adjust his glasses upon hearing this. Connecting it to Kitazawa's earlier mention of a wind-release Jonin, he had reason to suspect that this statement was aimed at him. However, becoming a Jonin was indeed good, it would grant more power and status. If he became a Jonin, it would benefit Yakushi Nono and the Konoha orphanage. When I have time, I'll take you on A-rank or S-rank missions. Kitazawa continued, but normally, the 3 of you will go on missions below A-rank. Genin cannot undertake missions alone, they must have a squad leader. Chunin also cannot undertake missions alone, but they can team up with other Chunin to complete missions. Kabuto, you're in charge of this matter. Kitazawa looked at Kabuto. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto immediately responded. Once you learn wind release, Great Vacuum Sphere, I will apply to Hokage-sama for you to take the Jonin exam. Kitazawa reached out, patted his shoulder, and said. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto thought, as expected, upon hearing this. Aburame Toryun and Uchiha Izumi subconsciously showed surprised expressions. They had only become Chunin less than 3 months ago, and their teammate was already going to be promoted to Jonin. Although they also wanted to participate in the Jonin exam, they both knew their own limitations and that they wouldn't be able to pass. Aside from his nano-level poisonous insects, Aburame Toryun's own strength was barely at Chunin level. Uchiha Izumi was considered an elite among Chunin, but without a 3-tomo Sharingan, she couldn't reach Jonin strength. Even after becoming a Jonin, I will still be your teammate. Kabuto smiled gently. And you two will definitely become Jonin too, it will just be a bit later than me. Aburame Toryun and Uchiha Izumi both nodded upon hearing this. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile at the sight. With Kabuto around, he no longer had to worry about disagreements or internal conflicts within the ninja squad. Although your strength is more than enough for missions below A rank, you might occasionally encounter assignments that exceed your rank, Kitazawa reminded them. If you notice any problems, come to me immediately. After all, in the original work, Team 7 encountered Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, during a mere C-rank mission. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto paused, then asked, should we go to the mission hall now? You can, Kitazawa nodded, adding, but remember to let me review any missions that involve going outside. Okay. With that, Kabuto led Aburame Toryun and Uchiha Izumi out of the academy. Kitazawa withdrew his gaze, intending to head to the artificial lake to practice water release, great waterfall technique. But at that moment, 3 lines of text appeared before his eyes. Current mission, help Shino Aburame cultivate Kakachu with fire resistance. Mission reward, gain 10% fire release damage resistance. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. Upon seeing this, Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Had Shino Aburame's fire release Kakachu mutation experiment already succeeded? To say, completely successful, wasn't entirely accurate. Only 2 Kakachu capable of resisting conventional fire release had been cultivated, one for 3 seconds and one for 5. However, for Shino Aburame, this was more than enough. In truth, it marked a qualitative leap for the entire Aburame clan. From now on, they would stand a far greater chance against a ninja who used ordinary fire release. Kitazawa clenched his fist. He didn't feel any change in his body. This 10% fire release damage resistance was little more than a minor perk. With his current strength, not many fire release techniques could hit him anyway. Still, it was better to have than not, and the mission needed to be done. Kitazawa-sensei. A few steps later, Kitazawa saw an unusually excited Shino Aburame. Compared to his usual calm self, he was like a completely different person. I succeeded. Shino held out both hands. In his left hand was a pile of 3-second Kakachu, and in his right a pile of 5-second Kakachu, the latter still larvae, as if freshly hatched. Congratulations, Kitazawa said with a smile. Perhaps one day you'll leave your name in the history of the Aburame clan. I didn't think that far ahead, Shino replied, momentarily stunned. And I didn't do much. It was mainly Kitazawa-sensei's guidance. No need for pleasantries. Kitazawa studied the Kakachu and said, I think the next step in the plan should be cultivating Kakachu with water release resistance. He had recently been practicing water release, great waterfall technique, and could help Shino complete the mutation experiment simultaneously. I'll follow Kitazawa-sensei's lead, Shino agreed without hesitation. Current mission, help Shino Aburame cultivate Kakachu with water release resistance. Mission reward, gain 10% water release damage resistance. Do you accept? Kitazawa accepted the mission and accompanied Shino to the location where the previous experiments had been conducted. Fire release resistance was developed by repeatedly exposing the insects to fire release. Naturally, water release resistance would require continuous immersion in water release techniques. Kitazawa had Shino place the Kakachu on the ground, then controlled his chakra and unleashed water release, great waterfall technique. Tuesday quickly drew to a close. After school, Kitazawa did not leave immediately but went to the school's conference room. Next week would mark the first monthly exam of the semester. Although the reformed genius class was unique, the monthly exam still had to be taken. Vice Principal Kitazawa, the teachers in the conference room greeted him one after another. Everyone's here. Let's start the meeting. Kitazawa walked onto the stage and sat at the head of the table. The content of the meeting hadn't changed much, the teacher set the questions, and he compiled them afterward. But there was a key difference, the genius class would take a separate set of exams. Because its students came from various grades, it would be inappropriate for them to take a first-year exam together. Kitazawa entrusted this matter to Irika, the genius class's theoretical studies teacher. It was most suitable for him to set the questions. More importantly, Kitazawa didn't want to waste time on such matters. Now, as the vice principal of the Ninja Academy, he could delegate authority appropriately. There was no need to handle everything personally, just as Naruto would later learn as Hokage. Kitazawa's style resembled Tsunade's, slack off whenever possible. After all, the ninja world ultimately respected strength. Hashirama Senju's administrative talent as Hokage had been far inferior to Tobirama's, yet he was still hailed as the god of shinobi. After the meeting, Kitazawa left the Ninja Academy, pondering the first monthly exam of the semester. For this exam, he had only one mission: help Hyuga Neji defeat Uzumaki Naruto. Although Naruto had been training, his strength hadn't shown much change in the past 2 months, it had essentially stagnated. Neji, on the other hand, had learned the shadow clone technique and the 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. In raw power, Naruto still had the edge. However, his youth and lack of combat experience meant Neji could still beat him once. Kitazawa concluded the key to victory lay in the 8 trigrams vacuum palm. In Naruto's mind, Gentle Fist was purely close combat, he wouldn't expect a long-range variant. For the remaining week, I can arrange targeted special training for Neji, Kitazawa thought, stroking his chin. The next day, Wednesday. At 9 in the morning, the students of the genius class gathered on the training ground. I have an announcement. Kitazawa faced the group. The first monthly exam of this semester will be held next Thursday and Friday. Has it been a month already? Naruto scratched his head. Time seems to fly by so fast. Fast. I only feel like time crawls, Shikamaru muttered weakly. Back in first-year Class A, he could slack off during class. But ever since joining the genius class, only Mondays were for lessons, the other 4 days were devoted entirely to training, leaving him no chance to be lazy. After all, Kitazawa's shadow clone was always watching. It is a bit fast. If I had another half-month, I could learn 2 more water-release ninjutsu. Sakura sighed with regret. She had only just barely mastered water release, water disruption, and one jutsu wasn't enough to defeat Ino. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Ino elbowed her friend with a smirk. I've learned 2 ninjutsu that Sensei Kitazawa personally tailored for me. You actually have 2? Kiba's eyes widened. Who told me I'm so talented? Ino put her hands on her hips, full of pride. I envy you guys so much. Naruto clenched his fists. I want to learn new ninjutsu too. Aren't you laying the groundwork for that already? Shino Aburame adjusted his glasses. That's true, but my progress is a bit slow, Naruto admitted. Sasuke exhaled in relief. His own progress hadn't been particularly fast either. He was trying to learn lightning release, Chidori directly, and had been training in the lightning release nature transformation. Still, he had gained more than Naruto. He had also learned Konoha-style swordsmanship. Of course, it was the version without its secret techniques. He hadn't started learning Konoha-style Willow yet. It's because your strength increased too quickly before, now you're in a bottleneck, Shikamaru complained while explaining. I've got a secret weapon. Tenten announced with a bright smile. Is it a new ninja tool? Neji asked, glancing at her. No, Tenten said mysteriously. It's from Kitazawa-sensei, and it's incredibly powerful. Sensei Kitazawa probably won't let you use it, will he? Ino asked doubtfully. Otherwise, wouldn't that be bullying us? Bullying. Tenten froze. She had planned to unleash the chameleon summon to wreak havoc in the practical combat exam. Hey. Kiba grew impatient. What kind of riddles are you talking about? Yeah. Rock Lee urged, eyes shining. What exactly is this secret weapon full of youthful spirit? Everyone turned to Tenten. Except for Hinata and Ino, they didn't know yet. It's a summoned beast. Tenten was finally revealed. What, just a summoned beast? Kiba said indifferently. Everyone in the Inuzuka clan has a ninja hound, though I haven't found mine yet. I have 3, Hana Inuzuka added with a smile. The Aburame clan's Kikaichi can strictly speaking also be considered summoned beasts, Shino said calmly. Sensei Kitazawa specifically found my summoned beast for me. Tenten patted her chest. I guarantee none of you can beat it. I don't believe it. Sakura retorted immediately. How strong can a summoned beast be? It definitely can't beat Sasuke-kun. Sasuke nodded slightly. He thought the same. Summoned beasts were ultimately external tools, true strength came from oneself. The Uchiha clan summoned animals, cats, hawks, crows, were mainly used for transmitting information. I think that statement needs to be discussed, Ino coughed lightly. She had seen the Kubisaki lizard and knew its strength. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, feeling challenged. He didn't think he would lose to a summoned beast. Sensei Kitazawa. Tenten asked quickly, can I use my summoned beast in the practical combat exam? No. Kitazawa shook his head. Summoning it consumes a large amount of your chakra. You'd lose your combat ability immediately. Then can't I just let it fight? Tenten still wanted to show off her new companion, especially since the chameleon summon was so mighty and imposing. The practical combat exam assesses you, not your summoned beast. Kitazawa tapped her on the forehead. In truth, the main reason was that the chameleon summon was too disruptive to the Ninja Academy's balance and had to be sealed temporarily. Alright. Ten gave up on the idea of using it in the exam. Can we see what kind of summoned beast it is? Kiba asked, unable to resist his curiosity. He didn't believe Tenten's boasts, but he did believe Kitazawa. If Kitazawa spoke so highly of it, it must be impressive. I want to see too. Naruto raised his hand eagerly. Sasuke, Shikamaru, Choji, and the others also turned their curious gazes toward Ten. Ten looked at Kitazawa, clasped her hands together, and blinked, both pleading and acting cute. You can, but not at school. Kitazawa nodded. Follow me to the Death Forest. Great. Ten raised her arm. Let's go. With various thoughts, everyone followed Kitazawa to the vast Death Forest. After finding an open space, Ten bit her thumb and pressed her hand to the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Smoke billowed, and from within it, the chameleon lizard, over 20 meters tall, made a stunning appearance. So big. Naruto craned his neck, unable to see its full height. Sasuke's face darkened. With such a massive size, he truly wasn't sure he could defeat it. The others could only gasp in admiration. Chapter 211, Itachi's Discovery. Kitazawa-sensei, where did you find such a large summoning beast? Naruto asked excitedly. Kitazawa-sensei, are there any more summoning beasts like that? Kiba added impatiently. I want one too. Kiba, if mom hears you say that, she'll beat you so badly you won't be able to get out of bed, Inuzuka Hana warned with a wry smile. Although the chameleon lizard looked incredibly powerful, she still preferred her Himura brothers, whom she had raised since they were pups. I'm just curious. Don't tell mom. Kiba shrank back, quickly conceding as he explained. Obtaining a summoning beast is all about luck. It would be very difficult for me to find another one like this, Kitazawa said firmly, stopping their discussion. Your own strength is what matters most, don't always rely on external things. Kitazawa-sensei is right, Kiba nodded quickly. I'm not envious at all. Ah. Then you just, Naruto began, but Kiba cut him off by covering his mouth. I was just joking earlier, Kiba said seriously. Since Kiba doesn't want it, Kitazawa-sensei, next time there's a summoning beast like that, give it to me. Ino leaned forward, grabbed Kitazawa's arm, and smiled brightly. Hinata, seeing this, instinctively pursed her lips. We'll see, Kitazawa replied. Your top priority is to prepare for next week's monthly exam. Don't forget that those who rank lower will face challenges from other classes. Oh, right. Kiba immediately felt a sense of crisis. I don't want to leave the genius class. Me too. Naruto grinned. I want to be classmates with you guys forever. Why are you suddenly saying something like that? Ten complained. I always feel like there's some ominous premonition. Youth is about embracing challenges. Rock Lee clenched his fists. I'm really looking forward to the challenges from students in other classes. Are you already anticipating that you'll come in last? Ten teased, cutting him down. Rock Lee scratched his head sheepishly. Although his practical exams were decent, his theoretical results were a mess, making him a tailender overall. With our strength, we won't be kicked out of the genius class, Shino said calmly. Alright, let's go train. Kitazawa stopped at the Ninja Academy's training ground. Neji, you stay. Sasuke and the others immediately left, heading to their respective groups to train with Mariboshi Kosuka and Kakashi Hatake. Kitazawa-sensei. Neji looked at him curiously. Was he keeping him behind to teach him a new jutsu? Today you'll still have special combat training, but it will be more targeted, Kitazawa said with a smile. Don't you want to defeat Naruto? Then I'll fight you using the jutsu Naruto has learned. Neji felt touched. In his eyes, such an approach would be completely unfair to Naruto. Kitazawa going to such lengths for him truly made him a good teacher. However, the next second, he felt a subtle strangeness. Kitazawa used the transformation technique and turned into Naruto. It looked very odd. Come on, Kitazawa beckoned. Neji immediately accelerated and charged forward. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Kitazawa shouted, creating 30 shadow clones. Neji's gaze sharpened, but he didn't slow down. Because Kitazawa imitated Naruto's jutsu call, he exposed which one was the main body. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji reached Kitazawa's main body and, without hesitation, struck out with both palms. Good, very decisive. Kitazawa stood firm, commenting before calling out, Konoha whirlwind. He kicked out a leg. Seeing this, Neji was delighted. He slammed his palm onto Kitazawa's leg, and the immense force caused Kitazawa to stumble back 2 steps. Enduring the pain, Neji struck another palm at the chakra point in Kitazawa's calf. A dull thud sounded. Kitazawa felt the chakra in his right leg stagnate. He quickly retracted his leg but, unused to the disruption, became unstable. Neji was about to press his advantage, but forgot about Kitazawa's shadow clones. Konoha double whirlwind. A spinning kick came from both left and right. Neji had no choice but to defend. Just then, Kitazawa's main body elbowed him directly, knocking him to the ground. Neji felt dizzy but struggled back to his feet after a few seconds. This is how I would respond based on Naruto's personality, Kitazawa said calmly. If his main body gets entangled with you, he'll most likely trade blows and then have his shadow clones finish you. Then what should I do? Neji asked humbly. Either defeat him instantly, or use a feint attack, Kitazawa replied. Naruto's taijutsu isn't weak, it would be very difficult for me to defeat him before his shadow clones react, Neji admitted after thinking for a moment. Very good, you have a clear understanding of your own strength, Kitazawa said with satisfaction. Then use a feint attack. How do I feint? Neji asked, puzzled. Simply put, stall him. Once you find an opening, defeat him with your 8 trigrams vacuum palm, Kitazawa said, patting his shoulder. Ninja battles are intelligence battles, he doesn't know you can use the vacuum palm. Neji's face grew thoughtful. This method was actually similar to the strategy he used in his last battle with Naruto, only back then, he hadn't learned the vacuum palm yet. It's easy for me to say but hard for you to do, Kitazawa continued. You need to last longer under the encirclement of Naruto and his shadow clones. Neji nodded. Besides his multiple shadow clone jutsu, you also need to learn how to deal with his Rasengan, Kitazawa added. The Rasengan is incredibly powerful, strictly speaking, it's even trickier than the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Neji's expression involuntarily turned serious. Kitazawa's meaning was actually very simple, the Rasengan is far more direct and lethal than the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Once it lands, Neji would have no choice but to concede. But the Rasengan also has a weakness, it cannot be released from the hand, Kitazawa said with a smile. I'm going to imitate Naruto using various methods to conceal the Rasengan, and you'll have to find a way to counter it. Neji's heart trembled. This was truly targeted combat training. If he still couldn't defeat Naruto after this, he would really be letting Kitazawa down. Thinking this, Neji focused all of his attention. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile at his student's determined demeanor. If it were anyone else, they might be countered effectively. But Naruto was hard to predict because he improved so quickly. Right now, he wasn't yet the invincible powerhouse he would become. Once he mastered the Nine Tails power, everything Neji learned today would be rendered useless. And it wasn't just Neji, aside from Sasuke, there was hardly anyone among their peers who could rival Naruto. Still, future matters would be dealt with in the future. Night fell. A root underground base outside Konoha village. Although it was already past quitting time, the base still bustled with activity. Uchiha Itachi silently infiltrated the room where documents were stored. A barrier sealed the entrance, only root operatives could open it. Itachi's method was simple, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and controlled a root ninja, using him to pass through the barrier. Once inside, he had the controlled ninja stand guard. Seeing the vast array of documents, Itachi let out a quiet breath of relief. Tracking down Shigaraki Tanuki's experimental base had not been easy. There were countless root facilities, each excessively well guarded. More critically, every root member bore the cursed tongue eradication seal. Even one controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan would trigger it, alerting Danzo. Fortunately, Itachi's skill was formidable. After tailing root operatives multiple times, he had finally located this experimental base. He stepped forward and began rifling through the documents. The more he read, the more shocked he became. Root's research was disturbingly twisted, most of it involving human experimentation. Experiments capable of drawing Tsunade's attention had to be extraordinary. Although what he saw here was terrifying enough, he still felt something was missing. Forming hand seals, he created 3 shadow clones. The 4 of them searched together and soon found an unusual file. Shigaraki Tanuki, lead experimenter. Top secret. Itachi's eyes narrowed as he looked at the cover. He quickly flipped it open. The file recorded a series of failed experiments, page after page of identical notes. On a certain date, the nth experiment failed due to chakra loss of control and an explosion. One detail stood out, the test subject was a summoning beast marked by Gozu Tenno. Explosion. Itachi murmured. He had, of course, investigated Shigaraki Tanuki before. Kitazawa had asked him to uncover the nature of the man's research. Unfortunately, Tanuki had not returned to work, he was recuperating at a root base from severe injuries. But Itachi had seen his treatment records. The injuries were caused by an explosion. This must be the experiment. Itachi's spirits lifted. After searching for so long, he had finally found a lead. Since it's an experiment, there must also be an experimental site, a laboratory. He set the documents down and began searching the underground base. But after circling several times, he still couldn't find any laboratory related to the Gozu Tenno research. It's not here. Or is it hidden, he thought, frowning. The latter seemed far more likely. From this, he concluded that the number of people who knew about the Gozu Tenno experiment was extremely small. The best option was to wait for Shigaraki Tanuki's return. It seems I'll have to wait a few more days. Itachi wasn't in a hurry. Firstly, Kitazawa hadn't set a deadline. Secondly, he wanted to do this perfectly, to leave a good impression on Tsunade. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was a new week. Tuesday morning. Kitazawa arrived at the Ninja Academy's training ground on time. As usual, he checked the progress of the genius class students. The fastest progress had been made by Sakura, who had already mastered water release, water disruption and begun practicing water release, water formation wall. Next was Uchiha Sasuke. His Konoha-style swordsmanship had reached the introductory level, and he was expected to learn Konoha-style, Willow after the monthly exam. Kitazawa's shadow clone synchronized with him, taking the opportunity to study Konoha-style swordsmanship as well. Once he mastered Konoha-style, Willow, his system mission would be complete. Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Yakumo Kurama, and Inuzuka Kiba showed no significant changes. Kitazawa pondered this as he arrived at the academy's artificial lake, where Inuzuka Hana and Choji Akimichi were practicing water-walking training. You two, come here. After observing for a while, Kitazawa called out. Inuzuka Hana and Choji immediately stopped and walked over. After a month of training, your chakra control has improved significantly, Kitazawa said with a smile. You can now move on to the next round of special training. Is it finally over? Choji Akimichi wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking relieved. Tree climbing and water walking training had been nothing short of torture for him. Because of his heavier build, he had to use far more chakra to maintain balance. Inuzuka Hana, however, felt perfectly fine. As an older student, her foundation was much stronger than Choji's, so both exercises were relatively easy for her. Choji, you will now learn the partial multi-size technique. Kitazawa thought for a moment before adding, you can go home for special training these 2 days. He couldn't personally teach Choji the partial multi-size technique, so he could only have him return home and learn from Choza Akimichi instead. With your current chakra control, I estimate you'll master the partial multi-size technique in about half a month at most. Kitazawa's face grew serious. If you still haven't learned it after half a month, you won't be allowed to eat potato chips during your time at the academy. What? Choji's eyes widened like copper bells. Not eating potato chips was worse than death for him. I will definitely master the partial multi-size technique. After a brief pause, Choji burst with fighting spirit. Kitazawa-sensei, what should I do? Inuzuka Hana asked eagerly. She had witnessed Kiba's rapid growth, and as his older sister, she felt tremendous pressure. It would be embarrassing if Kiba surpassed her, and if nothing unexpected happened, that moment would soon arrive. She had already seen the hellhound Kiba was training. Current mission, help Inuzuka Hana develop a new ninjutsu. Mission reward, 10% Senju bloodline. Do you accept? Just as Kitazawa was about to speak, the sudden mission prompt interrupted his thoughts. As expected of the older sister, even the triggered mission was identical to Kiba's. Yet the reward was a huge surprise, 10% of the Senju bloodline, practically a freebie. But why would developing a new ninjutsu grant that bloodline? Could it be related to Senju Tobarama, the famed inventor of countless jutsu? Kitazawa's thoughts raced as he began considering what new technique to create for Hana. He had given Kiba the Hellhound because Kiba didn't have ninja hounds of his own. Hana, however, had her own, which meant she could fully develop the Inuzuka clan's secret technique, Inuzuka style, human-beast transformation, Wolf Fang. This had also inspired Kitazawa to develop the Hellhound and triple-headed Hellhound. Having Hana learn the Hellhound would be against the natural order, and besides, it was no longer a new jutsu. Kitazawa's gaze fell on the 3 Haremaru siblings at Hana's feet. A thought struck him. Hana currently uses 2 secret techniques, Fang over Fang and 4 legs technique. But Fang over Fang could only be performed with her and Haremaru, the other 2 hounds couldn't join in. So, could a quadruple Fang over Fang be created? Hana, I can help you modify Fang over Fang, Kitazawa said at last. Question mark. A look of bewilderment appeared on Hana's face. In her opinion, Fang over Fang was already perfect and didn't need modification. Although Fang over Fang is very good, its developer didn't consider one thing. Kitazawa smiled. You have 3 ninja hounds. Normally, the Inuzuka clan had 1 ninja per hound. Hana's situation was unusual. You mean? Realization flickered in Hana's eyes, and she immediately looked expectant. That's right, Kitazawa replied. I can help you modify Fong over Fong so that you and the 3 Haramara siblings can use it together. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Hana's voice brimmed with excitement. Woof woof. The 3 Haramara siblings barked happily as well. I already have a concrete idea. Give me the jutsu scroll for Fong over Fong, and I'll teach you the new version tomorrow. For now, you'll continue water walking training today. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Hana immediately complied. Kitazawa left 2 shadow clones and returned to his office with the Fong over Fong scroll. He formed hand seals again, creating 2 more clones. For the sake of that 10% Senju bloodline, he planned to work tirelessly to complete quadruple Fong over Fong before nightfall. As the night deepened, only Kitazawa's office at the Ninja Academy remained lit. Current mission, help Inuzuka Hana develop a new ninjutsu. Mission reward, 10% Senju bloodline. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. Kitazawa looked at the 3 lines of text before him and couldn't help but smile. His body immediately began to change with the increase in the Senju bloodline. A day's fatigue vanished, and his chakra limit increased by another 1/5. He clenched his fists. He estimated that an ordinary Senju clan member possessed 2 or 3 units of chakra. One could tell by looking at Tsunade, excluding the Yin seal, her regular chakra wasn't much more than Kakashi's, and this referred to Kakashi as Hokage in the late stages. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were, after all, exceptional clan members. If every member had a chakra like theirs, the clan wouldn't have fallen to its current neglected state. Besides the chakra, the Senju bloodline also brought improvements in recovery and stamina. Kitazawa put away the completed quadruple Fong over Fong, stood up, and stretched. It was late, and Kunai was probably getting anxious waiting. Having just gained another 10% of the Senju bloodline, he could go home and test his stamina and new limits. Chapter 212, Big Changes in Genius Class Rankings. Thursday. The first monthly exam of the semester. As expected of Kitazawa-sensei, he only took 1 day to complete the modification of Fong over Fong. Kiba walked down the street leading to the Ninja Academy, speaking with great emotion. Inuzuka Hana nodded, then added, it's a pity quadruple Fong over Fong can't be used in this practical exam. She had only received the technique from Kitazawa yesterday, and 1 day was not enough for her to learn it, let alone master it. It's fine. You'll surprise everyone in the next practical exam. Kiba chuckled, saying confidently, for this one, just let me have the spotlight. Watch me perform. Although his 3-headed hellhound was still unfamiliar, he could barely manage it in battle. Don't be careless, Hana cautioned. Our classmates are all very strong. I know. Kiba stroked his chin, eyes darting around. Sis, do you think I can learn quadruple Fong over Fong? You don't have 3 ninja hounds, so how would you learn it? Hana paused, then suddenly remembered something. Using shadow clones. She felt Kiba was treading a heretical path, a decision that went against their ancestors. Exactly, that's what I was thinking, Kiba replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. There's one problem. Hana glanced at him. How will you convince your shadow clones to act as ninja hounds? Kiba immediately fell silent. Both Fong over Fong and Hellhound succeeded because he, the original body, condescended to act as the ninja hound. But quadruple Fong over Fong required 3 hounds, and his shadow clones would definitely refuse. Shadow clone technique still has significant flaws, huh? Kiba finally shook his head. This is a ninjutsu created by second Hokage-sama. Don't speak carelessly. Hana quickly reminded him. Kiba. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Kiba turned and saw Naruto, dressed in green tights. Hana-senpai. Naruto greeted Inuzuka Hana after approaching. Are you confident about today's written exam? Kiba put his arm around Naruto's shoulder. This is a brand new version of the written exam, you know. No matter what kind of written exam it is, just stake your youth and give it your all. Naruto said, flashing his teeth. Don't forget our bet. Kiba smiled. I have a feeling you'll be treating me to Ichiraku ramen after this monthly exam. Woof woof woof. The Haimaru brothers barked. What nonsense are you talking about? Kiba glared at them. Wow. Naruto exclaimed, as if he had discovered something. You can actually understand what they're saying. Everyone in our Inuzuka clan can understand them, Hana translated. They just said they think you can defeat Kiba. Ninja hounds had a keener sense of danger. They felt Naruto's danger level far exceeded Inuzuka Kiba's. Haha. Naruto laughed. Thank you for your support, I'll do my best. You're all traitors. Kiba complained. The 3 of them chatted as they arrived at the Ninja Academy. Morning, Choji. Naruto immediately spotted Akimichi Choji sitting in his seat, munching on potato chips. Choji, aren't you worried about the exam? Kiba asked curiously. Worrying won't help. Choji chuckled innocently. Choji's right, Shikamaru agreed. Do you think anyone would believe you saying that? Kiba retorted. You consistently score 10th place every time. What rank are you aiming for this time? Ino turned to Shikamaru and asked. I don't know. Shikamaru sighed. I understand you guys, but I don't know the new students who joined the genius class. Really? Ino's face showed doubt. It's true. Shikamaru clasped his hands behind his head. Plus, there's a bottom rank challenge mechanism, so I'm planning to rank a few spots higher. Wait. Naruto suddenly understood and asked in confusion, how can you just decide what rank you want to get? That's what a top student is like. Sakura walked into the classroom carrying her school bag. Hearing this, she spoke casually. She was also a top student, so she could understand Shikamaru's composure. If you could answer every question on the test, your score just depend on your mood. But she didn't have Shikamaru's ability to control her ranking. Why do I feel like you guys are from a different world than me? Naruto scratched his head. It's fine, Shikamaru glanced at him. During the practical exam, we thought the same thing. How could someone be so strong in their first year, as if they were a jonin? Even with his high intelligence, he found it hard to comprehend. Indeed, Shino spoke abruptly. Shino. When did you get here? Naruto asked, surprised. I've been here for a few minutes. Shino adjusted his glasses. Naruto. Rock Lee walked into the classroom, giving a thumbs up. Another monthly exam full of youth. Neji and Tenten subtly sped up, moving away from him. 9 in the morning. Kitazawa entered the classroom on time. Seeing this, everyone who had been chatting quickly returned to their seats, and the room fell silent again. I will now start distributing the test papers. Kitazawa nodded with satisfaction, took out the papers, and handed them out one by one. The bell rang, and the students began answering the questions. Kitazawa created a shadow clone, while his original body went to the artificial lake to practice water release, Great Waterfall Technique. His Great Waterfall Technique had already reached the initiation stage. In a short while, he could successfully complete his system mission. 2 hours later, the written exam ended. The practical exam will be held tomorrow at 9 in the morning on the training ground. Kitazawa returned to the genius classroom. I remind you again, students ranked after the 20th place should be prepared to be challenged. Many students looked nervous at these words. They had been in the genius class for a month and fully understood its benefits compared to regular classes. First, they had jonin-level teachers, even a few words of guidance from them surpassed what Chunin instructors could provide. Second, they could learn ninjutsu beyond the basic 3 E-rank techniques. This point was particularly important. Konoha had many strict rules on ninjutsu inheritance. Under normal circumstances, they would have to wait until graduation for team leaders to teach them anything other than the basics. But team leaders varied in quality. Most were nowhere near Kitazawa, Mariboshi Kosuka, or Kakashi Hatake. Everyone, go back and rest. Kitazawa smiled. Pressure creates motivation. Sasuke and Naruto, with their amazing talent, naturally didn't need to worry. But the rest of the students lacked such talent, and using pressure now might help them perform beyond their usual abilities. Kitazawa left the classroom carrying the test papers. When he reached the office door, he stopped. How did you learn to stalk your teacher? Kitazawa turned and asked with a smile. A moment later, Hinata peeked her head out from around the corner, looking furtive. When her eyes met Kitazawa's, her body trembled and her small face flushed red. She hesitated for 2 seconds, then shyly walked up to him. Is there something you need? Kitazawa reached out and gently pinched her slightly warm cheek. To eat, Hinata whispered. Then wait for me for an hour. I'll grade the papers first. Kitazawa opened the door and sat down at his desk. He directly used multiple shadow clone jutsu, creating 9 shadow clones. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, a slight smile on her lips as she went to sit on the sofa and began to wait. Time slowly passed. With the help of his shadow clones, Kitazawa finished grading 30 test papers in just half an hour. Compared to the last final exam, the rankings had changed significantly. After all, first-year Class A had become the genius class, a gathering of elites, yet most of the top 10 were still familiar names. First place had changed from Sakura to Shikamaru. Kitazawa could easily guess Shikamaru's thinking. He disliked trouble, so to avoid being challenged, he scored high first. By the next monthly exam, he could adjust based on the situation. Second place was Sakura. Third was no longer Sasuke but Neji. Sasuke became 4th, and Hinata moved up 2 spots to 5th. Yakumo was 6th. 7th remained unchanged, still Karen. 8th was Shino Abirame, 9th Ino, and 10th Tenten. The top 10 had only minor changes with the inclusion of Neji and Tenten. The biggest shifts were in the bottom 20. Kiba, originally 11th, had been overtaken by his older sister Hana Inuzuka and dropped to 19th. Naruto fell 3 places, down to 15th. Rock Lee, as expected, sat at 30th, firstly because he had no talent for academics, and secondly because all his efforts were focused on taijutsu. Overall, Naruto and Kiba were the most affected. They were already weak in theoretical exams. Thanks to Kitazawa's urging, they had improved somewhat, but still slipped. Even so, they maintained their positions within the top 20. Considering their practical exams, it was impossible for them to be kicked out of the genius class, only the bottom 10 would be challenged by students from other classes. "You're 5th this time." Kitazawa looked up, met Hinata's white eyes, and smiled. Hinata Hyuga was momentarily stunned. How had she dropped 2 places? For a moment, she felt ashamed, thinking she had let Kitazawa down. Shikamaru came in first, and Neji came in third. Kitazawa stood up. "Actually, your score hasn't changed. Don't overthink it. Let's go get something to eat." Hinata felt a little relieved. Losing to Shikamaru and Neji was acceptable, it wasn't her fault. "Let's go eat barbecue." Kitazawa thought for a moment. His net worth had already exceeded 20 million ryo, so he could upgrade his living standards. Hinata unconsciously swallowed when she heard the word barbecue. She had brought a bento, but since she could eat barbecue, she would save the bento for next time. After eating barbecue, Kitazawa walked Hinata home. The next day, Friday, marked the highlight of the week, the practical exam. At 9 in the morning, Kitazawa arrived at the Ninja Academy's training ground right on time. To his surprise, he saw an unexpected figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hokage was surrounded by the students of the genius class, his face full of smiles as he spoke with them, clearly delighted. Kitazawa hadn't invited him beforehand, nor had he received any notification. This was clearly an unannounced visit. Still, thinking about it carefully, it was reasonable. The genius class reforms had been promoted under Hiruzen's guidance. No one wanted to see the class succeed more than he did, its success would also reflect well on his leadership. With this being the class's first practical exam, it was only natural for him to come and observe. "Hokage-sama," Kitazawa stepped forward to greet him. "Kitazawa," Hiruzen replied with a chuckle. "I came uninvited. I hope you don't mind." "It's an honor to have Hokage-sama here," Kitazawa responded respectfully. "The genius class has been running for a month now," Hiruzen said, his gaze sweeping over Naruto and the others. "I wonder what changes there have been." "They will not disappoint you," Kitazawa answered with a confident smile. "Then I shall look forward to it." Hiruzen moved to the edge of the training ground, settling in as a spectator. Kitazawa stepped to the center of the field. "The genius class's first practical exam of this semester begins now," he announced. "This exam will use a random matching format, divided into 3 rounds. Scores will be given based on performance to determine the rankings." Irika appeared with a lottery box. This time, however, the students would not draw their own matchups, Kitazawa would draw for them, as he had during the previous student council selection test. "The first practical match of the first round will be Hyuga Neji vs Uzumaki Naruto," Kitazawa announced. "Please step forward." "It's those two." Kiba muttered in surprise. Neji and Naruto had fought in the previous semester's final exam during the student council selection test. Back then, Neji had ultimately lost to Naruto's multiple shadow clone jutsu and Rasengan. "I still think Naruto has the higher chance of winning," Shikamaru said lazily. Choji and Ino nodded, and even Sasuke seemed to agree, only Hinata did not. She knew Neji had learned both the shadow clone technique and the 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Most importantly, he had received special training from Kitazawa during this period. Directly against Naruto, huh? Neji thought to himself, feeling a flicker of doubt. Could Kitazawa-sensei have arranged this? But after a moment, he dismissed the thought. Kitazawa wasn't that kind of person, and with Hiruzen present, cheating would be unthinkable. "It's Neji." Naruto scratched his head. He liked close combat, but he particularly disliked gentle fist techniques that sealed his chakra points. His last fight with Neji had proved just how frustrating it could be. He'd been on the defensive at every turn and had nearly lost. Naruto. Rock Lee gave a thumbs up. "For youth. I'm going in." Naruto said, his enthusiasm reigniting as he stepped into the arena. Neji recalled Kitazawa's lessons as he moved to meet him. He assumed the gentle fist stance. "Please," he said calmly. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto opened with his old favorite, instantly summoning 30 shadow clones. The clones dispersed, forming 3 separate queues. A moment later, a barrage of kunai rained down on Neji. The real Naruto hid within one of the queues. Neji's eyes narrowed slightly. This was exactly as Kitazawa had predicted. Naruto might seem reckless, but he wasn't a fool. Having lost once before, he would certainly make adjustments, such as not charging headlong into close combat this time. It didn't matter. Shadow Clone Technique. Neji formed hand signs, summoning 2 shadow clones of his own. In an instant, the 3 Neji figures vanished from their spots, batting away kunai as they charged toward the 3 Qs of Naruto. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto's eyes widened. Using shadow clones was the simplest way to counter his ninja tool barrage. Sasuke had done the same thing once before. Konoha Whirlwind. As Neji closed in, Naruto's shadow clones rushed forward, launching fierce whirlwind kicks from all directions. But Neji didn't panic. His hand snapped out with blinding speed, striking the chakra points in their right legs. For shadow clones stumbled immediately. Neji didn't press the attack, instead, he slipped past them, striking at other clones and sealing their leg chakra points one by one. Soon, the Qs of Naruto grew chaotic. Even with hindered legs, the clones continued attacking, but Neji simply weaved in and out, dodging their strikes. Ah! Get out of the way, several Naruto shouted as clones collided with one another. Isn't this the method Sasuke-kun used earlier? Sakura murmured, a strong sense of déjà vu hitting her. Sasuke had once achieved a similar effect with his manipulating shuriken technique. Not just that, Shino said, adjusting his glasses. Neji's fighting style today also resembles Sasuke's. It's Kitazawa-sensei's special training, Sasuke said coldly, breaking his silence. Does that mean Naruto's going to lose? Kiba raised an eyebrow. Hard to say. Sasuke kept his hands in his pockets. If Naruto's smart enough, he won't fall for the same tactic twice. As if on cue, Naruto dispelled his multiple shadow clone jutsu. The chaotic scene vanished instantly. Multiple shadow clone jutsu, he called again, summoning 30 new clones. But during this brief pause, Neji had already locked onto him and was closing in fast. Naruto had no choice but to meet him head-on. Although he hated having his chakra points sealed, in this situation, he couldn't just retreat, he had to fight back. Fortunately, he had already summoned his clones. He just needed to hold on for a second. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 213, Sarutobi Hiruzen Surprise. Violent, Leaf Adamantine Strength Whirlwind. Naruto launched the most powerful taijutsu from the Konoha Whirlwind series. Blue chakra surged into his right leg as he charged toward Neji like an unbridled wild horse, then suddenly kicked out. The excessive speed created a series of sharp whistling sounds. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji extended both palms, left and right, to catch Naruto's incoming foot. A terrifying force slammed into him, sending pain shooting through both arms. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself and instantly delivered 4 strikes. Naruto immediately felt the chakra in his right leg stop circulating. It was the same situation as last time. Konoha Double Whirlwind. 2 of Naruto's shadow clones rushed in from both sides, their kicks spinning toward Neji. Neji glanced around. His own 2 shadow clones were locked in a tough fight, surrounded by Naruto's clones. Outnumbered, they had already done their best, intercepting nearly half of Naruto's assault. But Neji didn't dodge the Konoha Double Whirlwind. He knew it was only a diversion, not the real attack. Raising his hands, he blocked the spinning kicks from the shadow clones on his left and right. Rasengan. The voice of another Naruto clone rang out from behind him. As expected, Neji thought. His body flickered, leaping high into the air. What? The Rasengan missed and slammed into the ground instead. The 2 nearby shadow clones couldn't dodge in time and were caught in the explosion, vanishing in puffs of smoke. Neji closed in on the real Naruto, who hurriedly retreated. With his right leg's chakra points sealed, a few more strikes would leave him unable to use chakra at all. Konoha Rising Rock Breaker. A Naruto shadow clone lunged from the left, aiming an elbow at Neji. Dynamic entry. Another shadow clone planted itself in front of the real Naruto, delivering a flying kick straight at Neji. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Dodging the elbow, Neji delivered 6 rapid strikes, sending the clone in front of him flying. But that slight delay let more shadow clones swarm forward. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji unleashed 22 strikes in a single breath, his limit. In an instant, the surrounding shadow clones were blasted backward. Rasengan. Seizing the fleeting gap, the real Naruto drove his Rasengan toward Neji's back. But at the last moment, Neji accelerated, dodging out of reach. Naruto's eyes widened. Helpless, he angled the Rasengan downward into the ground instead. Because he was holding the Rasengan, his clones instinctively kept their distance from him. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. Neji spun, extending both hands. Compressed chakra transformed into an invisible shockwave that struck Naruto before he could react. He was sent flying, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. What happened? What's going on? Quick, help him. Naruto's shadow clones froze, stunned to see the original body hurled away. After 2 seconds of confusion, they rushed to his side, but Neji wasn't about to give them the chance. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. He struck again. The air shockwave slammed into Naruto just as he tried to stand, sending him flying a second time. Kitazawa appeared in a flash, catching him. Kitazawa-sensei, I'm fine, Naruto said, shaking his dizzy head. Neji has already won. Both of his vacuum palms avoided your vital points, Kitazawa replied, setting him down. Release your shadow clones. Naruto hesitated a moment, then complied. One by one, the remaining clones vanished in puffs of smoke. Winner, Neji, Kitazawa announced. Neji, what was that just now? Naruto gestured curiously. That was 8 trigrams, vacuum palm, Neji explained. It's a gentle fist technique that can be used at range. That's amazing. Naruto gave him a thumbs up. Youth is always accompanied by failure, but next time I won't lose. Kitazawa nodded slightly. Naruto had clearly absorbed a lot from Might Guy, for instance, losing without making excuses and preparing for a comeback instead. This attitude already resembled the Naruto of the original story. I await your challenge, Neji said, taking a deep breath. He wasn't complacent after a single victory. He'd won through strategy, not overwhelming strength, and he wasn't confident he'd win again. A very clever fighting style, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, stroking his white beard. With his sharp eyes, he had clearly seen the key to Neji's victory. Like Sasuke before, Neji had read Naruto's attack patterns, not just the multiple shadow clone jutsu, but also the Rasengan. Without outside analysis, Hiruzen could only say Neji had a promising future, perhaps a faint echo of Minato's style, though weaker for now. That's great. Neji won. Tenten exclaimed, clenching her fists. I really didn't expect it, Kiba said, clicking his tongue. He had thought Naruto's combination of shadow clones and Rasengan would make him invincible until graduation, yet he'd lost to Neji right at the start of the new semester. There are just too many geniuses in the genius class, Shikamaru muttered, shaking his head. I shouldn't have gotten involved. Neji truly is my lifelong rival. Rock Lee declared excitedly. It would be great if I could meet him in the next round. You and Naruto are both hopeless. Ino retorted. Sasuke fell into deep thought. Neji's fighting style could be described as a comprehensive refinement of his previous approach. Watching it, Sasuke felt he could replicate that strategy himself and defeat Naruto. His confidence surged at the idea. He hadn't fought Naruto since awakening his 2-tomo Sharingan, and after seeing Neji's performance, he now believed victory was certain. Current mission, help Neji defeat Naruto in the next monthly exam. Mission reward, increase Byakugan purity by 10%. Host has completed the mission, reward issued. Kitazawa's spirits lifted when the 3 lines of text appeared before him. After 2 months of effort, he had finally received the mission reward. His most immediate sensation was an increase in ocular power. However, because the timing wasn't right, he couldn't test exactly how much this 10% increase in Byakugan purity had improved him. Based on past experience, the main gains, besides raw ocular power, were sharper clarity and extended telescopic range, essentially a wider field of vision. Adding this to the previous 20%, Kitazawa had now raised his Byakugan purity by 30%. Yet perhaps because the total increase was still modest, no new special functions or mutations had manifested. First round, second practical match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Shino Abirame, Kitazawa called, snapping back to the present. Shino, looks like your luck's the worst in this monthly exam, Inuzuka Kiba said, shaking his head. Although Shino's abilities were well-rounded, he still seemed considerably weaker when facing Sasuke. That's not necessarily true, Shino replied evenly. In the past, Sasuke's fire release had been his greatest worry. Thanks to his Kikaichu, he had never feared Genjutsu, but fire release was a clear counter to his insects. This time, things were different. He now had fire-resistant insects, and 5 seconds would be enough to turn the tide. That confident? Kiba asked, surprised. Could it be Kitazawa-sensei gave you some secret weapon? Ino mused. You haven't been training with us lately. That's right, Shino admitted. Sasuke's expression tightened. He hadn't cared at first, but hearing that Kitazawa might have equipped Shino with a secret weapon made him wary. Kitazawa was simply too versatile. Neji had also managed to defeat Naruto, who was stronger in raw power, thanks to Kitazawa's special training. For the honor of the Uchiha, Sasuke couldn't afford to slip up. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword at his waist. After learning Konoha-style swordsmanship, Uchiha Itachi gave him a ninja blade. Although it wasn't a chakra blade, it was still of excellent quality. I always feel like Kitazawa-sensei is secretly controlling everything, Shikamaru muttered. What nonsense are you spouting? Ino shot back. Kitazawa-sensei is doing this for our own good. Hinata nodded. Exactly. For once, even Sakura agreed with Ino. She had indeed grown far stronger. Without Kitazawa, she would never have been exposed to medical ninjutsu or water-release ninjutsu, not coming from a ninja clan herself. Ahem, I was just saying, don't take it seriously. Shikamaru shrank back, sensing the collective glare. He always found women troublesome, especially beautiful, powerful ones, and Sakura, Ino, and Hinata all met that standard. Even the normally slow-witted Choji edged away from him. Offending all three at once. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Shino stepped into the arena. Begin. Kitazawa said after they formed the seal of confrontation. Fire release, great fireball technique. As usual, Sasuke spat out a massive fireball. Secret technique, Kikeichu. Shino stood firm as a swarm of insects poured out. Sasuke drew in a sharp breath. These Kikeichu were not black as before, they were red. Was this a new species? He had no time to wonder. The fire-attracting insects shot through the flames, racing toward him. What? Sasuke was caught off guard by the sudden move. In the nick of time, he activated his two-tomo Sharingan and drew his blade. Konoha-style swordsmanship. Though the insects were tiny, his Sharingan caught them clearly. The blade flashed, and in a heartbeat, more than half the fire-attracting insects were cut down. Dodging the fireball, Shino swept his arms forward. Spindle formation. The black Kikeichu whirled into a funnel, drilling toward Sasuke. But Sasuke was still dealing with the fire-attracting insects and was momentarily vulnerable. Cold sweat broke across his brow. Though he'd been cautious, he hadn't anticipated these fire-resistant insects and was driven into crisis. Fortunately, his inherent strength carried him through, he reacted instantly. Body flicker technique. Sasuke slashed forward. The arc of his blade formed a beautiful crescent, clearing the remaining fire-attracting insects. He seized the chance to retreat, sheathing his sword and forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball roared forth again. The black Kikeichu instantly burned to ash, releasing a faint scent of char. Sasuke exhaled in relief. His guess had been correct. Only the red Kikeichu were resistant to fire. The black ones were still the ordinary species. Across from him, Shino frowned. His best opportunity had just slipped away. Sasuke was now wary of the fire-attracting insects, making it difficult for his subsequent attacks to land effectively. Even so, their debut greatly shocked the onlookers. Kikeichu that aren't afraid of fire release. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone held clear astonishment. As Hokage, he knew the Aburame clan's secret techniques well. This was the first time he had ever seen these fire-attracting insects. Had the Aburame clan been hiding something all this time? But if so, Shino Aburame shouldn't have used them in a monthly exam. That left only one possibility: these were a new, mutated breed of Kikeichu developed by Shino himself. No, more likely, this was connected to Kitazawa. Is this the secret weapon Kitazawa-sensei gave him? Kiba's eyes widened. If Sasuke's strength were a little lower, he probably would have already lost to Shino, Shikamaru muttered, clicking his tongue. Though Kitazawa left him no room to be lazy, he had to admit Kitazawa had helped them all tremendously. It was no exaggeration to say he had improved the strength of every one of them. Besides Kikeichu that aren't afraid of fire release, are there others? Ino shivered. There better not be Kikeichu that ignore Ine release. Both her clan's secret technique and the two new ninjutsu she'd recently learned revolved around Ine release. The thought of them being ineffective against Kikeichu was terrifying. But the ultimate winner will definitely be Sasuke-kun. Sakura said firmly. Neji nodded at her words. The battlefield situation clearly favored Sasuke. When Shino used the fire-attracting insects, Sasuke countered with Konoha-style swordsmanship. When Shino switched to ordinary Kikeichu, Sasuke used fire release. Back and forth, Shino was forced into distress. Anyone else wouldn't have been able to use Konoha-style swordsmanship effectively against the fire-attracting insects, they were small and fast. But Sasuke happened to have the two-tomo Sharingan, allowing him to clearly see their flight paths. After a 2-minute stalemate, Shino voluntarily conceded. Most of his fire-attracting insects had been depleted, and continuing would only yield the same result. Sasuke stopped his attack when he heard the surrender and sheathed his ninja blade. He glanced at Kitazawa, thinking that anything connected to him required extreme caution. He had nearly lost to Shino in the first exchange, a close call that left lingering fear. Winner, Sasuke, Kitazawa announced with a slight nod. Shino had performed very well, his loss was purely because Sasuke was too strong. The third match of the first round of practical combat, Ino vs Shikamaru, Kitazawa declared after drawing lots. Trouble still can't be avoided, Shikamaru muttered, his eyelids twitching when he heard Ino's name. I'll let you try the ninjutsu Kitazawa-sensei taught me, Ino said with a bright smile. Shikamaru's face fell. After Neji's and Shino's performances, the effectiveness of Kitazawa's special training was obvious. He would definitely have a hard time against Ino's new technique. Though he had also learned a new secret technique, he wasn't confident. Good luck to both of you, Akimichi Choji said, munching on potato chips. Shikamaru, you have to last a little longer so we can all see what new ninjutsu Kitazawa-sensei taught Ino, Kiba added, patting his shoulder. Sasuke, Neji, Hinata, and the others all watched with interest. Shikamaru's mouth twitched, and he walked onto the field dejectedly. Come on. Ino said seriously. Shadow imitation shuriken. Shikamaru's expression hardened as he immediately used his new secret technique. Compared to the shadow imitation technique and shadow sewing, the activation conditions for shadow imitation shuriken were much simpler. He flicked his hands, throwing out 2 shuriken. But the next second, Ino vanished from her spot. What? Shikamaru's heart jolted as he instinctively searched for her. Beautiful petals appeared out of thin air, swirling around him. He reacted quickly, retreating, but the expected attack never came. The flowers seemed to be mere atmosphere, floating in the air. A diversion. Shikamaru wondered, stunned. Just then, a sharp whooshing sounded. He looked up instinctively and saw Ino, only to be kicked in the head by her descending foot. He landed on the ground with a heavy thud, feeling dizzy. You lose, Shikamaru. Ino held a kunai at him, smiling proudly. This is ninja art, Moonlight Beauty, which Kitazawa-sensei taught me. Winner, Ino, Kitazawa announced promptly. Another new ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face showed surprise. This ninja art, Moonlight Beauty clearly wasn't a Yamanaka clan secret technique, nor even a known ninjutsu from the ninja world. As the professor of ninjutsu, he knew most techniques, this one was definitely not among them. Could it be another of Kitazawa's original creations? Besides Ino's excellent performance, Shikamaru had also done well. For his age, mastering 3 secret techniques of the Nara clan was truly the mark of a genius. Looking at these 3 sparring matches, apart from Naruto, the other 5 had all shown clear progress. Sarutobi Hiruzen now looked forward to the upcoming practical combat exam even more. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 214, Kitazawa, the Ninjutsu Creator. As expected of a ninjutsu created by teacher Kitazawa, it really suits you, Kiba said with emotion, looking at Ino, who had stepped down from the arena. Indeed. Sakura nodded in agreement. She knew that Ino's family owned a flower shop. This ninjutsu, with its sky full of petals from the very start, seemed tailor-made for Ino. Ino said with a beaming smile, I really like these 2 ninjutsu as well. After all, they were both beautiful and practical. What a pity, we only saw one ninjutsu, Kiba said with some regret. It's fine. Shikamaru twitched his lips and said, you can personally experience both of her ninjutsu in the next round. But I won't lose. Kiba immediately said. I also have ninjutsu created by teacher Kitazawa. You guys make me so happy, Naruto was interrupted before he could finish speaking. You've learned multiple shadow clone jutsu and Rasengan, what are you still envious of? Kiba retorted. Teacher Kitazawa is drawing lots again. I wonder who will be drawn for the 4th match, Shino Abirame said, adjusting his glasses. It's my turn to shine. Kiba immediately looked at Kitazawa. First round, 4th practical match, Sakura vs Tenten, Kitazawa announced. It's over. As soon as Sakura heard that her opponent was Tenten, she knew she was going to lose. Tenten excelled at ninjutsu throwing, and although it wasn't ninjutsu, it was as effective as ninjutsu, and all of her attacks were wide area. The only ninjutsu she knew was water release, water bullet. Sakura once again lamented that her time studying water release was too short. If she could master water release, water formation wall, her chances of winning would be much higher. Sakura, you can do it. Ino clenched her fists and said, don't lose too quickly. Maybe I'll win. Sakura glared at her and walked aggressively into the arena. Tenten, burn with youth. Rock Lee said, his teeth sparkling. Tenten immediately turned her head and looked at Neji. Be careful, Neji said calmly. Tenten nodded and walked to stand opposite Sakura. The battle began. Tenten immediately took out a scroll. As soon as the scroll opened, various ninja tools were continuously thrown out. Water release, water bullet. Sakura stood in place, forming hand signs. She arched her body and spat out a high-pressure water stream from her mouth. Although Water Release, Water Bullet was a basic C-rank water release ninjutsu, its power depended on the chakra output. As long as there was enough chakra, it could even destroy a forest. Of course, such an approach would be more trouble than it was worth. Using higher-level water release ninjutsu could also destroy a forest, and it wouldn't require as much chakra. Dull thuds continuously sounded. Under the impact of the high-pressure water stream, Tenten's ninja tools were all deflected and fell to the ground. But Sakura didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief when the shuriken on the ground suddenly leaped up. Manipulating shuriken technique. Tenten manipulated the rubber ropes with both hands, causing 4 shuriken to cross in front of Sakura. Sakura's heart fluttered, and she subconsciously formed hand signs. Water appeared out of nowhere, surrounding her. But in less than a second, it suddenly dissipated again. Her water release, water formation wall was not proficient, and coupled with her unstable mindset, it ultimately resulted in the failure of water release, water formation wall. Kitazawa appeared behind Sakura with a body flicker technique. He grabbed her shoulders and dodged the incoming shuriken in time. Winner, 10-10. Kitazawa put down Sakura and said. Was that teacher's water release, water formation wall? Although 10-10 won, Hiruzen directly ignored her, his gaze falling on Sakura. Second Hokage Tobirama Senju's water release, water formation wall was different. A typical water release, water formation wall defends one side, but his water release, water formation wall surrounds all sides, completely defending. The water release, water formation wall that Sakura had just used was clearly the latter type. Sarutobi Hiruzen was thoughtful. He had heard Kitazawa's report about the genius class, in which Mariboshi Kosuka was leading the water release learning group. Sakura most likely learned water release, water formation wall from Kosuka. She learned 1.5 water release ninjutsu in 1 month. Water release, water formation wall was not mastered, so it counted as half. This was undoubtedly a water release genius. Sarutobi Hiruzen still remembered that Sakura had learned medical ninjutsu and was an intern at Konoha Hospital. Water release and a medical ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up, feeling that Konoha village would soon have another elite jonin. Sakura was also from a civilian background, which made him even more pleasantly surprised. After all, ninja from clans could easily succeed, so achieving something was normal. But for ninjas from civilian backgrounds, even one strong individual was considered a golden legend. Hiruzen came back to his senses and thought of Tenten. Compared to the last final exam, her progress was also significant. She had learned the manipulating shuriken technique. But how to put it? Hiruzen felt that she relied too much on ninja tools and might not become a strong individual. After all, the destructive power of ninja tools was limited. The shadow clone technique for shuriken that he created was already the limit. Unless Tenten could possess the legendary 6 paths ninja tools. But that was impossible. Good thing you only know 1 water release ninjutsu, Tenten patted her chest and said. It might not be the case in the next monthly exam. Sakura clenched her fists and said. How are you learning water release so fast? Kiba felt surprised. It had only been a month, and Sakura had almost mastered 2 water release ninjutsu. Moreover, water release, water formation wall was a B-rank ninjutsu. Because she's studying medical ninjutsu, her chakra control is very strong, so she's naturally suited to learning water release ninjutsu. Ino finished speaking and immediately felt a sense of crisis. If this continued, she would sooner or later be surpassed by Sakura. Ino. Sakura's face broke into a smile upon hearing this, and she said, I'm looking forward to fighting you in the next monthly exam. It won't be that easy for you to beat me. Ino put her hands on her hips and retorted, you're definitely going to lose next time. Although her face showed no fear, desperate words appeared in her mind, Teacher Kitazawa, save me. Water release, huh? Shino thought of the Kakashi mutation experiment he was conducting. If it succeeded, he wouldn't have to worry too much about Sakura's water release. Sasuke glanced at Sakura. Her water release did indeed counter his fire release. Fortunately, he didn't just have fire release, he also had genjutsu and kenjutsu, so Sakura posed no threat. First round, 5th practical match, Akimichi Choji vs. The exam continued, but the subsequent practical matches were not as exciting. Hyuga Hinata, Rock Lee, and Inuzuka Kiba's opponents were all newly joined students of the genius class. Although they were older students, they were still quickly defeated when facing them. The Konoha 12, plus Karen, Inuzuka Hana, and Yakumo Kurama, made 15. At the end of the first round, all 14 of them, except for Karen, performed very well. But Karen couldn't be blamed either. She studied sealing technique and was not skilled in combat. The second round will begin after a 15-minute break. After Kitazawa announced this, the members of the genius class all sat on the training ground to rest. Because they had all gone through a tough battle, they didn't care if the training ground was dirty, recovering chakra as quickly as possible was the priority. Hiruzen looked at the resting group and nodded involuntarily. It was no exaggeration to say that after a month of study, every student in the genius class had improved. The most significant progress belonged to Sasuke, Ino, Sakura, and Shikamaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised, but he also felt it was reasonable. They were basically all from ninja clans, and their own talents were not bad, so progress was normal. After all, with so many students in the Ninja Academy, it was expected to have a few geniuses. But what truly surprised Hiruzen were the newly joined students of the genius class. Their talent, to be honest, was very ordinary. With good luck, they might become special Jonin in the future, but most would reach the Chunin limit. However, their progress during this month was also very evident. Especially with the basic 3 E-rank techniques, they had all reached the graduation standard. The only explanation was that the 3 teachers, Kitazawa, Kosuke, and Kakashi, played a huge role. Hiruzen increasingly felt that establishing the genius class was a very correct measure. If this continued, the average skill level of Konoha village would increase significantly. If Kitazawa knew his thoughts, he would tell him that this was the importance of basic education. Did Konoha village value basic education? In reality, not particularly. This could be seen from the fact that school teachers were generally Chunin, and the school only taught the basic 3 E-rank techniques. This educational model could only produce standardized genin. Of course, it couldn't be said to be wrong, it was a problem of the broader environment. Under the circumstances of frequent ninja world wars, this educational model was born, continuously producing active forces. However, in times of peace, certain modifications were needed. The 15-minute break ended, and everyone dusted themselves off and stood up again. They watched Kitazawa walk towards the lottery box, beginning to discuss who they would face in the second round. The first practical battle of the second round, Ino versus Kiba, Kitazawa announced. You guys really did run into each other, huh? Shikamaru raised an eyebrow and said. His mouth was quite accurate today. I'll take the first victory of the second round. Kiba Inuzuka said confidently. Although your ninjutsu has many petals, I have 3 heads. We'll see about that. Ino held back a laugh and replied. Half of her petals were real and half were fake. If Kiba didn't realize it was genjutsu, he had already lost half the battle. However, she wasn't sure if she could defeat Kiba. Ino has only used 1 ninjutsu so far, you know, Sakura reminded. Although she and Ino had a superficial friendship, they were united when facing outsiders. Then, I'm not scared either. Kiba paused and said. I also learned a ninja clan's secret technique. Now that I also know your information, let's have a fair fight, Ino smiled and said. Kiba scoffed. Had he been tricked into revealing information by Ino and Sakura working together? But it didn't matter, just knowing he could use a secret technique was useless. The two walked into the arena. Shadow Clone Technique. 3-headed Hellhound. Kiba immediately used his ultimate move. To everyone's surprise, the 3 Kiba Inuzukas merged, transforming into a large ninja hound with 3 heads. Ino watched the 3-headed Hellhound warily. In terms of size, it was a third larger than the previous Hellhound and looked even more formidable. Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos. Ino didn't observe anything conclusive, so she immediately waved her hands. A large number of petals flew from her hands, instantly turning into a sky full of flying flowers. Her figure also disappeared with them. One head watches one direction, I refuse to believe I'll be ambushed like Shikamaru. Kiba immediately commanded. As his voice fell, his 3 dog heads and 3 pairs of eyes scanned the surroundings like a scanner, trying to find Ino. What is Kiba doing? Didn't he see Ino? Naruto scratched his head, feeling puzzled. As a bystander, he wasn't caught in the genjutsu, so in his eyes, although there were many petals, Ino's whereabouts were also very obvious. This ninjutsu isn't right. Shikamaru reacted when he saw this. Ninja Art, Moonlight Beauty used petals to obstruct vision, and Ino took the opportunity to ambush from above. He had lost too quickly back then to think carefully. Now that Ino had switched to the more obvious Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos, he finally realized the problem. This technique also used a large number of petals as a distraction, after which Ino would directly rush in. It's genjutsu. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he spoke. He thought of his own genjutsu, ephemeral, which combined reality and illusion, fake crows mixed with real kunai. This would make the target immediately think it was genjutsu and thus ignore the true nature of the kunai. But Ino's 2 ninjutsu were the opposite. They made the target believe the petals were real, causing them to overlook the genjutsu. Sasuke-kun, do you mean these petals are genjutsu? Sakura subconsciously asked. Not genjutsu, Shikamaru paused and explained. What we see isn't genjutsu, but what Kiba sees is genjutsu plus petals. A very clever genjutsu, Shino praised. Without prior information, it's very easy to be confused. Kiba is under genjutsu and doesn't even know it, he's probably going to lose, Inuzuka Hana said, shaking her head. It depends on how good his three-headed hellhound's defense is, Ten added, watching Ino intently. As her voice fell, Ino made her move. Two flowers suddenly accelerated, flying toward Kiba Inuzuka like kunai. It's not that easy to ambush me. Now with 3 pairs of eyes, Kiba quickly spotted the 2 flowers. He unhesitatingly raised his front paw and swiped. The sharp dog claws shredded the flowers, scattering them across the ground. Just then, Ino appeared behind him. She held 2 kunai, 1 in each hand, and thrust them down at Kiba's backside. Ow! Kiba immediately cried out in pain. Fortunately, as a 3-headed hellhound, he had thick skin and flesh. In pain, he raised his hind leg and kicked toward Ino. She didn't dare take the hit directly and quickly retreated. Kiba turned to face her. 2 bleeding holes now marked his backside, but his movement wasn't affected. The reason was that the 3-headed hellhound was formed by merging with 2 shadow clones. With 3 bodies sharing the damage, it wasn't so severe. But he knew he couldn't drag the fight out, he had to finish it quickly. Kiba leaped, both claws extended. The giant dog's claws, like sharp blades, slashed toward Ino. Ninja art, moonlight beauty. Ino's lips curled slightly, and her body vanished from its spot again. What? Kiba looked around. Again, a large number of petals surrounded him, obstructing his vision. Remembering Shikamaru's predicament, Kiba subconsciously raised his head. But to his surprise, there was no sign of Ino in the sky. What exactly is going on? Kiba felt confused. He gritted his teeth and directly dispelled the 3-headed hellhound. 3 Kibas appeared, standing in a triangular formation. This move happened to counter Moonlight Beauty, because Ino couldn't tell which was Kiba's main body. After a moment of hesitation, she chose one Kiba, descended from the sky, and kicked him. That Kiba was immediately sent flying. Fong over Fong. But at that moment, the other 2 Kibas spun rapidly like tornadoes and crashed into her. Ino had just landed and no longer had time to counterattack. Kitazawa's body flickered behind her, grabbed her, and moved several steps to the left. Their target suddenly lost, the 2 Kibas roared and sped away. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Ino exhaled. You've already done very well. Kitazawa patted her head. Ino immediately showed a brilliant smile upon hearing this. In fact, she had held back. Otherwise, those 2 kunai would have aimed not at the 3-headed hellhound's backside but at its head or heart. But the head and heart were vital points, Kiba would certainly be more vigilant, and she might not have hit. From the results, Ino was still a little short, but Kiba's victory was a narrow one. Winner, Kiba Inuzuka, Kitazawa announced the result. Kitazawa-sensei, save me quickly. Kiba dispelled his 2 shadow clones, his face immediately turned pale as he covered his backside and came to Kitazawa. It's only a minor injury. Kitazawa extended his hands and healed him. 3 new ninjutsu. Hiruzen looked at Kitazawa and Kiba, stroking his beard. He hadn't expected Kitazawa to possess such talent for creating ninjutsu. Although these 3 techniques weren't particularly powerful, they were very suitable for Kiba and Ino. Hiruzen was pleased to see the emergence of a creative ninja. After all, the more ninjutsu, the more beneficial it was for Konoha. If a second Senju Tobarama appeared, the contribution would be self-evident. Unfortunately, creative ninjas were too few. Many geniuses could learn ninjutsu but couldn't create it. Creating ninjutsu required extremely strong chakra shape transformation, chakra nature transformation, and a lot of creativity. He wondered if Kitazawa could create more in the future. How was it? Kiba, having left the arena, immediately became smug. The victory of the first match ultimately belongs to me. But you were also the one screaming and asking Kitazawa-sensei for healing. Shikamaru chuckled. And you were the first one to ask Kitazawa-sensei for healing. Your win wasn't your own doing. Sakura hugged Ino's arm, smiling. It was Kitazawa-sensei's doing. Kiba was speechless. Without the 3-headed hellhound, he indeed wouldn't have been able to defeat Ino. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 215, Naruto, Witness the Power of Uchiha. The second round, second match of practical combat, Hyuga Hinata vs Rock Lee. Kitazawa stood in front of the lottery box and announced. Besides the match between Naruto and Neji, he hadn't manipulated any of the draws, there was no need. The battle between Hinata and Rock Lee was bound to be one-sided. After all, Gentle Fist was too effective against most taijutsu users, and Hinata's strength already surpassed Rock Lee's. Winner, Hyuga Hinata. After announcing the result, Kitazawa walked forward and treated Rock Lee. Like Naruto, Lee always fought with all his might, and when struck at vital points, it was easy to get injured, even if the wounds were only superficial. "Thank you, Teacher Kitazawa." Rock Lee stood up, turned to Hinata, and said, "Fighting with all our might is truly full of youth. Let's fight again next time." With that, he left the arena. But Hinata didn't leave. Instead, she looked at Kitazawa with anticipation. After all, he had just patted Ino's head. "You won beautifully. Keep up the good work next time." Kitazawa smiled and gently pinched her cheek. Hinata paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Satisfied, she left the arena with a joyful heart. The second round, third match of practical combat, Uzumaki Naruto vs Inosuke Hana. Kitazawa drew 2 more names from the lottery box. "Sis, just do your best," Kiba immediately comforted her. "Naruto is a monster, it's normal if you can't beat him." "Indeed, it's very normal to lose to Naruto," Ino agreed. "If it's really too much, just give up directly," Shikamaru yawned and suggested. "Okay, thank you, everyone," Inosuke Hana replied calmly. Naruto scratched his head. Even he could sense the atmosphere. "This is respect for the strong," Kiba said, putting an arm around his shoulder. "Hee, I'm not strong enough yet," Naruto smiled. "Teacher Kitazawa is the truly strong one." Every time he sparred with Kitazawa, he ended up badly beaten. Kiba's mouth twitched. "You're a first-year academy student already setting your sights on Kitazawa, who's been a special jonin." There was simply too much to comment on. Naruto and Inosuke Hana entered the arena. Their battle surprised no one. Although Hana had 3 ninja hounds, Naruto had countless shadow clones, and she was besieged from beginning to end. The second round, fourth match of practical combat, Hyuga Neji vs Kurama Yakumo. Kitazawa couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This sparring match sparked a hint of interest in him, but after thinking it over, he felt the outcome was already decided. Neji didn't have much of a chance. Mangekyo Sharingan level Genjutsu was still too difficult to counter at this stage. Neji walked to the center of the arena with a solemn expression. His strength was outstanding even among the genius class, even when facing Sasuke and Naruto, he believed he had a chance to win. Only Yakumo left him uncertain. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. Neji immediately launched a long-range attack. An invisible air shockwave swept toward Yakumo Kurama. Terrifying illusion. Yakumo instantly used her bloodline limit. At the same time, she quickly ran, trying to dodge Neji's attack. But she was still a step too slow and was hit in the arm. Fortunately, Neji was dragged into the illusion. Yakumo let out a breath. The vacuum palm's speed wasn't particularly fast, but her taijutsu was far too weak. She had only learned Konoha Whirlwind, which was useless in front of Neji. Sasuke's eyes lit up. Neji had confirmed something for him. If one launched a sufficiently fast attack at the start, it might be possible to defeat Yakumo Kurama before she could cast her Genjutsu. Although Sasuke didn't have such a technique now, lightning release ninjutsu could achieve it. After all, lightning release was known for speed. Winner, Kurama Yakumo. Kitazawa came to Yakumo's side and stretched out his hands to treat her arm. After the recent battle, he realized a problem. He should teach Yakumo Konoha-style taijutsu, not Konoha Whirlwind. Her taijutsu foundation was too weak. But it didn't matter, he would teach her Konoha-style taijutsu after she mastered Konoha Whirlwind. Time slowly passed, and the second round of practical combat came to an end. I announced the list of students entering the third round. Kitazawa took the roster handed to him by Irika. He glanced at it and found it was basically identical to the previous final exam, which had also been the student council selection practical combat. The only addition was Sakura, because she had learned water release, water bullet. Just that one water release technique put her above most students in the genius class. All of the Konoha 12 except Akimichi Choji entered the third round. Choji had started his special training too late and hadn't had time to learn the Akimichi clan's secret technique, so his strength lagged behind. There were only 2 students not among the Konoha 12, Inosuke Hana and Yakumo Kurama. Karen had already been eliminated in the second round. Rest time is over. The third round of practical combat now begins. Kitazawa walked to the lottery box. After the first 2 rounds, these 13 students in the third round already understood each other well. Who would win or lose was largely predictable before the fight even began. The third round, first match of practical combat, Nara Shikamaru vs Inosuke Kiba. Kitazawa glanced at the lottery results and announced. "Shikamaru, prepare for your defeat." Kiba immediately laughed loudly upon hearing this. Being too arrogant often leads to a bad outcome. Shikamaru shook his head. "You lost to Ino, and I won against Ino." Kiba patted his shoulder. "The outcome between us is already predetermined." "That's not necessarily true." Ino snorted lightly. "My winning against Shikamaru doesn't mean you can win too." "I can definitely win." Kiba tossed his head and entered the arena. Kiba is too full of himself. Shikamaru, teach him a good lesson. Sakura couldn't stand it anymore and quickly cheered for Shikamaru. Sasuke subconsciously tightened his grip on the hilt of his ninja sword. Why did he feel that Kiba now resembled him? Looking at it that way, he did seem a bit cocky. But in terms of presence, Kiba couldn't compare to a Uchiha. I'll try my best. Shikamaru leisurely walked into the arena, but his mind was already working frantically. Shikamaru, watch out. Kiba still used Shadow Clone and three-headed Hellhound. Shikamaru had anticipated this and, with a raised hand, threw 4 shuriken. But Kiba reacted quickly. The moment the three-headed Hellhound appeared, it swiped with a claw. The 4 shuriken were immediately deflected and scattered around. Kiba accelerated at once. The three-headed Hellhound reached Shikamaru, its front paws pressing down fiercely. Shadow imitation technique. The moment the shadows overlapped, Shikamaru rolled on the ground, simultaneously forming hand signs. His shadow immediately came alive and grabbed the three-headed Hellhound's shadow. The beast instantly froze in place. But Shikamaru also paled, feeling a massive loss of chakra. Controlling the three-headed Hellhound consumed far more than he had imagined. What? Kiba found himself unable to move and immediately struggled. Cold sweat broke out on Shikamaru's forehead. He used all his strength to control the Hellhound's shadow. Kiba's eyes suddenly widened. The three-headed Hellhound's front paw uncontrollably lifted and swung toward one of its heads. Aya! Kiba roared, actually stopping the controlled front paw. The two entered a stalemate. Seeing this, Shikamaru unhesitatingly released the shadow imitation technique. Kiba was in a state of exerting force, and now, losing the opposing strength, the three-headed Hellhound suddenly fell to the ground. Because of its huge size, its shadow happened to cover the 4 shuriken Shikamaru had thrown earlier. Shadow imitation shuriken. Shikamaru immediately formed hand signs. One of the shuriken instantly pinned the three-headed Hellhound's shadow. He had injected chakra into this shuriken beforehand, and it finally took effect. Kiba was about to get up. Suddenly, his shadow was pinned, forcing him to stick to the ground in a very awkward posture. His eyes were bloodshot as he tried again to break free with brute force. But this delay allowed Shikamaru to seize the opportunity. He flung both hands, and 6 shuriken flew directly toward Kiba's 3 heads. No. Kiba's pupils contracted, and he instinctively shouted. But now it was too late to counterattack. The next second, Kitazawa appeared and blocked the 6 shuriken for him. Winner, Shikamaru, Kitazawa announced the result. Although the three-headed Hellhound was thick-skinned, its head was still very vulnerable. If it had really been hit by 6 shuriken, it would have been seriously injured. How could this be? Kiba dispelled the three-headed Hellhound and his shadow clone, his face filled with disbelief. Shikamaru actually won. Tenten's face showed surprise. The three-headed Hellhound's large size was originally an advantage, but against Shikamaru's secret technique, it became a disadvantage, Neji said slowly. That's right. Ino nodded. The bigger the target, the bigger the shadow, which makes it very easy for Shikamaru to capture the target's shadow. Damn it. Kiba clenched his fist. If only my strength were great enough, I could instantly break free from Shikamaru's secret technique control. That makes no sense, Sakura retorted. What if Shikamaru had as much chakra as Naruto? You wouldn't even have a chance to break free. Kiba hesitated to speak. But Sakura's words were too logical, leaving him unable to refute. The second match of the third round, Naruto vs Sasuke. Kitazawa narrowed his eyes and announced. The people who had been discussing suddenly fell silent. Compared to the sparring between Shikamaru and Kiba, the sparring between Naruto and Sasuke was clearly more significant. All right. A glint flashed in Sasuke's eyes. He finally faced Naruto again. He had lost terribly in the last final exam. But now he had activated his 2-tomo Sharingan and learned Konoha-style swordsmanship, greatly increasing his strength. And most importantly, Neji had already shown him how to fight Naruto. The Uchiha's Sharingan was best at copying. Sasuke. Naruto excitedly gave a thumbs up. I have a feeling this will be another passionate youth battle. There's no passionate youth, only your defeat. Sasuke glanced at him, then walked into the arena. Youth doesn't allow for failure. Naruto quickly followed him. I feel like Sasuke will win this time. Kiba stroked his chin. He looks very confident. When does he not look confident? Ino countered. I guess so, Kiba recalled and nodded. Times have changed. Sakura loudly declared. I believe in Sasuke-kun. You always say that. Ino retorted. However, Sasuke's learning Konoha-style swordsmanship definitely increases his chances of winning by a lot, Shikamaru said thoughtfully. Konoha-style swordsmanship is quite effective against the unarmed Naruto and his shadow clones. Shikamaru is right. Sakura immediately agreed. In fact, it was usually like this. After the battle began, Naruto used multiple shadow clone jutsu combined with ninja tool throwing. Sasuke's response was the same as before, using the shadow clone technique. But this time, he didn't use the manipulating shuriken technique. Instead, he used Konoha-style swordsmanship. 3 Sasuke clones charged into Naruto's shadow clone formation and immediately began cutting them down. Sword light flashed. Every time Sasuke swung his sword, a shadow clone vanished. In an instant, Naruto's first batch of 30 shadow clones was quickly dealt with. Sasuke, you've gotten so much stronger than before. Naruto couldn't help but say. The previous Sasuke couldn't deal with his 30 shadow clones that quickly. Body flicker technique. Sasuke rushed in front of Naruto. A flash of white sword light, the ninja sword slashed directly toward Naruto. The excessive speed made Naruto's breath catch. At the critical moment, he leaned back, his right leg snapping up toward Sasuke's wrist. The sound of air tearing rang out. Sasuke understood Naruto's strength and dared not confront him head-on. He pulled his right hand back and pressed down, the ninja sword cutting toward Naruto's right leg. Naruto's pupils constricted. Propping himself up with his hands, he raised his left leg as well, his feet clamping Sasuke's sword. The next second, the blue chakra surged from his feet. Violent, leaf adamantine strength whirlwind. Naruto roared and performed a backward spin kick. Sasuke frowned slightly and, without hesitation, drew his sword back and retreated. Naruto flipped over and landed steadily. He immediately formed hand seals without stopping. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang. 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 From the smoke, over 100 shadow clones appeared. It seems Naruto is feeling a lot of pressure. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Previously, because of Kitazawa's reminder, Naruto had gotten used to summoning only 30 shadow clones at a time, first, to conserve chakra. Second, to avoid having too many clones to command. Third, to prevent Sasuke and Neji from exploiting them. But now, Naruto's shadow clone count exceeded 100. That meant he felt 30 clones could no longer change the situation. Next, we'll see if Naruto's Rasengan can be effective. Hiruzen had already guessed Naruto's thoughts. At this point, the multiple shadow clone jutsu had been countered. He could only rely on the Rasengan. Even more shadow clones are useless. Sasuke gripped his sword, a smirk on his lips. You must be planning how to use the Rasengan right now, aren't you? How did you know? Naruto blurted out. Isn't that obvious? Sasuke finished speaking and waved his hand. His 2 shadow clones immediately appeared in front of him. The 3 of them formed a back-to-back stance. Come on, Sasuke said with great confidence. Go. Naruto waved his arm and shouted. Dynamic entry. 3 Naruto shadow clones leapt up, aiming flying kicks at Sasuke. Sasuke's response was simple, he slashed out with his sword. The 3 Naruto shadow clones were hit and dispersed on the spot. Violent, leaf adamantine strength whirlwind. Another Naruto shadow clone realized ordinary taijutsu was ineffective and used his most powerful move. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke didn't confront him head-on at all. He sheathed his sword and spat out a large fireball. At the same time, another Sasuke stabbed with his sword. As soon as Naruto's shadow clone kicked away the large fireball, he was hit by a sword and dispersed on the spot. Rasengan. Taking advantage of the 2 Sasuke clones' movements, Naruto seized the opportunity. He rushed at extreme speed toward Sasuke, who was performing the fire release. At the same time, his other shadow clones rushed to entangle the remaining 2 Sasuke clones. Sure enough. Sasuke, who had just performed the fire release, smiled. Naruto had used a similar tactic during his battle with Neji. Manipulating shuriken technique. Sasuke raised both hands. The shuriken prepared on the ground flew from both sides toward Naruto. What? Naruto, left with no choice, smashed the Rasengan into the shuriken. This also meant his Rasengan failed. Naruto, this is Uchiha. Sasuke said coldly. Any of your methods has nowhere to hide before these eyes. Kitazawa looked at him with a strange expression. Sasuke had been imitating or copying Neji's fighting style from beginning to end, even using the Sharingan as if it were the Byakugan. In terms of perception, the Byakugan and Sharingan indeed had similar effects. But the Byakugan had a 360-degree field of vision, which the Sharingan did not. Sasuke had thought of a solution. If 1 pair of Sharingan wasn't enough, then 3 pairs of Sharingan. Neji used gentle fist to strike pressure points. Sasuke, instead, used his sword advantage to directly eliminate Naruto's clones. In effect, it was quite similar. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Was Naruto going to lose? To be honest, before the actual combat exam, even he hadn't thought Naruto would lose 2 matches. Now it seemed truly unexpected. One could only say they were indeed the 2 male leads with the strongest bonds in the original work. Kitazawa was deep in thought. If Naruto lost 2 matches in a row, according to the system's usual behavior, it might trigger a corresponding mission. Chapter 216, End of Exams. The battle between Sasuke and Naruto reached a stalemate. Naruto's attempts to use the Rasengan with the help of his shadow clones were always detected by Sasuke in advance, preventing them from having the desired effect. Yet Naruto's personality dictated that he would not give up, trying again and again. As time went on, Sasuke calmed down from his initial excitement at having victory in his grasp. He realized that if the stalemate continued, he would lose, because his chakra reserves were far less than Naruto's. Maintaining 2 shadow clones while occasionally using fire release consumed a significant amount of chakra. Fortunately, Konoha-style swordsmanship didn't require much chakra, otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Sasuke grew even more grateful to Kitazawa and Mariboshi Kosuke. Kosuke had taught him Konoha-style swordsmanship, but without Kitazawa's persuasion, he would probably still be practicing lightning release nature transformation instead of learning Konoha-style swordsmanship. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Sasuke knew he needed to find an opportunity to end the battle. He recalled Neji's previous fight, and an idea gradually formed in his mind. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke spat out a giant fireball aimed at the dense cluster of Naruto's shadow clones. Naruto's clones were charging forward when the fireball suddenly appeared, preventing them from dodging in time. Amidst screams, they all turned into smoke and vanished. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Seeing this, Naruto summoned 50 more shadow clones. Now. Sasuke immediately locked onto Naruto's real body. Fire release, great fireball technique. He formed hand signs and spat out another giant fireball. The moment the fireball flew out, the 3 Sasukes rotated clockwise. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. The second Sasuke used fire release again without hesitation. Heat waves rolled, and the scorching temperature rose. 3 roaring fire dragons followed closely behind, catching up to the giant fireball. In an instant, a sea of fire formed in front of Naruto. Some of his clones instinctively dodged, while others fearlessly charged forward, but Naruto's taijutsu was completely countered by fire release. Many shadow clones disappeared. Body flicker technique. The 3 Sasukes rotated clockwise again. The third Sasuke, the main body, had already been prepared and immediately rushed out. Naruto didn't notice him, his vision was blocked by the large fireball. Moreover, one of the 3 fire dragons was being controlled by Sasuke and charged directly at him. Violent, leaf adamantine strength whirlwind. Naruto kicked upwards. Wrapped in chakra, his right leg wasn't burned. At the same time, with the powerful kick of violent, leaf adamantine strength whirlwind, the fire dragon's head scattered, but its body still crashed into Naruto with undiminished momentum. Rasengan. Naruto already knew that violent, leaf adamantine strength whirlwind couldn't defeat the entire fire dragon with one kick. He raised his right hand, and the Rasengan smashed into it. With a bang, the remaining fire dragon immediately shattered under the Rasengan's attack, spinning and flying in all directions. But just as the fire dragon disappeared, a flash of steel appeared before Naruto's eyes, the tip of a ninja blade. Its owner was none other than Sasuke. What? Naruto's pupils contracted. How had Sasuke appeared so suddenly? He had no time to think, danger had already arrived. Having just used the Rasengan, he was in a vulnerable state. With the very short time Sasuke had given him, he could only raise his arms to block in desperation. The ninja blade stopped. You lost, Naruto. Sasuke's blade rested against Naruto's arms. If he hadn't retracted it just now, it would have severed them. I did lose. You were really amazing today. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then lowered his arms. I was amazing before, too. Sasuke snorted lightly, putting away his blade. What a battle with no regrets, full of youth. Naruto's teeth flashed as he became excited again. When I get stronger, let's have another youthful showdown. If you get stronger, I'll get stronger too. Sasuke said with great confidence, I'll definitely still win then. Winner, Sasuke, Kitazawa announced promptly. Naruto's loss this time is not unjust. Hiruzen Sarutobi commented. Sasuke's final maneuver was brilliant, first using fire release to clear the way, then directly winning with the body flicker technique and Konoha-style swordsmanship. Moreover, Sasuke and his 2 shadow clones cooperated very well. In contrast, Naruto's fighting style was still the same as before, lacking adaptability. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto, who was still full of fighting spirit, and couldn't help but smile. Losing 2 matches is also good. Always winning doesn't reveal weaknesses. Only by losing can one find problems and improve oneself. Especially since Naruto is only 7 years old, always winning is not conducive to his growth. Sasuke-kun won. Sakura jumped up and down excitedly. He's a monster. Kiba stared blankly for 2 seconds before commenting. He had thought that multiple shadow clone jutsu plus Rasengan was already monstrous enough, but he hadn't expected the current Sasuke to be even better. Sasuke has indeed changed a lot. Shikamaru exclaimed, this time, his victory can be described as complete suppression from start to finish. He owes his win to Neji. Tenten crossed her arms. He's completely imitating Neji's fighting style. Indeed. Shino Aburame echoed. They were all top-tier geniuses and naturally saw the similarities between Sasuke and Neji in these 2 sparring matches. But even so, being able to imitate is also a formidable skill. Among the students in the genius class, only Sasuke and Hinata could successfully imitate Neji. The other students simply couldn't. He did better than me, Neji said slowly. After he had defeated Naruto earlier, he felt that even if he faced Sasuke again, he would have a good chance of winning. But after watching this sparring match, he lost his confidence once more. Neji's greatest advantage was his gentle fist. Now that Sasuke had learned Konoha-style swordsmanship, he wasn't as afraid of gentle fist as before. If Sasuke's Konoha-style swordsmanship became skilled enough, he could completely use the longer reach of the ninja blade to prevent Neji from getting close. Of course, this was only a theory. Sasuke's Konoha-style swordsmanship was still rough and couldn't fully counter gentle fist. If they truly fought, the 2 of them would still be evenly matched. He has a Sharingan, and you gave him a demonstration, so naturally, he can do better, Tenten comforted him. I believe if you fight Naruto again, you'll definitely improve further. Hyuga Neji nodded slightly. That statement was indeed correct. As a fellow genius, he was confident he would keep doing better. Naruto. Rock Lee looked at Naruto, walking over, and gave him a thumbs up. The bitterness of failure is also part of youth. I understand. Naruto said with a wide smile. Catching up with fervor is the essence of passionate youth. Naruto. Rock Lee clenched his fists, his body trembling. Lee. Naruto rushed over. The 2 embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Sasuke silently walked around them. They're really energetic, Shikamaru muttered, his mouth twitching. Hyuga Neji, Tenten, Ino Yamanaka, and the others all instinctively looked away. Only Akimichi Choji remained unaffected, continuing to eat his potato chips. Kitazawa glanced at Naruto. He planned to talk to him after the practical exam, hoping it might trigger a system mission. 3rd round, 3rd practical match. Kitazawa withdrew his gaze and called out, Inuzuka Hana vs Ino Yamanaka. Compared to the intensity of Naruto vs Sasuke, this practical match seemed rather unremarkable. Ino won by using ninja art, 100 Flowers Chaos to put Inuzuka Hana and her 3 ninja hounds under genjutsu. When Kitazawa created ninja art, 100 Flowers Chaos and ninja art, Moonlight Beauty, he had considered multi-target situations. So he incorporated group genjutsu rather than single-target genjutsu. Now it seemed this choice was absolutely correct. 3rd round, 4th practical match, Yakumo Kurama vs Hyuga Hinata. Kitazawa couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Clearly, Hinata had rather bad luck. The 2 walked into the arena. The result was as Kitazawa expected, Yakumo Kurama won. Like Neji, Hinata used 8 trigrams, vacuum palm at the start. But Yakumo already had experience, seeing her raise her hand, she dodged in advance and released terrifying illusion. Winner, Yakumo Kurama. After Kitazawa announced it, he looked at Hinata and noticed she seemed a little wronged. He walked over and patted her head. It's normal to have wins and losses, Kitazawa comforted her. You just need to win next time. Teacher Kitazawa, I saw you in the illusion. Hinata bit her lip and spoke. Kitazawa was startled. No wonder. Before, Hinata had accepted her losses gracefully, but this time she was a little upset. However, Yakumo's actions were not wrong either. As a genjutsu ninja, one must find the target's weakness to achieve victory more easily, just like how Yakumo had used Naruto to deal with Sasuke in her previous illusion. I'll treat you to lunch. Kitazawa used the simplest method to comfort Hinata. Hinata's eyes lit up, and her mood instantly improved. 3rd round, 5th match of practical combat. After Kitazawa had Hinata leave the arena, he continued drawing lots. Time slowly passed. The 3rd round of the practical combat exam came to an end. Overall, it didn't exceed Kitazawa's expectations. The only thing he hadn't anticipated was Naruto losing 2 matches. But on second thought, it was quite reasonable. As their strength increased, anything could happen. It was a good thing, allowing them to accumulate more combat experience. Losing in the Ninja Academy was no big deal, but losing outside the Ninja Academy could cost them their lives. Everyone, take a short break. We will announce the rankings for this monthly exam shortly. After Kitazawa finished speaking, he left the arena to find Irika Yumino for statistics and ranking. He and Irika had both scored each student. To ensure fairness, their scores would be averaged. Hiruzen did not leave immediately. Firstly, he wanted to see the specific rankings. Secondly, he planned to discuss the results of this monthly exam with Kitazawa. I'll announce the rankings for the theoretical exam first. 10 minutes later, Kitazawa walked to the genius class with the roster. First place, Shikamaru. Second place. The rankings for this theoretical exam had changed significantly. When Kitazawa finished speaking, the genius class erupted in a commotion. How did I become fourth? Sasuke's face stiffened. The joy of defeating Naruto had significantly diminished. Although his practical combat exam performance was excellent, his theoretical exam was only fourth, so overall, first place was not secure. If he couldn't get first place, what was the point of defeating Naruto? It's over. Kiba clutched his head, wearing a pained expression. I'm actually 19th. He was almost out of the top 20. It should be known that the genius class only had 30 students, and the bottom 10 had to accept challenges from other classes. The only thing he was grateful for was that his practical combat exam wasn't bad, so he shouldn't be kicked out of the genius class. The genius class is indeed formidable. 10-10 sighed. I used to be second in second-year class A, but now in the genius class, I've suddenly become 10th. Neji nodded slightly. When he had been in second-year class A, he was always one rank higher than 10-10, in first place. Since enrolling, he had held first place in both theoretical exams and practical combat. But after entering the genius class, he had not only lost first place but also wasn't second, becoming third instead. It was the same for the practical combat exam, he couldn't get first place either. To contend with geniuses, this is youth. Rock Lee clenched his fists and spoke with conviction. Tenten's mouth twitched. You, who are in last place, where is your contention? Kitazawa's words made everyone stop their discussions and look at him. Practical combat exams were different from theoretical exams. They had all witnessed every match, and the wins and losses were clear. They already had an idea of the approximate rankings in their minds. But guesses were still guesses, and the specific rankings still made them eager. First place, Yakumo Kurama, Kitazawa announced after glancing at the roster. Under normal circumstances, Naruto should have been first. After all, only he could defeat Yakumo with his immunity to genjutsu and his terrifying chakra. But Naruto had lost to Sasuke and Neji in this monthly exam, Southwest giving him first place again would not be appropriate. Everyone had no objections to Yakumo being first place, except for Sasuke. His concern was whether he himself might get the overall first place. Second place, Sasuke, Kitazawa continued. That's great. Sasuke-kun. Sakura immediately exclaimed excitedly. But when she turned around, she saw Sasuke's brows tightly furrowed. He was calculating who had the greater probability of getting overall first place. Yakumo was first in the practical combat exam and sixth in the theoretical exam. He himself was second in the practical combat exam and fourth in the theoretical exam. Now it all depended on Neji's ranking. Third place, Hyuga Neji, Kitazawa said unhurriedly. He had previously deliberated between Sasuke and Neji for second place when ranking. The main reason was that in this practical combat exam, they had not faced each other. But ultimately, considering Sasuke's excellent performance in his match against Naruto, he was given second place. This is troublesome now, the rankings are too close. Sasuke stood still, expressionless, but in reality, his heart was extremely restless. Neji was third in the theoretical exam and third in the practical combat exam. Overall, he was very close to Sasuke. And Yakumo was also close. Fourth place, Naruto. Fifth place, Hyuga Hinata. Sixth place, Shino Aburame. Seventh place, Ino Yamanaka, Kitazawa reeled off. Eighth place, Tenten. Ninth place, Shikamaru. 10th place, Kiba. 7th place. Ino's spirits lifted, and she looked very happy. The previous student council selection practical combat had also been a school-wide ranking, but at that time, she couldn't even make it into the top 10. Now, 2 months later, she had learned the 2 ninjutsu Kitazawa gave her and leapt to 7th place. She could be considered to have made the most progress. Good thing I'm in the top 10. Kiba breathed a sigh of relief. Coupled with his theoretical exam ranking, he would at least not fall into the challenged ranks. 11th place, Inuzuka Hana. 12th place, Rock Lee. 13th place, Sakura Haruno. Kitazawa paused and said, "These are all the rankings for this monthly exam's practical combat exam." Who do you think is the overall first place? Kiba glanced at Sasuke and asked. Does that even need asking? Ino smiled. One of those three, Yakumo, Neji, and Sasuke. It's definitely Sasuke-kun. Sakura clenched her fists. Sasuke suddenly felt very uncertain upon hearing that. Now to announce the final rankings. Kitazawa turned a page, looked at the roster, and said, first place, Sasuke. Sasuke, Neji, and Yakumo were relatively close. But Yakumo had the lowest theoretical exam ranking, only 6th place. Neji's theoretical exam ranking was 1 place higher than Sasuke's, but their score difference was not significant. Overall, Sasuke had the highest score, becoming first place. What? Sasuke asked subconsciously. He couldn't believe his ears for a moment. Sasuke-kun, you're first place. Sakura quickly said. I'm really in first place. Sasuke froze for a moment. Then suddenly a corner of his mouth twitched, and he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't help it, he had been suppressed for too long. This first place was truly hard won. Kitazawa looked at the wildly laughing Sasuke and couldn't help but smile. Letting him swell a bit was fine, when he failed next time, he would grow even more. Second place, Kurama Yakumo. After Sasuke finished laughing, Kitazawa continued, third place, Hyuga Neji. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 217, New System Missions. These are the final rankings for this month's exam. Kitazawa closed the roll book and said, now, students ranked 20th and below, please step forward. Soon, 10 students walked up to him. Their faces, more or less, showed nervousness and apprehension. They knew very well what was going to happen next. They would face challenges from outstanding students in other classes. And if they failed, they would leave the genius class. Don't worry too much, Kitazawa said with a smile. You might not have noticed, but you've made great progress this past month, enough to handle the challenges. The 10 students exchanged glances. Still, they chose to believe Kitazawa, and their hearts settled somewhat. Irika. Kitazawa handed the roll book to him. Go to each class and bring over the students who want to challenge. All right. Irika took the roll book and went to find the teachers of the other classes. The monthly exams for all classes in the Ninja Academy were held on the same day. Now that the genius class had finished their practical exam, the other classes were more or less done as well. Take this time to rest. Kitazawa looked at everyone. The challenge round will begin once all participants have arrived. The students of the genius class all sat down on the training ground upon hearing this. This included Sasuke, Neji, and others who were not participating in the challenge round. They had to wait until the challenge round ended before they could leave. Kitazawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked forward. I'll be leaving first. When you have a moment later, come find me at the Hokage office. The genius class rankings, which he was most interested in, had been released. There was no need for him to watch the remaining challenge round. It was just a bunch of weaklings pecking at each other, he only needed to check the new student roster at the end. However, his thoughts mirrored Kitazawa's, the genius class had too great an advantage, and it would be very difficult for students from other classes to successfully challenge them. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa immediately responded. Time slowly passed. Students from other classes arrived one after another. Senior Kitazawa. Irika brought in the last student from another class. These are all the students participating in the challenge round, 15 in total. Kitazawa nodded. You host it. After saying this, he ran to the queue of genius class students who were not participating in the challenge round. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto immediately waved. Sit here with me. Teacher Kitazawa, hurry over. Kiba quickly followed, shouting eagerly. Teacher Kitazawa. Ino waved her hand urgently. Here. Here. Hinata, sitting next to her, immediately showed an expectant expression. It's all the same wherever I sit. Kitazawa thought for a moment, then sat down between Ino and Hinata. I will now announce the rules for the challenge round. Irika announced loudly, each genius class student is allowed to be challenged a maximum of 3 times and cannot be challenged consecutively. Teacher Kitazawa. Ino glanced at Sakura, who was sitting next to Sasuke, and tugged on Kitazawa's sleeve. What's wrong? Kitazawa looked down at her. Is Sakura learning water release very quickly? Ino asked in a low voice. Indeed, it's not slow. Kitazawa pondered for a moment. Among her peers, she can be considered outstanding. Sakura was, after all, the female lead in the original work. Her talent was undeniable. Her skill in medical ninjutsu was second only to Tsunade. And learning water release was much simpler than medical ninjutsu, and with her natural water affinity, she was naturally in her element. Then can I still defeat her next time? Ino's small face showed a worried expression. Are you that lacking in confidence? Kitazawa smiled. But I have a lot of confidence in teacher Kitazawa. Ino's eyes darted around playfully. If you want me to teach you a new ninjutsu, just say so. Kitazawa raised his hand and tapped her on the forehead. I still can't hide it from teacher Kitazawa. Ino rubbed her forehead, a smile on her face. Current mission, help Yamanaka Ino defeat Haruno Sakura in the next monthly exam. Mission reward, mind clone switch technique. Accept. A mission with no surprises. Mind clone switch technique is an enhanced version of the mind-body switch technique, allowing control of two targets. Kitazawa had already learned the mind-body switch technique, so another mind clone switch technique was in line with the system's mission trigger pattern. It was just that, for him, neither the mind-body switch technique nor the mind clone switch technique was very useful. But it didn't matter, he would accept it first. After all, he could also use the ninjutsu he created. For example, Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos and Ninja Art, Moonlight Beauty were both relatively practical ninjutsu. Because it involved genjutsu, he could also teach it to Kunai, a win-win. Next week, I'll teach you a new ninjutsu. Kitazawa met Ino's light blue eyes and smiled. Yay. Ino instinctively clenched her fists. Thank you, teacher Kitazawa. While they were talking, the first practical battle of the challenge round had already ended. The winner was, of course, the genius class student. He stood in the arena at this moment, looking dazed. He felt that he had won too easily. In the previous 3 rounds of practical battles, he had fought extremely hard, to the point of doubting himself. But now he suddenly realized that it wasn't that he was incapable, his genius class classmates were just too strong. Facing students from other classes, his strength was immediately unleashed. And he wasn't an isolated case. When the challenge round ended, all 15 challenging students had failed. Irika led them away, their faces filled with shock. I won't say anything more. Everyone, go home. See you next week. Kitazawa stood up, walked to the front of the crowd, and said with a smile, dismissed. Sasuke turned and left upon hearing this. A smile played on his lips, he wished he could teleport home immediately. Having finally secured first place, he couldn't wait to tell Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. Naruto, Kitazawa called out to him. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto looked up at him, a little puzzled. You lost to Neji and Sasuke today. Have you thought about why? Kitazawa smiled and asked. I think it's because I'm not strong enough. Naruto was full of fighting spirit. I need to train harder and defeat them as soon as possible. Your strength is similar to theirs, you just don't know how to adapt on the fly. Kitazawa wasn't surprised, Naruto's thoughts were as simple as his personality. Adapt on the fly. Naruto scratched his head, confused. Simply put, you need to change your battle strategy based on your opponent's situation. Kitazawa gave an example. For instance, in your battle with Sasuke, in the final stage, why did you only think of using Rasengan? If not Rasengan, then what? Naruto asked, still looking puzzled. Use ninja tools, Kitazawa replied. With 3 Sasukes, boosted by Konoha-style swordsmanship and fire release, close combat with them is the least effective. Oh, right. Naruto suddenly understood. If he had used long-range ninja tool throws at that time, Sasuke and his shadow clones wouldn't have been able to stay together. After all, if they continued to stand back-to-back, they would become living targets. And once they separated, their threat level would drop significantly, and he might have been able to defeat them one by one. Teacher Kitazawa, you're amazing. Naruto gave a thumbs up, saying with great admiration. Current mission, help Naruto defeat Sasuke and Hyuga Neji in the next monthly exam. Mission reward, 1/5 chakra limit. Accept. Kitazawa looked at the 3 lines of text before him, and 4 words appeared in his mind, as expected of Naruto. The system mission triggered by Naruto, in terms of value alone, was several times greater than the one triggered by Ino. After all, a chakra limit increase was a tangible improvement. I'll talk to you about the specifics next week. Kitazawa regained his composure, patted Naruto's shoulder, and said. Naruto nodded. Teacher Kitazawa, goodbye. Kitazawa watched him leave. He withdrew his gaze and looked around. All the genius class students had gone home, except for Hinata. Hinata, what do you want for lunch? Kitazawa walked over and asked with a smile. I'm fine with anything, Hinata replied. Let me think. Kitazawa ruffled her little head. How about sukiyaki? Sukiyaki is a Japanese beef hot pot. Kitazawa never deprived himself, especially now that he had considerable wealth. Hinata had no objections. Let's find a sukiyaki restaurant first, then I'll go to the Hokage office. You can wait for me to come back before we eat together. Kitazawa said after a brief thought. It would be inappropriate to go see Hiruzen after eating. Although his status in Konoha village had skyrocketed, he still needed to maintain proper etiquette when facing the Hokage. Unless Tsunade became Hokage, he could be a bit more unrestrained. All right. Hinata nodded. The two of them arrived at the nearest sukiyaki restaurant. After ordering, Kitazawa walked towards the Hokage building. A knock sounded. Come in, Hiruzen said casually. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa pushed the door open and entered. Oh, it's Kitazawa. Hiruzen put down the documents in his hand. The genius class performed exceptionally well in this month's exam. It's the result of everyone's collective efforts. Kitazawa paused, then added, especially Kakashi and Senior Kosuke, whom Hokage-sama sent, played a huge role. You're still as humble as ever. Hiruzen chuckled. Your contribution is also significant. The 3 ninjutsu you created are all very good and can be rated as B-rank ninjutsu. I was busy earlier and forgot about this. I'll submit these 4 ninjutsu to the village later. Kitazawa offered proactively. These 4 ninjutsu were not of much use to him, submitting them to Konoha village could earn him more rewards. That's not what I meant. Hiruzen was stunned for a moment. But it's good that you have this idea. If you submit them, you can exchange them for 4. He paused midway, realizing the issue. There are 4. Hiruzen asked, surprised. There's also a ninjutsu called quadruple fang over fang. Kitazawa explained the sequence of events that led to creating this ninjutsu. I see. Hiruzen thought for a moment, then generously said, then go ahead and choose 4 B-rank ninjutsu. Strictly speaking, quadruple fang over fang couldn't really be considered B-rank, but he didn't need to be nitpicky. Kitazawa's eyes lit up. This deal was not a loss. He essentially got 4 B-rank ninjutsu for free. Not just these 4 ninjutsu, but any ninjutsu you create in the future can be exchanged for ninjutsu of the same rank. Hiruzen added, if they are A-rank or S-rank ninjutsu, there will be additional rewards. Kitazawa looked thoughtful. Was this to encourage him to create more new ninjutsu? Thinking about it, it made sense. The emergence of new ninjutsu, even some low-level ones, was beneficial for Konoha village. After all, Konoha had the most genin and chunin. The 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi appreciates your creativity. This is undoubtedly an opportunity for you to make a name for yourself. Current mission, modify or create a new ninjutsu. Mission reward, rewards will be sent based on the ninjutsu's rank, purpose, and impact. Do you accept? Kitazawa scanned it and was immediately delighted. This was another rare mission. Similar to the previous mission of finding summoning animals for 10-10, the mission rewards were variable. The first ninjutsu Kitazawa thought of was Lightning Release, Kirin. An S-rank Lightning Release would certainly meet the requirements, but Lightning Release, Kirin had already triggered a related system mission. Kitazawa was unsure if it could still be used to complete this mission. Aside from Lightning Release, Kirin, the S-rank ninjutsu Kitazawa could think of was Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. This Wind Release ninjutsu was powerful, but its side effects were significant. In the original work, after Naruto used it for the first time, his right arm directly lost its ability to move. Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken was even listed as a forbidden jutsu by Tsunade, the Hokage at the time. How to put it? Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken definitely met the requirements. However, its utility and impact were relatively limited, so it might not receive the best reward. Kitazawa couldn't think of anything else, so he temporarily gave up. After all, creating ninjutsu was not something to rush, especially since he wanted to create an S-rank ninjutsu, which was even more difficult. I understand, Hokage-sama, Kitazawa said in a deep voice. I will do my best. I look forward to you creating many useful ninjutsu, just like my teacher. Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. After the brief chat, Kitazawa followed the Umbu ninja, Haru, to the ninjutsu storage room. These are the ninjutsu scrolls. Haru handed him 4 scrolls. Please write down the ninjutsu hand sign sequence and specific precautions. Kitazawa picked up a pen and began to write his 4 ninjutsu, Hellhound, Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos, Ninja Art, Moonlight Beauty, and Quadruple Fang over Fang. Among them, Hellhound and 3-headed Hellhound belonged to the same ninjutsu. Their relationship was similar to that between Shadow Clone Technique and Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, just a slight difference. After Kitazawa finished writing, he handed the scrolls to Haru. You can now choose 4 B-rank ninjutsu. Haru read through them and, after confirming there were no issues, said. Kitazawa nodded and began to browse the bookshelves in the ninjutsu storage room. Haru categorized and stored the 4 ninjutsu he had written. Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos and Ninja Art, Moonlight Beauty were placed in the Genjutsu category. Hellhound and Quadruple Fang over Fang were categorized as secret techniques because they both involved the Inuzuka clan. After some thought, Kitazawa chose 2 Earth Release Ninjutsu and 2 Water Release Ninjutsu. After all, he wasn't really lacking in Wind Release, Fire Release, Genjutsu, or Medical Ninjutsu. Lightning Release Ninjutsu was relatively scarce, but the slots were limited, so he would save them for next time. The 2 Earth Release Ninjutsu were Earth Release, Mud Fall and Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The former's effect was to drop a mass of clay from the sky to trap the target. The latter's effect was to turn the ground beneath the target into a mudslide, washing the target away. The 2 Water Release Ninjutsu were Water Release, Heavenly Weeping and Water Release, Water Bullet Technique. The former's effect was to spit out water needles like Senbon from the mouth, often used for surprise attacks. The latter's effect was to continuously spit out water masses like bullets to attack the target, somewhat similar to Wind Release, Vacuum Bullet. Both of these Water Release Ninjutsu were Senju Tobarama's techniques. With 4 additional ninjutsu at once, Kitazawa felt he didn't have enough time. Adding the ninjutsu he had acquired before, he now had 3 Water Release and 5 Earth Release ninjutsu he hadn't learned. He also had to learn Konoha-style swordsmanship. Being busy was good. After all, in the ninja world, where strength was paramount, being able to learn more ninjutsu was a great fortune. Kitazawa arrived at the Sukiyaki restaurant, and after having lunch with Hinata and sending her home, he walked towards Kurenai's house. Today was Friday, and because of the practical exam, they had the whole day off. Plus Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, Kitazawa had 3.5 days of vacation. Kitazawa saw Kurenai from afar. She was practicing ninja art, 100 Flowers Chaos. Amidst pink petals, the graceful Kurenai moved agilely as if dancing, a scene that looked beautiful. Kitazawa stood watching for a while and realized she had basically mastered ninja art, 100 Flowers Chaos. In Genjutsu, Kurenai indeed had a lot of talent. Petals fell. Kurenai stopped her training. Have you had lunch? Kitazawa walked forward and pulled her into his arms. I'm sweaty, I'm dirty. Kurenai subconsciously struggled twice but couldn't break free. Not dirty, it smells good. Kitazawa lowered his head, leaned into her neck, and said. You really are a pervert. Kurenai rolled her eyes. Since you're back, then prepare for lunch. I've eaten. You just finished training, go take a shower, I'll cook. Kitazawa released her and said. All right. Kurenai nodded, grabbed his hand, and walked into the house. How about wearing a chipao at home today? Kitazawa suddenly thought of something and asked with a smile. Just don't tear my chipao. Kurenai pouted. You're slandering me. Kitazawa immediately said seriously. I've only torn your stockings. Then don't you want to tear them? Kurenai suddenly smiled charmingly. I'm really not that kind of person. Kitazawa cleared his throat. But if it's what you ask, I'll definitely do it. Hypocrite. Kurenai lifted her leg, kicked him, and swayed her hips as she went to the bathroom. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 218, Former 7 Ninja Swordsman of the Mist. Kitazawa finished cooking and brought the dishes back to the living room. He sat at the dining table and waited. Considering Kurenai would take a while to shower, he extended his hands and used fire release chakra to warm the food. A moment later, the sound of a door opening echoed. Kitazawa looked toward the bathroom and immediately felt his eyes light up. Kurenai had changed into a white cheongsam. The cheongsam was form-fitting, perfectly outlining her figure, especially her voluptuous hips. With every step Kurenai took, her hips, encased in the cheongsam, became tauter, their curve growing rounder. Her long black hair was coiled at the back of her head, tied with a red ribbon, giving her an air of elegance she didn't usually possess. The white cheongsam had a slit up to her thigh, revealing 2 long legs clad in white stockings. Kurenai, not wearing shoes, walked directly to Kitazawa. She lifted her leg and gently stepped on his foot with her white stocking foot. Does it look good? Kitazawa subconsciously nodded. Beautiful and charming, sexy and elegant. You're quite good at flattery. Kurenai's lips curved into a smile as she sat opposite him. Here. Kitazawa handed her a pair of chopsticks. Thank you. Kurenai smiled and tugged at the collar of her cheongsam. This is my first time eating in a cheongsam, I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. There's a problem with this cheongsam's design. Kitazawa glanced at her and said. What's the problem? Kurenai picked up her chopsticks and took a fried shrimp. The collar is too high, covering half of your neck, Kitazawa replied. What's wrong with that? Kurenai was momentarily stunned, not quite understanding. This design blocks my view, preventing me from appreciating your beautiful neck and collarbones. Kitazawa blinked and said. You're always trying to take advantage of me. Kunai glared at him, annoyed. I'm speaking the truth, Kitazawa said seriously. Kunai kicked him under the table. She hesitated for 2 seconds, put down her chopsticks, and unbuttoned the collar. Freed from the button's restraint, the collar opened to both sides, revealing her fair skin. All right, no more demands. Kunai picked up her chopsticks again. And don't interrupt my meal anymore. Kunai, you truly are beautiful and kind-hearted. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile. He crossed his hands, propped his chin, and simply admired her. As she ate, her body leaned forward, and the tight cheongsam immediately revealed its elasticity and curves. I forgot to tell you something. Kunai suddenly remembered, looked up, and met his gaze. Your 3 students came by this morning. Kitazawa had many students. But since it was a practical exam this morning, the only students available were Yakushi Kabuto, Abirame Torian, and Uchiha Izumi. Why didn't they just come directly to the Ninja Academy? Were they worried about disrupting the practical exam? They said they would come to visit tonight. Kunai continued, they want to report on the missions their ninja squad has completed recently. I see. Kitazawa's face showed understanding. It had been half a month since he sent Kabuto and the others on missions, and it was indeed time to check their current situation. It seems I'll have to go out and buy some groceries tonight. Kitazawa pondered for a moment. With 3 more people, the groceries in the fridge wouldn't be enough. Besides, this was Kabuto and their first visit, so he couldn't entertain them shabbily, he had to prepare a grand meal. Kunai nodded. I can go buy them. I'll go, Kitazawa refused. I don't want others to see you in a cheongsam. I definitely won't be wearing a cheongsam to buy groceries. Kunai rolled her eyes. It's fine, I'll send a shadow clone to buy them. Kitazawa chuckled. The time saved can allow us to train a bit longer. All right then. Kunai didn't say anything more. This afternoon, I'll practice ninja art, 100 Flowers Chaos and ninja art, Moonlight Beauty with you. Kitazawa thought for a moment. Because these techniques involve genjutsu, solo practice is definitely not as effective as practicing with a partner. No need. Kunai paused slightly. I can practice by myself. You have a foundation in genjutsu. If I practice with you and guide you, I can help you learn these 2 ninjutsu the fastest. Kitazawa said mysteriously. Once you learn them, I'll teach you a very special ninjutsu. Sealing technique. Kunai's interest was piqued. It's not a sealing technique. Kitazawa smiled. It's a ninjutsu that can immediately boost your strength. There's such a ninjutsu. Kunai rubbed her leg twice with her white stocking foot. Tell me quickly. It's chakra-enhanced strength. Kitazawa stopped being enigmatic and stated it directly. Lady Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength. Kunai's eyes suddenly widened. Kitazawa nodded. Chakra-enhanced strength, in essence, is a powerful exertion technique. Its power depends on the user's chakra and physical fitness. Kunai's version would certainly be far inferior to Tsunade's, but even so, it would still be a considerable increase. Can I learn it? A look of hesitation appeared on Kunai's face. Don't be afraid. Kitazawa knew her concerns and said with a smile, your boyfriend is a Konoha high-ranking official now. Thank you. Kunai was deeply moved by his words. Let's eat. Kitazawa reached out, pinched her cheek, and said, once you get stronger, you'll have to accompany me on high-difficulty missions. Kunai nodded and smiled. No matter where we go, I'll be with you. As the future Hokage, powerful and loyal subordinates are essential. Current mission, help Yuhi Kunai learn chakra-enhanced strength and have her offer her heart to you. Mission reward, self-cursing seal. Do you accept? Kitazawa was startled by the sudden appearance of 4 lines of text before his eyes. This could also trigger a mission. In the system's perception, had Kunai become his subordinate? Kitazawa twitched his lips. If it was put that way, it wasn't impossible. If he became Hokage, Kunai would definitely be the Hokage's secretary, which would indeed make her his subordinate. Although this system's mission came as a surprise, the reward was unexpectedly good. Most sealing techniques served an auxiliary function, only a few could be used in combat. The self-cursing seal was one of them. Targets afflicted by this sealing technique would continuously manifest black curse marks on their bodies, eventually losing their ability to move and becoming paralyzed. In the original work, Danzo once used the self-cursing seal to restrain Uchiha Sasuke, who had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Undoubtedly, this was a very powerful sealing technique. Most importantly, it could also be used in combat. In battle, if an enemy was hit by the self-cursing seal, they were basically doomed. Kitazawa chose to accept. It seemed Kunai was his lucky goddess. After lunch, Kitazawa cleared the table and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Kunai, wearing a white cheongsam, was not suitable for such chores. But by the time he returned to the living room, she had changed back into her usual white top with red sleeves. Wearing a cheongsam isn't convenient for practicing ninjutsu. Kunai walked up to him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said, "I'll wear it for you again tonight." After speaking, she stood on tiptoe and offered her soft lips. Kitazawa embraced her soft body and engaged in a passionate kiss. After a long while, their lips parted. The two went outside to practice ninjutsu. Time slowly passed. 6 in the evening. Kitazawa created a shadow clone and sent it to buy groceries. Not long after, Yakushi Kabuto, Abirame Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi appeared from a distance. "Kitazawa, training for today is over." Kunai wiped the sweat from her forehead. "You entertain them, I'll go cook. Once the shadow clone comes back with the groceries, I'll take them to the kitchen." Kitazawa turned to look at Kabuto and the other two. "Kitazawa-sensei." Kabuto, seeing that they had finished talking, stepped forward to greet him. Izumi and Toryun followed closely behind. Let's go inside and talk." Kitazawa walked into the living room and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Anything is fine," Kabuto replied. "Then let's have plain water." Kitazawa thought for a moment and said, "Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei." Yakushi Kabuto, Abirame Toryun, and Uchiha Izumi sat side by side on the sofa. Kitazawa poured each of them a glass of plain water and then sat down opposite them. "Kitazawa-sensei." Kabuto took out a scroll. "This is the list of missions we've completed over the past half-month." "So many." Kitazawa opened the scroll, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. The scroll recorded 10 C-rank missions and 3 B-rank missions. Half a month was only 15 days, which meant they had been doing missions non-stop, apart from eating and sleeping. Kitazawa read through it carefully, and his surprise lessened. The missions they chose were relatively simple and concentrated around Konoha village. The furthest they went was not beyond the land of fire. It was clear Kabuto had taken his words to heart, focusing on accumulating a large number of missions. After all, their ninja squad's strength was already sufficient. There was no need to choose difficult missions to prove themselves. The most urgent task was to increase the number of missions so that they could participate in the Jonin exam. "You've all worked hard, and you've done well." Kitazawa nodded in satisfaction. Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had guessed Kitazawa's thoughts correctly. "What about your training progress?" Kitazawa closed the scroll and asked. "I'm still training in wind release, great vacuum sphere," Kabuto said, a little embarrassed. "It will still take some time to master it." "I've already learned Konoha-style body flicker technique," Abirame Toryun replied. "I've almost learned fire release, Phoenix Flower Crimson Claw, which Kitazawa-sensei taught." Uchiha Izumi followed closely. "Logically, you have the Abirame clan's secret technique you can learn, so I don't need to teach you," Kitazawa said to Toryun. "But considering your role within the squad, I will teach you the imitation technique. The perfect configuration for a ninja squad is a medical ninja, a combat ninja, and a support ninja." Kabuto, Izumi, and Toryun perfectly corresponded to these 3 roles. Toryun was the support ninja, responsible for sensing and reconnaissance. Kitazawa considered this when deciding to teach him the imitation technique. With it, Toryun could perform another type of mission, infiltration. Combined with his insect control technique, he would be virtually invincible. "What effect does the imitation technique have?" Kabuto asked after a moment of thought. As the captain, he needed to understand his teammates' strengths to better assign missions. Kitazawa casually explained the effects of the imitation technique. "Such a powerful ninjutsu." Kabuto's eyes lit up. With the imitation technique, their ninja squad could complete infiltration missions much faster. Uchiha Izumi nodded in agreement. This disguise ninjutsu, imitation technique, was so formidable that even a Sharingan would find it difficult to discern flaws. Izumi couldn't imagine how they would cope if an enemy mastered it. "Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei," Toryun said immediately. As for Izumi, she should still learn B-rank fire release ninjutsu. Kitazawa pondered for a moment. "I'll teach you fire release, great fire annihilation." "Okay." Uchiha Izumi agreed without hesitation. "You two, look at the ninjutsu scrolls first." Kitazawa handed each of them a scroll. Because he noticed the shadow clone returning from grocery shopping, Kitazawa said, "I'll go to the kitchen." He dispelled the shadow clone and carried the groceries inside. Kunai had already cooked the rice and was preparing the seasonings for stir-frying. "Leave the rest to me." Kitazawa put down the vegetables and hugged her from behind. "What are you doing?" Kunai's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively glanced toward the kitchen door. "You've been training all afternoon. You must be so tired. I couldn't bear to let you keep cooking. Kitazawa patted her buttocks twice. I'd be even more touched if you weren't touching me. Kunai put down the knife. We have guests, so I can't rest. I'll go chat with your students. Strictly speaking, she was the true owner here, even Kitazawa was technically a guest. After all, this residence was her home. Kitazawa released her. Kunai bit her lip, then left with a smile. Time slowly passed. The sun set, and night fell. It was February, so darkness came early. What are you all talking about? Kitazawa walked out of the kitchen, carrying bowls and chopsticks. Do you know the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist from Hidden Mist Village? Kunai asked in return. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are so famous, of course, I know them. Kitazawa paused slightly, then smiled. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were an elite ninja team from Hidden Mist Village, specializing in high-difficulty missions for the Mizukage. Their status in Hidden Mist Village was somewhat similar to Konoha's Sannin, considered high-ranking officials. Moreover, the title of 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist was hereditary. Many famous Hidden Mist Jonin had joined the group. The first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist was crippled by Might Dway. During the Third Ninja World War, Might Dway, having opened the 8 Gates formation, encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and subdued them. Simply put, 4 died, and 3 escaped. Biwa Juzo and Kurasuke Raiga of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have become Hidden Mist Village rogue ninja, Kunai said with a smile. This matter has already caused a sensation in the ninja world. Because we weren't on missions, we found out a bit late. Konoha Village would notify every ninja on an outdoor mission about such major news. The reason was simple, to avoid encountering them. But if they did, escape was paramount, otherwise, death was highly probable. Kitazawa raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Defecting at this time. Thinking carefully, it was indeed around this period. In the original work, Uchiha Obito controlled the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, who plunged Hidden Mist Village into a bloody rain. Of the 3 surviving members of the first generation 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, besides Suikazan Fuguki, Biwa Juzo, and Kurasuke Raiga, both defected due to dissatisfaction. After defecting, Biwa Juzo joined the Akatsuki organization and became teammates with Uchiha Itachi. In other words, he defected before the Uchiha clan massacre, which was around this time period. However, due to Kitazawa's butterfly effect, the Uchiha clan massacre would likely not occur. Biwa Juzo probably wouldn't become teammates with Uchiha Itachi, as in the original work, nor would he die protecting him. Kitazawa didn't know if he would still join the Akatsuki organization, but considering the Akatsuki's constant recruitment, it was highly probable. Kurasuke Raiga, by comparison, was less dramatic. He picked up a little boy named Ranmaru on the road, then occupied a gold mine in the Land of Rivers, hiding there to act tyrannically. He ultimately died at the hands of Naruto, Neji, Rock Lee, and Tenten on a mission. It's worth noting that Ranmaru possessed the Byakugan's nemesis, the Red Eye. The Red Eye had powerful X-ray vision, observation, and sensing abilities, and could create chakra images to interfere with the Byakugan. Hidden Mist Village has also issued related missions, Kunai continued. If they can be captured or killed, generous rewards can be obtained. All of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have elite Jonin level strength, Kabuto shook his head. Such a mission is difficult for most ninjas to complete. Kunai agreed. I don't think anyone will take it. Kitazawa's heart stirred as he fell into thought. He didn't know where Biwa Juzo was, but Raiga's exact location was clearly stated in the original work, at the Katabami gold mine in the Land of Rivers. In terms of fame, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist far surpassed the 12 guardian ninja. Killing Kurasuke Raiga, without exaggeration, would make their ninja squad known throughout the ninja world. In addition, Kurasuke Raiga's lightning blade, Kiba and lightning release ninjutsu were also quite valuable. You have discovered a high-level mission that can increase your ninja squad's fame. Current mission, eliminate Kurasuke Raiga, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Mission reward, Hurricane Vortex Jutsu. Do you accept? Kitazawa couldn't help but smile as he looked at the 4 lines of text before him. As expected, it had triggered a system mission. After all, Kurasuke Raiga was a named and strong character in the original work. The mission reward, like the previous Guardian Ninja mission, was another compound ninja art, but even more powerful. Chapter 219, Infiltrating Root Base. Hurricane Vortex Jutsu is still a combination of 2 ninjutsu, Wind Release, Rasengan and Water Release, Tearing Torrent. In the original work, it was used by Naruto and Yamato together. They employed it to counter Kakuzu's compound ninjutsu, Strange Mask Exploding Flame, which combined Wind Release, Pressure Damage and Fire Release, Searing Migraine. In terms of power, it is not inferior to some S-rank ninjutsu. The compound ninjutsu, Hurricane Vortex Jutsu is spectacular even just for its visual effect. It can create a giant tornado over 10 meters in diameter. Inside the tornado, high-temperature steam swirls continuously. Kitazawa accepted the mission without hesitation. After all, among the ninjutsu he currently possessed, none were more powerful than the compound ninjutsu, Hurricane Vortex Jutsu for now. As for Kurasuke Raiga, his strength was indeed formidable but limited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated by Neji and Naruto. The only problem was how to explain to Sarutobi Hiruzen why he knew Kurasuke Raiga's location. Kitazawa stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed he'd have to take a mission in the Land of Rivers and then coincidentally discover Kurasuke Raiga's whereabouts. With his identity, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly wouldn't be overly suspicious. Besides, if they eliminated Kurasuke Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist from Hidden Mist Village, it would undoubtedly bring honor to Konoha Village. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's personality, he definitely wouldn't refuse such an opportunity. Come eat. Kitazawa put down the bowls and chopsticks. Let's go. Kunai clapped her hands. See if your teacher's cooking suits your taste. Kitazawa-sensei's cooking must be excellent. Kabuto immediately said. Complimented after you've eaten it, Kunai glanced at Kitazawa. Although you are his students, don't ever learn his glib tongue. Don't slander me in front of my students. Kitazawa waved to her. Go to the kitchen and help me bring out the dishes. You all take your seats first. Kunai stood and walked into the kitchen. As soon as she entered, Kitazawa embraced her from behind, and she let out a gasp. He had slapped her buttocks hard twice. This is your punishment for slandering me. After hitting her, Kitazawa gently rubbed her buttocks again. Angered, Kunai stood on her tiptoes and bit him hard on the neck. A faint tooth mark appeared moments later. I didn't slander you. Everything I said was true. Kunai snorted softly. I'll deal with you tonight. Kitazawa released her, picked up a plate of food, and said nothing more. Kunai's heart trembled as a blush appeared on her pretty face. The two of them returned to the living room. Next Saturday, I'll take you on a high-difficulty mission, Kitazawa said, picking up his chopsticks. Be here at 9 a.m. There was no rush for Kurasuke Raiga's mission. After all, he had just defected and might not even have reached the Land of Rivers yet. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Kabuto and the other two said in unison. I'm coming with you, Kunai immediately said. Of course you are. Kitazawa smiled and placed a fried shrimp in her bowl. Kabuto and the others kept their eyes down, focused on eating. After dinner, they didn't linger, they bid farewell and left. Kitazawa finished washing the dishes and returned to the living room, finding Kunai had changed back into that white qipao. He walked over, sat beside her, raised his hand, and reached toward the slit of the qipao. What high-difficulty mission are you planning to take next Saturday? Kunai glanced at him but did not stop him. I don't know. Kitazawa gently caressed her thigh, wrapped in white stockings. We'll go to the mission hall to find one then. I thought you had already accepted a mission in advance. Kunai was surprised, then reminded him, it's best to accept high-difficulty missions in advance so you have time to analyze the intelligence. Kitazawa shifted, leaning against her. His hand traced along Kunai's plump thigh to her flat waist and abdomen. It's only 8 o'clock now. Kunai's body trembled slightly, and she spoke softly. Kitazawa lowered his head and kissed her neck. Kunai bit her lip, extended her hand, and unbuttoned 2 buttons at the collar of her qipao. At the same time, she tilted her head slightly, making it easier for him. Kunai felt the sensation on her neck, and a faint moisture filled her ruby eyes. Her lips parted slightly, and her long, white-stockinged legs pressed together. Ki. Kitazawa. Kunai let out a seductive hum. Kitazawa lifted his head and kissed her rosy lips. Kunai immediately responded, wrapping her arms around his head. After a long while, Kitazawa pushed her away and patted her buttocks. Kunai hesitated but ultimately said nothing, merely standing up. She didn't look at him, her gaze fixed on the floor, her face showing both trepidation and anticipation. Moments later, her face flushed red, sweat beading on her fair skin. Kunai felt her mind go blank. Time passed in a daze. The next day, Saturday. Kitazawa opened his eyes and immediately felt the sensation of white silk in his hand. He lowered his head, his gaze traveling from Kunai's beautiful face, down her graceful, snow-white body. Kunai had taken off her qipao before sleeping, but not her white stockings. At this moment, his left hand rested on her white stocking thigh, and he could see the lace at the top of the stocking. Kitazawa squeezed her plump thigh once, then withdrew his hand. He carefully got out of bed, put on his clothes, and looked at the quiet Kunai. His mind recalled the chaotic scene from the night before. At that time, she couldn't be quiet at all, and even with the whites of her ruby-like eyes showing, she still wouldn't give in. Kitazawa glanced at her astonishingly graceful figure, then turned and went to the kitchen. 9 o'clock in the morning. A knock sounded at the door. It was Yakumo, arriving on time. Let's go. Kitazawa closed the door and, with Yakumo, went next door to treat Lady Tsunade's hemophobia. As for Kunai, her life was too hard, she was still sound asleep. It was another morning of treatment. After Yakumo left, Kitazawa quietly stayed with Tsunade. She had witnessed Nawaki's death multiple times in illusions, even the strongest person couldn't bear it. Kitazawa, meanwhile, was experiencing both pain and pleasure. Tsunade's body pressed against him, allowing him to feel true softness, but he dared not move recklessly. After an unknown amount of time, there was a knock on the door. Kitazawa was slightly startled. Who would come to see Tsunade at this hour? You go open the door. Tsunade released him and sat up again. Kitazawa walked toward the door. Tsunade lifted her head, her gaze falling on him. Although there was a reason, their actions after each treatment still seemed overly intimate. She should have pushed him away, but for some reason, she didn't. In Kitazawa's embrace, she could feel a long-lost peace. She ultimately chose to convince herself with the excuse of treatment. Itachi. Kitazawa opened the door and was immediately surprised to see Uchiha Itachi standing outside. I have fulfilled my mission, Itachi spoke calmly, with a hint of confidence. Kitazawa understood immediately. Itachi must have perfectly completed the mission he had been assigned. With his abilities, after such a long delay, the harvest must be substantial. Lady Tsunade is waiting for you. Suppressing his own anticipation, Kitazawa stepped aside. Come in and talk. Itachi entered the living room, bowed slightly, and greeted, Lady Tsunade. It's Itachi. Tsunade had already returned to normal and asked directly, how is the situation you investigated? This is the data from Shigaraki Tanuki's Gozu Tenno experiment. Itachi took out a scroll and handed it over with both hands. Thank you for your hard work. Tsunade nodded slightly and opened the scroll. Kitazawa stood beside her, his gaze following hers as he examined the contents. How should he put it? It was largely the same as in the original work, just more detailed. Tsunade's face darkened. Although she had anticipated it, seeing it firsthand still made her emotions hard to control. That Danzo truly deserves to die. She closed the scroll and said furiously. From the data, Shigaraki Tanuki's Gozu Tenno experiment had been ongoing for a long time. Tsunade was certain this wasn't the only experiment involving Senju Hashirama's cells. She even suspected that Danzo had conducted would-release experiments as well. Lady Tsunade. Itachi spoke again, I also brought back evidence for you. After he spoke, he carefully took out a glass test tube. On it was a sealing technique incantation. Tsunade subconsciously looked at the test tube. Inside was a small piece of flesh and blood. At this moment, it moved and jumped inside the glass. Kitazawa felt the scene had a touch of the Cthulhu-like. It's grandfather's cells. Tsunade took the test tube, her face stormy. Lady Tsunade, what do you plan to do? Kitazawa asked, watching her carefully. Go find the old man. Tsunade stood up, her tone cold. I'd like to see how he explains it to me. A hint of excitement flashed in Itachi's eyes. This time, Danzo and his root would surely suffer another heavy blow. The pressure on the Uchiha clan would also be significantly reduced. He even entertained a thought he had never considered before, avenge Shursui. Although Shursui had committed suicide, it was ultimately Danzo and Root who attacked him and stole a Mangekyo. Itachi had not sought revenge before because he didn't want to provoke a conflict between Konoha village and the Uchiha clan. Now, he saw the possibility of revenge without causing conflict. I don't think that's a good idea. Kitazawa shook his head. Why? Tsunade frowned. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't even bother, she would go straight to Hiruzen. Lady Tsunade, I'm sure the moment you make a move, Danzo will know very quickly, Kitazawa replied. We'll go straight to Shigaraki Tanuki's experimental base. Tsunade pondered for 2 seconds, then made a decisive statement. She understood Kitazawa's implication, Danzo and Root were monitoring her every move. If she went to Hiruzen with great fanfare, there was a risk of information leakage. Although the risk was small, if Danzo managed to escape, Itachi's investigation would be in vain. Therefore, Tsunade immediately changed strategy, first secure the human and physical evidence, then approach Hiruzen. This way, neither Hiruzen's favoritism nor Danzo's manipulations could interfere. Have Shizen-senpai inform Hokage-sama, Kitazawa added. All right. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, roughly understanding his intention, and agreed. Itachi, lead the way. Kitazawa looked at Itachi. We'll go now. Follow me. Itachi immediately stood and said. After greeting Shizun, Kitazawa, and Tsunade headed straight for Shigaraki Tanuki's experimental base. Because it involved Hashirama's cells, the base was located in the Forest of Death, north of Konoha village, quite a distance away. The three of them ran for 5 minutes before reaching their destination. Itachi, you go in first and apprehend Shigaraki Tanuki, Kitazawa instructed. He is key, he absolutely cannot be allowed to escape. I understand. Itachi stepped forward, infiltrating the experimental base. I estimate that after we make our move, Danzo will quickly send support, Kitazawa said, observing the calm valley. The entrance to Shigaraki Tanuki's experimental base was deep within the valley. The actual base was underground. What if he comes? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, exuding an aura of fearlessness. As expected of Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa paused, then changed the subject. But battles inevitably draw blood. When that happens, stay behind me. Tsunade's expression froze. As soon as the words left his mouth, she felt a subtle unease. She was not used to situations where she had to rely on others. Humph, just take care of yourself. Tsunade pouted. Kitazawa looked at her. Why beat Sundara at a time like this? That's enough, let's go in. Tsunade subconsciously avoided his gaze and walked into the valley. Kitazawa quickly followed. Stop. 2 root ninja blocked their path. Chakra enhanced strength. Tsunade and Kitazawa simultaneously threw punches in perfect coordination. Terrifying power surged forth. The 2 root ninja were struck before they could react, flying backward and landing unconscious. Your chakra enhanced strength has improved very quickly. Tsunade glanced at him, somewhat surprised. Although she had held back in that punch, she still used half her strength. The effect Kitazawa produced was hardly any weaker. It's all thanks to Lady Tsunade's excellent teaching, Kitazawa said with a smile. Tsunade's gaze swept across the valley and quickly found the entrance. I'll go first. Kitazawa stepped ahead and entered the passage. Tsunade hesitated, unsure what to say as she watched his figure. Who's there? As soon as they exited the passage, 4 root ninja rushed toward them from both sides. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Without a word, Kitazawa formed hand signs and spat out a roaring water dragon. But root ninja were no ordinary shinobi, they were all special jonin at the very least. The 2 root ninjas guarding the gate earlier had been caught off guard by chakra-enhanced strength and immediately lost the ability to resist. An earth wall rose, blocking Kitazawa's water dragon. At the same time, a root ninja burst forward at full speed, wind surging. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Kitazawa was already prepared and activated his genjutsu the moment their eyes met. The root ninja froze, a look of terror on his face. Chakra-enhanced strength. Kitazawa punched him, sending him flying. A flash of white light. The second root ninja drew his ninja blade. In an instant, countless slashes of light appeared. Kitazawa's gaze sharpened. He gripped the ninja blade given by Hinata and slashed violently. With a crunch, the root ninja's blade broke into 2. Clearly, the chakra metal blade was superior in sharpness and durability. Rasengan. Kitazawa pressed his left hand against the root ninja's abdomen. The root ninja screamed, his clothes tore, his flesh mangled, and he immediately fainted. What? The remaining 2 root ninja looked at each other, shocked. They had never expected 2 special jonin to be dealt with so decisively in a single encounter. Tsunade was also somewhat surprised. But upon closer thought, she understood the reason. Kitazawa was too well-rounded. Genjutsu, Kenjutsu, water release, chakra-enhanced strength, Rasengan, among others. Ninja battles were intelligence battles. He possessed too much intelligence, leading to first-strike kills that were almost impossible to withstand. Unless facing a Konoha Sannin-level powerhouse, few could endure his offense. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Kitazawa didn't waste time with the remaining root ninja. He knew they were all brainwashed, obeying only Danzo. The only effective method was physical persuasion. The roaring water dragon surged toward the 2 root ninja at extreme speed. The next second, 1 root ninja disappeared, while the other formed hand signs. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. The ground swelled, and a massive dragon head appeared. It opened its mouth, spitting a continuous stream of mud bullets. Kitazawa glanced at it and ignored it. Left. Tsunade suddenly spoke. Wind release, rotating shuriken. Kitazawa unhesitatingly threw a shuriken infused with wind release chakra. It struck the root ninja in the shoulder as he appeared, sending him flying backward. Blood splattered. Kitazawa summoned an earth wall at top speed to block Tsunade. She breathed a subconscious sigh of relief. But her expression quickly changed. There were statues of the 4 Hokages on this earth wall. Tsunade remembered that Kakashi's earth release, earth flow wall had 3 dog heads. Kitazawa had gone even further. Konoha-style body flicker technique. Kitazawa transformed into leaves, instantly appearing in front of the last root ninja. Konoha-style swordsmanship. He drew his ninja blade, descended from above, and slashed at the root ninja. The root ninja reacted quickly, drawing a kunai to block, but miscalculated, and the kunai was cut clean in half. Kitazawa slashed the root ninja's body, blood flowed profusely. As a medical ninja, he perfectly avoided vital points, so it only appeared gruesome. Kitazawa retracted his blade. Just as he was about to breathe, he heard a familiar voice. Tsunade. An enraged Danzo rushed into Shigaraki Tanuki's experimental base. Show your support with power stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 220, Root disbanded. With Danzo's appearance, a large number of root ninja surrounded Tsunade and Kitazawa. Tsunade merely glanced at them and then ignored them. Firstly, she was confident in her own strength. Secondly, she was certain that Danzo wouldn't dare make a move. In fact, that was precisely the case. Although Danzo desperately wanted to order them to kill on sight, he ultimately suppressed the impulse in his heart. He couldn't bear the consequences of killing Tsunade. Most likely, he would have to pay with his life for hers. Even if he didn't pay with his life, he would permanently lose the chance to become Hokage. Tsunade. Danzo's voice was sharp with dissatisfaction. Forcing your way into the root base and injuring root ninja, do you still have any regard for Konoha Village's rules? Although his expression was righteous, his heart was filled with unease. It wasn't the first time Danzo had clashed with Tsunade since her return. She would never provoke him without reason. Just like last time, she had forced her way into the root base to rescue Aburame Toryun. And while she was at it, she reported him for recruiting members against the rules, causing him to lose a large number of root ninja. So what now? This root base, to put it plainly, was Shigaraki Tanuki's laboratory. And his Gozu Tenno experiment was related to Hashirama cells. If Tsunade found out and brought it to Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention, he wouldn't escape punishment. Even Hiruzen didn't know about Shigaraki Tanuki's Gozu Tenno experiment. That's what I should be asking you. Tsunade snorted coldly, raised her hand, and pointed toward the laboratory not far away. What experiment are they conducting inside? Whatever experiment it is, it has nothing to do with you. Danzo's heart skipped a beat, but he said it with a calm expression. This is root. You have no right to ask. Do I have the right to ask about my grandfather's cells? Tsunade retorted. What cells? I don't know. Danzo subconsciously tightened his grip on his cane. Had she already known in advance? A flicker of killing intent flashed in Danzo's heart, but it quickly extinguished. Killing Tsunade in Konoha village was insane, he couldn't do it. Should he use Uchiha Shirsui's Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsu, Koto Ematsukami? Now might be the best time. After all, Tsunade was alone. As for Kitazawa, he was automatically ignored by Danzo. In his opinion, a special jonin couldn't cause trouble. Still not admitting it. Tsunade laughed angrily. Since you don't know, let's find someone who does. What do you mean? Danzo's gaze narrowed. Only 2 people knew most about the Gozu Tenno experiment, himself and Shigaraki Tanuki. Could it be that more than just Tsunade and Kitazawa had broken in? Useless. Danzo wanted to curse the root ninja at that moment, not even caring how many had broken in. It was a disgrace to root. Just then, a commotion came from the laboratory. The sound of wind arose, and Uchiha Itachi appeared before everyone. He was holding an unconscious Shigaraki Tanuki in his hands. Danzo's face stiffened as he looked at Itachi's attire. The appearance of an Umbu ninja meant that Tsunade and Kitazawa's actions had Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval. After all, in his understanding, only Hiruzen could command Umbu ninja. Danzo couldn't help but feel trapped. What else do you have to say? Tsunade looked at him with a sneer. He is my researcher. Danzo paused. Although I don't know how he offended you, it is indeed due to my lax supervision. Kill him. At the end of his sentence, his tone shifted, brimming with killing intent. How dare you? Tsunade hadn't expected this, and she was instantly shocked and enraged. But the root ninja obeyed Danzo's orders. The moment his words fell, they attacked Shigaraki Tanuki. Itachi stood beside him, also dodging and blocking attacks with ninjutsu. The root ninja didn't care about his life or death. Itachi subconsciously activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. As he grabbed Shigaraki Tanuki and prepared to dodge, he saw a rotating water wall rise around them. Sharingan. Danzo's heart jolted, he already knew who this Umbu ninja was. After all, very few Uchiha joined Umbu. Danzo couldn't use Koto Ematsukami with Itachi present. Frustrated, he recovered his composure. The ground in front of the water wall rose, forming an earth wall. Carved on it were 2 dog heads and Danzo's own portrait. Bastard. Danzo slammed his cane, his face dark, and shouted, "You're looking for death." "What? You're not satisfied?" Tsunade laughed, her mood significantly improved. "This is a tribute to you, you should be happy." Kitazawa glanced at her, thinking, when did she learn to blurt out answers? "Tsunade, you're going too far." Danzo trembled with anger. If 3 portraits were carved, it might be a respect. But 2 dog heads and his portrait clearly implied he was a dog. Kitazawa couldn't have done this, it must have been Tsunade's instigation. "Stop." Just then, a familiar voice came from afar to near. Danzo's face turned ugly, a chill running down his spine. It belonged to Sarutobi Hiruzen. His plan to seize the opportunity to kill Shigaraki Tanuki was immediately thwarted. No matter how bold Danzo was, he couldn't kill someone in front of Hiruzen, especially not a Konoha ninja. "What's going on here?" Sarutobi Hiruzen walked forward. Behind him were Shizune and 8 Umbu ninja. "Hokage-sama." Itachi immediately bowed in salute. "You don't know what's going on?" Tsunade asked, dissatisfaction clear in her voice. "You, as Hokage, don't even know what experiments Root is conducting." Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart jolted. Could it be that Danzo still hadn't given up on the wood-release experiment? Hiruzen had warned him not to conduct wood-release experiments again after taking Yamato, the sole wood-release survivor, back then. After all, those experiments had an extremely high mortality rate. Whether organized by Konoha Village or privately by Danzo and Orochimaru, many had died. The former involved willing ninja, the latter was far more excessive, capturing people for experiments. "Danzo." Hiruzen's gaze pierced him. "What exactly have you done?" A suffocating aura surged forth. Danzo trembled. He seemed to see the spirited ninja hero of yesteryear before him. The reason he had endured so many years was that he had always been under Hiruzen's suppression. As Hiruzen aged, that suppression gradually lessened, but at this moment, Danzo felt as if the past had returned. "See for yourself." Seeing Danzo's silence, Tsunade casually threw a scroll to Hiruzen. Hiruzen slowly opened it. It was the same scroll Itachi had delivered earlier, containing data on the Gozu Tenno experiment. Seeing that it wasn't a wood-release experiment, Hiruzen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been, today would have been extremely difficult to resolve. But the Gozu Tenno experiment couldn't be brushed aside so easily. "Danzo, I need an explanation." Hiruzen threw the scroll to Danzo. Danzo opened it, examined the contents, and understood. No wonder Tsunade had been so forceful, she already had evidence. "Hiruzen, everything I've done is for Konoha Village." Danzo quickly said. "Once the Gozu Tenno experiment succeeds, Konoha Village will possess." "Shut up." Hiruzen's voice was expressionless. "That's not what I want to hear." Danzo hesitated. He understood Hiruzen well enough to know that no explanation would work now. Most importantly, Tsunade was present. With irrefutable evidence, the current Hiruzen had to act as a just and fair Hokage. "I did indeed violate Konoha Village's rules and am willing to accept punishment," Danzo spoke with great reluctance. Since explanations were useless, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Fortunately, he knew Hiruzen's soft heart, so the punishment wouldn't be excessive. "From today onwards, all root experiments are cancelled." Hiruzen's expression was serious. "What?" Danzo's eyes widened. "Hiruzen, no. These experiments can provide powerful assistance to Konoha Village." "For Konoha Village?" "I think they're all just for your root," Hiruzen said coldly. "There is no room for discussion on this matter. Only this much punishment." Tsunade interjected. "Old man, the real culprit is Danzo." "Tsunade. Don't go too far." Danzo's expression shifted slightly. "Tsunade actually has a point." Hiruzen took a deep breath. "Directly disband Root and remove Danzo from his position as Root's leader." "Hiruzen." Danzo's face was full of disbelief. "Are you crazy?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow, unsure what more to say. Although she truly wanted Hiruzen to arrest, or even execute, Danzo, she knew it was impossible. However, the disbandment of Root was a significant success. Without Root, Danzo would become a commander without an army. Itachi clenched his fists in excitement. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, he would have laughed out loud. Danzo had been able to suppress the Uchiha clan because of Root and his status as a Konoha elder. Now, having lost Root, he no longer had the manpower to do so. Half of Shirsue's revenge was already achieved. For the other half, Itachi estimated he would have to wait until Tsunade became Hokage. "I think you're the one who's crazy. Don't you know what you've done?" Hiruzen looked at Danzo. "If it weren't for your past contributions to Konoha Village, it wouldn't be as simple as just disbanding Root." Although disbanding Root was a spur-of-the-moment decision, it was a very normal one. Since its establishment, Root had repeatedly violated Konoha's rules. Hiruzen had tolerated it because he could suppress Danzo as Hokage. But if Tsunade became Hokage, her approach would be completely different. It was foreseeable that she would clash with Danzo and Root. This could embarrass Konoha and create internal turmoil. Between Tsunade and Danzo, Hiruzen would certainly choose the former. To avoid unnecessary trouble, disbanding Root first was the best course. You. Danzo took half a step back, sensing a strong threat in Hiruzen's tone. Was this still the Sarutobi Hiruzen he knew? Haru, immediately mobilize all Umbu members in the village. Hiruzen gave no chance for objection. First, seal Root, then clean it up. Yes, Hokage-sama, Haru responded and disappeared from the spot. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo's eyes were bloodshot, filled with indescribable anger and grief. He had labored most of his life, and now, having lost power, he was unwilling to accept it. Most importantly, without Root, he was further removed from the position of Hokage. He could outlive Hiruzen, but could he outlive Tsunade? Impossible. Once Tsunade became Hokage, there would be no opportunities left. No, it couldn't be like this. He had to stop Tsunade. You're old too, go home and rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen met his gaze, sighed inwardly, and said. Danzo was stunned. Old. Danzo turned and left without looking back. If you are heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. He would never admit to being old. Hiruzen watched his retreating figure and shook his head. He hoped his old friend would finally settle down. Konoha village was thriving now, and he could not allow Danzo to cause trouble. Tsunade. Hiruzen turned to her. I promise no one will ever use the first Hokage-sama's cells for experiments again. It better be that way. Tsunade snorted softly. I'll have the sealing squad reinforce the seal on the first Hokage-sama's tomb later, Hiruzen added after a moment's thought. Kitazawa suddenly thought of Orochimaru. Would he still try to use Edo Tensei to summon Senju Hashirama? But with Orochimaru's abilities, if he truly wanted to steal the cells, the sealing squad's efforts wouldn't stop him. Tsunade's attitude softened at the news. At least Hiruzen had done what he should, and she had nothing to complain about. Although Danzo's arrogance was largely fueled by favoritism. Old man, I'll leave this to you, I'll take my leave first. Tsunade waved her hand. The faint smell of blood in the air made her uneasy. Fortunately, she hadn't seen blood directly, and Yakumo's treatment had been effective, so she felt no real discomfort. After Root is dealt with, I will send Umbu to give you the specific results, Hiruzen said, understanding her personality, and refrained from adding more. Kitazawa, Tsunade called out and walked away. Please excuse me, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa quickly followed. Shizun also left, feeling a twinge of resentment, had Tsunade not even called her anymore. Itachi. Hiruzen's tone became serious. Tell me everything you know. Yes, Hokage-sama. Itachi recounted the entire story immediately. Hiruzen fell into thought after listening. This matter truly wasn't Tsunade's fault. Danzo had mishandled things, and Kitazawa had discovered critical clues. It was good that Root had been disbanded. From this incident, Hiruzen saw Tsunade's change more clearly. The fifth-generation Hokage would most likely be her, and could only be her. After leaving the Umbu headquarters, the view brightened again. What do you think of all this? Tsunade took a deep breath. The air outside feels much fresher. Hokage-sama handled it very fairly, Kitazawa replied. And? Tsunade glanced at him. Tell me the truth while we're alone. Given Danzo's personality and his ambition for the Hokage position, you will be the person he most wants to eliminate, Kitazawa said quietly. This is not the end, but the beginning. You're right. Tsunade clenched her fists. I need to cure my hemophobia as soon as possible. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow at the remark. It seemed Tsunade's thoughts had truly shifted. But it was understandable, she had been drawn into the struggle with Danzo. Even if she wanted to run, he wouldn't let her. She had repeatedly ruined his plans. This hadn't happened in the original story. As long as I stay in Konoha village, he won't dare make a move. Tsunade suddenly thought of something. It's you who needs to be careful when you go out. I understand. Kitazawa felt a headache coming on. Although Root was disbanded, Danzo still had considerable power. Fortunately, Kitazawa's current strength was enough to handle Root Ninja without much trouble. Even if Danzo personally acted, Kitazawa could escape if necessary. You can call me when you go out in the future. Tsunade paused for 2 seconds, then added, if you're free this afternoon, have Yakumo come over to treat me. I'll go call her right away. Kitazawa immediately replied, eager for Tsunade to cure her hemophobia. If she could deal with Danzo, even against her wishes, someone would want her to become Hokage. The afternoon arrived. As Kitazawa and Yakumo treated Tsunade, the entire Konoha village high command and major ninja clans grew lively. The news had spread, Root had been disbanded. In the Konoha military police force, Uchiha Fugaku's hearty laughter rang out. He had never imagined that Root, which had caused him so much trouble, would be disbanded without him lifting a finger. Clan head, Uchiha Yashiro lightly coughed. What should we Uchiha do? Do nothing. Fugaku stopped laughing. In his opinion, Tsunade had already become Konoha's true core. Danzo and Root were universally resented. Now that Root was gone, many ninja and clans owed Tsunade an invisible favor. Coupled with her illustrious background, sidelining Hiruzen wasn't even a problem. If the Uchiha clan wanted to rebel, they would face a united Konoha village with almost zero chance of success. Fugaku thought carefully. The year Shisui Uchiha had been alive was the Uchiha clan's most hopeful period. But Shisui's death had abruptly ended their chances for rebellion. Chapter 221, An Idea for New S-Rank Ninjutsu. Hinata Residence. Since it was Saturday, Hinata and Neji were practicing gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms in the courtyard. Not far away, Hyuga Hayashi watched them, growing increasingly satisfied. Both were learning quickly, and he felt it wouldn't be long before they mastered the 32 palms. If gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms was divided into 2 stages, then gentle fist art, 8 trigrams 32 palms counted as the first. Although the 32 palms was an incomplete version of the 64 palms, it could already form a decent fighting force. Up until now, Hinata and Neji's current form of the 64 palms was essentially disassembled. Just then, a young ninja rushed into the courtyard. Hayashi subconsciously looked at him. It was Hyuga Kamen. Among the younger generation of the Hyuga clan, he was considered an outstanding talent and was already a jonin. Kamen, what happened? Hayashi asked calmly. Clan leader, Kamen spoke in a deep voice. Hokage-sama just issued a notice announcing the disbandment of Root. What did you say? Hayashi's expression changed rapidly. How was this possible? Given the relationship between Hiruzen and Danzo, would he actually disband Root? It's absolutely true. Kamen took a deep breath. I've already seen the announcement posted by Umbu. Did you find out the specific reason? Hayashi asked with a solemn expression. The disbandment of Root was a major event capable of shaking the entire Konoha village. He worried it would have an adverse effect on the Hyuga clan. It's because of Lady Tsunade, Kamen replied. The announcement stated that Lady Tsunade discovered Root's non-compliant experiments. Just that reason. Hayashi was stunned and subconsciously asked, what kind of experiment was it? The announcement didn't say. Kamen shook his head. This doesn't make sense. Hayashi began pacing in thought. In his opinion, one non-compliant experiment wouldn't be enough to disband Root, unless Tsunade had applied pressure and Hiruzen had no choice but to deliver a result that satisfied her. It seems Tsunade becoming the next Hokage is already a foregone conclusion. Hayashi subconsciously looked at Hinata. Fortunately, their Hyuga clan had established a connection with Kitazawa early on. The 10 million Ryo chakra blade, even if it didn't drastically increase their clan's status, could at least maintain the status quo. For a ninja clan that had existed for 1,000 years, maintaining the status quo was already a victory. I understand. You may go. Hayashi waved his hand. The disbandment of Root indicated that Hiruzen Sarutobi had made up his mind to let Tsunade become the next Hokage. The Hyuga clan's next step was simple, support Tsunade at the appropriate time. Not just the Hyuga clan, but the Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Aburame, and other clans all had the same idea. If they couldn't be loyal subjects from the beginning, they still had to add to the splendor. After all, a new Hokage taking office meant a change in Konoha village's power structure. If they could seize this opportunity to gain benefits, it would be a huge profit. Night fell. Sasuke noticed the atmosphere at home was a bit strange. It wasn't exactly solemn, but Uchiha Fugaku seemed restless, occasionally getting up to pace back and forth. Dad, what happened? Sasuke couldn't hold back and asked. Nothing. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. He was actually waiting for Itachi, wanting to learn the details of Root's disbandment from him. Really nothing? Sasuke asked suspiciously. You child, if your dad says it's nothing, then it's nothing. Mikoto pulled him closer, patted his head, and smiled. All right then. Sasuke felt reassured when he saw Mikoto's familiar smile. Has Kitazawa taught you any new ninjutsu recently? Fugaku suddenly asked. No, Sasuke replied. I've been learning with Kosuke-sensei and Kakashi-sensei during this time. Is that so? Fugaku frowned slightly. His original plan had been to send 1 or 2 more ninjutsu to Kitazawa through Sasuke. But since Kitazawa hadn't taught Sasuke new ninjutsu, there was no suitable excuse. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed. "Brother." Sasuke immediately let go of Mikoto and ran to the door. A tired Itachi smiled when he saw him. As a member of UMBU, he had been busy at Root all day. Whether shutting down experiments, organizing data, or counting items, he was swamped. There was no other way. Root had existed for too long and accumulated too much. Itachi estimated that UMBU would be busy for half a month before completely clearing it out. But for him, it was a labor of love. The unfortunate thing was that Danzo had moved too quickly, still managing to transfer some things beforehand. For example, he hadn't found any documents related to the Uchiha clan. Itachi walked into the living room and found Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto waiting for him. He knew without thinking that it was because of Tsunade's forceful entry into the Root base and Hiruzen Sarutobi's disbandment of Root. After all, he was one of the people involved. "Sasuke." Mikoto stood up proactively. "Come back to the room with me, I have something to discuss with you." "Huh?" Sasuke couldn't help but be stunned. "Go on, Sasuke." Itachi let go of his hand. After Mikoto and Sasuke left, Itachi began explaining the cause and effect of Root's disbandment. So it involved the first Hokage-sama cells. Fugaku's face showed enlightenment. No wonder the punishment this time is so severe. Although he didn't know about the wood release experiments, taking cells from Senju Hashirama's corpse was already highly disrespectful. Moreover, it had been discovered by Senju Hashirama's granddaughter, Tsunade. "But I think it's mainly because of Lady Tsunade," Itachi analyzed. "If it were someone else, Hokage-sama probably wouldn't have disbanded Root." "Indeed." Fugaku agreed. Tsunade's status was undeniable. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was her teacher, he couldn't simply brush it off by relying on his seniority. After all, the Senju clan's influence in Konoha was too great. Once this matter was exposed, the village would fall into chaos. This was the power left behind by two Hokage. Fugaku sighed inwardly, wondering when their Uchiha clan would produce a Hokage. Fortunately, there was hope now. If Sasuke worked hard enough, he might even become Hokage. Kitazawa played a very significant role in this matter, Fugaku said after a moment of thought. Coincidentally, he is also Sasuke's teacher, so it won't be difficult for us to get closer to him. How to describe Tsunade's personality? She was easy to approach, yet also difficult to approach. At the very least, getting closer to her was troublesome. "You mean?" Itachi raised an eyebrow. "Didn't Sasuke give him ninjutsu before?" Fugaku replied. "We can find an opportunity to give him some more ninjutsu." For the Uchiha clan, who possessed the Sharingan, ninjutsu was actually not that valuable. After all, having the Sharingan was already enough for them. Itachi nodded. He had a very good impression of Kitazawa. Firstly, because Kitazawa genuinely taught Sasuke. With his help, Sasuke's strength had progressed by leaps and bounds. Secondly, because Kitazawa was Tsunade's student and also the vice principal of the Ninja Academy, he could be considered a Konoha high-ranking official. There were very few such officials who were close to the Uchiha clan to begin with. And Kitazawa's attitude toward their clan was refreshingly normal. After Tsunade became Hokage, Kitazawa would also become a Hokage candidate. Barring any accidents, the two of them could at least ensure the stability of the Uchiha clan for several decades. The next day, Sunday. Kitazawa was not affected by Root's disbandment and continued to practice ninjutsu with Kunai. Under his guidance, Kunai quickly mastered ninja art, 100 Flowers Chaos and ninja art, Moonlight Beauty. After all, these two techniques were quite similar, both first used genjutsu and flower petals to confuse the enemy, then took the opportunity to ambush. The only difference was that the former was a four-sided assault, while the latter was an ambush from above. Time moved to Monday. The students of the genius class had already started lessons, but they were theoretical classes. Kitazawa didn't have to go to the Ninja Academy, but he also had a lesson today, teaching Kunai chakra-enhanced strength. The two of them arrived at an open space behind the house. The chakra-enhanced strength, strictly speaking, is a technique for exerting force, Kitazawa said unhurriedly. Concentrating a large amount of chakra in a certain part of the body and releasing it is what causes chakra-enhanced strength. Kunai was actually quite suitable for learning it because her chakra control was good. After all, she could learn genjutsu. Of course, chakra-enhanced strength was more difficult than genjutsu and required higher proficiency. Kitazawa wasn't sure if Kunai could learn it, but there was no harm in trying. Although every part of the body can exert force, the most commonly used are the hands and feet, Kitazawa said, raising his hand and clenching his fist. I'll teach you how to exert force with your hands first. You can call it Cherry Blossom Impact. Cherry Blossom Impact comes from Sakura's naming in the original work. Tsunade's hand-based chakra-enhanced strength didn't have a corresponding name, only her foot-based kick was called Heavenly Foot of Pain. Kunai nodded. The advantage of chakra-enhanced strength is that it doesn't require hand seals, and its power is immense. Kitazawa punched down, and in an instant, the ground cracked, creating a crater 2 to 3 meters deep. This was still the result of him holding back. If he had used his full power, he could have caused even greater destruction. Although Kunai had seen it many times, the thought that she could learn it still made her feel very excited. If she could master chakra-enhanced strength, her strength would, as Kitazawa said, advance by leaps and bounds. In future battles, after her genjutsu failed, she could let her enemies experience her fists and kicks. The only problem is that it consumes a lot of chakra, Kitazawa said, shaking his hand. It can be used as a trump card, Kunai pondered for a moment and replied. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely still fight using genjutsu. Then let's begin. Kitazawa walked in front of her and grabbed her wrist. Considering Kunai's talent, he decided to adopt a teaching method completely different from Tsunade's. That was micro-level teaching, for example, making Kunai forcibly memorize the flow of chakra. Kitazawa had the Byakugan and could do this. Last night, while Kunai was asleep, he had used his Byakugan to examine the situation within her body thoroughly. Time slowly passed. Although Kitazawa's teaching method was already considered semi-cheating, the difficulty of chakra-enhanced strength was still too great. A day passed, and Kunai made no progress. But that was normal, even Shizune in the original work never learned chakra-enhanced strength. Tuesday. After breakfast, Kitazawa arrived at the Ninja Academy. Kitazawa-sensei. Ino immediately ran up to him. Without a word, she hugged Kitazawa's leg, looked up, and blinked her pretty eyes at him. Hinata had been preempted by her and could only stop silently. It's only been 3 days. Why are you so eager? Kitazawa raised his hand, tapped her forehead, and asked. I'm just impatient to learn new ninjutsu. Ino let go of him, showing great desire to improve. I'll teach you later, Kitazawa smiled and said. In these 3 days, besides teaching Kunai, he had also taken the time to decide which ninjutsu Ino would learn. This new technique still came from a game and was called Ninja Art, Myriad Flowers Chaos. The name sounded very similar to Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos, but in reality, the effects were completely different. Ninja Art, Myriad Flowers Chaos was more like the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Its effect was to leap into the air and throw a large number of flower shuriken from above to suppress the enemy. Flower shuriken were flowers infused with chakra. In terms of lethality, they weren't much worse than real shuriken, but they consumed more chakra. The reason Kitazawa chose to teach her this ninjutsu was because it could form a combo with Ninja Art, 100 Flowers Chaos and Ninja Art, Moonlight Beauty. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto, Kiba, and the others greeted him. It's almost time. Follow me. Kitazawa led them to the training ground where they usually trained. Of course, he only brought his 3 study groups. There was nothing special about the training, everything proceeded as usual. Kitazawa only called Naruto and Ino out separately. Kitazawa-sensei. Ino skipped excitedly. I'll teach you first. This ninjutsu is called Ninja Art, Myriad Flowers Chaos. Kitazawa leaped into the air, flicked his hands, and a sky full of petals appeared. The edges of the petals, after being infused with chakra, became very sharp, cutting into the ground like blades. Do you know about explosive tags? Kitazawa landed and asked with a smile. I do, Ino snapped back to attention and replied. Explosive tags, a product of sealing technique, were essentially fire release sealed within a charm. Not only were they immensely powerful, but they also didn't require hand seals or chakra consumption. However, precisely because of this, explosive tags were very expensive, and ordinary ninja couldn't afford them. But as the young lady of the Yamanaka clan, it was easy for Ino to use some explosive tags. You can find someone to custom-make petal-shaped explosive tags to mix in with the flower shuriken, Kitazawa paused and added. But don't use them at the academy. Ino's eyes immediately lit up at his words. With the addition of explosive tags, the power of ninja art, Myriad Flowers Chaos would increase without limit. Moreover, enemies would surely not expect explosive tags hidden within the flower shuriken, making it easy to achieve surprising effects. Practice on your own, and ask me if you don't understand anything. Kitazawa patted her head and then went to Naruto. Kitazawa-sensei, what new ninjutsu are we learning? Naruto asked eagerly. Not for now. Kitazawa shook his head. We're going to do special combat training, or rather, special thought training. In the original work, Naruto was known as the most unpredictable ninja. But perhaps because he listened to him too much, he hadn't shown this characteristic yet. However, it didn't matter, it could be trained. As for new ninjutsu, Kitazawa planned to teach him wind release, Rasengan after a while. You'll go with my shadow clone for special training. Kitazawa created a clone and said, combat special training in the morning, and wind release chakra nature transformation practice in the afternoon. Naruto scratched his head. Although not learning new ninjutsu made him a bit disappointed, he didn't say much. Kitazawa's main body went to the artificial lake. He was going to continue practicing his A-rank ninjutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. The reason he chose the artificial lake was that using water release ninjutsu in a watery environment could save a lot of chakra. Besides him, there were also Kiba, Sasuke, and Sakura. Kiba was still practicing three-headed hellhound. Although he had already learned it, he wasn't proficient enough and needed to practice for a while longer. Sasuke was learning Konoha-style swordsmanship. Sakura was practicing water release, water formation wall. After greeting Kosuke, Kitazawa began practicing water release, great waterfall technique. But as he practiced, he was also contemplating the system's mission for creating ninjutsu. Currently, the S-rank ninjutsu he had set as a safeguard was wind release, Rasen Shuriken. However, it was a forbidden technique, and it might be difficult to find a second person in the entire Konoha village to master it. Kitazawa was wondering if there was a more influential and useful S-rank ninjutsu. That way, he could get the highest reward for the system mission. A morning passed. Kitazawa's proficiency in water release, great waterfall technique increased a bit more. Kitazawa. Kosuke walked towards him. His left leg was a prosthetic, so his walking posture was a bit strange. Kitazawa suddenly froze. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he had an idea for a new ninjutsu. There were many medical ninjutsu in the ninja world, but there was no medical ninjutsu for limb regeneration. However, Kitazawa happened to have a similar medical technique, the S-rank medical forbidden technique, body revival technique. The effect of body revival technique was that even if the body was torn into pieces, it could be reorganized and regenerated, but it could only be used on oneself. Kitazawa's idea was to modify the technique. First, to reduce its effect, making it only capable of limb regeneration, which would also reduce side effects. Second, to make it usable for others. If Kitazawa could truly succeed, then with this medical ninjutsu, he would be enough to leave his name in Konoha and even gain fame throughout the ninja world. After all, ninja battles were extremely dangerous, and losing limbs was a common occurrence. Kitazawa felt it was worth a try. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. If we make it into the top 20 rankings at the week's end, I'll drop 2 bonus chapters as a thank you.